Only money, never love. That's the professional code Qin Chuan has lived by as a stand-in. After 3 years in the business, he is widely recognized as one of the best stand-ins in the industry. Zero complaints, absolutely reliable. Playing the devoted boyfriend, pretending to be the son-in-law of a wealthy family, acting as a top celebrity's secret lover, all of it has long been routine for him. What's even crazier is that he has taken a fatal knife meant for a client, spent time behind bars, and even leaped into the Pacific Ocean from an exploding yacht. He has danced on the edge of death and thrown his whole heart into every performance, all for one reason: earn enough money to retire early and walk away from the industry for good. After enduring 1,096 days of a life worse than a 9-to-5 grind, Qin Chuan finally reached the end of his contract. With a 10 million yuan final payment about to hit his account, he was finally going to be free. But he never expected that just as he was preparing to disappear, four top-tier beauties would come knocking at his door at the same time, and every single one of them was taking things seriously. The beautiful CEO throws money at him to renew their contract for another 100 years. A hugely popular celebrity publicly announces their relationship and demands that he take responsibility. The daughter of a powerful underworld family has her father invite him over for tea, and the princess of Beijing's elite circle gives him only two choices: marry into her family or prepare to be buried. Qin Chuan is on the verge of tears. I'm seriously just a hired stand-in. Why are all of you taking this for real? Chapter 1. The crazy, sunder a female CEO Night had fallen, and the luxurious Su family villa was completely silent. Inside the study, Su Mushua sat in formal attire. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was cold as ice, and every word she spoke was crisp and emotionless. Liu Beichen is returning to the country next week. Our marriage contract ends here. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. There wasn't even the slightest hint of sadness, only overwhelming joy. Liu Beichen was Su Mushua's long-lost first love, the man she had secretly cherished for 3 whole years. 3 years ago, he had left without saying goodbye and gone overseas. Back then, Su Mushua had been furious and impulsively posted a high-paying job listing on a dating platform, looking for a stand-in boyfriend. Qin Chuan, who desperately needed money at the time, had readily accepted the ridiculously lucrative contract. The pay over these 3 years had indeed been tempting. He received 200,000 yuan a month in spending money, plus a guaranteed 10 million yuan final payment once the contract ended. But life during those 3 years had been absolutely brutal. He had to be available 24/7, with no days off, all year round. Outside, he had to play the role of a gentle and considerate wealthy husband, as well as a capable personal assistant. In front of Su Mushua, he had to constantly maintain the image of a perfectly obedient and devoted partner. He had to read her every mood, tolerate her tsundere temper, deal with countless trivial matters, and coax this crazy female CEO day after day. Qin Chuan had long been physically and mentally exhausted. Now that her first love was returning and their contract was finally ending, he could finally break free. He had made enough money. It was time to make his graceful exit. Su Mushua calmly pulled out the termination agreement and pushed it toward him. Her tone was strictly businesslike. Sign it. The 10 million yuan final payment will be transferred to you next month on schedule. Qin Chuan stared at the contract. His eyes instantly reddened, and his eyelids became slightly moist. He deliberately let his fingertips tremble faintly. Su Mushua noticed his expression, and certainty immediately filled her heart. In 3 years together, she had never seen Qin Chuan lose control of his emotions. It was only a contract termination, yet his eyes had turned red. He really couldn't bear to leave her. A faint sense of superiority rose within her. But outwardly, she remained cold and tsundere. I know this is difficult for you to accept, but we were only in an employer-employee relationship. Don't even think about trying to make me change my mind. And don't develop any unnecessary feelings. Qin Chuan was screaming internally. Asterisk make you change your mind? In your dreams, asterisk. After enduring 3 entire years, he was finally getting released from prison. He wanted nothing more than to do a backflip right there and celebrate. But Qin Chuan knew Su Mushua's personality too well. He didn't dare reveal even the slightest trace of happiness. This woman was the classic type who said one thing but meant another, and she was extremely susceptible to dramatic displays of deep, restrained affection. If he wanted to collect his money and leave peacefully, he had to perform the final act with her. Qin Chuan suppressed his emotions. His expression turned gloomy, his voice low and hoarse, and his acting skills went into full force. You are the bright moon hanging high in the sky, while I am nothing more than dust and an insignificant speck. Being able to accompany you for 3 years has already been more than enough for me. I never dared to ask for anything more. I only hope that you and Mr. Liu will spend every year together in happiness, with no regrets. The heartfelt confession was restrained, humble, and perfectly timed. It struck Su Muxue right in her soft spot. The anger in her heart instantly disappeared. Her heart softened slightly as she secretly sighed. Asterisk, this man clearly loves me deeply, yet he is still willing to silently let me go. He really is too devoted. Asterisk. But she refused to surrender her pride. She continued coldly. Don't think a few sweet words will make me soften. You are still nothing more than a stand-in. I understand. Qin Chuan lowered his head, looking utterly dejected. His performance was absolutely flawless. Deep down, Su Muxue was secretly hoping he would ask her to stay. If he did, she could easily pretend to relent and let him stay a few more days. But the next second, Qin Chuan signed his name without the slightest hesitation. He pushed the contract back to her and respectfully bowed. President Su, take care. Then, without even the slightest hesitation, he turned around and walked away. The entire process was clean, decisive, and utterly resolute. Not a trace of reluctance. The study instantly fell silent. Su Muxue stood there completely stunned. The crying, begging, pleading, and emotional breakdown she had expected never happened. He really just walked away? After standing there in a daze for a moment, an enormous sense of disappointment suddenly swept through her. Su Muxue was so angry that she nearly crushed the water glass in her hand. Bastard! I told you to leave, and you actually left? She was the one who had initiated the termination. She was the one who had told him to sign and walk away. Yet as she stared at the empty doorway and the cold termination agreement lying on the desk, her heart felt inexplicably heavy. There was not the slightest sense of relief or happiness. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than the man she had been longing for over the past 3 years. Her first love, Liu Beichen. His warm, gentle voice came through the phone as expected. Muxue, I'll be back in the country next Friday. How about we have dinner together? In the past, she would have agreed without hesitation, eagerly anticipating their reunion. But at this moment, as she stared in the direction Qin Chuan had disappeared, an inexplicable irritation welled up inside her. After remaining silent for a long while, she softly refused. Sorry, I'm not free next week. She hung up. Su Muxue stared at the termination agreement, her heart filled with confusion. When did it happen? When did she start becoming unable to let go of this mere stand-in? ####Chapter 2. As expected, he still can't let me go. The next morning, Su Muxue woke up groggily, her head throbbing and her whole body feeling uncomfortable. She suffered from migraines. She had caught a bit of a chill the previous night, and apparently, it had triggered another attack as soon as she woke up. With her eyes still closed and her brows tightly furrowed, she instinctively called toward the bedroom door. Qin Chuan, my head hurts. In the past, the moment he heard her voice, that man would appear at the door within 3 seconds. Then, using his almost magical technique, he would massage her head. 10 minutes. It only took 10 minutes for that damn migraine to retreat like a receding tide. But today, that man didn't appear immediately. There was nothing in the bedroom except the sound of her own breathing. Qin Chuan. Su Muxue raised her voice, irritation creeping into her tone. 2 minutes passed. There was still no response outside. Her brows furrowed even tighter. President Su? Finally, someone pushed open the door and walked in. It was Aunt Wu, the housekeeper of the villa. You're awake? Is there anything you need? Aunt Wu asked cautiously. Su Muxue propped herself up and sat on the bed, her long hair slightly disheveled over her shoulders. Pressing her temples, she frowned at Aunt Wu. Why are you here? Where's Qin Chuan? Aunt Wu's expression stiffened slightly. Mr. Qin, already left with his luggage. He asked me to tell you thank you for taking care of him over the past 3 years. Left? Su Muxue froze for a moment. Then she remembered. Last night, she had forced him to sign the termination agreement and had personally ended their contract. That man who had always been at her beck and call, who had endured 3 years of her demands without uttering a single complaint, had finally left, as she had wanted. Oh, got it. Su Muxue responded indifferently, her voice revealing no emotion. But her chest felt as though it were stuffed with cotton, heavy and suffocating. Her head hurt badly. She took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable irritation in her heart. Aunt Wu, come here and massage my head. Aunt Wu hurried over and sat down beside the bed. Imitating the way Qin Chuan used to do it, she placed her hands against Su Mushue's temples. She pressed a few times. Instead of relaxing, Su Mushue's brows furrowed even more tightly. The pressure was wrong. The position was wrong. The rhythm was wrong. Everything was wrong. That's enough. Enough. Su Mushue impatiently brushed Aunt Wu's hand away. Go get me some painkillers. Aunt Wu awkwardly withdrew her hand and hurried off to get the medicine. After taking the pills, Su Mushue lay back down and closed her eyes, waiting for the medicine to take effect. Her thoughts were a complete mess. That bastard. I told him to sign, and he signed. I told him to leave, and he left. Asterisk, he's usually so clever. Why is he suddenly so obedient now? Asterisk. Wait. Wasn't he always this obedient? She told him to do something, and he did it. He had never disobeyed her even once. 3 years. More than 1,000 days and nights. When she told him to go east, he never went west. When she told him to stand, he never sat down. She had thought he would always be like that. She had thought he couldn't live without her. Yet he had simply signed the contract and walked away, without even saying anything else. The pain in her head gradually eased under the effect of the medicine, but the irritation in her heart only grew stronger. Su Mushue turned over and buried her face in the pillow. Asterisk, forget it. He's gone, so he's gone. He was only a stand-in. Asterisk. Asterisk, Liu Beichen is back. Everything should return to normal. Asterisk. She should be happy. Yes, she was very happy. She lay in bed for another half hour. Only after the headache completely disappeared did Su Mushue finally sit up. At that moment, her stomach let out a very untimely growl. She was hungry. She went downstairs, intending to find something to eat in the kitchen, only to discover that the dining table was covered with dishes. Crystal shrimp, sweet and sour mandarin fish, Wensi tofu soup, lion's head meatballs with crab roe. Every single dish was one of her favorites. The Wensi tofu soup was especially delicate. The tofu had been sliced as thin as strands of hair, floating throughout the clear broth. It looked light and refreshing, yet incredibly appetizing. It was a dish traditionally served at state banquets, and the preparation was notoriously complicated. An ordinary person simply couldn't make it. Su Mushue paused and looked at Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu, when did you learn how to make this? Aunt Wu stood nearby and smiled awkwardly. It wasn't me. It was Mr. Qin's cooking. He said you'd be hungry when you woke up, so he specially prepared all these dishes before leaving. She paused before adding, Mr. Qin also said you've been under a lot of pressure these past few days, which makes your headaches more likely to flare up. He told you not to drink coffee anymore. He also made tremella and lotus seed soup and left it warming in the kitchen. If you want some, you can have it any time. Su Mushue suddenly fell silent. The entire table was filled with dishes she loved. Even before leaving, that man had still been thinking about her. Yet the more thoughtful he was, the more irritated she became. Putting on an act. Su Mushue maintained a cold expression. Take all of it away. I'm not eating. Take it away. Aunt Wu was momentarily stunned. Dump it out if you want. Feed it to the dogs if you want. I'm not eating it. Su Mushue turned and walked toward the living room. Aunt Wu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't dare. She silently began clearing the table. The first dish was carried away. Su Mushue glanced at it from the corner of her eye. It was her favorite crystal shrimp, each plump shrimp coated in a thin layer of glossy sauce. Her stomach growled involuntarily. The second dish was carried away. The mandarin fish was fried until golden and crispy, and the aroma of the sweet and sour sauce wafted toward her. Her stomach growled again, louder this time. The third dish was carried away. Wensi tofu soup. The hair-thin strands of tofu floated gently in the clear broth, delicate, fresh, and delicious. Su Mushue sat on the sofa, pretending to flip through a magazine. But she couldn't read a single word. Her stomach was protesting. Growling. The sound grew louder and louder. When Aunt Wu reached for the plate of crab roe lion's head meatballs, Su Mushue finally couldn't take it anymore. All right, stop taking them away. She stood up, doing her best to maintain her cold expression, but her feet involuntarily carried her toward the dining table. She sat down, picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a lion's head meatball, and took a bite. The rich, savory fragrance of crab roe exploded in her mouth. The meatball was soft, tender, flavorful, and rich without being greasy. It was the best lion's head meatball she had ever tasted. When did that bastard become such a good cook? No, he had always been this good. For the past 3 years, whenever she ate at home, every single meal had been prepared by him. She took another bite of the Wensi tofu soup. The tofu practically melted in her mouth. The broth was fresh and soothing, warming her all the way from her throat to her stomach. Then she tried another crystal shrimp. The shrimp were tender, springy, and cooked to absolute perfection. She began eating faster and faster. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. It's so good. It's 100 times better than those Michelin-starred restaurants outside. Only after she had devoured most of the dishes on the table did she finally feel full enough for her rationality to return. Aunt Wu watched from the side, a relieved smile appearing on her face. Mr. Qin really is good to you. I've never seen a man put this much thought into taking care of a woman. Whatever problems you two have, you could just talk them out. Why let things get this far? Su Muxue put down her chopsticks without saying anything. Her expression was complicated. The contract had been signed. His task was complete. Logically speaking, Qin Chuan could have walked away without looking back and started a completely new life. But he hadn't. Before leaving, he had still remembered that she would be hungry after waking up. He remembered exactly what she liked to eat. That alone said enough. Thinking about this, the corners of Su Muxue's lips unconsciously curled upward, and a faint sense of pride rose in her heart. As expected, he still can't let me go. It's just that because of his status, he doesn't dare show it openly, so he chose to silently take care of me instead. Asterisk, what a blockhead. I really don't know what to do with him. Asterisk. Su Muxue pursed her lips. She had made up her mind. Since he had shown so much sincerity, she would keep the position of personal assistant to the CEO open for him. After he calmed down for a couple of days and thought things through, he would naturally come back. When that happened, she would reluctantly accept his apology and let him stay by her side. The more she thought about it, the better Su Muxue's mood became. The smile on her lips deepened. Sure enough, he still couldn't let her go. Chapter 3. The client's sister is my ex-girlfriend? At that moment, inside a moving taxi, Qin Chuan sat in the back seat, leaning against the seat with his eyes closed, resting. 3 years. An entire 3 years. Every day, he got up at 6 in the morning. At night, he had to be available at a moment's notice, remaining on standby 24 hours a day. He never dared to put his phone on silent. Even when sleeping, he had to keep one ear open, terrified that his lady boss might get a headache in the middle of the night and call for him. Now, he was finally free. Although the final payment hadn't arrived yet, given Su Muxue's personality, she probably wouldn't shortchange him. Of course, to be safe, he had still prepared a lavish meal before leaving. The message was simple: part ways on good terms. Just as he was thinking about it, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID read, Aunt Hong. Hello, Aunt Hong. Qin Chuan answered the phone. Xiao Qin, I've got some good news for you. Our company just landed another huge job. A cheerful middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end. Aunt Hong, I just finished a job. I'm physically and mentally exhausted. Can I take a few days off? Qin Chuan sounded somewhat helpless. Take time off? Is that more important than making money? This client is extremely demanding. Several of the guys here couldn't handle it. You're our company's golden signboard. This job is yours and yours alone. Aunt Hong, 3 months, 1 million yuan in compensation. If you perform well, there's even a bonus. So are you in? 1 million. Qin Chuan's eyes instantly flew open, and his exhaustion vanished without a trace. I'm in. Only an idiot would turn down money. When do I meet the client? Today at noon. I've already arranged it at our usual cafe. The client is in a hurry, so get over here as soon as possible. No problem. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Qin Chuan immediately told the driver to turn around and head straight to the meeting place. At exactly noon, Qin Chuan arrived at the cafe. Aunt Hong was already there, sitting by the window. When she saw him walk in, she waved him over. Qin Chuan walked over, his gaze landing on the person sitting opposite Aunt Hong. He secretly sized her up. She was a very young woman, around 25 or 26. She wore sunglasses and a face mask, covering herself from head to toe. But the skin that was visible was incredibly fair, and her figure was stunning. Even without seeing her face, it was obvious she was a gorgeous woman. Xiao Qin, have a seat. Aunt Hong smiled and introduced them. This is our big client, Miss Li. The woman removed her sunglasses and mask, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Qin Chuan's eyelid twitched. He recognized her instantly. Li Bangxia, a rising star in the entertainment industry. 2 of her dramas were currently airing, and she was extremely popular. There were even rumors circulating that Li Bangxia was a lesbian. Of course, most celebrity gossip was hardly reliable. Mr. Qin, please have a seat. Li Bangxia looked Qin Chuan up and down, and she was quite satisfied. His looks passed. His height passed. His presence passed. There was practically nothing to criticize about his appearance. Compared with the unfortunate-looking men she had met before, he was more than 100 times better. "Nice to meet you, Miss Li." Qin Chuan greeted her before sitting down casually. "You two talk. I still have something to take care of, so I'll leave you to it." Seeing that the timing was right, Aunt Hong decisively slipped away. As the company's star stand-in, Qin Chuan had never failed to handle a client. "Mr. Qin, Aunt Hong should have told you the general situation." Li Bangxia got straight to the point. "I need a boyfriend right now to deal with my sister's constant pressure to get married." "Married?" "The contract is for 3 months. After 3 months, my sister will be going abroad, and the job will be over." "Understood." Qin Chuan nodded. "So, Miss Li, do you have any specific requirements for the fake boyfriend role?" "First, you need to be good-looking enough to match me. You pass that requirement. Second, you need to be outstanding enough, preferably with some special talents." "When you say special talents, what exactly do you mean? Tell me first. What are you good at?" "I'm good at acting, music, painting, cooking, horseback riding, martial arts, first aid, and so on. I'm also fluent in several foreign languages, including English, French, Japanese, German." Qin Chuan calmly listed his skills. Li Bangxia raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing through her eyes. "You can do quite a lot. After all, this is how I make a living. How could I do this job without a few skills?" Qin Chuan smiled modestly. Over the past 3 years, he had learned quite a few new skills just to deal with Su Mushua. Now, they were finally coming in handy. "Not bad. You're the one." Li Bangxia nodded in satisfaction. 3 months, 1 million yuan. If you perform well, I'll personally add another million. But let me make one thing clear first. My sister has a very sharp eye and isn't easy to fool. If your performance is terrible and she's dissatisfied, our contract will be terminated immediately. And when that happens, you won't only lose the bonus, you'll also have to refund half of the original payment. Don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you." Qin Chuan remained completely calm. When it came to dealing with parents and family members, he was an absolute expert. Li Bangxia said nothing. She took a contract from her bag and pushed it in front of Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan carefully read through it. After confirming there were no problems, he signed his name. Li Bangxia signed as well, put the contract away, then pulled out a thick stack of documents and handed them to him. "This contains all my personal information. My hobbies, habits, relationships, and everything else are in there. Study it carefully. You're coming home with me for dinner tonight." Qin Chuan took the documents and flipped through them. They were packed with information. As expected of a popular celebrity, her personal profile was practically long enough to be a book. "I'll pick you up at 6 tonight." Li Bangxia stood up and put her sunglasses and mask back on. "Prepare well. Don't screw this up." With that, she walked away. Qin Chuan watched his client leave, then immediately got to work studying the documents. As a professional stand-in, he possessed an extremely strong ability to learn. His memory, in particular, was practically photographic. In just 2 hours, he had memorized every detail about Li Bangxia. Night gradually descended. A low-key black business van entered a villa district in the western part of the city. It finally stopped in front of a sprawling estate. Li Bangxia took a deep breath and turned to Qin Chuan. "Are you ready?" Qin Chuan adjusted the cuff of his suit and smiled. "Always ready." The two got out of the vehicle and walked through the villa's entrance. The living room was enormous, decorated in a minimalist modern Chinese style, understated yet luxurious. A woman was sitting on the sofa reading a book. Qin Chuan could only see her profile. She was a woman with an exceptionally distinctive aura. She wore a simple white silk blouse paired with black trousers. Her long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and she sat with perfect, elegant posture. She appeared quiet and composed, yet an invisible pressure seemed to radiate from her. Anyone who approached her would instinctively lower their head. "Sis, I'm back." Li Bangxia walked forward with a smile and took the initiative to introduce them. "This is my boyfriend, Qin Chuan." The woman closed her book and raised her head. Qin Chuan maintained a polite smile, preparing to greet her. But the moment he saw her face clearly, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He froze on the spot. It was an unbelievably beautiful face. Delicate brows and eyes, a cool and distant aura. She looked like a fairy who had stepped straight out of a painting. But what shocked Qin Chuan wasn't her breathtaking beauty. It was the fact that the woman standing before him was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Li Qingdai. Chapter 4, Try My Cooking. Qin Chuan stared at that familiar, beautiful face, feeling that the whole situation was almost absurd. Because Li Qingdai was not only his ex-girlfriend, she had also been his very first client. 6 years ago, the two of them had met for the first time. Li Qingdai had only one request. She wanted to experience what being in love felt like. At the time, Qin Chuan had just entered the industry and lacked experience. He hadn't been careful enough about maintaining boundaries. As a result, after a year of spending time together, the two of them had an unexpected intimate encounter. For a professional stand-in, becoming entangled with a client was the biggest taboo of all. Seeing that things were about to spiral out of control, Qin Chuan had no choice but to fake his own death and disappear. He had thought he would never see Li Qingdai again for the rest of his life. But he never dreamed that they would meet again under circumstances like these. At that moment, Li Qingdai was stunned as well. She stared at the face she had dreamed about countless times, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. H1. It really is H1. He's not dead. He's still alive. Li Qingdai clenched her fingers, her eyelashes trembling slightly. The shock in her eyes gradually transformed into joy. 6 years. She had spent 6 whole years searching for him. And now, the man she had been longing for had finally returned to her side. What should I do? Should I take the initiative and say hello? No. If I'm too enthusiastic, I'll definitely scare him away. Asterisk, stay calm. Take it slowly. Asterisk. Asterisk, I've already waited 6 years. What's a few more days? Asterisk. Sis. Seeing that her sister wasn't responding, Li Bangxia called out in confusion. Only then did Li Qingdai pull her gaze away and suppress her emotions. With a gentle smile, she asked, "When did you get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know?" Her voice was as gentle as ever, and there was nothing unusual about it. But Qin Chuan was certain that Li Qingdai had recognized him. What do I do? Should I grab my bags and run? No. As a professional stand-in, he had to honor his contracts. Otherwise, how was he supposed to make money in the future? Besides, 6 years had already passed. Maybe Li Qingdai had gotten married long ago and no longer cared about him at all. All his concerns might simply be unnecessary worrying. I've had one for a while. I just never made it public. So today I brought him home to let you meet him. Li Bangxia suppressed her discomfort and naturally linked her arm through Qin Chuan's. Although she disliked intimate contact with men, her sister was not easy to fool. If they didn't act convincingly enough, she would easily become suspicious. Li Qingdai's gaze paused for a moment on their linked arms. Her heart gave a faint pang, but her expression remained unchanged. Since you're here, why don't you stay for dinner? I'll cook tonight. With that, she turned and walked toward the kitchen. Her steps were calm, her posture elegant, as if nothing had happened. The moment her sister turned away, Li Bangxia immediately let go of Qin Chuan's arm. She didn't particularly dislike Qin Chuan, but she had a physiological aversion to men. Put simply, she hated being around men. Of course, her sister knew nothing about this secret. Qin Chuan, you're in for a treat tonight. My sister is cooking personally. Most people never get the chance to taste her cooking. Li Bangxia looked at her sister's graceful figure disappearing into the kitchen, a faint smile on her lips. I didn't know your sister could cook. Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. 6 years ago, Li Qingdai had been practically helpless in the kitchen. She couldn't cook at all. She didn't even know how to properly wash or prepare vegetables. What kind of thing is that to say? My sister doesn't just know how to cook. She's an absolute master. Her culinary skills are practically on the level of a state banquet chef. Li Bangxia shot Qin Chuan a cold look, clearly displeased. Asterisk, how dare he underestimate my sister? He really has no sense at all. Asterisk. Seeing Li Bangxia suddenly turn cold, Qin Chuan suddenly realized that this woman might be a serious siscon. He'd better watch what he said from now on. Half an hour later, dish after dish was brought to the table. It was an incredibly lavish spread. Qin Chuan casually glanced over the dishes and was surprised to discover that every single one was something he liked. Was it a coincidence? Qin Chuan looked at Li Qingdai, who had just untied her apron. Her expression was completely normal, without the slightest sign of anything unusual. Mr. Qin, may I ask what you do for a living? During dinner, Li Qingdai casually asked the question as though making small talk. Oh, Qin Chuan is an actor. Li Bangxia had already prepared an excuse and immediately answered for him. He didn't graduate from an acting school, but he has some talent. He's even acted in several short dramas. Oh, so you're in the same industry? Li Qingdai raised her eyebrows slightly. That's right. It's easier to have something in common when we work in the same field. Li Bangxia smiled. Has Mr. Qin signed with a company? Li Bangxia was about to answer, but Li Qingdai shot her an unhappy look. Are you going to let him speak for himself? Li Bangxia smiled awkwardly and could only give Qin Chuan a subtle look, silently telling him to perform well. I'm currently independent. I haven't signed with any company yet. Qin Chuan answered politely. That works out perfectly. My company, Qin Chuan Entertainment, is currently looking for new talent, especially talented actors like you. If you don't mind, why don't you come and give it a try? Li Qingdai appeared calm on the surface, but her heart had begun racing uncontrollably. If I want to keep H1 by my side, I need a legitimate reason. Signing him to my entertainment company is the perfect solution. I've only just entered the industry. I'm probably not qualified to meet your company's signing requirements. Qin Chuan tried to politely decline. He was already regretting giving himself an actor persona. Wasn't this just making trouble for myself? It's fine. Qin Chuan Entertainment specializes in cultivating newcomers. With your appearance, it won't be difficult for you to stand out. Li Qingdai spoke calmly. Well, Qin Chuan hesitated. My sister means well. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank her. Li Bangxia gave him a meaningful look. Afraid he wouldn't understand, she quietly added, listen to my sister. I'll pay you extra afterward. The moment Qin Chuan heard the words, pay you extra, his eyes lit up. He immediately put on his trademark smile. Thank you, Miss Li. There was nothing money couldn't solve. And if there was, it simply meant there wasn't enough money. You're welcome. We'll all be family from now on. Li Qingdai raised her wine glass and took a small sip, using it to conceal the smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Family? Qin Chuan's eyelid twitched. Why did that sound so strange? By the way, Li Qingdai put down her glass and suddenly changed the subject. When are you two planning to get married? Uft. Li Bangxia had just taken a sip of red wine and immediately sprayed it out. Sis, aren't you rushing things a little? Marriage is still a long way off. We should focus on our careers for now. I was just asking. Li Qingdai smiled faintly and said nothing more. Just then, she picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare rib and reached across the table. Seeing this, Li Bangxia instinctively raised her bowl to receive it. Ever since they were children, her sister had always taken great care of her. Whenever they ate together, she would always put food into Li Bangxia's bowl, especially sweet and sour spare ribs. They were her absolute favorite. However, the glossy, fragrant piece of spare rib simply passed right in front of her eyes and landed neatly in Qin Chuan's bowl. Try my cooking. Li Qingdai's tone was completely natural, and her eyes were gentle. Qin Chuan froze. He stared at the sweet and sour spare rib in his bowl, completely caught off guard. Li Bangxia was stunned as well. She remained frozen with her bowl raised in midair, her expression utterly bewildered. #### Chapter 5, Spying. Li Bangxia looked left, then right, unable to hide her confusion. Her sister had always been cold toward men. What was going on today? She had actually taken the initiative to put food in Qin Chuan's bowl. What had he done to deserve that? Faced with the two stunned expressions, Li Qingdai's eyelashes trembled slightly. She had just been staring at Qin Chuan's face and had lost herself in the moment, so she had unconsciously placed food in his bowl. The entire thing had happened completely beyond her control. By the time she realized what she had done, the piece of sweet and sour spare rib was already sitting in Qin Chuan's bowl. Fortunately, she had excellent composure. Seeing that the atmosphere had become awkward, she calmly picked up another piece of sweet and sour spare rib and placed it in her younger sister Li Bangxia's bowl. You should eat more too. She smiled. Seeing this, Qin Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Bangxia blinked. Something still felt strange to her, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She simply assumed that her sister was being especially warm toward her boyfriend because of her. Dinner was nearing its end, and the sky outside had already grown completely dark. Qin Chuan was just about to find an excuse to leave when a sudden rushing sound came from outside. It was raining. The rain came down hard and fast. Large drops hammered against the windows, creating a dense pattering sound. Li Bangxia walked over to the window and glanced outside. This rain is really heavy. It probably won't stop anytime soon. Li Qingdai suppressed the joy rising in her heart and spoke naturally. Driving in weather like this isn't safe. Mr. Qin, why don't you stay here tonight? We have plenty of guest rooms anyway. No need to trouble you. I can just take a taxi home. Qin Chuan immediately stood up. It's not easy to get a taxi from here. Li Qingdai remained calm. If you don't mind, just stay for the night. You can also go to the company with Bangxia tomorrow and have a look around. My sister says you should stay, so just stay. Li Bangxia settled the matter with one sentence. The first rule of being a stand-in. The client is God. Since Li Bangxia had spoken, Qin Chuan couldn't very well refuse again. He could only nod. Then, I'll trouble you. Not at all. Li Qingdai stood up and began clearing the dishes while giving instructions. Banksia, take Mr. Qin upstairs and show him the guest room. Okay. Li Banksia answered and led Qin Chuan upstairs. The guest room was on the eastern side of the second floor. It was tastefully decorated, and all the bedding was high-end. You'll stay here. The sheets, bedding, toiletries, and everything else are replaced regularly, so just use whatever you need. Li Banksia stood at the doorway without any intention of entering. Got it. Thanks. Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. Also, whatever my sister says, just do it. Don't argue or make excuses. At worst, I'll pay you extra. Li Banksia spoke coldly. No problem. Qin Chuan maintained his trademark smile. What a hardcore siscon. Looks like I'll have to find another way to deal with her in the future. After seeing Li Banksia off, Qin Chuan closed the door and began looking around the room. Everything was clean, neat, and fully equipped. It was practically like staying in a five-star hotel. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Qin Chuan opened it. The moment he did, he saw Li Qingdai's breathtakingly beautiful face. Compared with the youthful innocence she had possessed 6 years ago, she now appeared much more mature and alluring, like a perfectly ripened peach. Every movement she made carried an irresistible charm. Mr. Qin, I brought you some pajamas. Li Qingdai held out a neatly folded set of pajamas with both hands. Thank you. Qin Chuan accepted them politely with both hands. Their fingertips accidentally brushed against each other. Qin Chuan's expression remained completely normal, but Li Qingdai felt as though she had been electrocuted. Her heart pounded violently several times. Fortunately, she concealed her reaction perfectly, and Qin Chuan noticed nothing unusual. You're welcome. Get some rest early. Li Qingdai withdrew her hand and said nothing more. She calmly turned around and walked away. Qin Chuan watched her leave and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Li Qingdai was pretending not to know him, there was no reason for him to dwell on the past either. Once the 3-month contract was over, he would quietly leave. They could simply go their separate ways without interfering with each other. Li Qingdai returned to her room and leaned against the door. Her body trembled slightly. Her heart was pounding so loudly it felt as though it might leap out of her chest. 6 years. She had spent 6 years searching for him. 6 years waiting for him. 6 years thinking about him. And now, the person she had dreamed about every single day had finally returned. He was right within reach. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She was afraid of frightening him. Afraid he would disappear again. She kept telling herself to stay calm, but the emotions she had suppressed for so long were completely beyond her control now. She quickly locked the door. Then she walked over to her desk and turned on her computer. Displayed on the screen was a live surveillance feed from the guest room. On the screen, Qin Chuan had just come out of the bathroom. He was wearing the pajamas she had given him. His hair was still wet, and he was drying it with a towel. Li Qingdai stared at the screen, her gaze so gentle it seemed capable of melting. She knew this was wrong. Secretly watching someone through surveillance cameras was practically creepy, but she couldn't control herself. She simply wanted to see him, to see whether he was doing well, to see whether he had changed, to make sure he had really come back. Qin Chuan dried his hair and sat down beside the bed. He pulled out his phone and seemed to be replying to some messages. Li Qingdai stared at his profile, her expression growing softer and softer. 6 years had passed, yet he had barely changed. It was still the same face that haunted her dreams. Still the same man she had never stopped longing for. She remembered those days 6 years ago. He had accompanied her shopping, watched movies with her, and done all sorts of things she had never done before. When she was sick, he would stay by her bedside. When she was sad, he would do everything he could to make her laugh. When she was afraid, he would hold her hand tightly. She had thought they would continue like that forever. But one day he disappeared. Without warning. Without leaving a trace. She searched everywhere she could. She asked everyone she could think of. But every answer was the same. I don't know. I've never seen him. There's no news. Later, someone told her that something had happened to him. That he was gone. She refused to believe it. She spent 6 entire years searching for him, never once giving up. And finally, she had found him. Li Qingdai raised her hand and gently touched Qin Chuan's face on the screen. Her fingertip traced over his brows and eyes, his nose, and finally his lips. Hey Chuan, she whispered softly, her voice trembling slightly. This time, I won't let you leave me again. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, Su Mushue was lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She picked up her phone and glanced at it. There were no messages. She put the phone down again and closed her eyes. 5 seconds later, She picked it up again. She unlocked it and opened WeChat. At the top of her chat list was the conversation with Qin Chuan. The last message was still from yesterday. Su Mushue stared at the chat window, her finger hovering over the screen for a long time. Finally, she typed, "Qin Chuan, where are you? I'm hungry." After typing it, she immediately felt that it sounded too aggressive. It wasn't appropriate. She quickly deleted it and typed again. "Qin Chuan, are you hungry? How about asterisk asterisk?" Halfway through, she felt that her intentions were too obvious. Delete. Again. She thought for a moment and typed another line. "It's raining today. Did you bring an umbrella?" The moment she finished typing, she regretted it. Isn't that way too concerned about him? Asterisk, who does he think he is? Why should she care about him? Asterisk. Delete. 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 Su Mushue tossed her phone aside and closed her eyes angrily. Angrily. I'm not sending anything. Why should I be the one to message him first? He was the one who wanted to leave. He was the one who signed the contract. Why should I be the one to lower my head? If he had even the slightest conscience, he should be the one messaging her first. Didn't he send her messages every single day before? Good morning. Good night. It's cold. Wear more clothes. It's raining. Bring an umbrella. He used to nag her like an old mother hen. So why hadn't he sent anything today? Could it be that he really doesn't care about her anymore? Impossible. That blockhead had even prepared an entire table of food for her before leaving. How could he possibly not care about her? He had probably only just left and was too embarrassed to contact her first. Once he had a couple of days to calm down and think things through, he would naturally come back. Yes, that had to be it. Hashtag Chapter 6, The Collection. The next morning, Li Qingdai woke up very early. More accurately, she hadn't slept at all the previous night. She had spent the entire night watching Qin Chuan through the surveillance feed. It wasn't until the sky began to lighten that she reluctantly turned off the monitor and went downstairs. In the kitchen, Li Qingdai put on an apron and began preparing breakfast. Kneading dough, chopping filling, cooking porridge, frying eggs. She handled every step with meticulous care, as though she were carrying out some kind of sacred ritual. 6 years had passed. She had gone from a complete novice in the kitchen to a genuine culinary expert. All because she had hoped that one day, she would be able to cook for Qin Chuan herself. Sis, morning. At 7:30, Li Bangxia came downstairs yawning. She was wearing a pink set of pajamas, her hair messily falling over her shoulders. Without the glamorous appearance she had on screen, she looked much more casual. But her delicate features still stood out. Sis, what day is it today? Why did you make such a huge breakfast? Li Bangxia glanced at the dining table, and her eyes immediately lit up. She instantly became wide awake. Steamed soup dumplings, century egg and pork congee, fried eggs, youtiao, soy milk, steamed dumplings, side dishes. The entire table was packed. Steam rose from the dishes, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Normally, breakfast at home was delicious but relatively simple. But today's spread looked like they were hosting a banquet. I'll try some first. Li Bangxia excitedly rubbed her hands together and reached for a soup dumpling. Smack! Li Qingdai was quick enough to lightly slap the back of her hand. Ouch! Li Bangxia immediately pulled her hand back and looked at her sister pitifully. Sis, what are you doing? Li Qingdai glanced at her calmly. No manners. Go wake Mr. Qin and ask him to come down for breakfast. Oh, rubbing the back of her hand, Li Bangxia was about to turn around and go upstairs when she accidentally noticed her sister's face. Sis, did you not sleep well last night? Your eyes look a little puffy. Puffy. Li Qingdai's heart skipped a beat. Is it that obvious? She instinctively touched her face, suddenly becoming nervous. Li Bangxia tilted her head and examined her. It's not too bad. It's not particularly noticeable, but you can tell a little. Asterisk, you can tell a little. Asterisk. Alarm bells immediately went off in Li Qingdai's head. No, she couldn't let Chuan see her looking like this. What if he saw her puffy face and thought she'd become less attractive? Bangxia, hurry and get me one of your face masks. I need to put one on. Li Qingdai urged her. Huh? Li Bangxia froze. Sis, I remember you hardly ever use face masks. Just get it. Hurry. Li Qingdai was unusually anxious as she pushed her sister toward the stairs. Although Li Bangxia was confused, she obediently returned to her room and brought back a box of emergency facial masks. This one works really well. 10 minutes should be enough to reduce the puffiness. Li Bangxia handed the mask to her sister. As she watched Li Qingdai hurriedly disappear into the bathroom, a strange feeling rose in her heart. Her sister was acting really weird today. Normally, she was so calm and composed. How could hearing that her eyes were slightly puffy make her react like a cat whose tail had been stepped on? Inside the bathroom, Li Qingdai stood in front of the mirror, carefully examining her face. There really was some puffiness. Her eyelids were slightly red. Although it didn't affect her beauty, there was still a minor imperfection. She frowned and quickly opened the mask package and applied it to her face. The cool sensation against her skin calmed her restless heart somewhat. She stared at herself in the mirror and silently prayed that it would work. I absolutely cannot let Chuan see me looking this haggard. I want to look my best whenever I'm in front of him. 10 minutes later, Li Qingdai removed the mask and carefully examined herself in the mirror again. The puffiness had gone down considerably, though there were still faint traces of it. After thinking for a moment, she opened her makeup bag and began touching up her makeup. Just light makeup. Nothing too heavy. It had to look natural. She carefully shaped her eyebrows, lightly applied some blush, and finally chose the lightest shade of lipstick. The woman in the mirror looked exquisite and elegant, with no trace of staying up all night. Li Qingdai nodded in satisfaction. Only then did she leave the bathroom. Go wake Mr. Qin. She said this to Li Bangxia. Li Bangxia stared at her sister's completely refreshed face, her eyes widening. No way. Did her sister actually put on makeup? She didn't even wear makeup to the company's annual gatherings. What are you waiting for? Go. Li Qingdai urged her. Oh, okay. Li Bangxia suppressed her doubts and went upstairs to wake Qin Chuan. 5 minutes later, Qin Chuan, fully dressed, came downstairs with Li Bangxia. He hadn't slept particularly well the previous night. He had kept feeling that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Li Qingdai sat elegantly at the dining table, her tone as calm as ever. Good morning, Miss Li. Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. We didn't have much left in the kitchen, so I just made a simple breakfast. I don't know if it suits your taste. Hearing this, the corner of Li Bangxia's mouth twitched. You call this simple? Sis, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the word simple? Miss Li, you're too kind. Qin Chuan gave her his trademark smile. Try some. Li Qingdai gestured invitingly. Qin Chuan sat down at the table and first picked up a steamed soup dumpling. He gently bit into it. The savory broth burst into his mouth, filling it with rich flavor. Thin skin, generous filling, and an incredible lingering flavor. Miss Li, your cooking is amazing, Qin Chuan exclaimed. Although there was a touch of acting involved, he had to admit that the soup dumplings really were delicious. I'm glad you like them. The corners of Li Qingdai's lips curved slightly, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Getting H1's approval makes all those 6 years of studying cooking worth it. After breakfast, Li Bangxia glanced at her phone. Sis, it's about time. I'll take Qin Chuan to the company first and show him around. Okay, be careful on the way. Li Qingdai nodded and walked the two of them to the door. Then, seemingly on a whim, she suddenly asked, Mr. Qin, if you're free tonight, would you like to come over for dinner again? Qin Chuan was just about to politely decline when Li Bangxia answered first. Sure, we don't have anything else going on anyway. Qin Chuan was speechless. All right then, I'll prepare a few more dishes tonight. A faint smile appeared on Li Qingdai's lips. After saying goodbye, Li Bangxia took Qin Chuan to the car and drove away. Li Qingdai watched the car disappear into the distance before turning back inside. She went straight upstairs. Her footsteps eventually stopped outside a guest room. She pushed open the door and walked in. The room was neat and tidy. The blanket was folded perfectly, the curtains were half open, and sunlight streamed through the window. She walked over to the bed and looked at the nightstand. A set of pajamas was sitting there. It was the same set she had brought Qin Chuan the night before. It had been folded neatly, as though it had never been worn. Li Qingdai picked up the pajamas with both hands and slowly brought them toward her nose. She took a deep breath. It was a familiar scent. Faint, clean, the unmistakable scent of H1. Li Qingdai closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. After savoring the scent for a moment, she hugged the pajamas to her chest and walked out of the guest room. She crossed the hallway and returned to her bedroom. She opened the wardrobe and pushed aside a hidden compartment, revealing a door with a keypad lock. She entered the password and slowly opened it. A private collection room of more than a dozen square meters appeared before her. The room was arranged like a miniature exhibition hall. Photographs covered the walls. Every single one featured the same person, smiling, laughing, being quiet, deep in thought. Every photograph was of Qin Chuan. Inside a glass cabinet against the wall were various objects, all neatly arranged. A white t-shirt, a used scarf, a signed book, a movie ticket stub, a drinking glass he had used. Every item was something Qin Chuan had once owned or used. Each one had a date attached to it, documenting the little moments they had shared. Li Qingdai walked to an empty compartment and carefully placed the pajamas inside. Her fingers gently brushed over the fabric, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Another one has come back," Li Qingdai murmured softly. Then she closed the door to the collection room and returned to the guest room. She stood beside the bed, looking at the bed where Qin Chuan had slept. The sheets were slightly rumpled, and there was a faint indentation on the pillow. She slowly lay down. Turning onto her side, she buried her face in the pillow. There was still a trace of warmth, and the lingering scent of Chuan. Li Qingdai closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. 6 years. She was finally lying in the same place where Chuan had slept. Her fingers tightened around the pillow, and she curled up as though she were being wrapped in something. Warmth, peace of mind, contentment. Sleepiness gradually washed over her. At last, she drifted into a deep sleep. A faint smile still lingered at the corners of her lips. Hashtag Chapter 7, coming on strong. Qin Chuan Entertainment was located in a prime location in the heart of Tianhai City. The entire office building belonged to the Qin Chuan Group. Qin Chuan followed Li Bangxia through the entrance and immediately felt countless eyes turning toward them. The young women at the front desk stared at him, their eyes practically glued to him as they whispered among themselves. Look, Sister Bangxia brought a man in. Holy crap, he's so handsome. Is he a new recruit? That face and that aura are absolutely insane. Sister Bangxia has never brought a newcomer here before. Who is he? Could he be her boyfriend? The young women's eyes sparkled as their gossiping instincts went into overdrive. Li Bangxia walked ahead expressionlessly, completely ignoring the whispers around her. As for Qin Chuan, he maintained a faint smile from beginning to end. He had once dreamed of becoming a celebrity too. Later, he realized that being a kept man was much better. The elevator went straight to the 18th floor, which was the core office area of Qin Chuan Entertainment. Li Bangxia led Qin Chuan down the corridor and eventually stopped in front of an office. She didn't even bother knocking before pushing the door open. "Manager Wang, I brought a new recruit." The office was spacious and decorated in an extravagant, flashy style. A faint scent of perfume lingered in the air. A large executive chair swiveled around, revealing an exquisitely made-up face. The man looked to be in his early 30s. His skin was almost unnaturally fair, his long hair slightly curled, and conspicuous round earrings hung from both ears. This was Wang Yulong, the manager of Qin Chuan Entertainment. Oh my! The moment Wang Yulong saw Qin Chuan, his eyes lit up. He immediately stood and sashayed over. He circled Qin Chuan twice, looking him up and down with amazement. This face, this body, this aura. The more Wang Yulong looked, the more excited he became. His face practically split into a grin. "Bangxia, where did you find this treasure? He's absolutely gorgeous." As he spoke, he even reached out and touched Qin Chuan. Firm muscles, smooth lines, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. A perfect clothes hanger. Absolutely flawless. The corner of Qin Chuan's eye twitched. Even with his exceptional mental fortitude, he still felt uncomfortable with an overly effeminate man running his hands over him. "Manager Wang, let me make one thing clear. You can't touch this guy, so don't even think about doing anything funny." Li Bangxia issued a stern warning. "You little brat. You get to enjoy such a delicious meal all by yourself, and don't even know to share some with your big sister." Wang Yulong rolled his eyes at her coquettishly. His mannerisms were so feminine that he genuinely resembled a woman. "Don't get the wrong idea. It's not what you think." Li Bangxia couldn't be bothered to explain and instead changed the subject. "What good projects does the company have recently?" "Find one for Qin Chuan. This handsome guy certainly has an impeccable appearance, and his aura is excellent too." Wang Yulong carefully examined Qin Chuan, becoming more and more satisfied. "Oh right. Have you acted before?" "I've acted in a few short dramas." Qin Chuan answered honestly. Last year, Su Mushua had become obsessed with short-form dramas, so she invested in several productions. They were all the typical stories about protagonists taking revenge on scumbags. And Qin Chuan, naturally, had played one of the scumbags getting brutally humiliated. Excellent. Having acting experience makes things much easier." Wang Yulong nodded with a smile. "Since Bangxia personally recommended you, I have to find you a decent role. As it happens, the company just launched a new project, a historical Xinxia drama with a substantial budget. The male lead hasn't been finalized yet. Looking at your appearance, you're more than qualified to play the lead." As he spoke, He picked up the internal phone on his desk and pressed the speaker button. Linda, bring me the project materials for Above the Azure Clouds. Soon, a capable-looking female assistant pushed open the door, carrying a thick stack of documents. Manager Wang, here are the materials for Above the Azure Clouds. Linda placed the documents on the desk. Wang Yulong flipped through them, pulled out a character profile, and handed it to Qin Chuan. Take a look. The male lead, Gu Qingyun, cold and otherworldly, with the bearing of an immortal, but burning with passion and deeply devoted on the inside. He's perfect for you. Qin Chuan carefully read through the profile. It really was a good role. Asterisk Above the Azure Clouds? Asterisk. Li Bangxia raised an eyebrow and tentatively asked, is the female lead going to be played by Qingli? That's right. Wang Yulong smiled. Qingli happens to have some free time recently, and she's very interested in this historical Xinxia drama, so she's already been locked in as the female lead. With Qingli's acting skills and popularity, this drama is practically guaranteed to be a hit. Song Qingli was one of the hottest young actresses in the entertainment industry, currently enjoying tremendous popularity. Along with Li Bangxia, she was known as one of Qin Chuan Entertainment's twin stars. Fine. Let Qingli help him out. Li Bangxia nodded. Her tone became noticeably gentler when she mentioned Qingli. No problem. I'll arrange everything immediately. Wang Yulong was just about to agree when the office door was suddenly pushed open. A handsome young man walked in, accompanied by a female assistant. Old Wang, wasn't the male lead in Above the Azure Clouds already reserved for me? Who are you planning to give it to? The moment he entered, his tone was already confrontational. Oh my, isn't this Teacher Jiang? What brings you here? After a brief moment of surprise, Wang Yulong immediately forced a smile. Jiang Jun was a contracted artist with Qin Chuan Entertainment. He had acted in several web dramas. His acting skills were mediocre, but his marketing team was excellent, and he had around 2 million followers on Langyin. More importantly, he had a powerful financial backer behind him, one of the shareholders of Qin Chuan Group. Because of that, practically no one in the company dared to provoke him. If I didn't come, wouldn't someone else snatch the male lead from me? As Jiang Jun spoke, he deliberately glanced at Qin Chuan. The moment he saw Qin Chuan's flawless, almost computer-generated face, his brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of jealousy flashed through his eyes. How could someone in Qin Chuan Entertainment possibly be more handsome than me? Where did this pretty boy come from? Teacher Jiang, you're joking. You're one of our company's biggest stars. Whenever there's a good role, you're always given priority. Who could possibly steal your role? Wang Yulong's smile remained unchanged. Enough. Don't play dumb with me. Jiang Jun's tone was completely unapologetic. I've been keeping an eye on Above the Azure Clouds for a long time. Now that production is about to begin, the male lead is obviously mine. Teacher Jiang, Above the Azure Clouds isn't exactly a major production. It's not really worthy of your status. And the character of Gu Qingyun doesn't match your image very well. Why don't we forget about this one? I'll find you another drama. Wang Yulong continued smiling apologetically. He couldn't afford to offend either Li Bangxia or Jiang Jun. What exactly do you mean by that? Jiang Jun's expression turned cold. You think I'm not as good as this newcomer? No, of course not. Wang Yulong hurriedly waved his hands. Teacher Jiang, your acting ability is recognized throughout the industry. Naturally, a newcomer can't compare with you. It's just that this drama is specifically intended to give newcomers a chance to build their reputation. With your status, why would you compete with a newcomer for the role? Jiang Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone becoming increasingly hostile. What if I insist on taking it? Hashtag Chapter 8. Kicked out of Qin Chuan Entertainment. This. Manager Wang looked extremely troubled. He hadn't expected Jiang Jun to be so domineering that he would openly try to steal the role. Jiang Jun, do you really think I'm invisible? At this moment, Li Bangxia, who had been standing to the side, finally couldn't hold back. The two of them had never gotten along particularly well. She had simply been too lazy to argue with him. She hadn't expected him to push his luck this time. Oh, you're here too? Sorry, I didn't notice you just now. Jiang Jun glanced sideways at her, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Li Bangxia had been doing quite well in the entertainment industry over the past 2 years, and her popularity had even begun to surpass his. Some of the company's better resources were also starting to favor her. This made him extremely jealous. The male lead of Above the Azure Clouds has already been decided. It's Qin Chuan. You'd better stop making trouble here, Li Bangxia said coldly. Heh. Jiang Jun let out a mocking laugh, his tone full of disdain. He's just a newcomer. He has neither acting skills nor popularity. What makes him qualified to play the male lead? In my opinion, he's only fit to play some faceless extra. What Qin Chuan acts in has nothing to do with you. It's the company's decision, Li Bangxia replied. Is it really the company's decision? Or are you using your connections to snatch resources for your own people? Jiang Jun put on a righteous expression. Li Bangxia, acting is supposed to depend on ability, not nepotism. If everyone acted like you and casually brought in inexperienced newcomers, wouldn't that be unfair to the other actors? Hearing this, Manager Wang secretly rolled his eyes. Asterisk, and you have the nerve to talk about others? You little punk got in through the back door too. Asterisk. You've got neither looks nor acting skills. You're only lucky enough to have hooked up with one of the group's major shareholders. Are you really determined to go against me? Li Bangxia frowned slightly, her temper already flaring. I'll make this clear today. I'm taking the male lead role in Above the Azure Clouds. Even if Jesus himself came, it wouldn't change a thing. Jiang Jun declared arrogantly. Li Bangxia might have been more popular than him, but he had a powerful backer behind him. He had nothing to fear. Fine. Then I'd like to see whether you actually have the ability to take it. Li Bangxia couldn't be bothered to argue any further. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, President Jiang? I've run into a little trouble here. Could you come over? President Jiang? Manager Wang's eyelid twitched. He knew things were about to get serious. Once the company president was involved, the matter would definitely be dealt with strictly. What? You think calling President Jiang will solve everything? Jiang Jun merely sneered. Looks like you still don't know who my backer is. Oh, then enlighten me, Li Bangxia said with a sideways glance. To tell you the truth, my backer is Sister One of the major shareholders of Qin Chuan Group. Jiang Jun declared arrogantly. Li Bangxia didn't even raise an eyebrow. Qin Chuan Entertainment is merely a subsidiary of Qin Chuan Group. Jiang Jun continued aggressively. As one of Qin Chuan Group's major shareholders, all Sister One has to do is say the word. Forget this newcomer. Even you, Li Bangxia, will be in serious trouble. The moment those words were spoken, Manager Wang began to break out in a cold sweat. Of course, he had heard of Sister One. Aside from the mysterious chairman, she was one of the most powerful figures in the entire Qin Chuan Group. Even President Jiang had to treat her with respect. If things really escalated, Li Bangxia might very well end up at a disadvantage. That was definitely not good news. Jiang Jun turned toward Qin Chuan and sneered. New guy, don't think that just because you've climbed aboard Li Bangxia's ship, you can rest easy. If you know what's good for you, get lost on your own. Otherwise, things are only going to get more embarrassing for you. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes, looking at him as though he were watching a clown. Asterisk, this guy probably has no idea what Li Bangxia's background is. Otherwise, he never would have said something this stupid. Asterisk. Asterisk, what Sister One? What Sister Ma? How could either of them compare with Li Qingdai, the actual chairman? Asterisk. Putting on an act. Qin Chuan's calm demeanor irritated Jiang Jun even more. He hated people who pretended to be aloof like this. Neither servile nor arrogant, never flustered, as if nothing in the world could possibly concern them. Just then, when the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, a deep voice came from the doorway. What happened here? Everyone looked up. A middle-aged man in his early 40s slowly walked in. He was dressed in a suit, his bearing calm and imposing. His sharp eyes carried the authority of someone who had occupied a position of power for many years. He was none other than the president of Qin Chuan Entertainment, Jiang Hao. President Jiang. Li Bangxia was about to speak when Jiang Jun immediately cut her off. President Jiang, you came at just the right time. Li Bangxia brought a newcomer into the company just now and immediately tried to snatch the male lead role in Above the Azure Clouds from me. I refused, and she actually threatened me. She said that her guy was getting the male lead no matter what, and that even if Jesus came, it wouldn't make a difference. President Jiang, you tell me, how can she be so overbearing? Isn't she bullying me? After saying this, he even put on an aggrieved expression. Li Bangxia said nothing, but her expression grew colder. Qin Chuan, meanwhile, secretly admired him. Who said Jiang Jun was a bad actor? This acting is incredible. If he put this much effort into actual filming, he probably would have won an award by now. Manager Wang, is that what happened? Jiang Hao didn't respond to Jiang Jun directly. Instead, he turned toward Manager Wang. This? Manager Wang hesitated and instinctively glanced at Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun immediately shot him a warning look, clearly telling him to choose his words carefully. Tell me the truth. Whatever the problem is, I'll deal with it, Jiang Hao said sternly. Seeing that the president intended to investigate the matter, Manager Wang didn't dare hide anything. He could only grit his teeth and recount the entire incident. After hearing the full story, Jiang Hao frowned slightly. This Jiang Jun really hasn't changed at all. President Jiang, putting my own behavior aside, are you saying Li Bangxia did nothing wrong? Even after being exposed, Jiang Jun showed no fear and continued arguing stubbornly. I'm one of the company's veterans, and I'm also her senior. Naturally, the best resources should go to me first. Why should you give the male lead role to some newcomer? What makes him qualified? Jiang Hao ignored Jiang Jun and instead turned to Li Bangxia. Bangxia, how do you think this should be handled? Just looking at this fly annoys me. Fire him, Li Bangxia said bluntly. What? Fire me? Jiang Jun froze for a moment before bursting into mocking laughter. Li Bangxia, is there something wrong with your brain? Who do you think you are? You have the authority to fire me? What a joke. Bangxia may not have the authority to fire you. But what about me? Jiang Hao suddenly spoke. Huh? Jiang Jun froze, seemingly unable to process what he had just heard. But Jiang Hao gave him no chance to argue. Jiang Jun, you've abused your position, bullied newcomers, and repeatedly refused to change despite warnings. I hereby officially announce that you are terminated from Qin Chuan Entertainment. We will never work with you again. What? Jiang Jun's face changed drastically, as if he had been struck by lightning. Manager Wang and the others were equally stunned. They simply couldn't believe that President Jiang had actually fired Jiang Jun, just because of a single word from Li Bangxia. ## Chapter 9, The Shoulder Throw. President Jiang, you're not joking, are you? You're really kicking me out of Qin Chuan Entertainment. Jiang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. Jiang Hao nodded indifferently. Why? Jiang Jun's face turned livid, and his voice became shrill. President Jiang, I haven't offended you, have I? Why are you deliberately targeting me? Do you have any idea how much money I make for the company every year? Jiang Jun, don't overestimate yourself. The little bit of money you make isn't even enough to cover the company's marketing expenses. Jiang Hao remained completely calm. You've been throwing your weight around, acting like a big shot, snatching resources, and bullying newcomers these past few years. You've already made everyone miserable. As the president of the company, how could I sit back and do nothing? What's wrong with firing a troublemaker like you? His words were firm and forceful, leaving Jiang Jun speechless. His face alternated between pale and flushed. But when he thought about the powerful backer behind him, his confidence quickly returned. President Jiang, have you forgotten who my backer is? Sister One. She's one of the major shareholders of Qin Chuan Group. Jiang Jun raised his voice again. You're firing me without her approval? Aren't you afraid of falling out with Sister One? Sister One. Jiang Hao laughed, his smile carrying a hint of mockery. First of all, although Sister One is a major shareholder, she isn't the person in charge of Qin Chuan Group. What I choose to do isn't for her to dictate. He stepped forward and looked down at Jiang Jun. Secondly, what makes you think Sister One would fall out with me for your sake? You're just a washed-up nobody whose career was propped up by marketing. Do you really think you're one of the company's pillars? You. Jiang Jun trembled with rage, his face turning beet red. The words washed up nobody struck him like a hammer to the heart. The thing he hated most in his life was being told that he wasn't popular. He couldn't stand people saying he wasn't famous. He hated being looked down upon. I get it now. You and Li Bangxia must have something going on. As if he had suddenly figured something out, Jiang Jun's expression became vicious. No wonder her resources are so good. No wonder you keep protecting her. So you two have been sleeping together all along. Jiang Jun, I'm warning you, watch your mouth. Jiang Hao's expression darkened, but Jiang Jun showed no intention of backing down. Since they had already fallen out, he had nothing left to lose. What President Jiang? What Qin Chuan Entertainment? To hell with all of them. Li Bangxia, I thought you were so pure and above everyone else. Turns out you're just another woman who climbed the ladder by selling her body. Jiang Jun sneered coldly. If I expose this, I wonder how your fans will react. That'll be interesting, won't it? The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the office instantly froze. Wang Yulong's eyes widened as he sucked in a sharp breath. Asterisk, he actually dared to say that? Has Jiang Jun gone completely insane? Asterisk. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His client was his one absolute taboo. Anyone who dared to bully his client was asking for trouble. Yet Li Bangxia's expression remained unusually calm. She slowly walked forward and looked down at Jiang Jun as though she were looking at a pile of trash. What? Did I hit a nerve? I knew you. Before Jiang Jun could finish speaking, Li Bangxia raised her hand. Smack! A loud, crisp slap landed squarely across Jiang Jun's face. The force was so strong that he staggered backward several steps, and half his face immediately swelled up. You? You dare hit me? Jiang Jun covered his face, both shocked and furious. Being slapped by a woman was an unbearable humiliation for him. So what if I hit you? Li Bangxia's eyes were as cold as ice. You have a filthy mouth, so I'm giving you the education your mother clearly failed to provide. You damn bitch. I'll kill you. Jiang Jun completely lost control. Eyes red with rage, he lunged forward to attack her. Seeing that Li Bangxia was about to be hurt, Qin Chuan suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Jun's swinging fist. Then, in one swift motion, he turned around, pressed his back against Jiang Jun's chest, and drove his hips forward with tremendous force. He executed a perfect shoulder throw. Jiang Jun was suddenly lifted off the ground. He spun halfway through the air before crashing heavily onto the floor. Bam! A dull impact echoed through the office. The entire floor seemed to tremble. Jiang Jun was completely dazed. He lay on the ground with a twisted expression, his head spinning so badly that he couldn't even manage to scream. Holy crap! Wang Yulong's eyelids twitched in shock as he instinctively took several steps backward. He hadn't expected Qin Chuan to be this formidable. The man had been standing there quietly for ages, but the moment he made a move, he went straight for the knockout blow. That clean shoulder throw was something you couldn't pull off without years of wrestling experience. Huh. Li Bangxia was stunned as well. A hint of surprise appeared on her usually cold and beautiful face. Qin Chuan looked refined and harmless, but he certainly didn't hold back when he attacked. That single throw had completely shut Jiang Jun up. I've disliked you for a long time. Qin Chuan dusted off his sleeve, even though there wasn't any dust on it. Rule 5 of the Substitutes Code: protect the client's safety. If Jiang Jun had only run his mouth, Qin Chuan would have let it go. But if he dared hurt his client, he was cutting off Qin Chuan's source of income. That crossed his bottom line. Thank goodness. After the brief scare, Jiang Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If anything had happened to Li Bangxia in his office, his career as president would probably have been over. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Jun lay on the floor for a full 2 minutes before finally managing to catch his breath. He struggled to get back on his feet. His suit was covered in dust, his hair was a complete mess, and he looked nothing like a celebrity anymore. You just wait. Jiang Jun's face was twisted with hatred, his eyes filled with venom, but he didn't dare approach Qin Chuan. That shoulder throw had clearly traumatized him. As he backed away, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. I'm calling Sister Wen right now. None of you are getting away with this. I advise you not to make this matter any bigger, Jiang Hao warned. What? Are you scared now? Too late. I'm going to make every single one of you pay. Jiang Jun was furious. After ringing for several seconds, the call was finally answered. Hello? Hello? Sister Wen. It's me, Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun sounded as though he had just grabbed onto a lifeline, his voice shrill and frantic. I've been bullied. You have to stand up for me this time. What happened? Came the cold voice from the other end. It's Jiang Hao. He actually wants to kick me out of Qin Chuan Entertainment. He completely ignored you. And then there's Li Bangxia. Wait, who did you just say? Li Bangxia. The voice on the other end suddenly rose several pitches. That's right. That bitch Li Bangxia is the worst. Jiang Jun completely failed to notice the change in Sister Wen's tone and continued complaining. She's relying on her relationship with Jiang Hao to target me. She not only stole my role, she even slapped me in front of everyone. Asterisk, asterisk, shut up. Asterisk, asterisk. Sister Wen suddenly shouted. Jiang Jun, do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Do you even know what kind of background Li Bangxia has? Is she someone you can afford to offend? I'm warning you. Apologize to Li Bangxia immediately. Otherwise, even the gods won't be able to save you. Hashtag Chapter 10, A Chance Encounter. WNGA, what are you talking about? Jiang Jun was stunned by her roar, and even his voice trembled slightly. He had never expected his backer to lose her composure so badly the moment she heard Li Bangxia's name. Why did you have to provoke Li Bangxia? Don't you know that her sister is the chairwoman of Qin Chuan Group? You idiot. You made this mess yourself, so clean it up yourself. Don't drag me into it. After giving him a furious tongue lashing, Wen Jia hung up. Jiang Jun stood there frozen, his phone still in his hand, completely at a loss. The vicious expression on his face slowly crumbled, replaced by fear and confusion. He had never imagined that Li Bangxia could have such a powerful background. Her sister was actually the chairwoman of Qin Chuan Group? No wonder when Jia was so afraid of her. No wonder Jiang Hao had been so protective of her. What was he going to do? What was he going to do? He was screwed. Jiang Jun, what did Wen Jia say? Is she going to blacklist me? Li Bangxia suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of mockery and misunderstanding. Jiang Jun swallowed hard and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Bangxia, I was just out of my mind for a moment and said some nonsense. Please, don't take it to heart. Are you worthy of calling me Bangxia? Li Bangxia shot him a sideways glance. Miss Li, I'm sorry. I was a little too loud just now. Please be the bigger person and forgive me this once. Jiang Jun put on an apologetic smile. Qin Chuan Group was the leading corporation in Tianhai, and its mysterious chairwoman was an influential figure who could practically cover the sky with one hand. Even with 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare offend her. Otherwise, getting kicked out of Qin Chuan Entertainment would be the least of his problems. Li Bangxia said nothing. She simply stared at him expressionlessly. Jiang Jun knew she was still angry. He gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and slapped himself across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the office. Half of Jiang Jun's face turned visibly red. It's my foul mouth. Smack! I was blind. Smack! I deserved it. Smack! 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 Asterisk asterisk. As he apologized, Jiang Jun continued viciously slapping himself. Every slap was loud, and he didn't dare hold back. After more than a dozen slaps, his face was swollen and red, with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wang Yulong's eyelids twitched as he watched from the side, and he couldn't help turning his head away. That was brutal. He really had no mercy even for himself. Qin Chuan, however, remained completely calm. He had seen plenty of people who bullied the weak but feared the strong. The harder Jiang Jun slapped himself, the more swollen his face became, until he looked like a pig's head. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he still didn't dare stop. Miss Li, I really know I was wrong. Jiang Jun's voice was muffled because of how badly his cheeks had swollen. Please forgive me this once. From now on, whenever I see you, I'll stay out of your way. Li Bangxia finally raised her head. Her expression remained calm, revealing nothing of her emotions, but her voice was icy cold. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Yes, I'll leave right now. Jiang Jun looked as though he had just been granted a pardon. He scrambled toward the door, stumbling as he went. One of his shoes even fell off, but he didn't dare turn back to pick it up. That Jiang Jun has gotten far too arrogant. He really needs to be taught a lesson. Jiang Hao felt rather pleased. Jiang Jun had always acted like a big shot. That alone was bad enough. But he had even harassed female actresses on set and accumulated all kinds of scandals. If Qin Chuan Entertainment hadn't been suppressing the news for him, his career would have been completely ruined by now. President Jiang, sorry to make you come all the way here. Li Bangxia turned to Jiang Hao. Don't mention it. If I let you suffer any grievances here, Chairman Li would skin me alive. Jiang Hao smiled wryly. Manager Wang, now that things are settled, can we confirm Qin Chuan as the male lead of Above the Azure Clouds? Li Bangxia turned back to Wang Yulong. Of course. The role was originally reserved for Qin Chuan. Wang Yulong patted his chest confidently. Compared with someone like Jiang Jun, he naturally preferred Qin Chuan, a top-tier handsome newcomer. Good. Draw up the contract as soon as possible. Give him the highest-tier compensation package. Leave it to me. Wang Yulong nodded repeatedly. With everything settled, they exchanged a few more pleasantries. Jiang Hao still had other matters to deal with, so after saying goodbye, he left first. As for Qin Chuan's contract, at Li Bangxia's insistence, it was specially customized. In simple terms, he could work whenever he wanted and walk away whenever he didn't. There were few restrictions, while the pay was generous. Qin Chuan was quite satisfied with the arrangement. Being an actor on the side could still bring in a considerable income. There was no reason to turn down free money. At 4 in the afternoon, Qin Chuan and Li Bangxia returned to the Manor Villa. Qin Chuan was driving, while Li Bangxia sat in the passenger seat, playing with her phone. Soft music played inside the car. Neither of them spoke, but the atmosphere wasn't awkward. Just then, a WeChat notification popped up on Li Bangxia's phone. After reading the message, her expression became somewhat strange. She turned to Qin Chuan. My sister is asking what you want to eat tonight. Me? Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback before smiling. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Then let my sister decide. Li Bangxia replied to the message, then couldn't help glancing at Qin Chuan again. She really couldn't understand why her sister was being so attentive to a man she had only just met. She had even gone out of her way to message them and ask what he wanted to eat. She didn't even get this kind of treatment. But then she thought about it. Her sister was probably just looking out for her. After all, Qin Chuan was currently her boyfriend and was staying at their house. Naturally, her sister should be a little more hospitable. Yes, that had to be it. The car turned onto a commercial street. There appeared to have been a minor traffic accident up ahead, causing some congestion. Qin Chuan followed the flow of traffic, slowly inching forward. At that moment, a black Maybach slowly passed in the opposite lane. Its rear window was half open, revealing the side profile of a woman with an icy, stunningly beautiful face. Qin Chuan's eyes swept over it instinctively, then suddenly froze. Because the woman sitting inside the Maybach was none other than Su Muxue. What a coincidence! A look of surprise flashed across Qin Chuan's face. He never expected to run into his former client just because of a traffic jam. At that moment, Su Muxue was looking down at her phone, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She seemed to be in a bad mood. Then, as if sensing something, she suddenly raised her head and looked toward Qin Chuan. Their eyes met. Su Muxue froze for a moment, and a hint of delight appeared in her eyes. However, the moment she noticed Li Bangxia sitting in the passenger seat, that delight quickly turned into irritation. That bastard. He's actually in another woman's car. And that woman. Su Muxue carefully examined Li Bangxia. The more she looked, the more familiar the face seemed. Wasn't she the rising star of the entertainment industry, Li Bangxia? Why was Qin Chuan with her? Su Muxue's expression quickly darkened. Her fingers tightened around her phone until her knuckles turned white. White. At that moment, an indescribable emotion surged through her heart. It felt almost like she had been deceived. She had never expected that the man who had always acted so deeply devoted to her would turn around and throw himself into another woman's arms. Fine, Qin Chuan. You really are something. Chapter 11 Cooking by Myself. After a brief pause, the Maybach passed the minivan. Qin Chuan looked away, his expression unchanged, and continued to focus on driving. Although the chance encounter with Su Muxue was somewhat unexpected, it was just that, an unexpected event. According to the rules for stand-ins, once the contract ends, he must completely withdraw from the client's life. Do not disturb, do not entangle, do not look back. This is industry practice and professional ethics. You, Qin Chuan, you're pretending you didn't see me, aren't you? Maybach. As Su Muxue watched the van disappear from sight, she felt as if a stone was lodged in her chest. Miss, are you all right? The driver, Mr. Zhang, asked cautiously from the front seat. Fine. Su Muxue's voice was cold and hard, and she unconsciously clenched her fists. She opened WeChat, and Qin Chuan's profile picture lay quietly in the pinned chat box. No news. There hasn't been a single message since last night. He used to send her good morning and good night messages every day, remind her to eat, and ask her if she had a headache. Now look what's happened. They've only been gone for 2 days, and they've vanished into thin air. Su Muxue gritted her teeth and opened the chat box, typing. You're so carefree, finding a new love so quickly? After she finished, she felt something was wrong. The way she said that made it sound like she was jealous. Why is she jealous? He's just a contract stand-in. Why would she be? Delete it. Retyped. Qin Chuan, you left something at the villa. When are you coming to pick it up? I thought about it, and then deleted it. Why should she ask him to come back? He's not that important. Delete it, delete it. Su Muxue slammed her phone on the seat and angrily crossed her arms. I'm not sending it anymore. Whatever. 10 seconds later, she picked up the phone again. This time, she didn't hesitate and directly dialed her assistant, Xiao Chen's, number. Hello, Mr. Su, came Xiao Chen's voice from the other end of the phone. Help me find someone. Su Muxue's voice was indifferent. Please speak. Qin Chuan, I need to know what he's been doing these past 2 days and who he's been in contact with. Mr. Qin? Xiao Chen hesitated. President Su, Mr. Qin was just yesterday. Just investigate when I tell you to. Why all the nonsense? Su Muxue said in an unfriendly tone. Yes, I'll check right away. Xiao Chen didn't dare to say anything more. After hanging up the phone, Su Muxue held the phone in her hand, and the irritation in her heart subsided a little. She leaned back in her seat, closed her eyes, and mentally prepared herself. She doesn't care about that jerk. She was just worried that if he used her name to swindle and deceive people outside, it would affect the reputation of the Su family. After all, he had been a live-in son-in-law in the Su family for 3 years, and many people outside knew him. If he misbehaves outside, he'll bring shame to the Su family. Yes, that's it. Su Muxue took a deep breath and felt that her reason was very sufficient and reasonable. On the other side, Qin Chuan drove Li Bangxia back to the manor villa. The early autumn evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, rustling the osmanthus trees in the courtyard. Qin Chuan had just turned off the engine and gotten out of the car when his phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Sia. Qin Chuan's expression softened instantly, and he pressed the answer button. Hey Sia. Elder brother. Qin Sia's clear voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of coquettishness. When are you coming to see me today? I have something to do today, so I might be a little late, Qin Chuan said patiently. It's getting late again, Qin Sia muttered, her voice filled with disappointment. Brother, the food at the hospital is really awful. I really miss your sweet and sour pork ribs. You want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs, right? Okay, I'll make them for you tomorrow. Qin Chuan readily agreed. Can you make it today? My mouth is watering so much. Please, please. Faced with his younger sister's coquettish voice, Qin Chuan had no resistance and could only agree repeatedly. Okay, I'll make it for you today, but it might be a little late. You should eat something else to fill your stomach first. Yay, you're the best, brother. Qin Sia cheered. I'll wait for you. You have to come. I will definitely come. Hee, see you in a bit. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan put away his phone, a slight smile still lingering on his lips. Li Bangxia got out of the car from the other side and happened to see this scene. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Is someone looking for you? My sister is craving something sweet, Qin Chuan replied politely. Oh, Li Bangxia nodded, said nothing more, and walked straight into the villa. Qin Chuan followed behind, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far. The living room was lit by warm yellow lights, and a faint fragrance wafted in the air. Li Qingdai was busy in the kitchen. She wore a light blue apron. Her long hair was casually tied into a ponytail, revealing her slender, fair neck. Several washed ingredients were laid out on the stove, and half-cut potato shreds were on the cutting board. Hearing the noise, Li Qingdai poked her head out from the kitchen. You're back. Her gaze naturally fell on Qin Chuan, and she said gently, Mr. Qin, please have a seat. The food will be ready in a little while. Qin Chuan glanced towards the kitchen and offered, Miss Li, if you don't mind, let me try making dinner tonight? You? Li Bangxia turned her head, her eyes full of doubt. Are you sure you can handle it? Let me tell you, I'm very picky about food. Apart from my sister's cooking, I can't stand most things. Qin Chuan smiled and said, You'll find out soon enough. Li Qingdai looked at Qin Chuan, a barely perceptible ripple flashing in her eyes. 6 years ago, he did the same thing, taking the initiative to walk into the kitchen, putting on an apron, and saying he wanted to cook for her. At that time, she didn't know anything and could only stand by and watch, occasionally making things worse. They mistook salt for sugar, vinegar for soy sauce, burned the pot, and chopped the vegetables haphazardly. He would always shake his head helplessly, then smile and clean up the mess. Those days were simple and happy. Elder sister, Li Bangxia's voice pulled her back to reality. What's wrong? Li Qingdai asked, snapping out of her daze. What are you thinking about? I called you several times, and you didn't hear me. Li Bangxia looked at her suspiciously. It's nothing. Li Qingdai shook her head and turned to Qin Chuan. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Qin. Miss Li, you're too kind. Qin Chuan rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen. Li Qingdai followed behind him, took off her apron and handed it to him. Use this, don't get your clothes dirty. Thanks. Qin Chuan took the apron, tied it, and glanced at the ingredients on the stove. There happened to be pork ribs that Sia wanted to eat, in addition to potatoes, tomatoes, eggs, shrimp, green vegetables, and so on. He quickly calculated in his mind, and then began to take action. Slice ginger, crush garlic cloves, and prepare a sweet and sour sauce. The movements were fluid and clean. Blanch the pork ribs, drain them, and then stir-fry them in a pan until golden brown. Add the sweet and sour sauce. Bring to a boil over high heat, then reduce to a simmer and cook slowly. The whole process was completed in one go. The spatula seemed to come alive in his hands. Li Qingdai stood at the kitchen doorway, quietly watching his back. Memories from 6 years ago flooded back like a tide. That was the first time she cooked. She wanted to cook a meal for H1 herself. She thought it would be simple, but when she actually started doing it, she realized it wasn't as simple as she had imagined. Because the heat wasn't controlled properly, all the dishes were charred black, and the kitchen almost burned down. When H1 returned, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he patiently taught her little by little. Happiness back then was incredibly simple. Li Qingdai's fingers unconsciously tightened around the door frame. It's been 6 years. She waited for him for 6 years. Now, he was finally standing in her kitchen again. Miss Li, Qin Chuan's voice pulled her back to reality. Li Qingdai blinked. Could you get me that plate? The one on top. Qin Chuan pointed to the cabinet. Good. Li Qingdai walked over and stood on tiptoe to reach the plates on the top shelf of the cabinet. Her fingers had just touched the edge of the plate when her foot suddenly slipped, and her body fell backward uncontrollably. Careful! Qin Chuan reacted quickly and grabbed her shoulder. The distance between the two suddenly closed. Li Qingdai could smell a faint fragrance on him, exactly the same as she remembered. Her heart was racing involuntarily, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. Are you all right? Qin Chuan released his grip, took a step back, and kept his distance. It's all right. Li Qingdai steadied herself and handed over the plate. Here you go. Thank you. Qin Chuan took the plate and turned back to his work. Li Qingdai stood there, her heart still pounding. She had just had a brief, intimate encounter with Chuan, but that feeling is truly captivating. Chapter 12 Amazing. Half an hour later, the food was served one after another. Sweet and sour pork ribs, hot and sour shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried shrimp, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, etc. They are all home-style dishes, but each one is brightly colored and has a wonderful aroma. Li Bangxia, who had been maintaining a haughty demeanor, picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. The moment the rib touched her tongue, her eyes widened in surprise. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a perfect balance of sweet and sour flavors. The meat is soft and falls off the bone, and the taste is layered and distinct. It tastes even better than her sister's. How is it? Qin Chuan asked from the side. SOSO. Li Bangxia pretended to be aloof, but her hands didn't stop moving. He picked up another piece and put it in his mouth. Then came the third piece, the fourth piece, the fifth piece. She ate incredibly fast, her cheeks bulging, and she couldn't stop eating. Not only are the sweet and sour pork ribs delicious, but the other dishes are also extremely tasty. She never expected that Qin Chuan's cooking skills were so good. They transformed these ordinary home-cooked dishes into something resembling a state banquet. Despite having tasted many delicacies, she was still utterly amazed. Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. Li Qingdai said, both annoyed and amused. Are you hungry? Li Bangxia replied vaguely, then buried her head in her food again. She has no other hobbies, but she is particularly picky when it comes to food. Qin Chuan's performance today has far exceeded her expectations. It seems we'll have to find someone else to do the cooking at home from now on. After all, we can't let my sister work too hard. Miss Li, do you have any insulated food containers at home? Qin Chuan suddenly asked. A thermal box? Li Qingdai was slightly taken aback. Yes, my sister is in the hospital, and I wanted to bring her some food, Qin Chuan explained. Yes, I'll go get it for you. Li Qingdai stood up and went to the kitchen to get a clean insulated container. Qin Chuan took the insulated box, which was filled with food, and then served a separate portion of sweet and sour pork ribs. After doing all this, he politely said goodbye. Miss Li, please enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave now. Be careful on the road. Li Qingdai escorted Qin Chuan to the door, watching him get into the car and leave, her gaze lingering on him for a long time. Li Bangxia was still eating in the living room. She practically devoured all the dishes on the table. The plates were almost empty. Li Qingdai closed the door, walked back to the dining table, and watched her younger sister wolf down her food in silence. Sis, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and eat. Li Bangxia picked up the last piece of pork rib and said indistinctly. Li Qingdai glanced down at the dining table. The sweet and sour pork ribs had only a little sauce left. The hot and sour shredded potatoes had a bottom left, and the scrambled eggs with tomatoes had all been used to mix with rice. Only the stir-fried vegetables had a few pitiful leaves left. This is because her younger sister doesn't like to eat vegetables. What do you want to eat? Li Qingdai asked expressionlessly. Where's the food? Li Bangxia looked down and was immediately stunned. She devoured almost all the food on the table by herself. Well, Li Bangxia put down her chopsticks somewhat awkwardly and began to make amends. This Qin Chuan is really something, cooking such small portions. Who can eat this little bit of food? If the neighbors find out, they'll think we can't afford it. She wiped her mouth, still savoring the meal. Tomorrow, have him make 10 more servings of today's dishes. 10 servings for each person. Li Qingdai looked at her without saying a word. Sis, why are you looking at me like that? Li Bangxia felt a little guilty under her sister's gaze. It's nothing. Take your time eating, and remember to wash the dishes later. After saying that, Li Qingdai turned around and went upstairs. Inpatient department, Tianhai First People's Hospital. Qin Chuan carried the insulated box and walked into the inpatient building. He didn't go directly to the ward, but went to the nurse's station first. Brother Qin. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, the nurse on duty couldn't help but light up. You're here to see Sia so late? Okay, take her some food. Food. Qin Chuan smiled and handed over the bag of fruit in his hand. I brought you some fruit along the way, please don't mind. Wow. Brother Qin, you're too kind. Thank you, Brother Qin. Brother Qin, you're so kind. Several nurses gathered around, took the fruit bag, and beamed with joy. How is Sia doing today? Qin Chuan asked. She was great. She even chatted with us this afternoon, a young nurse quickly replied. She just said she missed you and mentioned it several times. Qin Chuan smiled and said, Then I'll go see her. You guys go ahead with your work. Take care, Brother Qin. The nurses watched him leave with reluctance, then quickly gathered together and started chattering amongst themselves. Brother Qin is so handsome, and she's so gentle. She always brings us fruit whenever she comes. I wonder if Brother Qin is looking for a younger sister? I think I could be one. Stop dreaming, you're not destined for that. Qin Chuan, carrying a thermos, pushed open the door to Qin Sia's hospital room. Sia, brother. Qin Sia was leaning against the headboard looking at her phone when she heard the voice and immediately looked up. You're finally here. I've been waiting for so long. There was a bit of traffic on the way. Qin Chuan walked over and placed the insulated food container on the bedside table. Are you starving? It's all right. I ate some biscuits to tide me over. Qin Sia looked longingly at the insulated food container. Brother, did you make me sweet and sour pork ribs? It's not just sweet and sour pork ribs. I made other things too. Qin Chuan opened the insulated box, and the aroma of the food instantly filled the air. Qin Sia took a deep breath, a happy expression on her face. It smells so good. You're the best, brother. Qin Chuan helped her set up the small table on the hospital bed and arrange the food one by one. Although it has been through a bumpy ride and doesn't look as appealing as it did when it was fresh out of the pot, the aroma is just as strong. Qin Sia picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, took a bite, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Delicious. Bro, your sweet and sour pork ribs are the best in the world. Stop flattering me and eat more. Qin Chuan sat down on the edge of the bed. Brother, you eat too. Qin Sia picked up a piece of pork rib and held it to her brother's mouth. I've already eaten, you eat. You're lying. You definitely didn't eat anything again. Qin Sia stubbornly held up her chopsticks. If you don't eat, I won't eat either. Qin Chuan had no choice but to open his mouth and eat the rib. Qin Sia smiled with satisfaction and continued eating. She ate very quickly, as if she hadn't eaten for days. Qin Chuan felt a mix of sadness and tenderness as he watched her eat. This girl must be really bored after being in the hospital for so long. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Please come in. Qin Sia said indistinctly. The door was pushed open, and a female doctor in a white coat walked in. She looked to be in her late 20s, with a beautiful face and gentle demeanor, and was carrying a thermos in her hand. Sia, dinner tonight. Lin Jingshu paused for a moment, her gaze falling on Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin. Her eyes lit up, and a gentle smile bloomed on her face. Dr. Lin. Qin Chuan stood up and smiled politely. Dr. Lin, thank you so much for bringing me food. It's such a trouble for you. Qin Sia said somewhat apologetically. No trouble at all. It's on my way. Lin Jingshu shifted her gaze from Qin Chuan's face to the dishes. Did Mr. Qin cook these himself? My brother's sweet and sour pork ribs are so delicious. Dr. Lin, would you like to try some? Qin Sia enthusiastically recommended. No, I've already eaten. Lin Jingshu quickly waved her hand. Just try one piece. Without saying a word, Qin Sia picked up a piece of pork rib and handed it to Lin Jingshu. It's really delicious. You should try it. Lin Jingshu couldn't refuse, so she took it and took a small bite. The moment the ribs touched her lips, her expression changed. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a perfect balance of sweet and sour flavors, and the meat is so tender that it falls off the bone. The seasoning is precise and just right. Too much and it's greasy, too little and it's bland. She considered herself a pretty good cook and often brought meals for Sia, and her colleagues also praised her for her cooking. But compared to this piece of spare rib, it's far inferior. This really was made by Mr. Qin? Lin Jingshu raised her eyebrows, looking somewhat surprised. Chapter 13. Such a wonderful sister-in-law. I can't miss her. Of course. Qin Xia raised her head proudly. How was it, Dr. Lin? My brother's cooking was pretty good, wasn't it? Not just good, it's absolutely amazing. Lin Jingshu smiled and gave a thumbs up. As she spoke, she glanced at Qin Chuan. She never expected that this man, who was even more handsome than a celebrity, would also have such good cooking skills. That's what everyone who's tried my brother's cooking says. Qin Xia smiled, her eyes crinkling. As someone who loves to brag about her brother, she's happier when others praise her brother than when they praise her. Is Mr. Qin a professional chef? Lin Jingshu asked curiously. She had met Qin Chuan many times, but the two rarely had the opportunity to have in-depth conversations. I wouldn't call myself a professional chef. I just figured it out on my own, Qin Chuan said with a smile. He had to take care of his younger sister since he was a child, and cooking was a basic skill for him. Later, he studied it a little and got the skill he has now. Mr. Qin is too modest. Your DIY skills are better than those of the master chefs I've ever met, Lin Jingshu said sincerely. Dr. Lin, you flatter me. Perhaps I just had an exceptional performance today, Qin Chuan replied politely. Qin Xia watched the interaction between the two from the side, and the corners of her mouth secretly curled up. She put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and said, Dr. Lin, why don't you sit down and eat with us? My brother made so much. I can't finish it all by myself. No need. I'm not hungry, Lin Jingshu said with a smile, shaking her head. Hey, just eat a little bit. Qin Xia enthusiastically tugged at Lin Jingshu's white coat sleeve and began to whine. Dr. Lin, you always take such good care of me and bring me so many delicious things. Today, try my brother's cooking as a return gift. Lin Jingshu was somewhat tempted by what she said and glanced at Qin Chuan. If Dr. Lin doesn't mind, please have some with us, Qin Chuan said. My younger sister is hospitalized for many years, and thanks to Lin Jingshu's care, it's natural to maintain a good doctor-patient relationship. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Jingshu smiled, no longer refusing, and sat down on the stool next to her. Qin Xia immediately handed her a pair of chopsticks and also eagerly pushed several dishes toward her. Lin Jingshu picked up a piece of shredded potato. It was sour, spicy, refreshing, and perfectly crisp. Delicious, delicious. Her eyes lit up instantly. This feeling really touched her heart. I took another bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The eggs were tender and smooth, and the tomatoes were sweet and sour. This is delicious too. Take another bite of the stir-fried shrimp. It's tender, fresh, and has a lingering aftertaste. Lin Jingshu became more and more surprised as she ate. Initially, she was a bit reserved and only intended to sing a little bit, just to give it a try. But after a few bites, she found herself unable to stop picking up food with her chopsticks. Appetite has taken over the brain. I wasn't hungry at first, but now the more I eat, the hungrier I get. In no time at all, the two of them had devoured all the dishes that Qin Chuan had brought. After finishing her meal, Lin Jingshu belatedly realized that she had overreacted. Mr. Qin's cooking was so delicious, I couldn't resist. Lin Jingshu looked embarrassed, her ears turning slightly red. Lin Jingshu, what are you doing? What about your image? What about your professional ethics? How could you behave so badly in front of Xia? That's so embarrassing. It's all right, Dr. Lin. If you like it, I'll have my brother bring you another one next time, Qin Xia said with a sweet smile. Isn't this inappropriate? Lin Jingshu glanced at Qin Chuan. What's inappropriate about it? It's just adding another pair of chopsticks. Qin Xia turned her head and winked at Qin Chuan. Brother, what do you think? As long as Dr. Lin doesn't mind, Qin Chuan smiled slightly. His younger sister is hospitalized for many years, and he is grateful for Lin Jingshu's care. He was worried that he had no chance to express his gratitude. With Mr. Qin's excellent skills, only a fool would complain, Lin Jingshu said with a smile. Then it's settled. Qin Xia laughed happily. She glanced at her brother, then at Lin Shuya, her eyes darting around, before suddenly asking, Dr. Lin, where are you from? From Tianhai, Lin Jingshu replied. Are you usually busy with work? It's all right, it's just that I have a lot of shifts. If you have time, could you come and talk to me more? I'm so bored being alone in the hospital. Of course. Lin Jingshu nodded with a smile. Xia, don't trouble Dr. Lin. Qin Chuan gently patted his sister's head. No trouble at all. I happen to come to check on patients quite often, Lin Jingshu quickly replied. Just then, a nurse rushed in. Dr. Lin, There's a patient in the emergency department who needs your consultation. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Jingshu stood up and said to Qin Chuan and Qin Xia, then I'll head over first. Take care, Dr. Lin. Qin Chuan stood up to see her off. Mr. Qin, Xia's follow-up examination report will be available tomorrow. I will discuss it with you in detail then. Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin. Lin Jingshu nodded, turned, and left the ward. The moment the door closed, Qin Xia immediately perked up. Brother, she whispered, leaning closer mysteriously, what do you think of Dr. Lin? What do you mean, how? Qin Chuan asked without looking up as he cleared the table. So how is he? Qin Xia blinked. He is a very good person, gentle and considerate, and has excellent medical skills. Do you think she's pretty? Pretty. Then, do you have feelings for her? Qin Xia continued to press. Qin Chuan finally raised his head, looked into his sister's bright eyes, and sighed helplessly. Xia, what do you want to say? Brother. Qin Xia grabbed Qin Chuan's arm, her face full of anticipation. Since you don't have a girlfriend yet, how about considering Dr. Lin? Qin Chuan gently tapped his sister's forehead and said irritably, You little brat, you're meddling in my business now. Ouch. Qin Xia covered her forehead, feeling somewhat aggrieved. I'm only doing this for your own good. Dr. Lin is gentle and considerate and beautiful too. She and you are a perfect match. Besides, I can tell that Dr. Lin also has a lot of feelings for you. You know that too? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes. Of course I know. Qin Xia retorted confidently. From the moment you walked in, Dr. Lin's eyes never left you. That's pretty obvious, isn't it? Can't you see it? All right, stop guessing and get some rest. Qin Chuan didn't want to say more and went to wash the lunchbox. Brother, Qin Xia grabbed Qin Chuan's sleeve, refusing to let go. Aren't you going to reconsider? Not considering it. Qin Chuan gently pried her hands apart and said righteously, right now, all I want to do is make money. I don't want to be in a relationship. We'll think about other things after I've made enough money. But Qin Xia was about to say something when Qin Chuan interrupted her. No buts. Your most important thing right now is to recover. Don't worry about anything else, understand? Qin Xia pouted and remained silent. Seeing her like this, Qin Chuan's heart softened, and he lowered his voice. Be good and get some rest. No. Qin Xia responded sullenly and obediently lay down. Qin Chuan turned off the light for her, then carried the insulated food container out of the ward. The moment the door closed, Qin Xia opened her eyes, stared at the ceiling, and secretly made plans in her mind. My brother is a good person in every way, except that he's too slow when it comes to matters of the heart. Dr. Lin clearly had feelings for him, but he just couldn't tell. No, she has to help. Such a wonderful sister-in-law. I can't let her go. She quietly took out her phone, opened a search engine, and typed in a few words, how to bring two people together. Chapter 14, Second Ex-Girlfriend. The Su family villa. Su Mushua sat in the study, a pile of documents spread out in front of her, but she couldn't concentrate on reading a single word. The phone screen was lit up, displaying the investigation report sent by Xiao Chun. The content wasn't much, but every single point made her uncomfortable. After leaving the Su family yesterday, Qin Chuan went to a coffee shop to meet a woman. It has been confirmed that the woman is the popular actress Li Bangxia. Today, Qin Chuan and Li Bangxia went to Qin Chuan Entertainment Company together and then returned to their residence together. Currently, Qin Chuan and Li Bangxia are in a close relationship, and they are suspected of being in a romantic relationship. Romantic relationship? Su Mushua sneered. I just signed the termination contract with her yesterday, and she's already hooking up with Li Bangxia today? That's quick. She thought he was so affectionate and so reluctant to let her go. It was all an act. Those somber smiles, those restrained gazes, those heartfelt words. It's all fake. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy and frustrated she felt. It's like your dog, which you've raised for 3 years, suddenly running away one day to someone else's house and wagging its tail at them. Even though you know it's just a dog, you still feel very uncomfortable. No, we can't just let this go. When have I ever been deceived like this? I will make that bastard pay the price. The next morning, inside an ordinary apartment, Qin Chuan had just gotten up when he received a call from Wang Yulong. Hello, Manager Wang. Handsome Qin, are you up yet? Hurry up and get ready. Today is a big day. Wang Yulong's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. What big day? Qin Chuan didn't react for a moment. Audition. Above the Cloud starts filming today, and the male lead's makeup and costume need to be finalized. You also need to rehearse with the female lead to see how your chemistry works. You absolutely can't let us down at such a crucial moment. Wang Yulong nag-dredged on. Okay, I'll be there in a bit, Qin Chuan quickly replied. He has always been serious and responsible about his work, even if it's just a part-time job. The filming location for Above the Clouds is a film and television base on the outskirts of the city, about a 40-minute drive from the company. Wang Yulong drove a red sports car, chattering incessantly the whole way. Qin Chuan sat in the passenger seat, politely echoing his words. Qin Chuan, let me tell you, although today's audition scene isn't big, it's very important. Once the makeup and costumes are finalized, we'll film the rest based on that. The male lead's look was designed by a top-notch team that our company spent a lot of money to have designed. There are more than a dozen outfits, each of which is handmade and custom-made. And another thing, you know Song Qingli, right? She's our company's star talent. So many people would kill to get a chance to act alongside her. You really hit the jackpot this time. Facing the beaming Wang Yulong, Qin Chuan maintained a smile throughout, occasionally offering a response. He didn't know much about the entertainment industry, so this experience has broadened his horizons. The car drove into the film and television base and stopped in front of an antique-style building. There were already many cars parked at the entrance, and staff were going in and out, carrying various equipment and materials. Wang Yulong led Qin Chuan inside, greeting people along the way, indicating he was well-liked. Manager Wang, is this the male lead? An assistant came over, looking Qin Chuan up and down, his eyes full of amazement. His looks are just too stunning. Of course, Wang Yulong patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder proudly. This is someone I personally picked out. The two entered the dressing room, where several makeup artists were already preparing. Come on, let's try on the makeup first. Wang Yulong clapped his hands and called out. We're short on time and have a lot to do today, so let's hurry up. Qin Chuan sat down in front of the makeup mirror, and the makeup artists immediately surrounded her. Your skin is so nice. A female makeup artist leaned closer to take a look and couldn't help but exclaim, what skincare products does Teacher Qin usually use? Wash your face with clean water, Qin Chuan answered truthfully. The makeup artists looked at each other, all somewhat disheartened. With looks like that and skin like that, it's like God is feeding her a feast. The makeup process went more smoothly than expected. Qin Chuan's facial features were so good that the makeup artist only needed to make slight adjustments to achieve a perfect effect. After they changed into the clothes, everyone was stunned. Qin Chuan was dressed in a white robe, his long hair was tied up, and a long sword hung at his waist. He was aloof and otherworldly, with an air of otherworldly grace, as if he had truly stepped out of a painting. My goodness! Wang Yulong circled Qin Chuan twice, his eyes wide with amazement. This is incredible. Isn't this Gu Qingyan himself? Several young female makeup artists had already secretly taken out their phones and taken several photos. Let's go to the studio and let the director take a look. Wang Yulong couldn't wait to pull Qin Chuan outside. Inside the photography studio, the lighting technician is adjusting the equipment. Director Zhang Heng sat in front of the monitor, flipping through the storyboard. He was a middle-aged man in his early 40s with slightly curly hair, a goatee, and round-framed glasses, giving him a somewhat artistic air. Director Zhang, look what treasure I brought you. When Wang Yulong opened his loud voice, the entire photography studio could hear it. Zhang Heng raised his head, and his gaze fell on Qin Chuan. After a careful look, he nodded in satisfaction. Good image, very fitting for the male lead's character. Of course, I carefully selected this one according to your requirements. Wang Yulong said smugly. Although Qin Chuan is not from a professional acting background, his acting skills are very good. I have already tested him for you in advance. Zhang Heng nodded without saying anything more. In this industry, image is sometimes more important than acting skills. The young man in front of me was already stunningly handsome. Has the female lead arrived? Zhang Heng turned to ask his assistant. Ms. Song is already in the lounge, and it seems she's discussing the script with the screenwriter, the assistant replied. All right, let's take a few photos of the male lead first, and then have them rehearse their lines once the female lead is ready, Zhang Heng instructed. Qin Chuan was led to the backdrop by the photographer to begin taking her official photos. Her sense of camera presence, facial expressions, and body language were all perfectly executed. The photographer kept pressing the shutter button, muttering, good, very good, fantastic. Change the pose. Yes, that's the feeling. Wang Yulong stood to the side, watching the footage on the monitor, grinning from ear to ear. We've struck gold. We've really struck gold this time. Meanwhile, in the lounge on the other side of the studio, Song Qingli was sitting on the sofa, holding a script in her hand, her brows slightly furrowed. She wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans today, with her long hair down and only light makeup on. Even so, her face was still so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. "Ms. Song, do you have any further comments on the script?" the screenwriter asked cautiously. "This person is a pillar of the company. We can't afford to offend him." Kissing scenes. Song Qingli flipped to a page and pointed to the annotations. "These, and these, all need to be deleted." The screenwriter looked troubled. "Teacher Song, this kissing scene is crucial to the emotional development of the male and female leads. If we cut it, I can't give my first on-screen kiss to a stranger." Song Qingli said coldly. "Either change it, or you replace me." "Teacher Song, you're too kind. It's just changing a kissing scene. I'll go talk to the director right away," the screenwriter said with a smile. Just as I was about to get up and leave, the door to the lounge was pushed open. "Blue cart." A crisp sound rang out. Li Bangxia, dressed casually, walked into the lounge with a smile. Upon seeing the person who arrived, Song Qingli's expression softened instantly. "Bangxia, what brings you here?" "Here. Since filming started today, and we had to come and watch the rehearsals, of course I had to come." Li Bangxia sat down next to Song Qingli, naturally moving closer, and said with a smile, "Also, the male lead you're acting with this time is someone I brought. You'll have to take good care of him in the future." "You brought this?" Song Qingli raised an eyebrow slightly, quite surprised. "I remember you said you never mentor newcomers. Why the exception this time?" "Who is this person?" "It's a friend of mine. I thought he had a good image and was very suitable for the male lead in this drama, so I introduced him to me," Li Bangxia explained. "Oh, is that so?" Song Qingli smiled meaningfully. "Then I'm a little curious. What kind of man could make our Miss Li so interested?" As the two were chatting, the door to the lounge opened again. Wang Yulong led Qin Chuan, who had already changed her makeup and costume, in with a smile. "Teacher Song, let me introduce myself to you." Wang Yulong led the man beside him and said warmly, "This is Qin Chuan, the male lead of Above the Clouds." "Teacher Song." Qin Chuan smiled and was about to greet him. But when he looked up and saw Song Qingli's face, he was stunned. It was an extremely beautiful face. She has delicate features, snow-white skin, and bright red lips. The cinnabar mole at the corner of her eye is the finishing touch. Her eyes sparkled with charm, exuding a natural allure. She just sat there, doing nothing, yet she made people feel weak in the knees. Of course, Qin Chuan was stunned not because of Song Qingli's beauty and temperament. To his surprise, the stunningly beautiful and alluring female celebrity in front of him was actually his second ex-girlfriend. Chapter 15. You Can't Escape My Palm. Could it be such a coincidence? Qin Chuan stared at that familiar face, completely stunned. He never dreamed that he would run into his second ex-girlfriend here. He was also his second client. Although Song Qingli is more beautiful and charming than she was 5 years ago, but he was certain he would never admit his mistake. The cinnabar mole at the corner of the other person's eye is the best proof. However, back then, she wasn't called Song Qingli, but Song Yi. At this moment, Song Qingli, who was sitting on the sofa, was also stunned. She looked at Qin Chuan, her beautiful eyes widening. The script in his hand fell to the ground, but there was no reaction at all. "Chuan, is it him?" Song Qingli carefully examined the person in front of her, her breathing becoming rapid. "That's right. It's Chuan." She didn't mistake the person for someone else, and she wasn't dreaming. The man who suddenly disappeared, the man she had been longing for 5 years. Now he's standing right in front of her, alive and well. He was dressed in white, his long hair was tied up, and a long sword hung at his waist. He was handsome and otherworldly, as if from another era. Song Qingli's heart pounded a few times, and a surge of heat rose from her chest. 5 years ago, she met Qin Chuan through an introduction. Initially, she just approached it with a playful attitude. She gave him money and became his employer. She made him cosplay various characters. Today he's a domineering CEO, tomorrow a gentle doctor, and the day after a ruthless killer. She treated him like a pet, summoning him at will and dismissing him at will. She found it interesting and novel, and felt that this man was like a blank sheet of paper that she could paint on at will. But after the 1-year contract expired, she discovered she can't forget him. Those days of shopping together, eating together, and watching movies together are etched into my bones and can never be erased. She started having insomnia and nightmares filled with his image. She considered renewing the contract, but he disappeared. He vanished without a trace, leaving no trace. She asked people to look for her, posted missing person notices, and even hired a private investigator. There were no results. Later, she became famous and became a popular young actress, changing her name to Song Qingli. She thought time would heal all wounds, and that her busy work would help her forget the man. But no, 5 years have passed, and she still thinks of him in the dead of night, of the meals he cooked, of his smile, and of his gentle voice. And now, he finally stood in front of her again. Song Qingli took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her surging emotions. Calm. Stay calm. Now is not the time to acknowledge each other. It would be bad if we scared them away. A blue carp? What's wrong? Li Bangxia keenly noticed Song Qingli's unusual behavior and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Nothing. Song Qingli shifted her gaze from Qin Chuan's face to Li Bangxia, a slight smile curving her lips. I just feel. This Mr. Qin looks somewhat familiar. Look familiar? Li Bangxia looked at Song Qingli, then at Qin Chuan, completely bewildered. Yes, it's like an old friend. Song Qingli's gaze returned to Qin Chuan's face, her smile carrying a deeper meaning. Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched, but he tried his best to maintain an awkward yet polite smile. He knew Song Qingli's personality very well. Don't be fooled by her gentle and generous appearance. She's actually cunning and crazy. They are particularly addicted to role-playing. Not only are there many different styles, but they also have some SM elements. He suffered a lot back then in order to please this patron. Some of his special experiences remain vivid in his memory. It's good that they look familiar. It means we're destined to meet. Wang Yulong chuckled and said, Teacher Song, Qin Chuan has just joined the company. If there's anything he doesn't understand, please give him some pointers. As he spoke, he winked at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan had no choice but to bow deeply. Teacher Song, please guide me in the future. Song Qingli didn't speak, but carefully examined Qin Chuan. He swept over her from head to toe, inch by inch. It looked like they were savoring something. Don't worry, I'll train him properly. Song Qingli spoke with a smile, her voice soft. Then I'll have to trouble you, Teacher Song. Wang Yulong didn't notice anything amiss and thanked him with a smile. Qin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. The word training might sound like a polite expression to outsiders, but he knew very well that this was the literal meaning. As a scheming woman with SM tendencies, Song Qingli has a particular fondness for this kind of thing. Standing to the side, Li Bangxia noticed that Song Qingli's attention was entirely on Qin Chuan, and a sudden feeling of unease welled up inside her. He's just a stinky man. Why are you staring at him like that? All right. Li Bangxia stepped forward and subtly stood between the two. Qin Chuan, go out and get ready. You'll hear the director's instructions for the audition later. Okay. Qin Chuan felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He bowed slightly to the group and then turned to leave. Wang Yulong followed closely behind. Bangxia, how did you and Qin Chuan meet? Meet? Song Qingli asked, turning her gaze to him. Why are you asking this? Li Bangxia asked, somewhat suspiciously. You two, you're not dating, are you? Song Qingli asked tentatively. Of course not. Li Bangxia denied it outright, her face showing a hint of disgust. These stinky men, I find them annoying. Oh, then why did you bring him to the company? Song Qingli continued to press. Sigh? It's all because of my sister's pressure to get married. I have no other choice. Li Bangxia sighed and briefly explained how she had hired her boyfriend. She then added, I'm only telling you this, so you absolutely must keep it a secret. If my sister finds out, it'll be a real problem. No problem. Song Qingli's smile deepened even more. It's good that they're not boyfriend and girlfriend, so she can make her move openly. Of course, even if the two were really a couple, she had no intention of giving up. It will only feel more exciting. After Li Bangxia left, the lounge quickly fell silent. Song Qingli put down the script, picked up her phone, and dialed the screenwriter's number. Hello? Teacher Song, do you have any further instructions? The screenwriter's voice sounded a little nervous. I was planning to talk to you about kissing scenes. Don't worry, Miss Song. I've already spoken with the director, and all the kissing scenes have been cut. I won't make things difficult for you. The screenwriter quickly replied. Who told you to delete it? Song Qingli asked, sounding somewhat displeased. Huh? So you mean, there aren't enough kissing scenes. I think we should add 2 more, no? 10 more. Song Qingli corrected. 10 more scenes. The screenwriter's voice suddenly rose. Mr. Song, you're not kidding me, are you? I never joke around. It's not just kissing scenes, but also hugging scenes, bed scenes, and so on. Add whatever you can. Teacher Song, didn't you say you were going to delete these? Why the sudden change? My previous idea was immature. I have just reconsidered it. These intimate scenes are key to the development of the relationship between the male and female leads. It would be a pity to cut them. Are you sure? Do as I say. Remember, the closer the better. All right. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingli leaned back on the sofa, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on her face and casting a soft glow. Ah Chuan, I finally caught you. This time, you won't escape my grasp. Chapter 16 Large Scale. The audition officially began. The studio lights were dimmed a few notches, creating a deep and mysterious atmosphere. Director Zhang Heng sat in front of the monitor, holding a cup of now-cold coffee in his hand, his eyes slightly narrowed as he scrutinized the footage on camera. Wang Yulong moved a small stool to sit next to him, propped his chin on his hand with his pinky finger, and looked on with anticipation. Li Bangxia received a phone call and temporarily left the photography studio. Qin Chuan, come here for a moment. Zhang Heng waved to Qin Chuan, signaling him to come over. Qin Chuan stepped forward, his attitude humble. Director Zhang, is there anything you need to tell me? This scene is the first encounter between the male and female leads. You should have read the script, right? Zhang Heng asked. I've seen it. Qin Chuan nodded. The scene where the hero saves the beauty. The male lead Gu Qingyun was passing by and saved the demoness Lu Susu who was being chased by her enemies. It's been changed, Zhang Heng said casually. Changed? Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback. Well, the screenwriter made some last-minute changes to the script. We felt the original design was too bland and lacked dramatic tension. Zhang Heng handed over the revised script. Take a look at this version. Qin Chuan took the script, glanced at it, and his brows gradually furrowed. The new script describes how the male lead, Gu Qingyun, is ambushed and drugged with aphrodisiac. As the drug takes effect, he accidentally stumbles into a secret room. Inside the secret room, the enchantress Lu Susu was taking a bath. Gu Qingyun's rationality was overwhelmed by the drug, and his bestial nature was unleashed, ultimately leading to an intimate relationship with Lu Susu. Qin Chuan felt increasingly uneasy as he looked at Zhang Heng and looked up at him. Director Zhang, isn't this a bit too much? What's so great about it? Zhang Heng waved his hand dismissively. In period fantasy dramas, the romance between the male and female leads needs to be full of ups and downs. That's what the audience loves to watch. But I remember that in the original script, the relationship between the male and female leads was a cold and restrained one. Wouldn't it be too abrupt to change it like this? Qin Chuan tried to subtly remind him. That's outdated. The market has changed. Audiences don't buy into that anymore. Think about it. Gu Qingyun is aloof and ethereal, while Lu Susu is alluring and seductive. When these two collide, sparks naturally fly. Rather than letting the romance slowly develop, it's better to go straight for the juicy stuff. Audiences love that contrast. Zhang Heng said righteously. Don't overthink it. You're a newcomer. Just listen to the director. Wang Yulong chimed in from the side. Director Zhang has won awards. Every film he directs is a hit. Just act the way he tells you to. Qin Chuan nodded and said no more. Since you're an actor, you should just follow instructions. All right, go get ready. This scene has a lot of emotional ups and downs. You need to portray the struggle of having your reason overwhelmed. Your eyes are very important. You need to be restrained at the beginning and then let your emotions flow later, understand? Zhang Heng reminded him. Clear. Qin Chuan took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the set. The set is an antique-style secret room with bluestone slabs on the floor and several dim palace lanterns hanging on the walls. In the center is a small pool surrounded by artificial stones, filled with warm water, with a few artificial flower petals floating on the surface and mist rising from the bottom of the pool, lingering there. Song Qingli had already changed her makeup and stood by the pool, adjusting her sleeves. She wore a light red gauze dress, the fabric as thin as a cicada's wing, which subtly outlined her graceful body curves. Her long, ink-black hair was loosely tied into a bun, with a few strands falling over her shoulders, making her skin appear even whiter. The cinnabar mole at the corner of her eye was faintly visible in the mist, like the finishing touch on a painting, adding a touch of allure out of nowhere. She turned around and met Qin Chuan's gaze. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, and her eyes seemed to have hooks as they moved. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a few beats. It has to be admitted that Song Qingli is an incredibly alluring woman. He had experienced it 5 years ago, and now she has shed her youthful naivete, exuding a natural charm in every gesture. especially with her demonic cult witch attire, coupled with the seductive charm that emanates from her very bones. She is simply a top-tier succubus. Mr. Qin, are you ready? Song Qingli's voice was soft, with a hint of a smile. Qin Chuan suppressed his surging emotions and remained calm on the surface. Ready. Let's begin then. Song Qingli turned around, stepped barefoot onto the stone steps by the pool, and the hem of her gauze dress gently brushed the water's surface, creating ripples. She slowly sank into the water, which reached her waist. Her gauze dress, soaked through, clung to her body, outlining her breathtaking curves. She leaned against the pool wall, closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and a faint smile played on her lips. On your marks. The stagehand drew out his voice. Qin Chuan walked to the designated spot outside the set, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state. 3 seconds later, he pushed open the antique-style wooden door and staggered in. His breathing was rapid and erratic. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His eyes were glazed and filled with struggle, and he looked as if he were being roasted over a fire. This is the state of the Albizia julibrissin in its dispersing form. His performance was nuanced and layered. The trembling of his body, the unfocused look in his eyes, the tension in his muscles. Every detail was perfectly captured. Zhang Heng nodded slightly behind the monitor, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. The performance of the newcomer has far exceeded his expectations. Qin Chuan stumbled forward, his vision blurred, unable to discern directions. Then he saw the pool. I saw people in the pool. His steps abruptly halted, and his pupils contracted sharply. In that instant, his reason and desire were tug-of-war. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands clenched into fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh. Go out. Qin Chuan's voice was hoarse, as if squeezed from deep in his throat. Get out of here. Song Qingli slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on Qin Chuan's face, sliding inch by inch over his eyebrows and eyes, finally settling on his tightly pursed lips. She didn't move or speak. She just quietly looked at him. Qin Chuan's body began to lean forward uncontrollably, and the string of his reason was snapping little by little. He took the first step. Step 2. Step 3. The sound of water splashing was exceptionally clear in the quiet photography studio. He stepped into the pool, and the two drew closer and closer. They were so close they could see the water droplets clinging to each other's eyelashes. I'm sorry. Qin Chuan muttered a sentence to himself, and then, following the script, reached out and put his arm around Song Qingli's waist. His movements were restrained, and his fingers even trembled slightly the moment they touched her waist. This was Gu Qingyun's last struggle with reason. Next, according to the script, Gu Qingyun should completely lose his mind and unleash his beastly nature. However, Qin Chuan had not yet had a chance to make a move. Suddenly, Song Qingli stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. Her lips were soft and warm, with a faint, sweet fragrance, like a blooming flower that suddenly bumped into me. Qin Chuan was completely stunned. This scene wasn't in the script. Was I drugged? Why are you being more proactive than me? Qin Chuan instinctively tried to back away, but Song Qingli's arm was tightly held, giving him no room to retreat. What's worse, those slender hands started to get restless, groping from top to bottom. From the neck, to the chest, then to the abdomen, continue exploring downwards. Qin Chuan finally couldn't hold back any longer and quickly grabbed Song Qingli's hand, whispering, Hey, are you crazy? Chapter 17 From Pretense to Reality. There are so many people here. The director is watching, and the camera is pointed at him. Qin Chuan never expected Song Qingli to be so bold. A kiss is one thing, but to touch him down there is another. This isn't filming. This is clearly flirting. Don't talk, focus. Song Qingli's eyes were alluring as she continued to ask for kisses, completely immersed in that wonderful atmosphere. Seeing this, the director and his team were all amazed. As expected of teacher Song, she acted so convincingly. Who can argue with that? The movements, the expressions, they're just like the real thing. Wow, that's what you call professional. Qin Chuan no longer knows how to accept roles. This woman is absolutely insane. They do things completely unpredictably. But since it was all acting, he couldn't refuse. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and keep acting until the director yelled cut. At that moment, the studio door was pushed open. Li Bangxia strode in, still holding her phone in her hand. She just went out to answer a phone call and took care of some work-related matters. However, when she returned to the studio, she was stunned by what she saw. All that could be seen inside the pool was water. Qin Chuan and Song Qingli, their clothes half undone, were passionately embracing and kissing, reluctant to part. Li Bangxia's eyes widened, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Her blue carp actually kissed a stinky man, and that jerk was a boyfriend she paid to rent. Crack! After realizing what was happening, Li Bangxia suddenly shouted. In an instant, the entire studio fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Li Bangxia, whose face was ashen, standing at the door. Qin Chuan and Song Qingli in the pool immediately separated. Qin Chuan's breathing was somewhat heavy, and there was still a faint lipstick mark on his lips. In contrast, Song Qingli remained calm and even leisurely straightened her water-soaked clothes. Teacher Li, what's wrong? Zhang Heng asked tentatively. Li Bangxia walked to the monitor, grabbed the script on the table, flipped through a few pages, and her face grew increasingly grim. Director Zhang, I remember the original script didn't have this scene when the male and female leads first met, right? Why did they suddenly kiss? She said, her tone full of dissatisfaction. This was a last-minute change by the screenwriter. We felt the original design was too bland and lacked dramatic conflict, so we added some romantic scenes. Zhang Heng explained somewhat awkwardly. You call this a little bit? Li Bangxia slammed the script on the table, pointing to the annotations. Kissing scenes, hugs, intimate contact. Isn't this a bit too much? Teacher Li, you're also an insider in this industry, so you should know the current market situation. Zhang Heng patiently explained. The competition in the period fantasy drama genre is fierce, and it's hard to break out without a breakout element. Although this scene is a bit daring, it does enrich the characters and enhance the dramatic tension. No need. For this level of detail, we can just use camera angles. Li Bangxia frowned slightly. The smile on Zhang Heng's face froze. Borrowing space? Can the effect be the same? He looked to Wang Yulong for help, but the latter immediately turned his head to the side, pretending to study the lighting equipment next to him. Penelia. At this moment, Song Qingli spoke up. Director Zhang is only doing this for the good of the show. As professional actors, we should have professional ethics. It's nothing to make sacrifices occasionally. Please, don't interfere with my intimacy with my husband. Looking at Song Qingli's face, Li Bangxia felt as if something was blocking her heart. She wanted to argue, to say that the scene didn't need to be filmed like that at all, and that Qingli shouldn't have given her first on-screen kiss to a jerk. But the words stuck in his throat. Because she has no stance. She was just Song Qingli's colleague and friend. What right does she have to interfere with Song Qingli's work? All right. Li Bangxia clenched her fists secretly, her voice hoarse. Then let's continue filming. She turned and walked to a corner, crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, her expression as cold as an iceberg. Zhang Heng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly urged everyone to continue. All right, everyone to your positions, one more take. Qin Chuan stood by the pool, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. He glanced furtively at Li Bangxia in the corner, who was staring at him with a hateful look, as if she wanted to devour him alive. His heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. The sponsor is angry. The consequences are severe. Will they deduct money from my pay? Qin Chuan, are you ready? Zhang Heng called out. Okay, all right. Qin Chuan snapped out of his thoughts and got back into focus. This time, we'll start filming from the beginning. Qin Chuan pushed open the wooden door and staggered in. The drug took effect, and his reason struggled against him. He stepped into the pool and put his arm around Song Qingli's waist. Everything went smoothly. Then, Song Qingli kissed him again. This time she was even more engaged than before, wrapping her arms around him even tighter, her body almost pressed against his chest. The studio was so quiet that only the sound of rippling water could be heard. Following the director's instructions, Qin Chuan began to respond to the kiss. The moment their lips touched, he felt Song Qingli's fingers travel down his spine, with a subtle, almost imperceptible, teasing sensation. He endured it. However, the next second, he suddenly froze and his eyes widened. He was horrified to discover that Song Qingli's tongue had actually slipped inside. It's fragrant, sweet, soft, and tender. Holy crap! Qin Chuan's brain went blank again, and he forgot to react for a moment. No, you're just kissing. Why are you sticking your tongue out? This is a proper fantasy drama, not the kind that needs to be censored. Click! Zhang Heng's voice came from behind the monitor, filled with obvious dissatisfaction. Qin Chuan, what's wrong with you? Can't you be a little more engaged? Don't just stand there like a block of wood. Qin Chuan pulled away from Song Qingli's lips, looking somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, Director Zhang. It was my fault. Let's do it again. Quickly get yourself together. Don't waste everyone's time. Zhang Heng waved his hand. Song Qingli stood in the pool, a smile playing on her lips, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered some interesting toy. Her fingers casually stirred the water's surface, and her gaze towards Qin Chuan seemed to say, "Let's see how long you can hold out." Again, Qin Chuan took a deep breath and got back into focus. He put his arm around Song Qingli's waist and lowered his head to kiss her. This time he was mentally prepared. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, that restless little tongue darted over again. Qin Chuan did not back down this time. He retaliated by biting back. Song Qingli exclaimed, "Ah," and shrank back. She covered her mouth and gave Qin Chuan a charmingly disdainful look. "You naughty boy." Click. Zhang Heng called for a stop again. But this time his tone towards Song Qingli was completely different and kind. "Teacher Song, what's wrong?" "It's nothing." Song Qingli regained her normal expression and said calmly, "Qin Chuan did very well. It was my fault just now. I was a little unaccustomed to it." "It's okay. Let's do another one." Zhang Heng smiled. Qin Chuan sighed inwardly. He realized he had made a serious strategic mistake. Why did you bite her? Isn't this like lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot? The third round officially begins. This time, Qin Chuan was smarter and followed the director's instructions, putting himself into the filming seriously. But Song Qingli was clearly not satisfied with this. She suddenly stopped halfway through the kiss, saying the light was too bright and it was affecting her performance. The lighting technician adjusted the angle and started over. Fourth time. She said the position was wrong. It should be a little to the left. Let's start over. On the fifth take, she said the emotions weren't strong enough and she needed to work on it some more. Let's start over. On the sixth time, she said Qin Chuan's posture was too stiff and he should relax a bit more. Let's start over. Eighth time, ninth time, the 10th time. Qin Chuan had lost count of how many times he had kissed her. All he remembered was that Song Qingli's lips were soft, her breath was sweet, and her techniques became more and more skillful and increasingly unruly. His lips were already a little swollen. Li Bangxia, sitting in the corner, had a face so dark it looked like ink could drip from it. She gritted her teeth, her fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. That despicable Qin Chuan. He actually kissed her blue carp more than a dozen times. More than 10 times. The man she had a crush on for 3 years was being repeatedly abused by a jerk. She won't be able to vent her anger until she gets her revenge. Chapter 18, deliberately picking a fight. Click. Zhang Heng's voice rang out again. Once again, filming was interrupted because of Song Qingli. Zhang Heng rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache, but out of respect for Song Qingli's status, he could only force a smile and ask, "Teacher Song, you're not feeling well. Why don't you rest for a bit?" "No need. I'm in good shape right now. Let's do one more." Song Qingli looked like she wanted more. "Okay." Zhang Heng nodded, then turned to Qin Chuan and instructed, "Qin Chuan, you need to cooperate well with Teacher Song and fully immerse yourself in the role, understand?" "Okay, Director Zhang." Qin Chuan nodded, then turned to Song Qingli and lowered his voice. "Hey, Song Qingli, stop fooling around. This crazy woman, she's even become addicted to acting." Song Qingli raised her eyes slightly, asking innocently, "What's wrong with me? What do you think?" Qin Chuan smiled, but his voice was forced out through clenched teeth. "If we keep going like this, it'll be dark soon." Song Qingli looked Qin Chuan over with great interest, and seeing that the other man was covered in her marks, a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. "All right, let's leave it at that for today. We'll meet again another day." She emphasized the last few words, making no attempt to hide her provocative intent. Qin Chuan was very troubled. Having such a crazy person as a freak, "I'm afraid I'm not going to have any good days ahead." As requested by the director, the two filmed the scene again. This time, Song Qingli behaved herself and finished filming seriously, finally not causing any more trouble. The final result satisfied everyone on set. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is pleasing to the eye. Of course, Li Bangxia is an exception. She watched the two of them being intimate from afar, and she was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth to dust. "Qin Chuan, you just wait." After Qin Chuan finished filming the intimate scene and went through the normal storyline, it was finally time to wrap up. "I'm not tired, but my lips are a little swollen." As they were leaving, Song Qingli suddenly stopped Qin Chuan and said with a half smile, "Teacher Qin, you did very well today. Let's add each other on WeChat first, and then we can have a more in-depth discussion when we have time." Qin Chuan secretly rolled his eyes. "Deeper exchanges? I don't believe you for a second. You crazy SM fan. It's a miracle you're not deliberately tormenting people. I may have my own complaints, but that's all I can say. But with so many people from the crew in front of him, Qin Chuan couldn't refuse, so he could only exchange contact information with Song Qingli. 5 years later, the memories that were once dead are about to attack him again. Qin Chuan changed his clothes and walked out of the film set, only to find that Li Bangxia had been waiting for him for a long time. She crossed her arms and leaned against the car door, her face expressionless. That look in his eyes was like a knife chilled to the bone. "Miss Li." Qin Chuan forced out his signature smile. He noticed that Li Bangxia's emotions were off when they were filming. Although he didn't understand why, he knew he couldn't anger his sugar daddy because of the rules for stand-ins. "Get in the car." Li Bangxia opened the car door, uttered a sentence, and got in herself. Qin Chuan obediently sat in the passenger seat. The car started and drove out of the film and television base. On the way, Li Bangxia remained silent, but the car's speed increased. Qin Chuan sat beside him, his body involuntarily tensing up. "I felt like I was sitting on pins and needles, with a fishbone stuck in my throat, a thorn in my back, and walking on thin ice." He glanced at the dashboard furtively, 120 miles per hour. "This is in the city, sister." "Miss Li, isn't the car going a bit too fast?" Qin Chuan asked tentatively. "Shut up," Li Bangxia said coldly. Qin Chuan smiled awkwardly, said nothing more, and simply lowered his head slightly to repeatedly check that the seatbelt was fastened. The car sped along and finally stopped in front of the manor villa. Li Bangxia turned off the engine, pushed open the door, and got out of the car, walking inside without looking back. Qin Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed. Pushing open the villa's front door, the living room was completely empty. Li Qingdai is not at home. A note lay on the coffee table, bearing a line of neat handwriting. "Something urgent has come up. I'll be away for 2 days. Don't worry, da." Li Bangxia crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into the trash can, then sat down on the sofa, crossed her long legs, and looked coldly at Qin Chuan. "I'm hungry," she said with a stern face. Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant. "I'll go cook right away." He turned and walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, which was full of ingredients. He quickly mentally calculated the menu, then tied on his apron and got to work. Chop vegetables, prepare ingredients, and heat oil in a wok. The movements were fluid and seamless, executed in one go. An hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were served. Steamed sea bass, garlic broccoli, kung pao chicken, hot and sour soup, plus a side of cucumber salad. It has a bright color and a fragrant aroma. Li Bangxia sat down at the dining table, picked up her chopsticks, and put a piece of sea bass into her mouth. Qin Chuan stood aside, waiting for the evaluation. The moment the fish touched her tongue, Li Bangxia's eyes widened slightly for a second. Tender, smooth, and cooked to perfection. The aroma of scallions and ginger has fully permeated the fish without overpowering its natural sweetness. This is the best steamed sea bass she has ever eaten. But her expression didn't change at all. She even deliberately frowned. "It's too salty," she said coldly. "Too salty?" Qin Chuan was taken aback. He tasted the soup, and it was just right. "So how could it be salty?" "I said it's salty, so it's salty." Li Bangxia slammed her chopsticks on the table and said with dissatisfaction, "Make it again." "No problem." Qin Chuan didn't press the matter, immediately put on a smile, and turned back to the kitchen. "I took another sea bass, processed it again, and steamed it again." He thought Li Bangxia preferred a lighter taste, so he deliberately used less salt this time, and reduced the amount of other seasonings as well. 15 minutes later, the freshly steamed sea bass was served. Li Bangxia picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, chewed it twice, and frowned even more deeply. "It's too bland." She spoke again. "Remake it." Qin Chuan's eye twitched. He realized that Li Bangxia was deliberately picking a fight. 1 minute it's salty, the next it's bland. It's clearly meant to torment him. He was unhappy, but since the client had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. "Sorry, I'll redo it." Qin Chuan bowed slightly, took the fish without changing his expression, and returned to the kitchen to continue his work. Over the years, he has served many eccentric clients, and he has become accustomed to the slightest difficulties they cause. As long as the sugar daddy is willing to pay, he'd be willing to do anything for him. Soon, the 3rd sea bass was served. Li Bangxia took a bite and still frowned. "It's fishy." Qin Chuan didn't say anything and silently redid it. The 4th sea bass was served. "I'm getting old." The 5th sea bass was served. "The ginger flavor is too strong." There were 5 sea bass in the refrigerator, and they were all used up in just 1 hour. Even with Qin Chuan's strong mental fortitude, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed at this moment. It wasn't that Li Bangxia was making things difficult for him, but rather that he felt it was too wasteful. These are Songjiang perch, costing 2,000 yuan per pound. The worst part is that they're not easy to buy, and it's such a waste to see them ruined like this. It's all money. Miss Li, there are no more fish left, Qin Chuan explained helplessly. Never mind, let's just eat this, Li Bangxia said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Li Bangxia had calmed down, but he soon realized he had been too optimistic. Chapter 19: The Sound of Shame. This Kung Pao chicken is too sweet, Li Bangxia began to nitpick again. Redo it. The broccoli was too mushy and had no texture. Redo it. The cucumber is cut too thick, so it doesn't absorb the flavor well. Redo it. This hot and sour soup isn't sour or spicy at all, and you call it hot and sour soup? Redo it. Qin Chuan spun around in the kitchen like a top, his forehead already beaded with sweat. 1 dish, remake it. Make both dishes again. 3 dishes, remake them. The food in the refrigerator is decreasing at a visible rate. When Qin Chuan brought out the 4th version of the remade hot and sour soup, Li Bangxia finally stopped finding fault. She picked up the spoon, took a sip, and said expressionlessly, "All right, just make do with this." Qin Chuan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 9 o'clock. He spent a full 3 hours cooking. Li Bangxia ate slowly and deliberately, not very fast, but she ate quite a lot of each dish. Qin Chuan stood to the side, his stomach growling. He hasn't eaten anything since noon. Li Bangxia looked up at him, but didn't say anything, and continued eating with her head down. 20 minutes later, Li Bangxia finally put down her chopsticks. She leaned back in her chair, her expression still indifferent, but a barely perceptible hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. "I've packed it up," Li Bangxia said, deliberately keeping a straight face. "Okay." Qin Chuan nodded and began clearing away the dishes. After he finished washing the dishes, wiping the stove, and tidying up the kitchen, Li Bangxia had already moved to the sofa in the living room. She nestled on the sofa, her long legs stretched out straight, her slippers somehow kicked off, revealing a pair of fair feet. "Come here." She beckoned to Qin Chuan with her finger. Qin Chuan walked over and stood properly beside the coffee table. "Pour me some water to wash my feet." Li Bangxia's tone was as casual as if she were ordering a servant around. Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched, but he still maintained a professional smile. "Okay, Miss Li." He went to the bathroom to get a foot basin, adjusted the water temperature, and brought it to the sofa. The water temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. Li Bangxia put her feet in the water and soaked them for a while, then frowned and said, "My legs ache, and my feet ache too." She looked up at Qin Chuan and said, "Give me a massage." Qin Chuan squatted down, rolled up his sleeves, put his hands into the water, and held her feet. Li Bangxia's body visibly stiffened for a moment. She hates being touched by men. From childhood to adulthood, she has always felt uncomfortable even shaking hands with men. But at this moment, she wanted Qin Chuan to do these things. This jerk kissed her carp more than a dozen times today. How could she possibly let him off so easily? Foot washing and massage are just the beginning. The moment Qin Chuan's fingers touched the soles of her feet, Li Bangxia reflexively tried to pull them back. "It's so painful." The man's hands were rough and warm, giving her goosebumps all over. "Be gentle," she said coldly. "Okay." Qin Chuan adjusted his strength and began to press rhythmically. Li Bangxia gritted her teeth and endured it, trying her best to maintain a cold expression on her face. She told herself that this was punishment. This was humiliation for that jerk. She should enjoy the process, not feel uncomfortable. Qin Chuan's fingers slowly moved along the soles of her feet, from her heel to the arch, and then to the ball of her foot. Every movement was methodical and deliberate. Li Bangxia's brows gradually relaxed. "It doesn't seem so bad." Qin Chuan pressed his thumb down on a spot on the sole of her foot, applying just the right amount of pressure. A soft moan escaped from Li Bangxia's throat. Her eyes widened instantly, and she quickly covered her mouth. Her face flushed red instantly. What is she doing? How could she make such a shameful sound? She nervously looked down at Qin Chuan, who was focused on pressing her feet and seemed not to hear anything. Li Bangxia secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart was still pounding. It must be because they are too tired and their bodies are too exhausted that they are like this. Yes, that's it. It has nothing to do with Qin Chuan's methods. Qin Chuan continued pressing, his fingers moving to the ankle, where he gently kneaded it. A tingling sensation spread from the soles of my feet, up my calves, as if something was melting inside my body. Li Bangxia made another sound, this time covering her mouth even faster, but the sound still leaked out. She was completely devastated. Her face turned as red as a boiled shrimp, and her ears were burning. What exactly happened? Why does it feel so good to have a smelly man massage my feet? Qin Chuan's thumb found another acupoint and pressed it down with just the right amount of pressure. Li Bangxia's body trembled uncontrollably, and a warm current surged up from the soles of her feet, climbed up her spine, and finally exploded at the top of her head. That feeling, how should I put it? It felt like taking a very comfortable hot bath, or like lying on a cloud and basking in the sun. Every pore on my body is open, and every muscle is relaxing. She bit her lip, desperately trying to keep herself from making a sound. But the body is honest. The toes unconsciously curl up and then slowly unfold. Qin Chuan's fingers pressed along the soles of her feet, each acupoint as precise as if measured with a ruler. Li Bangxia's eyelids began to feel heavy. So comfortable, it feels so good. She felt her consciousness drifting away little by little, and her body sinking little by little. It felt like sinking into a ball of soft cotton, warm and comforting. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Chuan's voice came from afar. "Miss Li, it's done." Li Bangxia suddenly woke up with a start. She looked down and saw that her feet had been dried and were resting comfortably on the sofa cushions. Qin Chuan was squatting to the side, wiping his hands with a towel. "Oh," Li Bangxia responded calmly, pulling her foot back. "It's getting late. You can stay here and sleep in the same room as before." Considering his good behavior today, she decided not to send him away. "Okay." Qin Chuan nodded and began to clean up the mess. Li Bangxia didn't linger in the living room and turned to go upstairs. She went back to her room, closed the door, lay down on the bed, and started playing on her phone. For the past 2 years, she has been plagued by insomnia. I toss and turn every night, my mind filled with all sorts of random thoughts, and I can't fall asleep until 3 or 4 in the morning. She thought today would be the same as usual. Strangely, she felt sleepy as soon as she finished reading a chapter of the novel. My eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. They even forgot to turn off the lights. I slept without any dreams. The next morning, sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains and fell on Li Bangxia's face. She turned over and groggily opened her eyes. I glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table, 8:30. She was stunned. She actually slept until 8:30, and he didn't wake up even once in the middle of it? Li Bangxia sat up and incredulously examined her physical condition. "I feel clear-headed, energetic, and comfortable all over." It felt like a heavy suit of armor had been removed, leaving the whole person feeling light and airy. She hadn't felt this way in a very, very long time. Could it be because of the foot bath and massage I had last night? Li Bangxia looked down at her feet. There was nothing there, but the tingling sensation from being pressed seemed to linger. She had to admit that the jerk's methods were indeed quite effective. Surprisingly, it alleviated her insomnia without her even realizing it. Chapter 20. Su Mushue in a bad mood. Li Bangxia shook her head, banishing the thought. She got out of bed to wash up, and when she brushed her teeth in front of the mirror, she found that her complexion was surprisingly good. Her skin was fair with a rosy glow, her eyes were bright and sparkling, and even the bloodshot veins had faded considerably. She looked at herself in the mirror and felt very happy. After changing my clothes and going downstairs, a delicious aroma wafted out from the kitchen. Li Bangxia walked into the restaurant and paused slightly. The dining table was piled high with food. Shrimp congee, steamed buns, pan-fried dumplings, steamed eggs, soy milk, fried dough sticks, cold side dishes. Each dish was steaming hot, and each dish was as exquisite as a work of art. Qin Chuan stood beside the dining table, wearing an apron, and greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Miss Li. Breakfast is ready." Li Bangxia sat down expressionlessly and picked up a spoon to scoop a mouthful of shrimp porridge. The porridge is thick and smooth. The shrimp are fresh, sweet, and bouncy, and the aroma of rice and the freshness of seafood blend perfectly. One bite, and your stomach feels warm. Tasty. It's so delicious. It tastes much better than the food in other restaurants. Even her sister's cooking is slightly inferior. She was pleasantly surprised, but she wouldn't say it out loud. "SOS, Li Bangxia commented indifferently. "I'll improve next time," Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Li Bangxia nodded. Then I picked up a small steamed bun and took a small bite. The broth burst in your mouth, So delicious it makes your eyebrows practically fly off. She took another sip of soy milk. It was fragrant, rich, and perfectly sweet. I had another pan-fried dumpling. The bottom was golden and crispy, and the filling was fresh and juicy. Her chopsticks moved faster and faster. Although her eating manners were still quite elegant, her speed was clearly increasing. Qin Chuan stood aside, watching her appetite, and secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. This sugar daddy's appetite is much bigger than Su Mushua's. Li Bangxia finished a bowl of porridge and then had another half bowl. I ate 2 baskets of Xilong Bao, soup dumplings, a plate of pan-fried dumplings, 2 servings of steamed eggs, and most of the cold side dishes. When she finally put down her chopsticks, the table was a complete mess. She leaned back in her chair, her expression still indifferent, but a little bit of porridge on the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Qin Chuan handed him a tissue. Li Bangxia took it, wiped her mouth, and said expressionlessly, "It's all right. I'm glad you're satisfied." Qin Chuan continued with a smile. Looking at the gentle and considerate Qin Chuan in front of her, Li Bangxia suddenly felt a little guilty. Yesterday, she deliberately made things difficult for him, making him remake the dishes several times, and then washing his feet and giving him a massage, keeping him up until so late. And he didn't utter a single complaint, even making such a sumptuous breakfast so early in the morning, always maintaining an extremely gentle demeanor. Thinking about it this way, wasn't she a bit too much? They were just filming normally. It was arranged by the director, the script was rewritten by the screenwriter, and Qingli volunteered. What did he do wrong? He was merely following her orders and doing what she asked for money. Li Bangxia cleared her throat and put on a stern face. "Qin Chuan, I have something to say to you. Please speak." Regarding yesterday's filming, Li Bangxia paused, carefully choosing her words. "Acting is acting, but you must remember your identity and never get caught up in it. In our line of work, the worst thing you can do is take a fake role for real, understand?" "Clear." Qin Chuan immediately nodded. "Miss Li, rest assured, I will always remember my identity and will never have any improper thoughts." "All right, that's good." Li Bangxia stood up, put on her coat, and said calmly, "I have a schedule to attend today, so I won't be able to go to the film set with you. If you need anything, just contact Wang Yulo." "Okay." Qin Chuan nodded again. Li Bangxia picked up her bag and prepared to leave, but after taking a few steps, she seemed to remember something and suddenly turned around and said, "Also, you'll be cooking for the next few days while my sister is away. You can stay here for now, and we'll talk again when she gets back." "No problem," Qin Chuan replied with a smile. As a substitute boyfriend, one must provide not only emotional value but also functional value. To put it simply, it means solving all the problems for our customers. After watching Li Bangxia leave, Qin Chuan began to clear the table. Judging from her state just now, Li Bangxia should have calmed down. Last night, the other party still looked like they wanted to tear him apart. Although it was still cold this morning, the resentment from last night was gone. At this moment, in the president's office of the Su Group, Su Mushua sat at her desk with a quarterly report spread out in front of her, but she couldn't concentrate on reading a single word. "I'm feeling very irritable." Knock knock. A knock came at the door. "Come in." Su Mushua's voice was devoid of any emotion. The marketing director pushed open the door and entered, holding a plan in his hand. He walked up to her with a smile and said, "President Su, this is the marketing plan for next quarter. Please take a look." Su Mushua took the book and flipped through 2 pages, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. "Is this all the marketing department has done in 2 weeks?" She slammed the proposal on the table. "The data model is from last year, the competitive analysis is superficial, and the budget allocation is completely illogical. How dare you present this to me?" The marketing director's smile froze on his face. "President Su, we've revised this plan several times. Take it back and redo it." Su Mushua said coldly, "I need to see a watchable version by tomorrow afternoon. If you can't do that, you should consider having someone else sit in your seat." The marketing director was on the verge of tears and slunk out with the proposal in his hand. The office fell silent again. Su Mushua leaned back in her chair, feeling like a fire was burning in her chest, unable to go up or down. She found everything unpleasant and was irritable no matter what she did. She picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and the pinned chat window was quiet, with no new messages. Knock knock. There was another knock on the door. "Enter." Su Mushua's tone was already somewhat impatient. A young woman from the HR department pushed open the door, holding several resumes in her hand, and said timidly, "President Su, these are the candidate information you requested." I have prepared them. Su Mushua took it and looked through it, her expression growing increasingly grim as she read. Why is there a gap in this person's work experience? Why isn't that noted? This person's educational background information is vague. Your HR department can't even do the most basic background check. A few stern questions instantly brought tears to the young woman's eyes, and her voice trembled. President Su, I was just following the procedure. According to the procedure? Su Mushua threw the resume on the table. You send me this unqualified resume as per procedure? What's your HR department doing? If I don't look at it carefully and sign it today, who will be responsible if problems arise? You. The little girl's tears fell in a steady stream as she bit her lip, desperately trying to hold back her sobs. What are you standing there for? Reorganize the data. Su Mushua's voice was cold and hard. The little girl covered her mouth, turned around, and ran out of the office. In the corridor, she could no longer hold back and began to sob. Several colleagues who were passing by could only sigh quietly when they saw this scene. Sigh, how many is this now? Yesterday, Xiao Wang from the finance department was scolded to tears, and the day before yesterday, Brother Liu from the legal department was also reprimanded. That's right. President Su has been like a powder keg these past few days, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. He's strict before, but never like this. Several people gathered together, getting more and more excited as they talked. President Su has been in a bad mood lately. I guess something must have happened. What's the use of just guessing? How do we solve the problem? Oh, by the way, where's Assistant Qin? Usually, when President Su gets angry, it's Assistant Qin who calms her down. Where is he? I don't know. He probably took leave. I haven't seen him for several days. Hey, do you guys think that President Su's recent irritability might be because Assistant Qin isn't here? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent for a moment. You know what? It's actually possible. Do you guys remember last month when President Su was arguing with the board of directors? President Su's face was all dark, and everyone was avoiding him. But then Assistant Qin came in with a cup of coffee, said something, and President Su actually calmed down. Yes, and the time before that, President Su was furious because of a project mistake. No one on the entire floor dared to breathe loudly. It was Assistant Qin who stepped in and resolved the situation. What are we waiting for? Go and bring Assistant Qin back. If this continues, no one in the entire company will dare to enter President Su's office. The group became increasingly excited as they talked, as if they had grasped at a lifeline. They all began to take action. Chapter 21 were divorced. In the marketing director's office, Zhou Hao leaned back in his chair, sighing repeatedly. The marketing plan in front of us has already been rejected and is now in its 6th version. If this continues, I'll lose all my hair. Brother Zhou. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Several people, including Lao Lu from the finance department and Xiao Wang from the administration department, filed in. Why are you here? Zhou Hao weakly raised his eyelids. Brother Zhou, you look so worried. Did you get scolded again? Xiao Wang asked knowingly. Sai, I don't know what's wrong with President Su lately. She's become unusually irritable and unpredictable. Even though she's the one who finalized the plan, she turns around and becomes dissatisfied, wanting to revise it all over again. Zhou Hao sighed. It's the same on my end. Several people have already been scolded. Old Lu chimed in. This can't go on. We can't work properly at all. Zhou Hao shook his head. Brother Zhou, I have a plan that can bring President Su back to normal, Xiao Wang said again. Oh, do you have a plan? Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. It's very simple. Just bring Assistant Qin back. Xiao Wang took 2 steps closer and lowered his voice. As long as Assistant Qin is here, even if President Su throws a huge tantrum, we can handle it. All right. How could I forget about Assistant Qin? Zhou Hao slapped his forehead and exclaimed in delight. Assistant Qin is a real fire extinguisher. No matter how much trouble President Su caused before, as long as Assistant Qin stepped in, he could quickly calm things down. Yes. Now the only one who can save us is Assistant Qin. Old Lu nodded repeatedly. Brother Zhou, you have a good relationship with Assistant Qin. Give him a call and ask him to come back and save the day, Xiao Wang suggested. Okay, I'll start right now. Zhou Hao nodded, took out his phone, found Qin Chuan's number, and immediately pressed the button. The phone rang a few times before being answered quickly. Hello? Director Zhou. Qin Chuan's voice came through the receiver. Zhou Hao immediately turned on speakerphone so that everyone in the room could hear him. Assistant Qin, you finally answered the phone. It's an emergency. Come back right away. Zhou Hao's voice was urgent as soon as he spoke. What's wrong? Qin Chuan asked, somewhat puzzled. What else could happen? President Su has lost her temper. Zhou Haohao said with a bitter face. I don't know what's going on these past few days, but President Su is finding fault with everything and yelling at everyone he sees. Everyone in the company is on edge. Yes, Assistant Qin. Old Lu leaned close to the phone and shouted. The young ladies in my department have been scolded to tears twice. If you don't come back soon, we're really going to break down. Assistant Qin, how can we live without you? Xiao Wang shouted. Qin Chuan was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone before replying helplessly. Director Zhou, I have already resigned. Resigned? Zhou Hao's voice changed. When did this happen? Just a few days ago, Qin Chuan replied. Then, where are you now? Zhou Hao pressed. I have some personal matters to attend to while I'm away, so I won't be back for a while. Holding his phone, Zhou Hao felt as if his backbone had been ripped away, and he plopped back down in his chair. Old Lu and Old Zhao exchanged a glance, both seeing despair in each other's eyes. You don't need to be too nervous. President Su is probably just in a bad mood lately. He should be fine in a few days, Qin Chuan reassured him. Zhou Hao opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, it only turned into a sigh. All right, take care while you're away. We'll get together another day. Okay, Director Zhou, take care too. The phone call ended, and the office fell into a deathly silence. Zhou Hao put down his phone, his face contorted with despair. It's all over. Assistant Qin has resigned. How are we going to survive? Well, the three of them sighed simultaneously, and a somber atmosphere filled the office. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Su Mushua leaned back in her chair, her brows furrowed. The phone screen was lit up. It was a message from my mother. Shue, come home for dinner tonight. Mom made your favorite dishes. Su Mushua stared at the screen for a few seconds, moved her finger, and replied with a single word. Okay da. Go home for dinner. It's time to go home for dinner again. In the past, every time she went home, Qin Chuan would prepare gifts in advance to make her parents happy. His mother liked sweets, so he would queue for 3 hours to buy pastries from that time-honored brand. Her father liked to drink tea, so he asked someone to bring the best Longjing tea from elsewhere. Her brother, that foodie, always nags Qin Chuan to cook, saying things like, my brother-in-law's cooking is even better than Michelin-starred restaurants. Thinking about all this made Su Mushua even more annoyed. She stood up, picked up her bag, and strode out of the office. It was dusk at the Su family's old house. This is an old Chinese courtyard house with blue bricks and gray tiles. Several osmanthus trees are planted in the courtyard, and the fragrance fills the courtyard when the autumn wind blows. Su Mushua parked the car at the entrance, picked up her bag, and went inside. She wore a black trench coat today. Her long hair was loose, her face was expressionless, and she exuded a coldness that kept people at a distance. Shue is back? Su's mother poked her head out of the kitchen, still holding a spatula in her hand, and smiled kindly. Go wash your hands quickly. The food will be ready soon. Mr. Su was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading the newspaper. Hearing the noise, he looked up and nodded to his daughter. There was another person lounging on the sofa, Su Mushua's brother, Su Jingming. He was sitting with his legs crossed, scrolling through his music, munching on potato chips, and occasionally letting out a silly chuckle. Shue, why are you all alone? Where's Xiaoqin? Su's mother looked towards the door, but her proud son-in-law did not appear. Su Mushua placed her bag on the sofa and said in a nonchalant tone, he has something to do and is not free today. What's up? Su's mother came out of the kitchen, somewhat displeased. No matter how busy you are, you still need to eat. Why didn't you bring him back with you? You silly girl, don't let Xiaoqin do everything. He's a person, not a machine. Su's father put down his newspaper and frowned slightly. He was looking forward to having a good chess game with his son-in-law after dinner. Su Mushua took a deep breath, suppressing her impatience. He really has something to do and can't come. Then I'll give him a call. Tell him to come over when he's done with his work and to save the food for him. As she spoke, Su's mother reached for her phone. No need to call anymore. Let him keep busy. Su Mushua immediately said to stop him. Su's mother's hand paused. She looked at her daughter's face and keenly sensed something. Shue, tell Mom honestly. Did you and Xiaoqin have a fight? Su's mother asked tentatively. No. Su Mushua turned her face away. Then why don't you let him come back for dinner? You always brought him back before. Su's mother pressed. Su Mushua remained silent for a moment, knowing that she could no longer hide it, and said calmly, Qin Chuan and I are already divorced. Chapter 22 Family Annihilation. Upon hearing this, the living room suddenly fell silent. Sue's mother was stunned, and the spatula in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. Just as Mr. Su was about to pour tea, he froze, wondering if he had misheard. Su Jingming, who was scrolling through Langyin, TikTok, also looked up in surprise. The girl on the screen was still dancing, but he had completely lost interest in watching. What did you say? Sue's mother was the first to react, her voice changing drastically. Shue, you're not joking with your mother. How could you suddenly get a divorce? I'm not joking, it's true, Su Mushue said, forcing herself to speak. Mr. Su slammed his glasses on the coffee table, his face darkening. What exactly happened? Su Mushue hesitated, unable to finish her sentence. Sis, did Qin Chuan cheat on you? Su Jingming blurted out abruptly, but quickly changed his tone. No. Given Qin Chuan's character, he definitely wouldn't cheat on his wife. He looked up at Su Mushue again. Then you must be seeing someone else. Su Mushue glared at her brother, annoyed. What nonsense are you thinking? I just feel that Qin Chuan and I are not suitable, so I brought up divorce. Not suitable? Mr. Su stood up abruptly, angrily saying. You're telling me it's not suitable? Xiao Qin treats you so well, taking care of everything for you, big and small. You don't even know how to be grateful, and you actually want a divorce? What are you thinking? He knew his daughter was somewhat willful, but he didn't expect her to be this willful. They can get married on a whim and divorce on a whim. They completely treated marriage like a game. Most importantly, he genuinely likes Qin Chuan as his son-in-law. He is meticulous in handling external affairs, gentle and considerate at home, and most importantly, has an exceptionally good character. When his daughter got married, he was a little worried and secretly tested Qin Chuan a few times. As a result, Qin Chuan passed all the tests perfectly, with no flaws to be found. After 3 years of living together, he has come to regard Qin Chuan as half a son. That's why he couldn't help but fly into a rage when he heard his daughter bring up divorce. You're such a willful child. Sue's mother couldn't help but accuse him. What exactly did Xiao Qin do to wrong you? Why are you going to divorce him? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not done with you. In her eyes, Qin Chuan was a son-in-law that was hard to find even with a lantern. She is equally adept in formal settings and domestic tasks, handling everything with exceptional skill. Her relatives and friends were all incredibly envious. She truly never expected her daughter to be so foolish, divorcing over a mere disagreement. Mom, please stop talking. Su Mushue bit her lip, her frustration growing stronger. She knew this would happen. It's always the same. In everyone's eyes, Qin Chuan was perfect, and she was wrong in everything. It's as if she's the one who doesn't deserve him. How could I not tell? Sue's mother was still indignant. Do you know how good Xiao Qin is? Last time I was hospitalized, he stayed by my side for 3 days and 3 nights, never leaving my side. For your father's birthday, he started preparing a gift a month in advance. And that time your brother was beaten like a dog. It was all because of Xiao Qin. Hey, Mom, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Su Jingming quickly interrupted. Although he was unhappy with his mother's behavior of exposing his shameful actions, he also had a very good impression of Qin Chuan. Last year, I got drunk at a club and got into a fight with a group of rich kids, and I was beaten up and left with a black eye and swollen face. Qin Chuan single-handedly stormed over and took down that group of rich kids along with their bodyguards. Of course, Qin Chuan also spent a few days in the hospital that time. Dad, Mom, matters of the heart aren't what you think. Su Mushue felt a headache coming on. What is it? Tell me, Su's father said sternly. Su Mushue was stumped by the question. She wanted to say that Qin Chuan was just a stand-in she had hired, and that there was no affection between them at all, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She kept this secret for 3 years, and the consequences would be unimaginable if she revealed it. Su Mushue, divorce is such a big deal. Why didn't you discuss it with us? How can you make such a decision on your own? Don't you consider us family anymore? Su's mother looked at her with a disappointed expression. I think she's been spoiled rotten. From childhood to adulthood, she's had whatever she wanted and done whatever she wanted without ever considering the consequences. Mr. Su was still furious. Su Mushue's eyes began to sting. She gritted her teeth, refusing to let the tears fall. At this moment, Su Jingming suddenly spoke up. He leaned back on the sofa, his expression unusually serious. Su Mushue, you really don't know how lucky you are. Su Mushue glared at him. Su Jingming said unhurriedly, what exactly is wrong with Qin Chuan? He's handsome, gentle, capable, an amazing cook, and completely devoted to you. He's flawless. On the contrary, you. He looked his sister up and down and shook his head. Besides her looks, she's practically useless. She has a bad temper, is stubborn, gets angry easily, and doesn't even know basic life skills. What gives you the right to look down on her? Su Muxue finally couldn't hold back any longer and angrily said, Su Jingming, Qin Chuan is so good. Why don't you just marry him? Umph. You think I don't want to? If I were a woman, you wouldn't stand a chance. Su Jingming rolled his eyes. You. Su Muxue was choked and unable to speak. Hey kid, don't interrupt. Su's father glared at Su Jingming, then turned to Su Muxue and said in a deep voice, Su Muxue, I'm asking you, are you still thinking about that brat Liu Beichen? Su Muxue's body stiffened slightly. Seeing her reaction, Su's father became even more certain. Let me tell you, he's a playboy. I absolutely will not allow the two of you to be together, and you'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. Why should I? Su Muxue's long-suppressed emotions finally erupted. Marriage is my freedom. I can be with whomever I want. Then just pretend I'm not your father. Su's father snapped. He slammed his hand on the coffee table, making the teacups jump. The atmosphere in the living room instantly plummeted to freezing point. Seeing this, Su's mother quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, let's all say less. Old Su, why are you banging on the table with the child? Let's talk things out. She took Su Muxue's hand and softened her tone. Xue, Mom knows you have your own thoughts. But your dad is right. We're all doing this for your own good. How about this? Let Xiaoqin come over for dinner tomorrow. Mom will have a good talk with him, and we can clear up any misunderstandings. No need, Su Muxue said, turning her face away. Can't you stop being so stubborn, kid? Seeing that Su Muxue didn't react, Su's mother didn't bother with any more words and simply took out her phone. If you won't call, I will. As she spoke, she found Qin Chuan's number and dialed it directly. Mom. Su Muxue tried to stop her, but her mother dodged her. After ringing a few times, the call was answered. Hello? Is this Xiaoqin? Su's mother's voice immediately softened. It's Mom. Oh yes, it's been so long since we've seen you. Your dad and I have really missed you. Are you free tomorrow? Come over for a meal. Okay, it's a deal then. You have to come. After hanging up the phone, Su's mother nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoqin agreed. He'll come over tomorrow at noon. Su Muxue stood to the side, her lips pressed tightly together, but she felt inexplicably relieved. Meanwhile, inside the manor villa on the other side, Qin Chuan hung up the phone, looked at his phone screen, and had a complicated expression. He couldn't refuse his mother's call. Over the past 3 years, Mr. and Mrs. Su have treated him very well, regarding him as their own son. Both morally and logically, he should go. However, the thought of facing Su Muxue tomorrow gave him a headache. Fine, let's go. The contract's already signed. We'll just have a meal and then leave. Qin Chuan sighed, put away his phone, composed himself, put on his apron, and began preparing dinner. Chapter 23, Meeting the Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law. The next morning, Qin Chuan woke up very early. He glanced at his phone habitually and saw 2 unread WeChat messages. One message was from Wang Yulong, saying that the costume photos for Above the Clouds were out and the effect was excellent, and that he should rest well today and officially join the crew tomorrow. One of the messages was from Song Qingli. There was no text, only a selfie of her wearing a sexy uniform and holding a whip. In the photo, Song Qingli is wearing high heels, revealing her long legs and black stockings. A flawless and exquisitely beautiful face, with a touch of aloofness and domineering, like a noble queen. Neuropathy. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and then he decisively deleted the photo. Women will only slow down his earning speed. After a quick wash, Qin Chuan went downstairs to prepare breakfast for Li Bangxia. Li Qingdai wasn't home. As per the client's request, he had been staying at the manor villa for the past few days, acting as a nanny. 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Bangxia came downstairs with dark circles under her eyes. I got so engrossed in reading a novel last night that I stayed up late again. Her biological clock forced her awake, and she's still feeling a bit sleepy. She suddenly felt a pang of longing for that sweet sleep she had enjoyed that night. After Qin Chuan gave him a foot massage, he fell asleep as soon as he lay down on the bed and slept soundly until dawn, feeling refreshed, relaxed, and more comfortable than ever before. I wish I could enjoy this kind of service every day. Just as she was marveling at this, Li Bangxia paused for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening. What am I thinking? Who wants a massage from a stinky man? I feel disgusted just touching it. Making him wash and massage his feet that night was his punishment. Do you understand punishment? Li Bangxia shook her head, casting aside all distracting thoughts. When she arrived at the restaurant, she saw that the table was already laden with a sumptuous breakfast, most of which were her favorite dishes. Miss Li, you're awake? Qin Chuan, dressed in an apron, looking every bit the perfect husband, had a gentle smile on his lips. Breakfast is ready, please enjoy. Oh, you can eat with us too, Li Bangxia replied casually. Judging from Miss Li's complexion, did she not sleep well last night? Qin Chuan keenly noticed the unusual behavior of his sugar daddy. What's it to you? Li Bangxia replied curtly, then realized she had been too irritable and softened her tone slightly. I was busy with work last night and went to bed a little late. I have prepared a calming soup for you. Please try it. Qin Chuan turned around and brought over a bowl of calming soup, thoughtfully placing it in front of Li Bangxia. A calming soup? Does that stuff even work? Although Li Bangxia was somewhat suspicious, the aroma made her hungry, and she picked it up and took a small bite. The taste is not bad. Then came the second bite, the third bite. In no time at all, Li Bangxia had finished the entire bowl of calming soup. Then, something surprising happened. Not long after she drank the calming soup, her dizziness and headache disappeared without her even realizing it. His previously listless spirit immediately perked up. This energizing effect is much stronger than coffee or anything like that. Your calming soup is quite good. Li Bangxia was quite surprised and, unusually, offered a word of praise. I'm glad you like it. Qin Chuan smiled slightly. He obtained this calming soup recipe at great expense. After his improvements, it has become a unique secret recipe. The effect is fantastic. Miss Li, I have something to attend to at noon and need to go out, Qin Chuan suddenly said. What is it? Li Bangxia looked up. I have some personal business to attend to. Qin Chuan did not say it explicitly. I have prepared lunch for you. If you are hungry, you can heat it up yourself. Oh, Li Bangxia replied indifferently. Please enjoy your meal. I'll be going now. Qin Chuan smiled and got up to leave. Are you coming back tonight? Li Bangxia asked out of the blue. Don't worry, Miss Li, it won't interfere with your dinner. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. Oh, Li Bangxia said no more. As long as she doesn't go hungry, nothing else matters. After leaving the manor villa, Qin Chuan returned to his small apartment and prepared lunch for his sister in advance, including Lin Jingshu's portion. After that, he went to several other places and bought pastries that Su's mother liked, tea that Su's father liked, and coffee beans that Su Jingming liked. I'm going to the Su family's house for lunch today, so I definitely can't be careless about the proper etiquette. Having served as the fake son-in-law of the Su family for 3 years, he had already memorized the Su family's preferences. Around noon, at the Su family's old house, Qin Chuan walked into the courtyard carrying his things, and the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms wafted towards him. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and then raised his hand to knock on the door. They're here. They're here. Su's mother's voice came from inside. Her footsteps hurried. The door opened, and Su's mother stood in the doorway. As soon as she saw Qin Chuan, she beamed. Little Qin is here. Come in, come in. Oh, you silly child. You didn't need to bring anything. Mom, these are your favorite pastries. Qin Chuan smiled and handed them over. Oh my, this child is so thoughtful. Su's mother took the things and pulled Qin Chuan's hand to walk inside. Come in and sit down. It's cold outside. In the living room, Mr. Su was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Seeing Qin Chuan enter, he put down his newspaper and smiled. Little Qin is here? Have a seat. Dad. Qin Chuan called out respectfully. Father Su nodded, his gaze lingering on Qin Chuan's face for a moment, as if observing something. Xiao Qin, you've lost weight recently. You need to take better care of yourself and don't overwork yourself, Su's father advised. Thank you for your concern, Dad. I'm fine. Qin Chuan smiled. Su Jingming poked his head out of the kitchen, a chicken leg in his hand, his mouth glistening with oil. Qin Chuan's here? Perfect timing. Come and cook. I've been craving it for days. You come out here. Su's mother slapped her son on the back and scolded. Little Qin just came in, and you're already asking her to cook? Don't you have any sense? Ouch. Su Jingming grimaced and rubbed his back. Mom, be gentle. I was just craving it. Besides, we're all family. There's no need to be so polite. You'd better resist the urge. Su's mother glared at her son, then turned to Qin Chuan, her smile returning. Little Qin, please sit down first. I'll go pour you a cup of tea. Mom, no need to trouble yourself, Qin Chuan said quickly. No trouble at all, Su's mother said, turning and heading to the kitchen. Qin Chuan sat down on the sofa. his gaze casually sweeping across the living room. Su Mushue is not here. Xiaoqin, have some tea. Su's mother brought out a teacup, sat down next to Qin Chuan, and looked at him with a smile. Have you been busy with work lately? It's all right, not too busy. Qin Chuan took the teacup. That's good. Young people should take care of their health and not overwork themselves. Su's mother nodded. As the two were talking, footsteps came from the stairs. Qin Chuan looked up and saw Su Mushue coming down from upstairs. She wore a white dress today, her long hair was loose, and she wasn't wearing makeup, but her skin was still glowing white. She had faint dark circles under her eyes, which suggested she hadn't slept well last night. Their eyes met in midair. Qin Chuan smiled politely. Mushue. Su Mushue's expression stiffened for a moment. Then she turned her face away and gave a faint Outside, they call each other President Su. At home, they call each other Mushue. This has been their unspoken understanding for the past 3 years. But this tacit understanding will soon disappear. Chapter 24 After Sales Service. After going downstairs, Su Mushue plopped down on the sofa and ignored Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan didn't mind at all, and took the initiative to take over the work from Su's mother, and went into the kitchen to start busying himself. Oh, Xiaoqin, you're a guest. How can we let you do it? Su's mother quickly stepped forward to stop her. Mom, you've been busy all day. Let me help you. Qin Chuan skillfully rolled up his sleeves, turned on the tap, and started washing the vegetables. Su's mother looked pleased. This child always rushes to do chores whenever he comes home, unlike her 2 sons, who only sit on the sofa playing on their phones. The key point is that Qin Chuan not only knows how to cook, but his culinary skills are absolutely superb. Many of her signature dishes were learned from her brother-in-law. At this moment, Su Jingming poked half his head in. Head in. I want to eat your braised pork, the same version as last time, fatty but not greasy, melts in your mouth. No problem, Qin Chuan readily agreed. And we also need sweet and sour pork ribs. Su Jingming added again. Good. Another sauerkraut fish, please. Can. And that one. Get out of here. Finally, Su's mother couldn't take it anymore. She pushed her son out of the kitchen and shouted, If you keep nagging, you won't get any food today. Su Jingming stumbled a couple of steps after being pushed, but he wasn't angry. He just smiled and went back to the living room, slumped onto the sofa, and continued scrolling through his phone. Qin Chuan was busy in the kitchen, his spatula flying as he worked, and the aroma wafted out in waves. The braised pork belly was bubbling away in the pot, its glossy, dark sauce coating every piece of meat, making it look incredibly appetizing. The sweet and sour pork ribs are ready to be served, sprinkled with white sesame seeds, and have a bright red color. The sweet and sour aroma is so tempting that it makes your mouth water. The sauerkraut fish is simmering, the fish slices are rolling in the soup, and the aroma of sour, spicy, and fresh flavors fills the air. Standing to the side, Su's mother watched Qin Chuan's fluid movements, feeling both gratified and regretful. What a wonderful child. He is handsome, has a good temper, cooks delicious food, is gentle and considerate to Xue, and is also very filial to her and Lao Su. A son-in-law like this is hard to find even with a lantern. Why doesn't my silly daughter know how to cherish things? In the living room, Su Mushue sat on the sofa, staring at her phone screen, but couldn't concentrate on reading a single word. The aroma wafting from the kitchen wafted into my nose. Braised pork belly, sweet and sour pork ribs, sauerkraut fish. Every single dish was one of her favorites. She glanced furtively towards the kitchen, only to see Qin Chuan's busy back. He wore a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a section of his muscular forearm. He seems to have lost a little weight. Su Mushue looked away, feeling a little strange. When we were at home, he would cook for her every day, making her all sorts of delicious dishes in different ways. She never said thank you, and sometimes she would even complain that the taste was wrong. Looking back now, it does seem a bit excessive. But Su Mushue recalled the scene she had witnessed on the street that day, and the guilt she felt immediately vanished. So what if he can cook? He was still sitting in other women's cars, smiling so happily at them, wasn't he? Thinking of this, Su Mushue's face turned cold again, and her lips pressed into a thin line. Huh, what a scumbag. Dinner's ready. Qin Chuan carried the dishes out of the kitchen and placed them on the table one by one. Braised pork belly, sweet and sour pork ribs, pickled fish, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, cucumber salad, and tomato and egg drop soup. 6 dishes and 1 soup, all with excellent color, aroma, and taste. Su Jingming was the first to rush to the table, grab his chopsticks, and stuff a piece of braised pork into his mouth. Then he closed his eyes, looking completely captivated. That's the taste. Qin Chuan, if you open a restaurant, I'll patronize it every day. Just eat your food and keep quiet. Sue's mother gently patted the back of her son's head, then gestured for Qin Chuan to sit down. Little Qin, sit down quickly. You must be exhausted after working all day. Not tired, Qin Chuan said with a smile as he sat down at the dining table. Mr. Su also sat down, looked at the table full of dishes, and nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoqin's cooking skills are getting better and better. Dad, you flatter me. Qin Chuan smiled modestly. Su Muxue was the last to sit down, choosing a seat furthest from Qin Chuan. Su's mother frowned, as if she wanted to say something, but Su's father stopped her with a look. Come on, Xiaoqin, have some food. Su's mother picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a piece of braised pork on Qin Chuan's plate. Thank you, Mom. Qin Chuan picked up the bowl and took it, his gaze casually sweeping over the dishes on the table. The sweet and sour pork ribs were in front of Su Muxue, but she didn't touch them. She used to love sweet and sour pork ribs the most, and she could eat more than half a plate of them every time. What's wrong with me today? Without thinking much, Qin Chuan picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and naturally placed it into Su Muxue's bowl. Eat more. The remaining 10 million yuan payment hasn't arrived yet, but he still needs to maintain a good after-sales attitude towards this former major investor. Su Muxue looked down at the ribs in her bowl, her heart skipping a beat. He still remembers that I like sweet and sour pork ribs. He still remembered to serve me food. What does this tell us? This shows that he still cares about me. A secret joy welled up in Su Muxue's heart, and the corners of her mouth almost couldn't help but turn up. But she quickly suppressed her joy and tried to maintain a cold expression. I can use it myself. Her voice was indifferent, and she didn't even glance at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan didn't mind, smiled, and continued eating his meal. Su's mother saw this and was very anxious. This girl, Qin, is serving you food, and this is how you treat her? Su Jingming, however, was quite unceremonious. His chopsticks flew through the dish, his mouth stuffed full, yet he still managed to offer his indistinct comments. Qin Chuan, your cooking skills are absolutely amazing. You're 100 times better than those Michelin-starred chefs. Eat more if you like, Qin Chuan said with a smile. Su Muxue picked up a spare rib from the bowl and took a small bite. The sweet and sour taste melted on her tongue. It was her favorite flavor. The heat was just right, and the seasoning was just right too. Exactly the same as before. She picked up another piece, and this time she ate it faster. Then I picked up another piece. By the time she came to her senses, the bowl was empty. Qin Chuan picked up another piece and put it in her bowl without saying anything. Su Muxue lowered her eyes, neither thanking her nor refusing. Seeing this, Su's mother breathed a slight sigh of relief. This girl says she doesn't care, but her actions tell a different story. The atmosphere at the dinner table gradually warmed up. Su Jingming recounted amusing anecdotes from the company, making his mother laugh. Su's father would occasionally chime in with a few words, commenting on the current news. Qin Chuan chimed in at just the right moment, neither stealing the spotlight nor creating an awkward silence. After several rounds of drinks and several dishes, Mr. Su put down his chopsticks and finally got to the point. Xiaoqin, tell Dad the truth. What's going on between you and Xue? Did you have some kind of conflict? Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback and then glanced at Su Muxue. When he entered the room, he sensed that something was wrong. Now it seems that their divorce has been exposed. He originally thought that Liu Beichun would take the opportunity to rise to power and replace him. But it was clear that Su Muxue had not been able to appease her parents. That crazy woman, she really knows how to give him a hard time. If he had known all this earlier, he should have paid much more. Chapter 25, he clearly likes me so much. Dad, Qin Chuan considered for a moment and said gently, Muxue and I don't have any conflicts. It's just that our personalities don't match. You two have been together for 3 years and got along very well. How come you suddenly don't get along? Tell me honestly, is it because Xue bullied you? Mr. Su said sternly. How could that be? Qin Chuan smiled sheepishly. The incident happened so suddenly that he didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Xiaoqin, don't be afraid. If you've been wronged, tell Mom, and Mom will definitely stand up for you. Su's mother also spoke up righteously. Su Muxue was dissatisfied with her parents' reaction. Dad, Mom, when have I ever bullied him? Am I the kind of unreasonable person? Su Muxue frowned. Upon hearing this, Su Jingming abruptly replied, Yes. Shut up. I wasn't talking to you. Su Muxue glared at her brother fiercely. Su Jingming rolled his eyes and mumbled indistinctly. Look at your bad temper. Only Qin Chuan can put up with you. Anyone else would have run away 800 times over. That's how I am. Take it or leave it. Su Muxue blurted out. Smack. Su's father slammed his hand on the table, making the bowls and chopsticks bounce, and said in a deep voice, Su Muxue, don't you have any sense of propriety? Xiao Qin is so good to you, and this is your attitude. Su Muxue was taken aback by her father's shout, and her lips pursed tightly. She took a deep breath, and the emotions that had been building up for several days finally broke free. He's good to me? Su Muxue's voice trembled slightly. If he really cared about me, he wouldn't be sitting in another woman's car. After these words were spoken, the entire living room fell silent. Su's mother was stunned. Su Jingming forgot to chew the braised pork in his mouth. Su's father's brows were tightly furrowed. All eyes turned to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's eye twitched. That crazy woman. I kindly offered to handle after-sales service for her, and she sabotaged me. Qin Chuan. I saw it with my own eyes that day. Do you dare to say you didn't get into another woman's car? Su Muxue's tone was aggressive. You mean Li Bangxia, right? Qin Chuan remained calm and composed, saying in a measured tone. That was for work reasons. Work? Su Muxue sneered. Li Bangxia is a big star. What kind of job do you need to ride in her car? Qin Chuan wasn't angry. Instead, he patiently explained. A friend thought I had a good image and introduced me to an entertainment company. I've already signed a contract and become an actor. That day was to discuss work, and Li Bangxia was the senior colleague the company assigned to me. Actor. Su Jingming was the first to react, his eyes widening in disbelief. Holy crap. Brother-in-law, you're going to be a star? That's awesome. Don't interrupt me, you brat. Su's mother glared at her son. You are an actress now? Su Muxue was somewhat taken aback. What? Doesn't it look like it? Qin Chuan looked himself up and down. Yes. Of course you look like one. Su's mother nodded repeatedly. With your looks, Xiao Qin, you're more than qualified to be an actor. So, you and Li Bangxia are just colleagues? Su Muxue's expression softened. Of course, Qin Chuan nodded. At the same time, I added in my mind. Aren't we just colleagues too? When will that damn 10 million yuan balance finally arrive? This after-sales service is so frustrating. Did you hear that? Xiao Qin is going to work. You've misunderstood him. Su's mother turned to look at her daughter, her tone reproachful. Su Muxue didn't say anything, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just a working relationship? I knew it. He clearly likes me so much. How could he suddenly fall for another woman? It seems I was overthinking things. You misunderstood them. Why aren't you apologizing? Su's father glared at him. Why should I apologize to him? Su Muxue turned her face away and said stubbornly. He didn't tell me what kind of actor he was going to be. How would I know? You. Just as Su's father was about to get angry, Qin Chuan immediately smiled and smoothed things over. It's all right, it's all right. It's my fault for not explaining things clearly to Muxue beforehand. It's not her fault. Look at Xiao Qin, how sensible he is. And look at you, Su's father sighed, looking disappointed in him. Su Muxue pouted but did not refute. After understanding what had happened, her anger subsided considerably. After dinner, Qin Chuan helped Su's mother clear the dishes and then played a few games of chess with Su's father. Su Jingming watched from the sidelines, occasionally offering some bad ideas, which earned him a severe scolding from his father. The atmosphere was joyful and harmonious, as if we had returned to the past. Just then, Qin Chuan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, Li Bangxia. Dad, I'm going to answer this phone. Qin Chuan walked into the courtyard and pressed the answer button. Qin Chuan, when are you coming back? I'm hungry. Li Bangxia's voice carried a hint of impatience. I'll be right back. Qin Chuan glanced at the time. It was indeed getting late. Hurry up, Li Bangxia said and hung up the phone. Qin Chuan put away his phone, walked back to the living room, and said apologetically, Dad, Mom, I have something urgent to attend to at work. I have to go now. So eager? Sit a little longer, Su's mother said, somewhat reluctantly. No, I'll come see you again next time, Qin Chuan said with a smile, politely declining. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Don't delay anything, Mr. Su nodded. Qin Chuan, remember to make braised pork for me again next time you come. Su Jingming called from behind. Qin Chuan smiled and agreed, then turned and left the Su family's old house. Su's mother stood at the door, watching Qin Chuan's figure disappear into the alley, then turned to look at her daughter. He said earnestly, Xue, couples often have disagreements, but they usually make up before they get out of bed. Your father and I also had our share of arguments back then. It's not easy to find someone who understands you these days. Think about the divorce again carefully, and don't be impulsive. Mr. Su sat on the sofa, his tone firm. I only recognize Qin Chuan as my son-in-law. No one else can even think about entering my door. Su Mushua bit her lip, turned around, and walked upstairs. I will make my own decisions. That brat, her temper is getting worse and worse. Su's father cursed from behind. Su Mushua didn't turn around, quickly walked up to the second floor, and pushed open the door to her room. She stood by the window and saw Qin Chuan drive away slowly. Never mind. Su Mushua muttered to herself. Since you behaved well today, I won't hold your past actions against you. You. She turned around, leaned against the windowsill, and unconsciously curved the corners of her mouth into a smile. My birthday is next month. I wonder what gift Qin Chuan will give me. Thinking of this, Su Mushua immediately straightened her face and tried to make amends in her mind. Why should I expect a gift from him? He's nobody to me. But if the gift he gives me is satisfactory, I'm considering giving him a chance. Su Mushua gazed out the window, a smile playing on her lips that she herself didn't even realize. The autumn wind rustles through the osmanthus trees, filling the courtyard with fragrance. Chapter 26. Men are all the same. When Qin Chuan drove back to the manor villa, it was already dusk. In the living room, Li Bangxia nestled on the sofa, holding a cushion in her arms, quietly reading a novel. Hearing the noise, she looked up, saw Qin Chuan, and frowned slightly. Why are you back so late? I'm starving. Sorry, something came up and I was held up. Qin Chuan immediately apologized and asked gently, Miss Li, what would you like to eat? I'll make it for you right away. Let's eat chicken. Li Bangxia blurted out. Huh? Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback. I want to eat chicken, braised chicken. Do you know how to make it? Li Bangxia corrected. Oh, braised chicken, huh? I can make it. Qin Chuan smiled. Goodness, this girl's words are rather frightening. There are ingredients in the refrigerator, the kind my sister often uses. Go and prepare them yourself, and hurry up. After giving a word of advice, Li Bangxia continued reading her novel. Qin Chuan turned and went into the kitchen, tied on an apron, and began preparing dinner. The refrigerator was well stocked with ingredients, including chicken, shiitake mushrooms, green bell peppers, red bell peppers, ginger, and garlic. He deftly cut the chicken thigh meat into pieces, marinated it, then prepared the side dishes, heated oil in a wok, and stir-fried the chicken pieces. Finally, add the side dishes and seasonings, bring to a boil over high heat, then simmer over low heat until the sauce thickens. Soon, the aroma wafted from the kitchen and filled the entire living room. Li Bangxia was curled up on the sofa reading a novel when she smelled this scent, and her nose twitched involuntarily. It smells so good. Her stomach growled, and she was already getting ready to eat. 15 minutes later, Qin Chuan came out of the kitchen carrying a clay pot and placed it on the coffee table. Lifting the lid releases a steaming aroma, with the rich fragrance of soy sauce mixed with the umami of shiitake mushrooms wafting out. The chicken was stewed until it had a bright red color and the broth was thick. The garnish of green and red peppers made the whole dish look especially tempting. Miss Li, the braised chicken is ready. Please have a taste. Qin Chuan handed her a pair of chopsticks. Li Bangxia took the chopsticks, not really expecting much. She just wanted something that wouldn't taste bad. After all, she had already tasted her sister's braised chicken, so it was hard to expect any other surprises. She picked up a piece of chicken and put it in her mouth. She had only taken 2 bites when her eyes suddenly widened. Tender and juicy, with a rich, savory sauce and a perfect balance of sweet and savory, the chicken is stewed until it's so tender it falls off the bone, yet still retains a chewy texture. The broth has completely seeped into the meat, making every bite juicy and flavorful. Tasty. It's so delicious. The taste is just as good as her sister's. Even better. Li Bangxia picked up another piece in disbelief, this time a shiitake mushroom. The shiitake mushrooms soaked up the broth, and each bite was bursting with freshness and flavor, soft and smooth, more delicious than any shiitake mushroom she had ever eaten. She picked up another piece of green pepper, which was crisp and refreshing with a hint of spiciness, perfectly balancing the richness of the sauce. Li Bangxia's chopsticks moved faster and faster, completely unable to stop. She originally wanted to maintain her composure and aloof persona, but her stomach told her the truth. Piece after piece, bowl after bowl, the chicken in the casserole was visibly decreasing, etc. Li Bangxia suddenly stopped eating, her brows furrowing slightly. She looked down at the braised chicken in the casserole, then looked up at Qin Chuan, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Qin Chuan, your braised chicken tastes so much like my sister's. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched. He taught Li Qingdai her cooking skills. The braised chicken they made naturally had a similar flavor. Of course, he couldn't reveal his relationship with Li Qingdai openly. Li Bangxia is a typical sister-obsessed person. If she knew that he had a similar relationship with her sister, who knows what kind of trouble it would cause. This is how braised chicken is made. Qin Chuan smiled slightly, his expression natural. The seasoning ratios are about the same, so the taste will naturally be similar. I see. Li Bangxia nodded. He didn't question the credibility of that statement and continued playing PUBG. As a foodie, it's rare to encounter such delicious food, so naturally I can't waste it. The chicken in the casserole was quickly gone, and she even ate most of the broth with rice. When she put the bowl down, only a few green peppers and a little sauce remained in the casserole. She leaned back on the sofa, squinting her eyes contentedly, looking completely languid. Miss Li, would you like another one? Qin Chuan asked tentatively. He had already experienced Li Bangxia's appetite firsthand. One person can be as good as three. No need. Eating too much will make you fat. Li Bangxia waved her hand. Qin Chuan smiled and began to clear the dishes. Li Bangxia nestled on the sofa, her eyelids beginning to feel heavy. She tends to feel sleepy after eating a full meal, but her sleep quality has always been poor, and even when she's sleepy, she may not be able to fall asleep. I tossed and turned, my mind a jumbled mess. The longer I lay there, the more awake I became. She suddenly remembered the feeling of Qin Chuan massaging her feet that night. Relaxing and comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring, making you feel light and airy. That night was the best sleep she'd had in months. After Qin Chuan finished cleaning up the kitchen, Li Bangxia finally spoke. Qin Chuan, is there anything else you need, Miss Li? Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Li Bangxia cleared her throat, trying to maintain a cold tone. My feet are sore. Give me a massage. Okay. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan turned around, went to the bathroom to get a foot basin, adjusted the water temperature, and brought it to the sofa. He asked considerately, Miss Li, would you like me to take off your socks? Need not. Li Bangxia turned her head away somewhat awkwardly, then rolled up her trouser legs, took off her socks, and placed her delicate feet into the basin. The water temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. Cold. Qin Chuan noticed that Li Bangxia's feet were exceptionally beautiful. Her skin was as white as jade. Her feet were slender and long. Her arches were beautiful, and her toes were round like pearls. Her nails were neatly trimmed and coated with a layer of clear nail polish, which shimmered faintly under the light. Qin Chuan had seen many beautiful women, but none of them had feet as perfect as Li Bangxia's. It's simply a beautiful work of art. Even though Qin Chuan wasn't a foot fetishist, he still had the urge to play with the feet. Of course, as a professional, one can resist this temptation. Qin Chuan squatted down, rolled up his sleeves, put his hands into the water, and grasped Li Bangxia's feet. Li Bangxia instinctively stiffened for a moment, almost shrinking back. But thinking about the comfort of the massage and the good night's sleep she could get, she forced herself to endure it. After soaking for a few minutes, Qin Chuan dried Li Bangxia's feet. Then place your thumb on the sole of your foot and apply pressure slowly and evenly. Every movement was methodical, neither hurried nor slow, with just the right amount of force. Li Bangxia's brows gradually relaxed, and her tense body slowly unwinded. A tingling sensation surged up from the soles of my feet and gradually spread throughout my body. Qin Chuan's fingers continued to move, precisely targeting each acupoint. He massaged very seriously, without any unnecessary movements. His eyes were focused, and his technique was precise. Li Bangxia leaned back on the sofa, her eyelids growing heavier and heavier. So comfortable. It feels so good. She felt her consciousness drifting away little by little, and her body sinking little by little. It felt like sinking into a ball of soft cotton, warm and comforting. Her gaze fell on Qin Chuan's profile. He lowered his head, focusing intently on pressing her feet, his eyelashes casting a faint shadow beneath his eyes. The profile is very attractive, with a straight nose and a sharp jawline. Li Bangxia suddenly discovered. This stinky man isn't so bad after all. She cooks well, has a good temper, and knows how to take care of people. The key point is that he had no improper thoughts about her, behaved properly, never deliberately got close, and never made any inappropriate moves. She's completely different from those disgusting men whose eyes light up with lust the moment they see her. As she was thinking, Li Bangxia suddenly paused. Wait a minute. Why am I having such a strange thought? Even if Qin Chuan is different, he's still a stinky man. No man is any good. Chapter 27, A Daily Photo. Li Bangxia shook her head, quickly banishing these distracting thoughts. Then, she closed her eyes and began to enjoy the stinky man's massage service. Qin Chuan massaged her for about 30 minutes and felt her breathing become even and long, so he made his movements even lighter. He massaged her feet for another 5 minutes before gently releasing them, drying them with a towel, and carefully placing them on the sofa cushions. Miss Li, Qin Chuan called out softly. There was no response. Li Bangxia was already asleep, her breathing steady, her brows relaxed, and her sleeping face as peaceful as a little girl's. Qin Chuan carefully tidied up the foot bath, covered her with a blanket, then turned off the TV and dimmed the living room lights. Then, tiptoed upstairs to rest. Late at night, another city 1,000 miles away. Inside a private villa by the sea, the lights were on. The living room was decorated in an extremely luxurious style, with a crystal chandelier hanging down, shining brightly. Li Qingdai took off her blood-stained coat and immersed her slender hands in a silver basin filled with clear water. The bright red blood streaks spread out in the water like a blooming spider lily. She carefully washed each of her fingers, her movements earnest and elegant. At that moment, at her feet lay a middle-aged man covered in blood. The man was bruised and swollen, and on the verge of death. The white marble floor beneath him was soaked in blood. President, what should we do with this person? The female assistant next to him put down the silver basin and handed him a white towel. Li Qingdai wiped her hands, her beautiful face displaying an unyielding indifference. Dare to disturb my reunion with Chuan? Throw me into the sea to feed the fish. His tone was casual, as if he were talking about everyday life. The female assistant nodded slightly and gestured to the side. Two burly men immediately stepped forward, one on each side, and lifted the man on the ground, dragging him out like trash. The man's body slid across the floor, leaving a long trail of blood. President, the car is ready, the female assistant said again. Li Qingdai stood up, straightened her skirt, and walked out of the villa. A night breeze blew in my face, carrying a slight chill. A black Rolls-Royce was parked at the entrance, and the driver had already opened the rear door. Li Qingdai bent down and sat down, leaning back in the leather seat and closing her eyes. The car drove smoothly away from the villa and disappeared into the night. President, should we go back to the hotel, or? The female assistant, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and asked. Back to Tianhai, Li Qingdai blurted out. Now? It's already 1 a.m. The female assistant was slightly taken aback. Right now, Li Qingdai said calmly. The female assistant said no more and turned to instruct the driver. To the airport. The car sped through the night. Li Qingdai lowered her head and took her phone out of her bag. The screen lit up. She opened an encrypted app, entered the password, and accessed the monitoring interface. The image loaded for a few seconds, then became clear. The layout of the guest room appeared on the screen. The light was dim, with only the moonlight streaming in from the window, casting a silvery white glow on the floor. There was a person lying on the bed. Qin Chuan lay on his side, the blanket covering his chest, his breathing steady, fast asleep. The moonlight fell on his profile, outlining his clear features. Li Qingdai's gaze softened instantly. The previous indifference and menacing aura vanished at this moment. She looked at Qin Chuan on the screen, her eyes softening with tenderness, and a faint smile unconsciously curved her lips. Chuan, wait for me to come back, she murmured softly. The female assistant glanced at the mirror and then quickly looked away. He was secretly surprised. In her eyes, the president was always decisive and ruthless. She had never seen such a gentle smile on his face before. This is so unusual. Is this still the dark queen who inspires fear and dread? The next morning, inside the kitchen of a manor villa, Qin Chuan, wearing an apron, was preparing breakfast. A small fire was simmering porridge on the stove, steaming gently. The chopped scallions and cilantro were neatly arranged on the cutting board, with several delicate side dishes next to them. Just then, my phone, which was on the counter, vibrated. Qin Chuan wiped his hands and picked up his phone to take a look. WeChat message, sent by Song Qingli. He hesitated for half a second, but still clicked on it. Then, his pupils trembled slightly. In the photo, Song Qingli is wearing a red and blue Spider-Man bodysuit and is posing like a cat. It perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Her waist was slender, so thin it could be grasped in one hand. Her bust was full and seemed about to burst out. She has a rounded hip line and long, straight legs. Every rise and fall is perfectly timed and incredibly alluring. Especially her exquisitely perfect face, coupled with a slightly tipsy expression, made her charm reach its peak. Qin Chuan's throat bobbed. He had to admit that although Song Qingli was crazy, she was indeed a born succubus. That alluring face, that sexy figure, that seductive charm that emanates from her very bones. Combined together, she's simply a rare beauty. Once this crazy beauty unleashes her charm, I doubt many men could resist. Qin Chuan stared at the screen for a few seconds, then suddenly realized something was wrong. He immediately turned off his phone, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. For a professional stunt double, developing feelings is a major taboo. A customer is a customer. You absolutely cannot let any personal feelings interfere. This is the bottom line, and also the rule for survival. He has relied on this clarity and restraint throughout his many years in the industry. Qin Chuan put away his phone and continued chopping scallions. The knife rose and fell with a steady rhythm, as if nothing had happened. In the living room, Li Bangxia rolled over on the sofa. The blanket slipped down to her waist, revealing a section of her fair arm. She opened her eyes groggily, her consciousness slowly returning. Did she fall asleep on the sofa last night? Li Bangxia looked down and saw that the blanket was neatly arranged, covering her from head to toe. She paused for a moment. She remembered that Qin Chuan was massaging her feet on the sofa last night, and she closed her eyes as he massaged her. Then I opened my eyes, and it was already daylight. Was it that jerk who covered her with the blanket? Li Bangxia sniffed and suddenly smelled a delicious aroma. She looked up towards the kitchen. The glass sliding door was half open, and a slight noise could be heard coming from inside. The flames on the stove licked the bottom of the pot, and steam billowed out. Qin Chuan was wearing a light blue apron and was cutting something with his head down. The lines of his profile were particularly clear in the morning light. Li Bangxia leaned back on the sofa, her gaze unconsciously lingering on Qin Chuan. The kitchen was lit with soft light, casting a warm glow on the figure. Li Bangxia suddenly felt a warm feeling in her heart. If every time she opens her eyes, there is someone like this cooking delicious food for her. Thinking about it, it's actually quite a happy thing. The thought had barely formed when Li Bangxia was suddenly startled. Etc. Happiness. Why would she think it's a blessing for a stinky man to make her breakfast? When did she become so spineless? No. She must not be fully awake yet, and her mind is not clear. Li Bangxia shook her head vigorously, banishing the absurd thought. Then he straightened his face and resumed his aloof expression, as if he wanted to keep strangers away. She stood up, folded the blanket, and placed it on the sofa, then went into the dining room. Miss Li, you're awake? Hearing the noise, Qin Chuan poked his head out of the kitchen with his signature smile on his lips. Breakfast will be ready soon, just a moment. Li Bangxia hummed in agreement, quickly washed up, and then sat down at the dining table. Breakfast was served quickly. Shrimp congee, crab roe buns, pan-fried dumplings, cucumber salad, and a cup of warm soy milk. The portion size is just right, with a good balance of meat and vegetables, and the dish is delicious and visually appealing. Li Bangxia scooped a spoonful of shrimp porridge into her mouth, and the fresh and sweet taste melted on her tongue. Tasty. Delicious as always. She scooped up another spoonful, then another, and another, without any expression on her face. It wasn't moving fast, but it never stopped. After finishing the bowl of porridge, she looked up and asked casually, "What are the plans for today?" Manager Wang sent a message last night that filming for Above the Clouds officially starts today, so I have to go to the set, Qin Chuan replied truthfully, standing to the side. Okay, I'll take you there in a bit, Li Bangxia said casually. No need to trouble yourself. I can drive myself, Qin Chuan said with a smile, politely declining. It's rush hour today, your Mazda will get stuck in traffic, Li Bangxia blurted out abruptly. Qin Chuan. What Mazda? I drive a Jetta, okay? Saying such things out of nowhere. Aren't you afraid Mazda will sue you? Chapter 28 Jealousy. Film and television base. Filming location of Above the Clouds. As soon as Li Bangxia's car came to a stop, Qin Chuan saw a familiar figure standing at the door. Song Qingli. She was dressed casually today, wearing a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, with her long hair down and only light makeup on. Even so, her face was still so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. She leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on her lips, as if waiting for someone. Her eyes lit up slightly when she saw Qin Chuan get out of the car. When she saw Li Bangxia again, her smile deepened. Bangxia, you're here too? Song Qingli greeted her warmly. Well, I had nothing to do, so I came to the film set to check it out. Li Bangxia nodded. Song Qingli's gaze passed over Li Bangxia and landed on Qin Chuan. She tilted her head and said with a smile, Teacher Qin is such a busy person, she doesn't even reply to WeChat messages. Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched, and he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Teacher Song, I didn't notice. Yeah. Song Qingli raised an eyebrow. The cinnabar mole at the corner of her eye slightly upturned. Then why don't you open it? And take a look now. Qin Chuan's expression froze. Is this woman doing it on purpose? Are those photos of yours something that a decent person could look at? I forgot my phone. Qin Chuan smiled awkwardly. Okay, then remember to reply to my message. Song Qingli winked playfully. Qingli, what did you send to Qin Chuan? Li Bangxia keenly sensed something was amiss. It's nothing, I just talked to him about the script. Song Qingli told a little lie without changing her expression. I see. Li Bangxia nodded. She looked left and right, her gaze sweeping between the two, but she didn't notice anything unusual. Teacher Song. Just then, a stagehand jogged over, beaming, and said, It's almost time. How about we go get your makeup and hair done first? See you later, Teacher Qin. Song Qingli smiled slightly, turned around, and walked towards her dressing room. Qin Chuan didn't linger. After saying goodbye to Li Bangxia, he went to another dressing room to prepare. 1 hour later, Qin Chuan's makeup and styling were completed first. He wore a white robe, had his hair tied up with a jade crown, and had a long sword hanging at his waist. He looked aloof and otherworldly, with an ethereal and otherworldly air and an exceptional temperament. Several young women working on site stared wide-eyed, whispering amongst themselves. Another half-hour passed, and Song Qingli's makeup and styling were completed. She wore a red gauze dress, her long hair was as black as ink, and the cinnabar mole at the corner of her eye was particularly eye-catching under the light. When she walked out of the dressing room and into the rest area, everyone was amazed. That alluring, seductive charm of a femme fatale was on full display at this moment. Qingli, your makeup and styling are absolutely amazing. Li Bangxia's eyes lit up, and she stood up to look him up and down. Yeah. Song Qingli glanced at her clothes, then looked up at Qin Chuan. What do you think, Teacher Qin? It is very beautiful, Qin Chuan replied politely. I'm glad Teacher Qin likes it. Song Qingli smiled. Qin Chuan, what does it mean to say I like something? Can you please stop being so ambiguous? Aren't you afraid people will misunderstand? It's almost time. Let's go to the photo studio first. Qin Chuan didn't press the matter and tactfully changed the subject. Inside the studio, the lights and cameras were ready. Zhang Heng sat in front of the monitor, discussing something with the screenwriter. Upon seeing Qin Chuan and Song Qingli enter, he immediately beckoned them over to discuss the play. Li Bangxia found a seat next to the monitor and prepared to observe the filming. She had just settled down when she heard soft footsteps behind her. Unhurried, with a relaxed pace. Pinelia Ternata. A gentle voice came from behind. Li Bangxia turned around, her face lighting up with joy. Sister, you're back. Today, Li Qingdai wore a simple white shirt and black trousers, with her long hair loose and her makeup light. She looked travel-worn, as if she had just returned from out of town, but she was still impeccably dressed and impeccably made. Yes, I just got off the plane. Li Qingdai had a faint smile on her lips. Sister, how did you know I was here? Li Bangxia took the initiative to greet her. Just a guess. As Li Qingdai spoke, her gaze swept across the photography studio without making a sound, as if she were searching for something. Soon, she noticed Qin Chuan, who was listening to the director's instructions normally, not far away. He wore a white robe, had his hair tied up with a jade crown, and had a long sword hanging at his waist. The lines of her profile were particularly clear under the light, with thick eyelashes and a straight nose. He was exceptionally handsome. Her gaze lingered on Qin Chuan for a moment, a hint of tenderness appearing in her eyes. Then, with great restraint, it was withdrawn, so subtly that no one could detect it. Sister, please sit down. Li Bangxia pulled her sister to sit down next to the monitor, and said in a slightly coquettish tone, I haven't eaten your cooking these past 2 days, and I've gotten so thin. Look, your face has gotten so much smaller. Li Qingdai sat down, glanced at her younger sister, and smiled slightly. Come on, don't think I don't know. Qin Chuan has been cooking for you these past few days, and I see you've gained quite a bit of weight. No way. Li Bangxia's ears burned, and she subconsciously retorted, Qin Chuan's cooking skills are nowhere near as good as yours. I'm just bloated from hunger, not fat. Oh, is that so? Li Qingdai's smile deepened, but she didn't expose her. Li Bangxia turned her face away guiltily and quickly changed the subject. Sis, you just got off the plane, right? Are you tired? It's all right. Li Qingdai leaned back in her chair, her posture elegant and composed. His gaze then drifted discreetly towards Qin Chuan's direction. Chuan looks so handsome in ancient costume. It looks even better than it did 6 years ago. Her lips curved slightly, then quickly fell back down, returning to her calm expression. After finishing the rehearsal, Zhang Heng returned to the monitor and saw Li Qingdai. He was slightly taken aback and looked surprised. Chairwoman Li? What brings you here? Come and see. Director Zhang, don't worry about me. Just continue filming as usual, Li Qingdai said calmly. Good, good, good. Zhang Heng nodded repeatedly and ordered someone to pour tea for Li Qingdai. The man in front of me is a well-known capital tycoon in the industry. Being there in person now made him a little nervous. With everything ready, filming officially began. Qin Chuan and Song Qingli walked into the set and took their positions. The scene depicts the female lead, Lu Susu, being ambushed and seriously injured, while the male lead, Gu Qingyun, risks his life to save her. The two hid in a cave. Lu Susu was stabbed in the chest and was bleeding profusely. She needed to treat her wound immediately. Gu Qingyun adhered to traditional etiquette and hesitated in the face of this situation. Seeing that Lu Susu needed it more and more, he reluctantly took action. On your marks. The stagehand drew out his voice. Qin Chuan took a deep breath and got into the zone. His eyes instantly became cold and deep, his back straightened, and his demeanor changed abruptly. No longer the gentle and considerate Qin Chuan, but the ethereal and otherworldly Gu Qingyun. In the cave setting, Song Qingli leaned against a fake rock, her face pale, and her blood on her chest soaked through her gauze dress. Her breathing was weak, her eyelashes trembled, and she looked so frail that she seemed about to break at any moment. Qin Chuan squatted down in front of her, his gaze fixed on the wound on her chest, his brows furrowed and his ears slightly red. Miss Lu, please forgive me. Qin Chuan stretched out his fingers and pulled open Song Qingli's gauze dress, revealing her fair shoulders and the edge of her towering breasts. His hand trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his balance. Then he poured out some wound medicine, applied it to the wound, and carefully bandaged it for Song Qingli. Miss Lu, your wound has been treated. Please rest assured. Qin Chuan let out a long sigh and got up to leave. According to the normal script, the next step should be for Lu Susu to grab Gu Qingyun's hand and say, don't go. But Song Qingli did not follow the script. She suddenly reached out and hugged Qin Chuan's waist, pressing her whole body against him. The movement was so fast and sudden that Qin Chuan didn't even have time to react before she hugged him tightly. The red gauze dress rubbed against the white robe like a burning fire. Upon seeing this, Li Qingdai and Li Bangxia, who were watching the monitor, both frowned. Chapter 29 Shura Field. Song Qingli hugged him very tightly. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, almost merging into one. The studio fell silent instantly. The staff members looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise. This is different from the script. Zhang Heng was also taken aback for a moment, but he quickly recovered and did not call a halt. The camera continues to move. Qin Chuan's body stiffened for a moment. He looked down at the head pressed against his side, and his eye twitched. That crazy woman is here again. In front of the monitor, Li Bangxia frowned, her fingers unconsciously gripping the chair armrests. Li Qingdai, standing next to her, frowned slightly for a moment, but quickly recovered. She looked away, picked up her teacup, and took a sip. Physical contact is normal when filming. Director, Li Bangxia finally couldn't hold back any longer. She turned to Zhang Heng and asked in a questioning tone, I don't remember this part being in the script, right? Did you guys change it again? No. Zhang Heng quickly waved his hand, looking completely innocent. The script wasn't changed. This was Teacher Song's improvisation. He paused, then added, but look, isn't the effect quite good? The romantic relationship between the male and female leads is immediately apparent, and the audience will definitely love watching it. Li Bangxia gritted her teeth, wanting to refute, but couldn't say anything. She looked at Qin Chuan and Song Qingli on the screen, her lips pressed tightly together. Improvisation? Why did Qingli improvise on a smelly man? Isn't she the one who hates physical contact with men the most? Why are you hugging me now? Li Banxia's heart was in turmoil, but she tried her best to maintain a calm expression. Keep filming. She coldly uttered a sentence and turned her gaze back to the screen. Filming continues. Inside the cave setting, Song Qingli still clung tightly to Qin Chuan's waist, showing no intention of letting go. Qin Chuan quickly composed himself, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice, "Miss Liu, you are injured and need to rest." As he spoke, he tried to gently pry open Song Qingli's fingers. But the other person didn't let go. Instead, they hugged even tighter. "Gu Qingyun, you've seen my body naked. You have to take responsibility." Song Qingli raised her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Chuan, full of tenderness. Her stunning beauty, coupled with her pitiful appearance, made her even more captivating. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Don't disturb my resolve." Qin Chuan didn't hesitate and forcefully pried Song Qingli's wrists open. "Miss Liu, I did that to save you. I didn't mean to." He hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, Song Qingli stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around Qin Chuan's neck, and forcefully kissed him. Her lips were soft and warm, with a faint, sweet fragrance. Qin Chuan's eyes widened instantly. "Oh shit. Another sneak attack, huh?" At that moment, everyone in the studio was stunned. "This is so shocking. To improvise to this extent, Mr. Song, are you serious?" Li Banxia jumped up from her chair. Her face was ashen, her lips were pressed into a thin line, and her fingers were clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white. She stared at the two people pressed tightly together on the screen, her eyes blazing with fury. What is the blue carp doing? How could she kiss such a slutty man? Didn't she say men are disgusting? So what is it now? Li Qingdai sat in the chair, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, her pretty face cold. Achuan was kissed. Although it was filming, and although it was necessary for the plot. But this feeling is really awful. It was so bad. She really wanted to tear that woman's face to shreds. A fierce glint flashed in Li Qingdai's eyes. But soon, she realized something and immediately lowered her eyes. "No, stay calm. I can't let Achuan see me like this." Li Qingdai took a deep breath and, after some mental preparation, finally suppressed the restlessness in her heart. Qin Chuan, who was forcibly kissed, realized that the director hadn't yelled cut yet, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue acting. He reached out and grabbed Song Qingli's shoulder, forcefully pushing her away. He frowned and said, "Miss Liu, what are you doing?" Song Qingli leaned against the artificial rock, her face pale and her breath weak, but a smile played on her lips. "What's wrong with it?" Her voice was weak but firm. "You saw my body, so I'll kiss you. It's fair." Qin Chuan's eye twitched. "Fair? What kind of twisted logic is this?" Qin Chuan steered the conversation back on track. "Miss Liu is quite badly injured. She should rest first. I'll go outside and keep watch. Call me if anything happens." After saying that, he turned and left without waiting for Song Qingli's response. This lunatic, why does he always have to add drama to his life? Click. Zhang Heng finally called a halt. His expression showed surprise, excitement, and a hint of admiration. "Teacher Song, this part is very effective and has great tension." Zhang Heng praised without reservation. He was telling the truth. Although Song Qingli's improvisation went far beyond the script, the result was truly amazing. Gu Qingyun's restraint and embarrassment, and Lu Susu's boldness and stubbornness, created a wonderful chemical reaction. The audience loves watching this. Song Qingli sat up from the artificial rock, her complexion returning to normal, the weakness she had just felt completely gone. She straightened her gauze dress and looked at Qin Chuan with a smile. "Teacher Qin, your reaction just now was very good, very genuine." Qin Chuan straightened his torn robe with a blank expression, inwardly rolling his eyes. Of course it's true. The surprise and embarrassment of being ambushed don't need to be acted out at all. Before Qin Chuan could answer, a cold voice came from the direction of the monitor. "Green carp." Li Banxia strode over, her face as cold as ice. She stood in front of Song Qingli, her tone stiff. "That scene you just described, it wasn't in the script, was it?" Song Qingli looked up at Li Banxia, her smile unchanged. "It was just an impromptu performance." "Banxia, don't you often do that too?" "My improvisation isn't like this," Li Banxia said through gritted teeth. "Which one is it?" Song Qingli tilted her head, looking completely innocent. Li Banxia was speechless. What could she say? "You're not allowed to kiss other men?" She doesn't seem to have that stance. "Qingli, Please be more mindful of your behavior in the future. That was all she managed to say at the end. Song Qingli smiled but didn't reply. Her gaze passed over Li Bangxia and landed on Li Qingdai, who was walking up behind her. The two exchanged a glance. Song Qingli raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of smugness in her eyes. Li Qingdai's expression remained unchanged, but her gaze did not waver at all. Something seemed to be colliding silently in the air. Qin Chuan stood to the side, keenly sensing the subtle change in the atmosphere. He looked at the three women from left to right, and a chill ran down his spine. One current investor and two former investors have suddenly gathered together, catching him completely off guard. Even with his excellent mental fortitude, he still struggled to withstand such a chaotic situation. Chapter 30. Feeling like sitting on pins and needles. An eerie silence fell over the studio. Song Qingli straightened her red gauze dress, turned her head, and looked down at Li Qingdai, who was not far away. She looked him up and down, then raised an eyebrow. This teacher looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Li Bangxia stepped forward and introduced, "This is my sister." "Oh." Song Qingli drew out the last syllable and smiled meaningfully. "So it's Sister Qingdai. I've heard Bangxia mention you many times before, but I didn't expect you to be so beautiful." Li Qingdai took a sip of tea, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. "You are very beautiful too." I think so too." Song Qingli replied with a smile, showing no sign of modesty. "Men all like my face." As she spoke, her alluring peach blossom eyes darted around, deliberately glancing at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan immediately lowered his eyes and focused on his mind, but inwardly, he was complaining. "What are you looking at me for? I'm already immune to you, okay? Didn't I suffer enough from you? You crazy woman, back then? And now you're doing this again." Seeing that Qin Chuan was pretending not to respond, Song Qingli didn't give up. She leaned forward and asked with a smile, "What? Does Teacher Qin think I'm not pretty?" Qin Chuan's scalp tightened, and he quickly forced out his signature smile. "Of course Teacher Song is beautiful, stunningly beautiful." "Yeah." Song Qingli's eyes sparkled, and she suddenly threw out a crucial question. "So, Teacher Qin, who do you think is prettier, me or Sister Qingdai?" The temperature around them plummeted as soon as he said that. Whoosh! Li Bangxia and Li Qingdai's gazes both fixed on Qin Chuan's face at the same time. The former's eyes were like knives, while the latter's held a hint of expectation. Qin Chuan's smile froze, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. What's wrong with this crazy woman? By deliberately throwing out such a question, aren't you pushing me into a fire pit? Qin Chuan swallowed hard and forced himself to speak. Both of you are beautiful, like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, equally stunning. Extremely smooth-talking nonsense. Giggle. Song Qingli giggled, her body trembling with laughter. Teacher Qin is so good with words. Oh dear, Teacher Qin's forehead is sweating. Is it too hot in the studio? Here, let me wipe it for you. As she spoke, she raised her hand and used the wide sleeve of her red gauze dress to wipe Qin Chuan's forehead. Their actions were intimate and natural, completely disregarding the fact that there were dozens of crew members present. Li Bangxia stood aside, watching Song Qingli wipe Qin Chuan's sweat, her anger rising in her chest. That damn jerk. How dare he seduce my Qingli in public? He acts so proper in public, but he's so shameless in private. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. On the other side, Li Qingdai's hand holding the teacup froze in midair. Her stunningly beautiful face remained expressionless, but the coldness in her eyes had turned to frost. How dare she seduce my Achuan? I really want to chop off this vixen's hands. No need to trouble Teacher Song. I can wipe it myself. Qin Chuan was so frightened that he took a step back and wiped his forehead haphazardly. Song Qingli smiled, not annoyed at all, and turned her gaze to Li Qingdai. It's rare to see Sister Qingdai. After filming is over, I'll treat everyone to dinner. How about that? Li Qingdai put down her teacup, raised her eyelids, and said in a cool voice, "Fine." Then it settled. Song Qingli's smile became even brighter. The two of them looked at each other, their gazes lingering for 3 seconds before simultaneously looking away. It was as if nothing had happened. Qin Chuan, however, sensed a hint of tension. Logically speaking, Song Qingli and Li Qingdai did not know each other, so why was the atmosphere a bit strange when they met? During the subsequent filming, Song Qingli toned down her behavior considerably. Although there will still be some improvisation, the scope will be kept within normal limits. It was nothing more than exchanging a few more glances and exchanging a few more flirtatious lines. There was no further cross-border action such as hugging or kissing. Qin Chuan's tense nerves eased slightly, but he didn't dare to relax completely. Heaven knows when this crazy woman will pull another stunt. The filming finally ended at 4 p.m. Qin Chuan changed out of her costume and put on her own clothes. A white t-shirt and dark blue jeans, simple and refreshing. He was completely different from the otherworldly Gu Qingyan from before, but he was still just as handsome. When Qin Chuan arrived at the open-air parking lot of the film and television base, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. 3 women and 3 cars were waiting there quietly. Li Qingdai was driving a silver Maserati. Song Qingli drives a red Ferrari. Li Bangxia was driving a white Porsche. The 3 women each stood by the car door, staring intently at Qin Chuan. One is gentle and serene, one is bright and flamboyant, and one is aloof and reserved. Although they have different temperaments, they are all exceptionally beautiful women. Qin Chuan looked left and right, feeling a chill run down his spine. What are you all doing? Just drive away. Why are you posing here? Teacher Qin, would you like to ride in my car? My car is fast. Song Qingli winked playfully, a charming smile on her lips. Mr. Qin, my car is more comfortable, Li Qingdai said calmly. Qin Chuan, get in the car, Li Bangxia said coldly, in a commanding tone. Okay. Qin Chuan got into Li Bangxia's car without hesitation. Both Li Qingdai and Song Qingli were former sugar daddies. He only needs to be accountable to his current financial backer. Qin Chuan had just gotten into the car and hadn't even fully fastened his belt when Li Bangxia suddenly slammed on the gas pedal. The Porsche roared off like an enraged beast. Qin Chuan's body jolted, and he quickly gripped the seatbelt. Why has this woman gone mad too? I don't think I did anything to upset her, did I? Miss Li, isn't the car going a bit too fast? Qin Chuan asked tentatively. Li Bangxia didn't say anything. She just kept stepping on the gas pedal. Qin Chuan swallowed hard, not daring to utter another word. Half an hour later, 3 luxury cars drove into a high-end private restaurant. This private restaurant is decorated in the style of a Jiangnan garden, with mountains, water, and a garden, creating a unique and artistic atmosphere. Inside a quaint private room, the air was filled with the faint scent of sandalwood, and exquisite tableware was laid out on a round mahogany table. The 4 people entered the private room, and the atmosphere was strange from the moment they stepped inside. Qin Chuan walked at the back, trying his best to minimize his presence. However, some things are simply unavoidable. Teacher Qin, please have a seat here. Song Qingli waved and personally pulled out a chair for Qin Chuan. Teacher Song, please have a seat first, Qin Chuan said with a forced smile. Why are you being so polite? Please sit down. Without saying a word, Song Qingli pressed Qin Chuan down into a chair. Then, she sat down next to him, deliberately sitting very close. Li Bangxia walked over with a cold face, glared at Qin Chuan, and pulled out the chair on the other side of Song Qingli to sit down. She now finds Qin Chuan utterly repulsive and is convinced that this scoundrel is the one seducing Song Qingli. Li Qingdai walked calmly to the other side of Qin Chuan, pulled out a chair, and sat down gracefully. Thus, an extremely bizarre seating arrangement was formed. Qin Chuan was sandwiched between Song Qingli and Li Qingdai, with Li Bangxia sitting opposite him, her eyes capable of killing. This is practically a hellish battlefield. Chapter 31. Stuffed until vomiting. At this moment, the waiter came in with the menu and respectfully handed it to Song Qingli. Song Qingli glanced at it, then handed it to Li Qingdai, smiling. Sister Qingdai, you're the guest, you order first. No need, you decide. Li Qingdai said calmly. Song Qingli didn't refuse, opened the menu, and skillfully named several dishes. Squirrel fish, longjing shrimp, crab roe lion's head meatballs. Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched. The dishes that Song Qingli ordered were all his specialties. 5 years ago, when he was Song Qingli's stand-in boyfriend, he often cooked these dishes for her. This woman definitely did it on purpose. As expected, after Song Qingli finished ordering, she turned to Qin Chuan with a beaming smile and said, Teacher Qin, I think these dishes are to your liking? Of course. Qin Chuan gave a dry laugh. Thank you for the expense, Teacher Song. As long as Teacher Qin is happy, that's all that matters. Song Qingli smiled sweetly. Snort. Li Bangxia slammed down her teacup to express her dissatisfaction. Song Qingli seemed oblivious, then looked at Li Qingdai with her smile unchanged. Sister Qingdai, would you like some more? Li Qingdai glanced up and said calmly. Add a serving of boiled sliced pork, with more Sichuan peppercorns and less chili. Also, a serving of sweet and sour pork ribs. with the sauce thickened. The waiter nodded and made a note of it. Qin Chuan's heart sank completely. Boiled sliced pork should be more numbing and less spicy, and sweet and sour pork ribs should have a thick sauce. These are the flavors he ate when he was with Li Qingdai. What on earth are these two women up to? Half an hour later, the dishes were served one after another. The squirrel-shaped mandarin fish is fried until golden and crispy. The longjing shrimp is crystal clear. The crab meat lion's head is tender and fluffy. The boiled pork slices are bubbling with red oil, and the sweet and sour pork ribs are tempting in color. Song Qingli was the first to pick up the serving chopsticks, took a piece of the tenderest meat from the fish's belly, and placed it directly into the bone dish in front of Qin Chuan. "Teacher Qin, eat more." Song Qingli's voice was so gentle it could melt your heart. "You've worked so hard filming these past few days, you've gotten so thin. Eat this fish while it's hot, it's boneless." Qin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the fish on the plate. He could sense that Li Bangxia on the other side was on the verge of exploding. "Thank you, Teacher Song," Qin Chuan said with a dry laugh. Seeing this, Li Qingdai refused to back down. She picked up another pair of serving chopsticks, took a few plump longjing shrimp, and placed them steadily on Qin Chuan's plate, just covering the fish. "Qin Chuan, thank you for taking care of my sister while I was away." A faint smile appeared on her lips. "That's a very reasonable excuse." "Thank you, Miss Li. Taking care of Bangxia is my duty," Qin Chuan said, forcing a smile. Song Qingli glanced at Li Qingdai, her fighting spirit beginning to ignite. She reached out with her serving chopsticks again, picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, and put it in Qin Chuan's bowl. "Teacher Qin, try this pork rib. I remember you like sweet food." Li Qingdai remained expressionless, picked up a piece of boiled pork slices with her chopsticks, and put it in Qin Chuan's bowl. Eating only sweet food is easy to get tired of, so let's eat something spicy to whet our appetites. The two women, one on each side, kept serving Qin Chuan food. Two pairs of chopsticks crossed each other on the table without stopping. In no time, the bone plates in front of Qin Chuan had piled up into a small mountain. Fish, shrimp, ribs, and sliced meat, a mix of flavors. Seeing this, Qin Chuan secretly groaned inwardly. "My dear aunts, what are you doing? Can't you just eat properly? Why are you making such a fuss? Could you please consider my feelings?" Li Bangxia sat opposite him, her face completely dark. She glanced at Song Qingli, then at Li Qingdai, and finally fixed her gaze on Qin Chuan's face. This jerk not only stole Qingli's attention, but also made her sister care so much about him. This is absolutely intolerable. Li Bangxia was consumed by jealousy and suddenly picked up a plate of food, pouring it directly into Qin Chuan's bowl. "Eat," she spat out through gritted teeth. "Huh." Qin Chuan was taken aback. "You can take some food, but why did you spill the whole plate? What's the difference between this and feeding pigs?" "Bangxia, Qin Chuan was about to politely decline when Li Bangxia glared at him. "What? You eat when they pick up food, but you don't eat when I pick up food? What do you mean by that?" "No, I just think there's a bit too much food." Qin Chuan forced a smile. "Such a small amount of food? Where is it too much?" Li Bangxia picked up another plate of food, poured it into Qin Chuan's bowl, and said coldly, "I see you have a very good appetite, so you should eat more." Looking at the mountain of vegetables piled up in front of him, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile. "Bangxia, you've put so much food on your plate. How can Qin Chuan possibly finish it all?" Li Qingdai said at the right moment. "Yes, Bangxia, Teacher Qin doesn't like the dishes you picked out," Song Qingli chimed in. "How do you know he doesn't like it?" Li Bangxia tilted her head and questioned. "You know him very well? You even know exactly what flavors he likes to eat." Song Qingli's smile froze slightly. Realizing she had given herself away, she quickly added, "I guess Teacher Qin, who maintains such a great figure, definitely doesn't like anything too greasy." Li Bangxia did not refute Song Qingli, but turned to Qin Chuan with a sharp look in her eyes. "I'm asking you, do you like the dishes I picked for you?" Although it was a question, the tone was more like a command. Qin Chuan had no choice but to nod reluctantly. "Of course I love to eat it." "Then eat it all," Li Bangxia said coldly. "Not a single bit can be left." "Left?" Qin Chuan stopped talking and started stuffing food into his mouth. The sweet and sour taste of the fish, the light flavor of the shrimp, the spicy and numbing taste of the meat slices, and the bitterness of the vegetables all mixed together in your mouth. He had lost all interest in tasting the food and had become nothing more than a rice-eating machine. "Qin Chuan, stop eating." Li Qingdai frowned slightly, a hint of heartache flashing in her eyes. "It's okay, The food is delicious, I like it very much. After forcing a smile and replying, Qin Chuan continued to eat with his head down. 10 minutes later, Qin Chuan put down his chopsticks. The bowl and plate were spotless. Not a single piece of food was left. His belly was swollen and round, and the food was almost reaching his throat. See? I told you he could eat a lot. Li Bangxia gave a cold laugh, as if she had finally let out a sigh of relief. However, neither Li Qingdai nor Song Qingli looked too good. I'm done eating. Qin Chuan pulled out a tissue, wiped his mouth, and stood up with a smile. Please enjoy your meal. I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, he got up and went out, hurrying towards the restroom at the end of the corridor. He pushed open the stall door, lay down on the toilet, and began to vomit. Vomit! The food in my stomach surged out like a raging torrent, and my internal organs felt like they were convulsing. Qin Chuan vomited for a full 5 minutes before he could straighten up. He pressed the flush button, walked to the sink, and splashed his face with cold water. Oh shit. I thought I'd met a normal customer, but it turns out he's a lunatic too. Fortunately, the contract was only for 3 months. Once the term expired, he immediately packed up his buckets and ran away. Chapter 32, Keep the Good Stuff Within the Family. After Qin Chuan left, the atmosphere in the private room began to become subtle. Song Qingli put down her chopsticks, looked at Li Bangxia beside her, and said calmly, Bangxia, Qin Chuan is your boyfriend. Do you have to humiliate him like this? Although his tone was calm, it carried a hint of dissatisfaction. You know he's my boyfriend? Li Bangxia raised her eyes, her jealousy evident. How I treat him is my business. Don't you think you've gone too far? Forcing him to eat so much. Song Qingli's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. How did I go too far? He could have refused if he couldn't eat. I didn't force him, Li Bangxia said stubbornly, turning her face away. Refuse? Can he refuse? Song Qingli asked rhetorically. Li Bangxia was speechless for a moment. She knew perfectly well that Qin Chuan couldn't refuse, which was why she acted so recklessly. But the thought of Song Qingli speaking up for Qin Chuan made her even more irritated. Bangxia, you're too willful. At this moment, Li Qingdai also spoke up, her face showing a hint of coldness. While I was away on a business trip, Qin Chuan took good care of you. You're not only ungrateful, but you're also making things difficult for him. What kind of behavior is that? Li Bangxia bit her lip, unable to speak. From childhood to adulthood, her older sister has always been very tolerant of her, giving her whatever she wanted, and has rarely disciplined her like this. Today, for some jerk, you actually called her willful? She couldn't help but feel a little wronged. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. Qin Chuan walked in, his face paler than when he left, but a smile still lingered on his lips. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. His voice was steady, without any hint of anything amiss, as if nothing had just happened. Li Qingdai's gaze fell on his face, a hint of heartache flashing in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but due to her status, she could only restrain herself and look away to hide her emotions. Song Qingli didn't have so many concerns. She stood up, took a clean cup, poured a cup of warm tea, and personally handed it to Qin Chuan. Teacher Qin, have a cup of tea to rinse your mouth. Thank you. Qin Chuan nodded and smiled. Upon seeing this, Li Bangxia's pupils contracted slightly. She has known Song Qingli for 3 years. For 3 years, Song Qingli always kept her distance from men. They don't speak on their own initiative, they don't spend time alone with others, and any scenes involving physical contact must use a body double or camera tricks. Everyone in the industry knows that Song Qingli is notoriously anti-male. But what about now? Take the initiative to hug, kiss, serve food, and pour tea. Those statements that men are disgusting have all become a joke. After a satisfying meal, the four walked out of the private restaurant. By now, night had completely fallen. The streetlights cast a dim, yellowish light, making the four people's shadows appear long. Teacher Qin, would you like me to take you home? Song Qingli offered. No need. I have some personal matters to attend to later. You guys carry on. Qin Chuan smiled and politely declined, then hailed a taxi on the roadside and took his leave first. I've been taking care of Li Bangxia these past few days. It's time to go to the hospital to see my sister. Li Qingdai's gaze followed Qin Chuan's car as it drove away until it disappeared into the night. She wanted to catch up with him and ask if his stomach was still upset, but there was nothing she could do. Qin Chuan is now her sister's boyfriend. This identity made it impossible for her to even show concern properly. Li Qingdai lowered her eyes, concealing her emotions, and drove away alone. Throughout the entire process, She did not have any further interaction with the other two women. Song Qingli was also about to leave, but she was blocked by Li Bangxia as soon as she reached the car door. Qingli, I have something to tell you. Song Qingli raised an eyebrow slightly, then leaned against the car door and said calmly, Speak. What is it? Li Bangxia bit her lip, seemingly considering her words. A few seconds later, she finally spoke. Do you like Qin Chuan? A night breeze blew by, ruffling Song Qingli's hair. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a meaningful smile curved her lips. Why would you ask that? Because I can tell that you treat Qin Chuan differently than you treat others. Li Bangxia's voice was a little tense. Oh, how is it different? Song Qingli asked without changing her expression. You never let men get close to you, let alone initiate physical contact with them. But today, you hugged him, kissed him, served him food, poured him tea, and even spoke up for him. Li Bangxia spoke faster and faster, as if listing a crime. Your attitude towards him has gone beyond the scope of normal friendship. Song Qingli listened quietly, then smiled. That smile was especially bright in the night, like a blooming poppy. With Mr. Qin being so handsome, wouldn't any woman like him? Song Qingli's casual remark was like a knife, piercing Li Bangxia's heart. Qin Chuan is my boyfriend, you can't like him. Li Bangxia's voice was squeezed out through clenched teeth. Boyfriend. Friend. Song Qingli tilted her head, a sly glint in her eyes. Bangxia, I remember you said that Qin Chuan was just a stand-in you paid to hire, and that the two of you didn't have a close relationship. Li Bangxia's face froze. She did say that. In the dressing room on set, she told Song Qingli herself that Qin Chuan was someone she had hired to deal with her sister's pressure to get married. She initially thought it was just a private conversation between sisters, but she never expected it to become Song Qingli's weapon to refute her. Even so, you can't like him. Li Bangxia gritted her teeth and stubbornly repeated. Why? Song Qingli asked back. Because you said you hate those stinky men. How could you like Qin Chuan? Li Bangxia was very unconvinced. Song Qingli looked at her, her gaze gradually becoming serious. Bangxia, Qin Chuan is different from those stinky men. What's the difference? They're all disgusting, stinky men. Li Bangxia frowned. If you find him disgusting, why don't you just kick him out? Why let him live in your house? Why eat the food he cooks? Song Qingli suddenly turned the tables. Li Bangxia was taken aback, but she forced herself to retort. I only treat him as a servant. I also need him to deal with my sister. Yeah. Song Qingli smiled meaningfully. She leaned forward, lowered her voice, and said with a hint of seduction, Bangxia, since you hate Qin Chuan so much, why don't you give him to me? What did you say? Li Bangxia's eyes widened. I said, give him to me. Song Qingli repeated, her smile bright. Anyway, you don't like him, so why hold on to him? Qingli, how could you do this? Li Bangxia's voice was trembling. What's wrong with me? Song Qingli spread her hands, looking completely innocent. We're all good sisters. We shouldn't let the good stuff go to outsiders. Chapter 33, Sleepless Night. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Bangxia was both shocked and furious. Qin Chuan is just a prostitute. How could he be worthy of you? Upon hearing this, Song Qingli's smile gradually disappeared. She straightened up, her gaze towards Li Bangxia becoming unfamiliar and cold. Whether I'm good enough for you or not is not for you to decide. Who I like is my freedom, and even if you're my best friend, you have no right to interfere with my decision. Each word is like an icicle, cold, hard, and sharp. Li Bangxia choked, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Song Qingli opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The red Ferrari roared out of the parking lot, its taillights leaving a trail of afterimages in the night. Li Bangxia stood there, watching the car disappear at the end of the street, feeling as if all her strength had been drained away. Fine. I'm not going to bother with you anymore. You'll regret it if you don't. Li Bangxia shouted at the empty street. The sound was carried away by the night wind, and no one responded. She turned around, got into the car, stepped on the gas, and sped off. The street scene flashed by quickly, her mind filled with the words Song Qingli had said. Qin Chuan is different from those stinky men. Since you don't like him, why don't you give him to me? It's my freedom to like whomever I want. Every word was like a red-hot branding iron, leaving a deep mark on her heart. She jerked the steering wheel, turned the car onto a side road, and stopped it on the side of the road. She slumped over the steering wheel, closed her eyes, and her chest heaved violently. How could Qingli like Qin Chuan? How could she like such a lousy man? Didn't she say that all men are disgusting? Why Qin Chuan of all places? Why? Li Bangxia couldn't figure it out. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated and confused she became. Finally, she slammed her hand on the steering wheel, and the horn blared abruptly in the night. Damn Qin Chuan. It's all your fault. When Li Bangxia got home, it was already 10 p.m. The villa was quiet and peaceful. She changed into slippers and tiptoed upstairs. As she passed her sister's room, she saw a sliver of light shining through the crack in the door. My sister is still awake, but she doesn't want to talk to her sister right now. At the dinner table today, my sister actually sided with Qin Chuan, that outsider, saying she was willful. She couldn't swallow this grievance anytime soon. Li Bangxia pushed open her bedroom door, went inside, and locked it behind her. She didn't turn on the light, but went straight to the bed and threw herself into the soft, large bed. In the darkness, she stared at the ceiling with her eyes open, her mind a jumble of thoughts. Why are Qingli and her sister so good to Qin Chuan? She just can't stand it. Li Bangxia turned over again, pulled the blanket over her head, and wrapped herself up like a silkworm cocoon. Sleep. Once I fall asleep, I stop thinking about it. She closed her eyes and forced herself to clear her mind. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. My mind was still a mess, with all sorts of thoughts growing like weeds that I couldn't suppress. She turned over again, this time facing the window. The curtains weren't fully drawn, and moonlight squeezed in through the gaps, drawing a silvery white band of light on the floor. She stared at the strip of light, and suddenly remembered the feeling of Qin Chuan massaging her feet last night. His fingers were warm and dry, and his pressure was just right, each press precisely on the acupoints. A tingling, numb sensation spread from the soles of my feet throughout my body, like an electric current. It's very comfortable and smooth. She slept soundly until dawn, in that state of mind. That was the best sleep she'd had in months. Li Bangxia's body involuntarily curled up, and her toes twitched as well. It seems like they're expecting something. She sat up abruptly and shook her head violently. Li Bangxia, what are you thinking? You actually expect a stinky man to massage your feet? Are you crazy? She picked up her phone from the bedside table. The screen lit up, showing 1:23 a.m. There are no red dots indicating unread messages on the WeChat icon. She opened WeChat, and in the pinned chat window, Song Qingli's profile picture lay quietly. No news. She scrolled down to Qin Chuan's chat window. After hesitating for a moment, she finally typed out a few words. Are you all right? She typed it out immediately, then deleted it right away. Wrong. Why should she care about him? I'd like to have shrimp congee for breakfast tomorrow. She typed another line of text. That's not right either. It would make it seem like she's very dependent on him. She hesitated for a long time, but ultimately didn't type anything. Never mind. Li Bangxia tossed her phone next to her pillow and lay back down. I can still fall asleep without that jerk. Before he came along, I was living just fine, wasn't I? Li Bangxia closed her eyes and began counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 98 sheep, 99 sheep, 100 sheep. She opened her eyes. I'm still quite lucid. Damn it. She turned over again, kicked the blanket to one side, and then pulled it back over herself. This happened countless times, until the sky outside the window changed from pitch black to deep blue, and then from deep blue to pale white. She never fell asleep. 7 o'clock in the morning. Li Bangxia, sporting heavy dark circles under her eyes, dragged her heavy steps downstairs. Her hair was messy. She had no makeup on. Her lips were chapped, and she looked as haggard as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. There was no aroma wafting from the kitchen. It lacks the delicate fragrance of porridge, the caramelized aroma of fried eggs, and the sweet aroma of soy milk. There was nothing there. She walked into the restaurant, where the tables were empty, without even a glass of water. Li Qingdai sat on the sofa in the living room, holding a cup of coffee in her hand and a magazine spread out on her lap. She wore a beige knit sweater today. Her long hair was loosely tied back, and her makeup was light, making her look radiant. Sister. Li Bangxia called out weakly. Li Qingdai looked up, glanced at her younger sister, then lowered her head again to continue reading the magazine. Sis, I'm hungry. Li Bangxia walked to the sofa, her voice tinged with grievance. Li Qingdai flipped through a page of the magazine without looking up. If you're hungry, just make yourself something to eat. Huh? Li Bangxia was taken aback. But I can't cook. Then learn it. Li Qingdai said indifferently. You're a grown adult now. You should learn to take care of yourself. I can't always be with you, so learn to make your own breakfast. After saying that, she closed the magazine, picked up her coffee cup, and went upstairs. Sister. Li Bangxia was stunned and found it hard to believe. What's wrong with my sister? In the past, when she was hungry, her sister would immediately drop what she was doing to cook for her. Whatever she wanted to eat, her sister would make it for her without ever finding it troublesome. Why did you actually let her do it herself today? She can't cook at all. Li Bangxia walked to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator door. The ingredients were plentiful: eggs, milk, bread, vegetables, and fruit. But looking at these things, she had absolutely no idea where to begin. Chapter 34, I Am a Lesbian. Li Bangxia took out 2 eggs, a tomato, and a bag of bread. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? She remembered that when Qin Chuan made scrambled eggs with tomatoes, he seemed to beat the eggs in a bowl and then cut the tomatoes into chunks and threw them into the pan to stir-fry. Yes, that's it. Li Bangxia found a bowl, picked up an egg, and cracked it on the rim of the bowl. I wasn't strong enough to break it. She tapped it again, a little harder, and the eggshell broke. The egg liquid spilled out, but the eggshell fragments also fell into the bowl. She reached out to scoop up the eggshells, her fingers covered in sticky egg liquid, slippery, and giving her goosebumps. She was more careful with the second egg, but a few pieces of shell still fell in. She frowned as she scooped the eggshell out, then picked up the tomato and began to cut it. The knife was too heavy, and the tomatoes were too slippery. She cut them crookedly, in uneven sizes, and juice splattered everywhere. Turn on the gas stove and pour in the oil. The oil was hot, and she didn't know whether to put the eggs or the tomatoes in first. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to put the eggs in first. The egg mixture was poured into the pot and instantly exploded, splattering oil everywhere. Oh! Li Bangxia cried out in surprise and instinctively took 2 steps back, almost dropping the spatula in her hand. By the time she came to her senses, the eggs in the pan were burnt, with charred edges and a semi-liquid center. She hurriedly poured the tomatoes in, stir-fried them a few times, and then wondered how much salt to add. She sprinkled a little on top and took a bite. It has no taste. I sprinkled a little more on top and took another bite. It's too salty. She added some water in an attempt to dilute the saltiness, but the result was a pot of watery, bland, and unappetizing soup. She put the stir-fried food on a plate and toasted 2 slices of bread. Sitting at the dining table, she picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. The eggs were old and hard. The tomatoes were so sour they made your teeth ache, and the saltiness was uneven, with some parts being extremely salty and others tasteless. It tastes awful. It tastes awful. She chewed it twice, but couldn't swallow it, so she spat it out. She thought cooking was simple. She could just stir-fry it in a pan and it would be done. But when she actually tried to do it, she found it wasn't as easy as she had imagined. Qin Chuan's image suddenly popped into her mind. If that jerk were here, the table would probably be covered with all her favorite foods by now. She doesn't have to lift a finger or worry about anything. She can just sit back and enjoy herself. Li Bangxia got up and went to the living room, threw herself on the sofa, and stared blankly at the ceiling. My stomach is protesting, gurgling and rumbling incessantly. My head started to hurt, and my temples were throbbing. Having not slept all night, and on an empty stomach, her body had reached its limit. I felt exhausted, sleepy, hungry, and wronged. Just then, the sound of a car engine came from outside the door. Li Bangxia paused for a moment, then pricked up her ears. The car was turned off, footsteps approached, and the villa gate opened. Someone walked in. Li Bangxia immediately sat up from the sofa and looked back. Qin Chuan was seen carrying large and small bags as he stepped through the door. "Miss Li, you're awake?" As Qin Chuan entered, he saw Li Bangxia on the sofa and immediately flashed his signature smile. "Are you hungry? Wait a moment, I'll make you breakfast right away." His tone was natural, and his smile was gentle, as if nothing had happened last night. Li Bangxia gave a nonchalant reply. She watched Qin Chuan walk into the kitchen, tie on an apron, and start working. A sudden surge of indescribable emotion welled up inside me. She remembered what happened last night. He remembered her pouring the whole plate of food into his bowl, saying coldly, "Eat it all, don't leave a single bit." I remember his pale face when he came back from the restroom, yet he still had to smile and say to everyone, "Sorry to keep you all waiting." Shouldn't he be angry? Shouldn't he stay away from her? But why would he still make her breakfast so thoughtfully? Li Bangxia suddenly realized that she had gone a bit too far. She carefully recalled every detail of yesterday. The hug was initiated by Qing Li, the kiss was initiated by Qing Li, and the serving of food and tea was also initiated by Qing Li. Qin Chuan did not do anything out of line from beginning to end. He was just doing his job. She vented all her dissatisfaction with Qingli on him. But this jerk wasn't angry at all. Cook as usual, smile as usual. She has an unusually good temper. Li Bangxia pursed her lips, and the guilt in her heart rose up like bubbles, impossible to suppress. Miss Li, Qin Chuan's voice pulled her back from her thoughts. She snapped out of her daze and saw Qin Chuan holding a plate of freshly cooked food, looking at her with some confusion. Breakfast is ready. Please go and have a seat in the dining room. Oh, Li Bangxia responded, turned around and walked towards the dining room, where she sat down at the table. Breakfast was served quickly. Century egg and lean pork congee, pumpkin pancakes, vegetable salad, soft-boiled egg, plus a cup of warm milk. It's different from yesterday, but it's still so exquisite that you can't find any fault with it. Qin Chuan ladled a bowl of porridge for her, placed it in front of her, and then stepped aside, standing quietly. Li Bangxia picked up a spoon, scooped up a mouthful of porridge, and put it in her mouth. The congee was cooked until thick and smooth, with the savory flavors of preserved egg and lean meat perfectly blended, and the temperature was just right. Strangeness. Why is the breakfast that this stinky man made so delicious? She ate slowly, not quickly, but without stopping. Qin Chuan stood to the side, waiting patiently, a gentle smile always on his face. After finishing the bowl of porridge, Li Bangxia put down her spoon and suddenly spoke. Qin Chuan. What are your instructions, Miss Li? Qin Chuan replied immediately. Li Bangxia looked at him, hesitated for a few seconds, and then asked a question that even she found strange. Why are you so good to me? Huh? Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback. Why? Isn't it obvious? Of course it's for the money. Now that I'm your boyfriend, of course I have to treat you well. Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Money is a real concern, but you definitely can't say that out loud, because the sugar daddy wouldn't like it. Li Bangxia stared at Qin Chuan's face for a few seconds, seemingly trying to discern the sincerity in his words. Then her gaze turned strange, and she lowered her voice to ask, You haven't fallen for me, have you? Qin Chuan almost lost his composure. I like you. Are you all right? Your temper is even harder to please than Su Mushue's. Su Mushue is at most verbally abusive, but you go and torment her to death. I must be out of my mind to like you. Miss Li has misunderstood. Qin Chuan quickly waved his hand, his expression so sincere he could have won an Oscar. We are professionals, and we would never let personal feelings interfere. My care for you is purely based on the scope of my contractual duties, and I have absolutely no ulterior motives. Looking at Qin Chuan's serious expression, Li Bangxia felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. She cleared her throat, deliberately put on a stern face, and said in a colder tone, That's good. Since you brought up the contract, I'll make things clear to you in advance to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings later. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision, and said, I am a lesbian. Chapter 35 Sister-in-Law in Sight. Huh? Qin Chuan's smile froze. He didn't expect Li Bangxia to suddenly say something like that. I only like women. I have no interest in men. Li Bangxia spoke slowly and deliberately, her expression serious. To be precise, I hate men. From childhood to adulthood, any touch from a man makes me feel disgusted. So you'd better remember that and not have any inappropriate thoughts about me. Qin Chuan was secretly surprised after hearing this. He had indeed heard rumors that Li Bangxia was a lesbian, but he had never taken them seriously. Most gossip in the entertainment industry is based on hearsay and rumors. I never imagined it was actually true. He carefully recalled the details of the past few days. It seems that every time Li Bangxia has a fit of madness, it's related to Song Qingli. On set, when Song Qingli took the initiative to kiss him, Li Bangxia's face turned ashen. In the private restaurant, when Song Qingli served him food, Li Bangxia's eyes looked like he wanted to devour him. He had found it strange before, but now he finally understood. So it turns out Li Bangxia likes Song Qingli. I can picture two stunningly beautiful women having sex together. His heart skipped a few beats. Stop. Stop. Qin Chuan immediately suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind and silently recited the rules of the substitute. Whether a client's sexual orientation is normal or not has absolutely nothing to do with him. His job was to serve for 3 months, then take the money and run. He doesn't care about or inquire about anything else. Don't worry, Miss Li, I've got it. Qin Chuan bowed slightly, his attitude respectful. Li Bangxia frowned slightly as she looked at the other person's calm demeanor. Although she didn't care about this jerk, the feeling of being ignored still made her a little uncomfortable. That's good. Li Bangxia looked away and continued eating her breakfast. Qin Chuan stood to the side, waiting quietly. Sunlight streamed in through the window, falling on the two people, one sitting and the other standing. The scene was eerily quiet. After finishing breakfast, Li Bangxia leaned back in her chair and watched Qin Chuan clear away the dishes. He moved very lightly. The sound of the dishes clattering was almost inaudible, and his technique for wiping the table was extremely skilled. Li Bangxia had to admit that this man was simply a natural at housework. "Miss Li, what are your plans for today?" Qin Chuan asked as he walked out of the kitchen, wiping his hands. "Catching up on sleep." Li Bangxia yawned and rubbed her temples. "I didn't sleep all night. My head is killing me." "Let me massage your head. It can relieve fatigue and help you sleep," Qin Chuan offered. Li Bangxia hesitated for a moment. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but her head was throbbing terribly. My temples were throbbing, like someone was hitting them with a hammer. Moreover, the feeling of Qin Chuan massaging her feet was indeed very comfortable, and she felt relaxed afterward. This proves that the other party does indeed have some ability. "All right," Li Bangxia casually responded. Qin Chuan washed his hands and went behind the sofa. Li Bangxia leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes. Qin Chuan stretched out his hands and gently placed his fingertips on her temples. His fingers were warm and dry, and the touch was as soft as a feather. Li Bangxia's body tensed up instinctively for a moment. She wasn't used to being touched by men, especially such a sensitive area as her head. But Qin Chuan's movements were slow, gentle, and without any aggression. His fingertips lingered on her temples for a few seconds, as if waiting for her body to adjust, before he began to slowly apply pressure. Clockwise, counterclockwise, the force gradually increases, the rhythm as even as a soothing melody. Li Bangxia's tense shoulders gradually relaxed. Qin Chuan moved his fingers from his temples to his brow bone and gently pressed along the brow bone. The force was precise, neither too light nor too heavy, just right. A tingling sensation spread from the pressed area, but it was quickly replaced by a tingling numbness. So comfortable. Li Bangxia's brows gradually relaxed, her lips parted slightly, and her breathing became long and even. Qin Chuan's fingers continued to move, pressing on the top of her head and gently massaging along the meridians. Each stroke carried just the right amount of force, as if clearing her blocked meridians. A warm current seeped into my scalp, flowed down my veins, down my neck, down my shoulders, and throughout my entire body. Li Bangxia felt as if her body was a wrung-out towel, slowly loosening up. All the accumulated fatigue, irritability, and anxiety slowly dissipated under Qin Chuan's fingertips. Her consciousness began to drift away. Qin Chuan massaged for about 10 minutes, and Li Bangxia's headache had mostly subsided, but her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. But she didn't want to fall asleep like that. "It's not that I don't want to sleep, it's that I don't want to fall asleep in front of Qin Chuan. That's so unladylike. Miss Li, go to sleep if you're tired." Qin Chuan's voice came from above, gentle as if he were coaxing a child. "I'm not sleepy," Li Bangxia mumbled indistinctly. She lost consciousness immediately after speaking. Her breathing became even and long, and she sank into the sofa, her sleeping face as peaceful as a little girl's. Qin Chuan pressed her for another 5 minutes to make sure she was asleep before gently releasing his hand. He went to get a blanket and carefully covered her with it. After doing all this, he tiptoed into the kitchen. There was still a pot of white fungus and lotus seed soup warming on the stove. He had cooked it that morning and planned to take it to his sister later. He ladled a portion into a thermos and wrote a note on it. "Miss Li, the white fungus and lotus seed soup is keeping warm in the pot. Remember to drink it when you wake up." He stuck a note on the refrigerator door, picked up the insulated food container, and went out. Hospital ward. When Qin Chuan walked in, Qin Xia was leaning against the headboard scrolling through her phone. Elder brother. Upon seeing her brother, Qin Xia's eyes lit up. "Didn't you say you were busy today? Why are you here again?" "I'm on my way, so I brought you some food." Qin Chuan placed the insulated food container on the bedside table. "Hee hee, I knew my brother loved me the most." Qin Xia opened the insulated box with a smile, and a sweet aroma wafted out. "Wow, white fungus and lotus seed soup. Drink slowly, don't burn yourself." Qin Chuan sat down on the edge of the bed. Qin Xia scooped up a spoonful and put it in her mouth, squinting her eyes in satisfaction. "Brother, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Stop flattering me, drink more." Qin Chuan smiled. While drinking, Qin Xia secretly glanced at her brother's expression. "Brother, are you free tonight?" "What's wrong?" Qin Chuan asked. "I haven't had Shawaixuan roast duck in a long time." Can you take me out for a meal? As Qin Xia spoke, she quickly added, of course, it doesn't have to be today. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or the day after that are all fine. It mainly depends on which day you are free. You want to eat roast duck, right? Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, I'll take you tonight. Yay! Qin Xia raised her fist and waved it into the air, appearing very excited. Don't be too happy yet. I have a condition. Qin Chuan deliberately put on a stern face. Come back immediately after you finish eating the roast duck. Don't linger outside for too long. Your condition is unstable right now, so you need to take care of your health at all times. No problem. Qin Xia agreed immediately. Take your time eating, I'll pick you up tonight. Qin Chuan smiled indulgently, waved, and left. After her brother left, Qin Xia immediately took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Jingshu. Dr. Lin, I've already made an appointment with my brother. Are you free tonight? A few seconds later, Lin Jingshu replied, of course I'm free to. Qin Xia, hee, see you tonight. Lin Jingshu. No. Qin Xia looked at the screen with a wide smile on her face. Hee, my sister-in-law is in sight. Chapter 36, I never expected you to be such a scumbag. In the evening, Qin Chuan drove Qin Xia to the entrance of Shuaixuan. Shuaixuan is a well-known high-end Chinese restaurant in Tianhai City, located in the heart of the old city. A detached villa with blue bricks and red tiles, and 2 ginkgo trees in front of the door. As the autumn wind blows, golden leaves carpet the ground. It's been a long time since I've been here. Shuaixuan hasn't changed at all. It still smells the same. Qin Xia got out of the car, stood at the entrance of Shuaixuan, and took a deep breath. It's only been a few months since I last came. How can it be a long time? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at his sister. This girl doesn't have any other special characteristics, except that she has a big appetite. As the two entered the Shuaixuan restaurant, melodious piano music drifted out. In one corner of the hall stood a black grand piano, where a pianist in an evening gown was playing. The melody of Fur Elise flowed from her fingertips, soothing and gentle, blending seamlessly with the atmosphere of the entire restaurant. The hall was covered with dark solid wood flooring, and a crystal chandelier hung down, casting a warm yellow light. Each table was covered with a snow-white tablecloth and set with exquisite porcelain and silver cutlery. The waiters moved gracefully and were well-trained. Wow, there's a piano performance too. I've never seen that before. Qin Xia's eyes lit up. That's interesting. Qin Chuan nodded with a smile. With the addition of piano music, the atmosphere changed completely. The two sat down by the window, and the waiter immediately brought them menus and poured them 2 glasses of lemonade. Qin Chuan opened the menu and immediately spotted the signature dish, fruitwood roasted duck. He was about to order when Qin Xia raised her hand to stop him. Brother, wait a minute. What's wrong? Qin Chuan tilted his head in confusion. I have another friend coming. Qin Xia blinked, a sly smile playing on her lips. Friend? Who is it? Qin Chuan asked curiously. You'll find out in a bit, Qin Xia said, keeping everyone in suspense as she looked down at her phone and sent a WeChat message. Qin Chuan looked at her mysterious demeanor and vaguely felt that something was amiss. About 10 minutes later, a young woman pushed open the door and walked into Shuaixuan. Qin Chuan looked up and his eyes widened slightly. It's Lin Jingshu. But Lin Jingshu is completely different from the usual Lin Jingshu. She took off her ever-present white lab coat and changed into a creamy white French tea dress, the hem of which reached just to her knees, revealing a section of her slender, fair calves. A thin brown leather belt was tied around her waist, outlining her slender figure. Her long hair wasn't tied into a low ponytail as usual, but rather loosely draped over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled, swaying gently in the night breeze. She wore light makeup, her eyebrows were neatly shaped, and her lips were coated with a thin layer of mauve lipstick, making her look gentle yet radiant. Qin Chuan had to admit that Lin Jingshu was indeed very beautiful. She already looks great in her white coat, but now that she's changed into casual clothes and put on light makeup, she looks absolutely stunning. Dr. Lin, over here. Qin Xia quickly got up and waved. Lin Jingshu saw the 2 people by the window. A smile bloomed on her face, and she quickly walked over. Xia, Mr. Qin. She nodded slightly, her voice gentle. Dr. Lin, you look so beautiful today. Qin Xia looked Lin Jingshu up and down, praising her. Thank you. Lin Jingshu smiled. She glanced at Qin Chuan subtly, then quickly looked away. Please sit down, please sit down. Qin Xia pulled Lin Jingshu to sit down next to her, right opposite Qin Chuan. Looking at his sister's attentive manner, Qin Chuan had already guessed 7 or 8 parts of the truth. What matchmaking trick is this girl up to now? Brother, what are you standing there for? Order the food. Qin Xia kept winking at him. Dr. Lin, what would you like to eat? Qin Chuan politely handed the menu to Lin Jingshu. I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky about food, Lin Jingshu said with a smile. Then I'll keep an eye on it. Qin Chuan didn't stand on ceremony. I called over a waiter and ordered several of their signature dishes. Dr. Lin, let's just make do for now. When my brother has time, he'll cook you a proper meal himself, and I guarantee it will be better than this Shuaixuan restaurant. Qin Xia flattered with a smile. Really? Wouldn't that be too much trouble for Mr. Qin? Lin Jingshu asked gently. No trouble at all. Qin Xia waved her hands repeatedly. My brother loves to cook. Qin Chuan's lips twitched. He had a bit of a headache. This girl sold him out without even asking for his opinion. Is this how a younger sister should act? The three chatted while waiting for their food, creating a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. The sound of a piano flowed through the hall, carrying a peaceful atmosphere. At that moment, a black Maybach slowly pulled up in front of Shuaixuan. The car door opened, and Su Muxue got out of the car. Today she wore a black knee-length skirt with a beige trench coat over it. Her long hair was loose, and her makeup was exquisite. She looked aloof and noble. Her best friend Wang Xiaoqian came down from the other side, took her arm, and said excitedly, Shuaixua, let me tell you, the roast duck at Shuaixuan is super delicious. I always order it every time I come. And the piano performance was so beautiful. Su Muxue hummed in response, clearly distracted. The two entered the restaurant, and Su Muxue's gaze casually swept across the hall. Then, she froze. By the window, a well-dressed, exceptionally handsome man was sitting. The man had a gentle smile on his lips, which was very pleasant. Qin Chuan. Su Muxue's eyes suddenly lit up, and she became energetic. But soon, she frowned again, because she discovered that there were 2 other women with Qin Chuan. A young girl, about 17 or 18 years old, was holding Qin Chuan's arm, smiling and talking to him. The other one wore a cream-colored dress, had long hair flowing down her shoulders, was beautiful, and had a gentle temperament. When she occasionally looked up at Qin Chuan, her admiration was undisguised. He's only been gone a few days, and he's already found someone new? What a scumbag. Su Muxue clenched her teeth, feeling inexplicably choked up. After hesitating for a moment, she strode towards the window seat. Qin Chuan. Su Muxue stopped in front of the table, looking down at the man in front of her. Qin Chuan looked up and was taken aback when he saw that cold and beautiful face. President Su? What are you doing here? You can come, but I can't. Do you own Shuaixuan? Su Muxue said sternly, her tone somewhat unfriendly. Huh. Qin Chuan was a little confused. What's wrong with this lunatic? He's like he's on steroids the moment we meet. Did I offend her? Despite his displeasure, Qin Chuan remained polite. Of course not. I just didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence. Su Muxue glanced at Lin Jingshu and Qin Xia and said coldly, I saw you with the popular artist Li Bangxia before. I didn't expect that you would have a new girlfriend after only a few days. You really are a womanizer who can get away with anything. Qin Xia and Lin Jingshu were slightly taken aback, then looked at Qin Chuan at the same time. Qin Chuan had a bit of a headache. President Su, have you misunderstood something? What misunderstanding could there be? You and this girl are hugging each other. Su Muxue looked at Qin Xia, who was holding Qin Chuan's arm in a very intimate manner. This infuriated her even more. Judging from this girl's appearance, she's probably still a minor, right? Qin Chuan, I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. Not even sparing little girls. Disgusting. As soon as these words were spoken, all the guests in the hall turned their gazes toward him. He looked like he was just watching the show. Chapter 37 The Arrogance of Overseas Returnee Elites. Qin Chuan looked at the indignant Su Muxue, and then at the onlookers around him. A million grass mud horses galloped through my mind. This woman is really crazy. They haven't even figured out the situation, yet they're already launching these verbal attacks. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I do. Qin Xia blinked, looked at Su Muxue, then at Qin Chuan, and suddenly smiled. She took Qin Chuan's hand, tilted her head, and said sweetly, Sister, you must have made a mistake. He is my brother. Su Muxue was taken aback. Brother? Yes, brother. Qin Xia nodded. Su Muxue looked left and right, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Qin Chuan and Qin Xia several times, and found that the two did indeed look somewhat alike. As a result, her ears turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. With an embarrassed expression, he asked, "So, you two are siblings?" "Yes," Qin Xia said in a serious tone. "Is it okay if I hug my brother's arm?" Su Muxue was so embarrassed that she scratched her toes on the ground. She never expected that the beautiful girl in front of her was actually Qin Chuan's sister. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Qin Chuan is deeply in love with her. How could he possibly have another girlfriend? It seems she misunderstood. "Why are you laughing?" Su Muxue turned her head and saw Qin Chuan trying to suppress a laugh. She said angrily, "How come I didn't know you had a younger sister? Why didn't you say so sooner?" After 3 years together, she still didn't understand him at all. "President Su, how can you blame me for this?" Qin Chuan was speechless. This woman went crazy right from the start, leaving him completely baffled. Now that a misunderstanding has arisen, it's his fault for not reminding me sooner. They're so damn hard to please. "Shue, what are you doing here?" At this moment, Wang Xiaoqian also came over. She was so engrossed in the music that she paused for a few seconds, and when she turned around, she found that Su Muxue was already chatting with someone. "Hey, isn't this Qin Chuan? What a coincidence." Upon closer inspection, Wang Xiaoqian quickly spotted a familiar face. As Su Muxue's best friend, she naturally knew about Qin Chuan's relationship with Su Muxue. She had a pretty good impression of Qin Chuan. She's got good looks, a great figure, and she's also gentle, considerate, and multi-talented. Even she was a little envious of such a top-notch stand-in. "Miss Wang." Qin Chuan nodded and smiled, which was his way of greeting him. "It's fate that we met. How about we share a table?" Wang Xiaoqian suddenly suggested. Qin Chuan did not respond directly, but looked at Lin Jingshu. "Okay." Lin Jingshu smiled and nodded. "They're all friends. It's more lively with more people." As she spoke, she glanced at Su Muxue. She wasn't stupid. She could naturally tell that Su Muxue's relationship with Qin Chuan was not simple. She took this opportunity to get to know Qin Chuan better. "Let's get a bigger table then. We have a friend coming over in a bit." Wang Xiaoqian was very outgoing and immediately asked the waiter to change tables, and warmly invited the group to move to another table. Although Qin Chuan didn't want to get too involved with Su Muxue, that crazy woman, he couldn't refuse her request. After all, he still hasn't received the remaining 10 million yuan. "For 10 million, I have no choice but to endure it." "Shue." Just as the group sat down, a gentle male voice rang out from the doorway. Looking up, I saw a young man with a dark blue suit, his hair neatly combed, his features refined, and his demeanor walking over with a smile. "Liu Beichen." Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow slightly, and quickly recognized the man's identity. He had never met Liu Beichen in person, but he had seen photos of him. In fact, when he first started as a stunt double, his main task was to imitate Liu Beichen. Imitate their outfits, their smiles, and their mannerisms. He even imitated some of Liu Beichen's talents. So even though he had never met him, he already had a deep understanding of Liu Beichen. "Young Master Liu, you've finally arrived. We've kept you waiting." Wang Xiaoqian greeted him warmly. Liu Beichen walked forward with a smile, his gaze sweeping over each of them. His gaze swept over Lin Jingshu, paused for a moment, and then naturally fell on Su Muxue. "Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way, so I'm a little late." Liu Beichen was very polite. "Young Master Liu, let me introduce you. This is Qin Chuan. The other two are Qin Chuan's friends," Wang Xiaoqian said briefly. "Oh." Liu Beichen's gaze fell on Qin Chuan, and he extended his hand, smiling. "Mr. Qin, is that right? I've heard so much about you. Shue often mentions you to me, and today I'm finally meeting you in person. Likewise, I've long admired Mr. Liu." Qin Chuan stood up and politely shook hands. "Thank you for taking care of Shue over the past 3 years. I am very grateful. But from now on, she will be in my care," Liu Beichen said with a smile. These words were spoken politely, but they carried a sense of asserting sovereignty. Su Muxue took a sip of tea, remained silent, and secretly glanced at Qin Chuan, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Men all have a strange competitive spirit. Like a peacock displaying its tail feathers, they can't help but show themselves off to the opposite sex. Qin Chuan likes her so much, he'll probably be very jealous to see her getting along so well with Liu Beichen, right? I just don't know how the other party will react. "Mr. Liu, you don't need to be so polite. It's my duty to do this for the money," Qin Chuan said with a smile and a calm tone. There were no scenes of jealousy or rivalry. Su Muxue frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. "Liu Beichen has already declared his sovereignty. Why haven't you reacted at all? Don't you know how to fight back? If you're so laid back, How did you manage to snatch me away from Liu Beichen? By the way, I studied at Oxford for 3 years and just returned to China. I'm planning to start a technology company. Liu Beichen smiled, took out a business card from his suit pocket, and handed it over with one hand. I heard that your assistant is doing an excellent job. I wonder if you would be interested in a change of scenery? How about giving it a try here? Qin Chuan glanced down at the business card. Liu Beichen, CEO of Beichen Technology. I appreciate Mr. Liu's kindness, but you'd better find someone else to be your assistant. Qin Chuan did not accept the business card. He naturally understood Liu Beichen's intention. It was nothing more than for Liu to show off his superiority as a returned overseas elite in front of him. He may not take it seriously, but he won't indulge it either. Is Mr. Qin worried about salary and benefits? Liu Beichen smiled slightly and continued. You can rest assured about that. For Xue's sake, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. As long as you work hard and perform well, I will definitely give you an important position in the future. Although his tone was calm, his words implied that he regarded Qin Chuan as a subordinate. The arrogance of the returned overseas elites was impossible to conceal at this moment. Chapter 38 is getting worse and worse. Mr. Liu, are you here for dinner today? Or are you here to recruit workers? Qin Chuan raised his head, his tone indifferent. If it's about hiring, I suggest you go to the job market. They should be able to meet your requirements. Liu Beichen's smile froze slightly before returning to normal. He said insincerely, Mr. Qin, you've misunderstood. I'm only doing this for your own good. After all, you don't have much of a degree, so it's not easy for you to find a good job. You don't need to worry about my affairs. You should focus on how to build up the company. Business is slow these days, and it might go bankrupt any day now, Qin Chuan said calmly. Upon hearing this, Liu Beichen's smile faltered. Qin Chuan calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip. Isn't it just being sarcastic and sarcastic? Anyone can do that. Oh dear, shall we order first? I'm starving. Wang Xiaoqian sensed that something was wrong and quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. She called over the waiter and started ordering various dishes. Soon, one delicious dish after another was served. Qin Chuan picked up the serving chopsticks, took a piece of roast duck, carefully rolled it up in a pancake, and put it in Qin Xia's bowl. Eat more? Haven't you been craving it for days? Hee. Thanks, brother. Qin Xia took the roast duck roll, took a big bite, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Su Mushue's gaze fell on Qin Chuan's chopsticks, and a hint of anticipation rose in her heart. In the past, when they ate at home, Qin Chuan would always put food on her plate first. He always puts her favorite dishes, such as sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, and crystal shrimp, into her bowl first, afraid that she might go hungry. Today will probably be no exception, right? Right? She waited a few seconds. She noticed that Qin Chuan's attention was entirely on his younger sister, Qin Xia, and he wasn't looking at her at all. Su Mushua poked at the bowl with her chopsticks a couple of times, a surge of dissatisfaction welling up inside her. What happened in Qin Chuan? Didn't they always put food on my plate first? Is it because there are too many people today, and they feel a little embarrassed? Yes, that must be it. Dr. Lin, please eat too, don't be shy. Qin Xia picked up a piece of roast duck roll and put it in Lin Jingshu's bowl. Thank you, Xia. Lin Jingshu nodded with a smile. She glanced at Qin Chuan, hesitated for a moment, then wrapped up a piece of roast duck and put it in Qin Chuan's bowl. Mr. Qin, you should eat too. Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback and looked up at Lin Jingshu. Lin Jingshu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still maintained a gentle smile. Eat more meat. It's good for your health. Thanks. Qin Chuan smiled and didn't refuse. He picked up a roast duck roll, took a big bite, and praised. As expected of Shuaixuan's signature dish, the taste is indeed excellent. Su Mushua sat opposite, watching this scene, her chopsticks unconsciously tightening. The sight of Qin Chuan and Lin Jingshu chatting and laughing brought back that uncomfortable feeling in her heart. She picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks as if in a huff and put it in Liu Beichen's bowl, and said with a smile, Beichen, you've been abroad for 3 years and you've lost a lot of weight. Eat more. Xue, I didn't expect you to still care about me so much. Liu Beichen looked at the food in his bowl, a smug smile spreading across his face. 3 years have passed, and this woman still can't forget him. If he spends a little time and effort, he should be able to win it over soon. Xue, I remember you used to love eating fish the most. Here, this piece is the most tender. Liu Beichen picked up a piece of steamed sea bass and placed it in Su Mushue's bowl, his voice gentle. Su Muxue picked up a piece of fish from her bowl and chewed it slowly, her eyes constantly fixed on Qin Chuan's face. She waited to see him frown, to see him put down his chopsticks, to see him get jealous. But no. Qin Chuan ate his meal calmly, occasionally putting a piece of food on Qin Xia's plate, and occasionally exchanging a few words with Lin Jingshu, without glancing in her direction at all. Su Muxue felt a lump in her throat and became increasingly unhappy. He didn't react at all. Does he really not care? No. He's definitely faking it. Men are all concerned about their image, so they definitely wouldn't want to show that they care in front of Liu Beiqin. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was seething with jealousy. Humph. What a hypocrite. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Su Muxue took a deep breath, suppressed her surging emotions, and continued eating. After 5 courses of food, the atmosphere at the table gradually relaxed. In front of the grand piano in the corner of the hall, the pianist was playing a soothing piece. The melody was melodious, and the atmosphere was lovely. Liu Beiqin put down his chopsticks, glanced at the piano, and said in a calm tone, "The piece played by this pianist is still a bit lacking. The rhythm in some parts is not handled delicately enough, and the emotional expression is also superficial." "Oh, young Master Liu can play the piano?" Wang Xiaoqian raised an eyebrow and asked with great interest. Beiqin is more than just a pianist. During his university years, he participated in piano competitions and won major awards. Su Muxue said with a hint of pride. That was the most dazzling moment in her memory of Liu Beiqin. On stage, he was dressed in a black tuxedo, sitting at the piano, his fingers flying across the keys. The lights shone on him, making him glow. That's amazing. Wang Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Then why doesn't young Master Liu show us his skills? The atmosphere is so good today. How about playing a song to liven things up? She had practiced piano for a few years, but her talent was average, so she treated it purely as a hobby. Liu Beiqin glanced at Su Muxue, then at Qin Chuan, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. All right, then I'll make a fool of myself today. He stood up, straightened his suit cuffs, and walked confidently toward the piano. Then he whispered a few words in the musician's ear, and the musician nodded, stood up, and gave up his seat. Liu Beiqin sat down at the piano, his slender fingers gently resting on the keys. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. In the hall, all eyes were on him. A few seconds later, his fingers moved. The first note rang out, clear and bright, like a drop of water falling into a lake. Qin Chuan recognized the piece the moment he heard the intro. This is a variation of Fur Elise, but with significant changes and the addition of many personal touches. This is Liu Beiqin's signature song. He played this song in his last performance before going abroad 3 years ago. Su Muxue's phone ringtone is also this song. She used it for 3 years and never changed it. As Qin Chuan's stand-in, this was the first piece of music he was required to learn. He played it countless times, so familiar with it that every note was etched into his bones. Because he was familiar with it, he listened more carefully than anyone else. Liu Beiqin's technique is indeed excellent. His fingers move smoothly, his tone is well controlled, and his overall performance is very high. However, there were a few places where Liu Beiqin's rhythm was not stable enough. The accompaniment patterns in the left hand are somewhat unclear, especially in the fast-paced sections, where a few notes are not played clearly. There's another variation in intensity. The parts that should be strong aren't strong enough, and the parts that should be weak are too weak. 3 years ago, Liu Beiqin was clearly not at this level. At that time, the opponent played more cleanly and accurately. This piece of music has not only regressed technically, but it has also lost its inspiration and emotional impact. Why is my academic performance getting worse and worse after studying abroad? Is Chapter 39's performance level high enough in terms of prestige? In the hall, Liu Beiqin's performance was coming to an end. As the last few notes faded, the lingering sound of the piano echoed slowly in the hall until it disappeared completely. After a 2-second silence, enthusiastic applause quickly erupted. Holy crap, this guy plays so well. At this level, they could probably hold a concert. The flow of the water is so smooth and graceful, it's breathtaking. The guests praised the performance, and some even stood up to applaud, showing their support. Wang Xiaoqian clapped her hands vigorously, looking surprised. I didn't expect young Master Liu to be so good at playing the piano. He's amazing. Although I've been practicing the piano since I was a child, I've only barely passed the 7th grade exam. I'm far inferior to young Master Liu. Liu Beiqin stood up from the piano, but instead of returning to his seat immediately, he stood beside the piano, his gaze sweeping over the guests in the hall before finally landing on Su Mushua. His expression was affectionate yet restrained, and his voice was soft, but in the quiet hall, every word was clearly audible. This piece was composed for my childhood sweetheart. Liu Beichen paused, his voice deepening. 3 years ago, for some reason, I missed her. 3 years later, I stand here today to tell her, I'm back, and this time, I won't let go again. Upon hearing this, the applause in the living room became even more enthusiastic. Several people even joined in the chanting. Get together! Get together! Wang Xiaoqian gently nudged Su Mushua's arm and said in a low voice with a smile, Shua, young Master Liu is confessing his feelings to you. Su Mushua forced a smile but didn't say anything. Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was drinking tea with his head down, his expression calm, as if he hadn't heard Liu Beichen's words. As Liu Beichen returned to his seat, Wang Xiaoqian immediately handed him a glass of water. Young Master Liu, you've worked hard. Have some water. Thanks. Liu Beichen took the water glass and took a sip. His gaze swept over the people at the table, and he asked with a smile, how was it? I didn't embarrass you all, did I? Marvelous. Wang Xiaoqian gave a thumbs up. Young Master Liu, with your skill level, you could win an award in a professional competition. Looking across the entire Tianhai region, there are probably very few people better than you. That's not necessarily true, Qin Xia suddenly muttered. Oh, Liu Beichen glanced over and said with a half-smile, does this young lady think I play badly? It's SOSO, but it's not as good as my brother's, Qin Xia replied bluntly. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the room could hear it clearly. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan glared at his younger sister secretly. Why is this girl speaking such blunt truths? Liu Beichen's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he curled his lips into a sneer. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be able to play the piano. He must be self-taught, right? But there's a big difference between amateur and professional level when it comes to this kind of thing. Being able to play doesn't mean you're good at it. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the meaning was quite clear. Your brother is just an amateur. Don't try to take advantage of me, a professional. Don't underestimate people. Qin Xia grew anxious, her voice rising several decibels. My brother has already passed the 10th level of piano, and he plays much better than you. Compared to him, you're the amateur. Puff. Liu Beichen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He shook his head, his tone even more sarcastic. Little sister, according to the domestic music system, the highest piano exam is level 9. You said your brother is level 10. Did he grade it himself? My brother is level 10. Qin Xia insisted stubbornly. You can fool me, but don't fool yourself too. Liu Beichen waved his hand with a smile. He seemed to be saying, I'm not going to hold it against you. Qin Xia was about to say something when Qin Chuan raised his hand to stop her. Qin Chuan looked at Liu Beichen and said calmly, the systems are different, and the grading is different too. According to the Central Conservatory of Music system, the highest level is 9, but according to the China Musicians Association system, there are 10 levels. So my sister wasn't wrong. However, I think Mr. Liu has been abroad for too long and has forgotten even this basic common sense. Liu Beichen choked, and the smile on his face froze. But soon, he reverted to his elitist demeanor and retorted defiantly. Can the Music Association system compare to the Central Conservatory of Music system? The level of prestige is completely different. The Music Association's grading system can only be considered amateur. Only the Central Conservatory of Music's grading system can represent professional standards. Qin Chuan picked up his teacup and said slowly, you're right, the gold content is indeed different. However, he raised his eyes and looked at Liu Beichen. My rating is in the Central Conservatory of Music system. I was just rated as a performance level last year. People in the industry usually call this level the Central Conservatory of Music level 10. I wonder if, in Mr. Liu's eyes, the performance level at the Central Conservatory of Music is valuable enough? Upon hearing this, Liu Beichen froze. The hand holding the wine cup froze in midair, the expression on his face constantly shifting. Shock, embarrassment, and awkwardness, a mix of emotions swirled together. The whole table suddenly fell silent. Wang Xiaoqian's eyes widened in disbelief. The performance level at the Central Conservatory of Music represents the highest level of piano playing, which is not something that ordinary people can achieve. Su Mushua looked at Qin Chuan with a complicated expression. She knew Qin Chuan could play the piano, but she didn't expect him to be so skilled. Lin Jingshu raised an eyebrow slightly. a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. No wonder he's the man she set her sights on. He's truly outstanding. Qin Xia tilted her chin up, her face full of pride. Humph, you dare look down on my brother? I'll give you a good slap in the face. Mr. Qin, may I ask how many years you have been practicing piano? Liu Beichen stared at Qin Chuan for several seconds before suddenly asking a question. 3 years, Qin Chuan answered crisply. 3 years. Liu Beichen suddenly laughed, his previous astonishment quickly turning into sarcasm. He shook his head and said sarcastically, Mr. Qin, do you know the value of a performance-level certificate? Without a certain level of talent and more than 10 years of professional training, it would be impossible to reach this level. You've only practiced for 3 short years, and you dare to call yourself a performance-level artist? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if word gets out? If Qin Chuan said he had studied for 10 or 8 years, he wouldn't dare to question it. 3 years? That's utter nonsense. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't, Qin Chuan said calmly. Piano playing requires a lot of talent. Some people practice hard for 10 years and still only achieve SOSO results. Some people can reach a professional level in just 2 or 3 years. Unfortunately, he possessed extraordinary talent in the piano. Since you're so talented, then play a piece right here on the spot. Liu Beichen smirked. Let us ordinary folks have a good look at just how good a performance-level piano master really is. He deliberately emphasized the words performance level and master, making no attempt to conceal his sarcasm. Chapter 40 Dimensional Reduction Attack. Faced with Liu Beichen's sarcastic remarks, Qin Xia was the first to lose her composure. She tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve. Brother, go up and play a piece for us. Let some people see what it's like. Wang Xiaoqian chimed in. Yeah, Qin Chuan, if you're really that good, show me what you've got. I'll have a chance to learn from you. Qin Chuan picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and appeared very calm. If Mr. Qin is truly a master performer, he shouldn't be stage-frightened, right? Liu Beichen leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, a half-smile playing on his lips. To think you can become a master performer after only 3 years of piano lessons is utter nonsense. Since everyone is so interested, then I'll make a fool of myself. Qin Chuan put down his teacup and did not refuse again. He stood up, straightened his collar, and walked towards the grand piano in the corner of the hall. Liu Beichen sneered, as if watching a clown. Su Muxue, Lin Jingshu, and the others all stared intently at that figure from behind. They were both curious and expectant. Qin Chuan sat down at the piano. After a moment's hesitation, his slender fingers slowly touched the keys and pressed the first note. The same tune, the same variation of Fur Elise. But as the notes began to play, the atmosphere in the entire hall changed. If Liu Beichen's performance is a meticulous painting, with precise lines and a complete composition, it always feels like something is missing. Qin Chuan's performance was like a freehand landscape painting, with fluent brushstrokes and vivid spirit. Every note seemed to flow from the depths of his heart. Qin Chuan's fingers danced across the piano keys. His movements were smoother, his tone cleaner, and his dynamics more layered compared to Liu Beichen's. The parts that Liu Beichen handled vaguely were as clear as a mountain stream under Qin Chuan's hands, every sound crystal clear. Those passages where Liu Beichen's rhythm was unsteady became as solid as a rock in Qin Chuan's hands, yet also became agile and free. More importantly, emotions. Liu Beichen's playing technique is indeed good, but his emotions are empty. It's like reciting a text. Every word is correct, but there's no soul in it. Qin Chuan's performance was filled with warmth in every note. That restrained, subtle, and unspoken emotion, like a fine thread, extends from the piano keys and gently wraps around the heart of every listener. The hall was extremely quiet. Everyone put down their chopsticks, stopped talking, and focused their attention on the man sitting at the piano. The waiter, holding a tray of dishes, stood in the corridor and forgot to move forward. An elderly woman at the next table, her eyes slightly red, quietly took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her eyes. Su Muxue sat at the table, her fingers gripping the tablecloth tightly, her knuckles turning white. She could tell. She had been listening to this piece of music for 3 years. This song plays on my phone, in my car, and on my home stereo. She thought she was already tired of hearing it and had become numb to it. But at this moment, as Qin Chuan's fingertips tapped out those familiar notes, her eyes suddenly reddened. She heard the restrained love in the music. Every note speaks. Every musical phrase tells a story. The contradiction of wanting to get close yet not daring to get close. wanting to express yet not daring to express, and the cautious tenderness of being afraid of disturbing the other person are all hidden in those seemingly calm melodies. He was using this song to confess his love to her. Liu Beichen's version sounds like he's showing off. Look how amazing I am. Look how superb my skills are. Qin Chuan's version is saying, I like you, but I can't confess, so I can only play for you. Su Mushua's nose felt a little sore, and her throat felt like it was blocked by something. So that's how much he loves me. So he's always loved me this much. She recalled the bits and pieces of the past 3 years. When she had a headache, he stayed up all night to take care of her. When she threw a tantrum, he always patiently coaxed her. She used to think that these were things he should do, since he had taken the money. But now she understands that if someone doesn't truly care about you, they simply wouldn't go to this extent. Su Mushua's eyes gradually reddened. I never expected Qin Chuan to be so devoted. Should I treat him better from now on? At this moment, Lin Jingshu was also staring at Qin Chuan. A gentle smile curved her lips, and the light in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. She doesn't understand piano, and she can't understand any techniques or dynamic changes. But she could understand that emotion. A person who can play music with such captivating power must have a gentle and affectionate heart. She didn't want to miss out on a man like that. Wang Xiaoqian, who was standing next to her, was also very excited. She covered her face with her hands and stared wide-eyed. She had studied piano for several years and thought she had heard many masters play, but Qin Chuan's level really amazed her. Oomph. Just wait until my brother bewitches you all. Qin Xia tilted her chin up, a smug expression on her face, her lips practically curling upwards. In the hall, Qin Chuan's performance reached its final climax. His fingers flew across the piano keys, and the melody cascaded down like a waterfall, powerful yet delicate. Then, everything returned to calm. As the last note faded, its lingering sound echoed throughout the hall. The entire room fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, thunderous applause erupted. It roared loudly. Holy crap, that was amazing. Even I, a complete novice, felt the resonance. I'm certain this person is absolutely professional level. Although it's the same piece, this one was played much better than the previous one. The two are on completely different levels. Wow, I remembered my first love. That was my lost youth. The guests stood up and applauded, their praises echoing throughout the room. Even a complete novice who knows nothing about the piano could hear the difference between the two pieces. Several emotional guests were so moved by Qin Chuan's music that they secretly shed tears. That beautiful melody touched the deepest regrets and tenderness in their hearts. The song ended. Qin Chuan stood up from the piano, bowed slightly, as if to take his bow. His expression remained calm, without a trace of pride or smugness on his face. Upon returning to their seats, the women reacted in different ways. Qin Xia was the first to rush over, hugging her brother's arm, her eyes shining like stars. Brother, you played so well. I want to hear more. Stop fooling around. Qin Chuan affectionately rubbed his younger sister's head. Mr. Qin, your piece just now has sparked my interest in the piano. You're amazing, Qin Xia said with a gentle smile. Qin Chuan, I thought you were joking before, but I didn't expect you to be a real master performer. I've really seen something new today. Wang Xiaoqian was also very excited. Su Mushua did not speak. She simply looked at Qin Chuan, a proud smile curving her lips. Humph, you think you can move me with a song? Not so easy. However, seeing how sincere you are, I'll reluctantly accept it. Chapter 41. A man of both literary and martial talent. This guy, Liu Beichen, sat opposite him, his face ashen. His fists were clenched so hard that his nails almost dug into his flesh. He thought he had the victory in his grasp, believing that Qin Chuan was nothing more than a clown who would be exposed with a few flicks. He never expected that Qin Chuan's skill level would be so high. No, it's not high. It's crushing. A complete and utter crushing defeat. Technique, timbre, rhythm, and emotional expression, every dimension was utterly crushed. What made it even more embarrassing for him was that Qin Chuan was playing the same piece. In front of everyone, they used his signature song to trample him underfoot. This is definitely not something that can be mastered in 3 years. He stared at Qin Chuan, his eyes filled with a terrifyingly gloomy expression. Today he has completely lost face. Mr. Qin has kept this a secret for a long time. Liu Beichen spoke, his voice dry and his smile stiff. This level of performance skill, without 10 or 8 years of hard practice, I'm afraid one couldn't reach this level, right? Damn it. They deliberately pretended to be sweet and tricked me. Everyone's constitution is different. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, to reach the performance level, some people need 10 years, while others only need 2 or 3 years. Liu Beichen choked, and his face turned even uglier. 2 or 3 years. Is this saying he lacks talent? He wanted to argue, but his lips moved and he ultimately said nothing. The contest just now has already proven who is superior. Continuing to argue will only make things more embarrassing for you. He picked up his glass, took a large gulp in silence, and said nothing more. Dinner ended in a subtle atmosphere. Liu Beichen had a dark expression the whole time, occasionally saying a few words to Su Muxua, but Su Muxua's responses were all perfunctory. Wang Xiaoqian, on the other hand, was in high spirits and kept talking to Qin Chuan about the piano. Lin Jingshu sat quietly to the side, occasionally interjecting a word or two, her gaze always gently fixed on Qin Chuan. After eating and drinking her fill, Qin Xia leaned back in her chair, patting her round belly with a satisfied expression. Around 9 p.m., the group walked out of Shuaixuan. A night breeze blew in my face, carrying the coolness of early autumn. The streetlights cast a dim yellow light, and the ginkgo leaves rustled in the wind. Shuaixua, let me take you home. Liu Beichen took out the Porsche keys and deliberately showed them to Qin Chuan, with a hint of showing off. These days, what good is being able to play the piano? In this world, power and connections matter. So what if you play the piano well? At best, it's just enough to make a living. Would it allow you to drive a luxury car like mine that costs millions? Su Muxua glanced at Qin Chuan and was about to speak when 3 tall figures suddenly stumbled and staggered towards them. They were 3 men who had drunk quite a bit. Their faces were red and their necks were thick, and they were swaying as they walked. Hey, where did these beautiful ladies come from? They're really stunning. The leader was bald, with a thick gold chain around his neck, wearing a floral shirt that was open, revealing his round belly. The other 2 were both burly men, and they were also drunk. The 3 drunkards' gazes swept over the women, finally settling on Su Muxua's face. The bald man grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Hey, this chick is my type. The bald man took 2 steps forward, raised his hand, and prepared to touch Su Muxua's face. Beautiful lady, how about it? Want to come with your brother for a few drinks? Roll. Su Muxua's face darkened, and without thinking, she raised her hand and slapped him. Smack! The slap was crisp and loud. The bald man was slightly jolted by the blow, and a red handprint immediately appeared on his face. He froze for a second, then whirled around, his eyes turning fierce. Damn it! You bitch, you dare hit me. The other 2 drunkards also got angry and rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight. What are you guys doing? Liu Beichen stepped forward, blocking Su Muxua's path, and said sternly, Get out of here right now, or I'll call the police. He spoke loudly and had a commanding presence. Standing there in a suit and tie, he exuded an air of righteousness. The 3 drunkards were stunned by the shout, looked at each other, and didn't immediately understand. Liu Beichen thought the 3 of them were intimidated by his aura, and a hint of smugness appeared on his face. He turned his head and smiled at Su Muxua. Shuaixua, you 2 get in the car first. Leave this kind of lowlife drunkard to me. After saying that, he turned around, ready to reprimand a few more times to bolster the situation. Before he could even speak, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down on him. Accompanying this is a classic Chinese saying. Damn it! The bald man suddenly threw a punch, slamming it hard into Liu Beichen's face. Bang! Liu Beichen leaned back, and blood gushed from his nose instantly. I felt dizzy and disoriented for a moment. Call the police? I'll let you call the police. The bald man rushed up, cursing, and threw another punch. Liu Beichen covered his face and backed away, but he stumbled and fell to the ground. The other 2 burly men immediately surrounded him and began punching and kicking Liu Beichen. That'll teach you to mind your own business. Stop pretending to be a big shot. Fight. Fight them to the death. Liu Beichen covered his head, curled up on the ground, and screamed in pain as he was beaten. His suit was covered in dust, his hair was a mess, and his face was smeared with blood from his nose. Gone is the elite image he once had. He now appears utterly disheveled. Damn it! You think you can play the hero and save the damsel in distress? You don't deserve it. The bald man, fueled by alcohol and anger, lashed out harder and harder. Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Liu Beichen dodged and shouted, looking as disheveled as a rat scurrying around. Wang Xiaoqian screamed in fright and hid behind Su Muxua. Su Muxua's face turned pale, and she was somewhat at a loss. While protecting Qin Xia, Lin Jingshu took out her phone to call the police. After kicking her a few times, the bald man straightened up, wiped the sweat from his face, and then looked at Su Mushua. "You bitch. You dare hit me? I'll settle the score with you now." The bald man grinned menacingly as he strode menacingly towards Su Mushua. Su Mushua's eyelids twitched, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back, bumping right into a solid chest. She turned around and saw a handsome face with sharp features. It's Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's expression was calm, without anger or tension. He simply took a step forward, blocking the bald man's path, and said in a cold voice, "I advise you to stop now, lest things get out of hand later." Oh, another hero rescuing a damsel in distress. The bald man sized you up and down, then grinned maliciously. "I bet you've never been beaten before. Today I'll show you how to grow a fist the size of a sandbag." Before he could finish speaking, the bald man suddenly attacked, throwing a punch at Qin Chuan's face. Qin Chuan dodged to the side, then grabbed the bald man's arm and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, the bald man's arm dislocated instantly, twisting at an odd angle. "Ah!" The bald man let out a blood-curdling scream, then knelt on the ground, his face deathly pale and covered in cold sweat. "Damn it! You dare to lay a hand on me?" Upon seeing this, the other 2 burly men rushed forward without saying a word. Qin Chuan remained unfazed and kicked out with lightning speed, striking the knee of the person on his left. The man screamed and fell flat on his face, rolling on the ground clutching his leg. The burly man on the right seized the opportunity and threw a powerful punch. Qin Chuan seized the opportunity, grabbed the burly man's arm, and executed a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw. The burly man, weighing nearly 200 pounds, slammed heavily to the ground like a sandbag. He fainted on the spot. In just over 10 seconds, Qin Chuan had knocked all 3 burly men to the ground. The whole process was swift and efficient, without any unnecessary movements. The scene left the women speechless. "I was careless in Chapter 42. I didn't flash it." Wang Xiaoqian's eyes widened, and her mouth opened into an O shape, unable to close it for a long time. She looked at the 3 drunkards lying haphazardly on the ground, then at Qin Chuan who was dusting off his hands, and her mind went blank. That's incredible. 1 against 3, and it was so easy? Those burly men looked formidable, but they didn't even have a chance to fight back against Qin Chuan. The fight was over in just a few punches and kicks. That's really awesome. Lin Jingshu slowly lowered her hand from her phone. She hadn't even had a chance to dial the emergency number on the screen yet. She stared blankly at Qin Chuan's retreating figure. The previous routine was fluid, clean, and efficient. This is definitely not a haphazard skill learned from street fighting. It is a skill honed through systematic training. I never expected Qin Chuan to be so good at fighting, despite his gentle and refined appearance. For a moment, her gaze became even more intense. Qin Xia didn't react much, with an expression that seemed perfectly natural. In her eyes, her brother was omnipotent. Not to mention taking on 3. Even taking on 10 wouldn't be a problem. On the other hand, Su Mushua, standing behind Qin Chuan, looked at his broad back and her heart began to race uncontrollably. She was used to Qin Chuan's meek and gentle manner, so seeing him so brave suddenly gave her a strange kind of surprise. That overwhelming sense of security completely dispelled any trace of panic she had just felt. Cough, cough. Liu Beichen's cough suddenly caught Su Mushua's attention. She glanced over and couldn't help but frown slightly, because at this moment, Liu Beichen was in such a sorry state. His suit was wrinkled, his tie was askew behind his neck, his hair was a mess, like a bird's nest, his face was covered in bruises, his nose was bleeding profusely, and he had even lost one of his shoes. Whereas even a trace of her former elite image. How embarrassing. Then look at Qin Chuan. His white shirt is spotless, his hair is perfectly styled, and his expression is as calm as if nothing had happened. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. One of them was beaten like a dog, screaming and begging for mercy. The other was incredibly brave and resolved the problem with just a few punches and kicks. The contrast is striking. A strange feeling welled up in Su Mushua's heart without her realizing it. She suddenly realized that the ideal man she had been longing for wasn't all that great. You just wait. I won't let you get away with this. The bald man, clutching his dislocated arm, got up from the ground and uttered a classic harsh remark. Then they stumbled and fled in disarray. The other 2 burly men also helped each other to their feet, limping away dejectedly. The whole street fell silent. The night breeze rustled the ginkgo leaves. Liu Beichen stood under the streetlight, his face smeared with blood from his nose, looking as disheveled as a stray dog. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but his lips moved, and he ultimately said nothing. What could he say? Thank you, Qin Chuan, for saving him? That would be too embarrassing. Pretend nothing happened? But everyone saw how pathetic he looked, getting beaten to a pulp. Liu Beichen's face turned pale and then flushed. Finally, in a moment of inspiration, he simply laid down on the ground, tilted his head to the side, and passed out. Since there's no way to salvage the situation, I might as well pretend to faint. This way, at least some face can be saved. Oh no, it seems like young Master Liu has fainted. What should we do? Wang Xiaoqian suddenly exclaimed. Call an ambulance, Su Muxue said, frowning slightly. Lin Jingshu stepped forward to check Liu Beichen's injuries and said rationally, the injuries aren't serious. You can drive yourself to the hospital, it'll be faster. She turned to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, could you please help him into the car? Good. Qin Chuan nodded, then stepped forward, hoisted Liu Beichen onto his back, and tossed him into the back seat of the car. Then, the group drove straight to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Jingshu immediately got to work. She changed into a white coat and directed the nurses to examine Liu Beichen, take x-rays, and treat his wounds. Finally, a bed was arranged for him to rest. Su Muxue was in charge of paying the fees, while Wang Xiaoqian took care of her. After pretending to be unconscious for 2 hours, Liu Beichen finally woke up. Just then, Lin Jingshu walked into the ward with her test results. Dr. Lin, how is Beichen? Su Muxue asked first. Most of the patients have superficial injuries, and the problems are not serious. The only one is a slight crack in the bridge of the nose, which requires hospitalization for a few days to recover, Lin Jingshu said succinctly. It's good that there are no problems. Su Muxue nodded and glanced at Liu Beichen lying on the hospital bed. Liu Beichen's face was wrapped in gauze, and his nose was stuffed with cotton, so he could only breathe through his mouth. His eyes were swollen shut, his lips were cracked, and he looked terrible. Shue, Liu Beichen spoke in a muffled voice, trying to regain his dignity. I was careless today and didn't dodge. Otherwise, those 3 thugs would have been no match for me at all. I know, it's not your fault. Su Muxue's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. Liu Beichen wanted to say something, but his mouth aggravated his wound. The pain was so intense that he had to give up. Wang Xiaoqian comforted him. Young Master Liu, don't think too much. Get some rest. Once you're healed, we'll get our revenge. Liu Beichen forced a smile, but it looked worse than a grimace. After explaining the precautions to the nurses, Lin Jingshu turned and left. She had only taken a few steps out the door when Su Muxue suddenly chased after her. Dr. Lin, wait a moment. Is there anything else, Miss Su? Lin Jingshu turned her head, somewhat puzzled. That? Su Muxue paused, as if considering her words carefully. I just want to ask, how did you and Qin Chuan meet? Lin Jingshu was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised. She thought the other party would ask some questions about Liu Beichen's injuries. Unexpectedly, Qin Chuan was suddenly brought up. Xia is in poor health and is hospitalized frequently. I am her attending physician. Lin Jingshu did not hide anything and said directly, Mr. Qin often comes to the hospital to see my sister, and we got to know each other over time. Oh, I see. Su Muxue secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. It turns out it was just a doctor-patient relationship. Inviting them to dinner tonight is probably out of gratitude, right? Miss Su seems to care a lot about Mr. Qin. I wonder what your relationship is. Lin Jingshu suddenly blurted out. Who cares about him? Su Muxue instinctively retorted, habitually stubborn. He's just my assistant. I was just asking casually. Just an assistant? I thought you two were a couple. Looks like I was overthinking it. Lin Jingshu smiled slightly. Since the two are not in a romantic relationship, she can openly pursue him. After all, there are very few treasure men like Qin Chuan who are tall, handsome, good at fighting, and have a great artistic temperament. If I'm lucky enough to encounter this, I certainly can't miss it. Chapter 43 is almost dripping with sugar. Chapter 43. Dr. Lin, which ward is Qin Chuan's sister in? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Muxue finally got down to business. But to cover up her concern, she quickly added, he used to be my employee, so as his boss, I should definitely offer my condolences. I see. Lin Jingshu did not expose her, and generously replied, Xia is on the 7th floor, in a VIP ward. Thank you. Su Muxue nodded slightly. You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Lin Jingshu smiled, turned around and left. Su Muxue turned around and glanced at Liu Beichen lying in the ward. After hesitating for a moment, she took the elevator to the 7th floor. As I approached the ward door, it was ajar, and I could hear Qin Xia's clear laughter coming from inside. Su Muxue gently knocked on the door. "Please come in." Qin Xia's voice came from inside. Su Muxue pushed open the door and entered, seeing Qin Xia leaning against the headboard and Qin Chuan sitting on a chair by the bed, holding a half-peeled apple in his hand. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised. "President Su? Weren't you taking care of Mr. Liu?" "Liu Beichen is fine. He'll be all right after a few days of rest." Su Muxue's gaze swept across the ward, finally landing on Qin Xia's face. "I just heard from Dr. Lin that your sister is also hospitalized here, and since it was on my way, I came to visit. President Su, please have a seat." Qin Chuan immediately offered his seat. Qin Xia looked at her brother, then at Su Muxue, and gave a sweet smile. "Hello, Sister Su. I've heard my brother mention your name before, and he speaks very highly of you." "Oh." Su Muxue raised her eyebrows and glanced at Qin Chuan. "What does your brother think of me?" Qin Chuan's face froze, and his scalp tingled. If the answer is unsatisfactory, this woman will probably go crazy again. Cough. Qin Xia cleared her throat and said loudly, "My brother said that you are beautiful and kind-hearted, Sister Su, and you take good care of him at the company. He has never met such an outstanding woman as you." Upon hearing this, Su Muxue immediately smiled, and even her gaze softened considerably. "I never expected to have such a high opinion of me. Sure enough, he loves me so much. What else did your brother say?" Su Muxue asked again. I felt a little unsatisfied. "My brother also said that you are capable at work, efficient, and considerate to your subordinates. No one in the company dares to disobey you." Qin Xia continued to shower you with compliments. Su Muxue's lips curved upwards even more, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "He has a good eye." Of course, Qin Xia got more and more excited as she spoke. "Besides work-related matters, my brother also said that you have excellent taste in clothing. You wear a different outfit every day, but it's never flashy. It has a very high-class feel, and you look better than those female celebrities on the red carpet." "Your brother even noticed this?" Su Muxue was overjoyed. "This girl, if you can talk, then talk more." "More than that." Qin Xia swallowed hard, her voice rising again. "My brother also said that a beautiful, successful, and wealthy woman like you is hard to find even with a lantern. Anyone who marries you is incredibly lucky." Giggle. Su Muxue couldn't hold back any longer. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes filled with pleasure. "What an adorable little girl. I like her more and more the more I look at her." Qin Chuan was speechless. This girl, she really can just spout off without thinking. Where did he learn his flattery skills from? Judging from Su Muxue's appearance, she's practically been coaxed into becoming a placenta. "Xia, you are so cute." Su Muxue smiled, her eyes crinkling, her former arrogance completely gone. "I'll take you shopping another day and pick out some nice clothes for you." "Really?" Qin Xia's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Sister Su. You're welcome. If you need anything in the future, just tell me, and I'll definitely make it happen for you," Su Muxue said with a smile. Sister Su is the best. My brother didn't praise the wrong person." Qin Xia gave her another compliment. As she spoke, she winked playfully at Qin Chuan. It's as if he's saying, "Bro, how was it? I didn't embarrass you, did I?" Qin Chuan had nothing to say, and could only silently give a thumbs up. This girl is truly gifted when it comes to charming women. Compared to the other person, he seemed like a greenhorn. "Qin Chuan, you have such a beautiful and lovely younger sister. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Su Muxue looked at Qin Chuan with a hint of reproach in her voice. "Work is work, and life is life," Qin Chuan explained with a forced smile. "How long has Xia been living here?" Su Muxue asked again. "It's been on and off for several years now, and I've spent most of my time in the hospital," Qin Chuan said without hiding anything. "What illness do you have?" Su Muxue pressed. "Pulmonary hypertension." Seeing Su Muxue's puzzled expression, Qin Chuan explained. "This is a relatively rare disease that cannot be cured, only controlled." "Is it that serious?" Su Muxue frowned slightly. "The situation is currently relatively stable." Qin Chuan glanced at his younger sister and smiled. "As long as she takes good care of herself, there shouldn't be any major problems." "That's good." Su Muxue nodded. She looked at Qin Chuan, and a complex emotion suddenly welled up in her heart. In the past 3 years, she has never asked about his family situation or whether he has any family members. All she knew was that he was a hired stand-in. that he should be at her beck and call, that he should obey her every whim, and that he should spend all his time and energy on her. She never imagined that he also had his own life, his own concerns, and his own difficulties. Qin Chuan. Su Muxue opened her mouth, about to say something, when her phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, a Chinese ghost story. She pressed the answer button, and Wang Xiaoqian's voice quickly rang out. Xue, where are you? Lu Xiaofei is insisting on being discharged from the hospital, and I can't stop him. You need to come over and persuade him. Okay, I'll be right there. Su Muxue hung up the phone and stood up. She glanced at Qin Chuan first, then at Qin Xia. Xia, I have to go now. Take good care of yourself. Take care, Sister Su. Qin Xia waved with a smile. Take care, Mr. Su. Qin Chuan stood up and saw him to the door. Su Muxue walked to the door, then suddenly stopped and looked back at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan. Su Muxue's lips moved slightly, and she said softly, if you encounter any trouble in the future, you can call me. Then, without waiting for Qin Chuan's response, he turned and walked away quickly. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor gradually faded away in the corridor. Qin Chuan stood at the door, watching her figure disappear into the elevator, and frowned slightly. Strangeness. This lunatic actually cares about people? Has the sun risen in the west? He shook his head and turned back to the ward. Qin Xia leaned against the headboard, slowly munching on a piece of apple, her eyes fixed on her brother, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Elder brother. Your relationship with this Miss Su is quite special. You know everything now? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes. Of course. Don't underestimate my professionalism. Qin Xia sat up straight, her face full of confidence. I'm a 10-year veteran bookworm, a master of romance in the book review section, and I'm well-versed in all sorts of melodramatic tropes. Based on my observations, I strongly suspect that this Miss Su has ulterior motives towards you. Qin Chuan lightly tapped his sister's forehead and said irritably, a billionaire say, like him would have ulterior motives towards me? How dare you say that? Oh dear, I wasn't talking about money. I was talking about people. Qin Xia rubbed her forehead and said indignantly, didn't you notice the way Miss Su looked at you? TSK. It's practically drooling. Chapter 44 is so hard to choose. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Chuan was speechless. You're just a minor kid who's never even been in a relationship. What do you know about love and romance? Besides, President Su has her own white moonlight, and she's been waiting for him for 3 years. Don't slander her out of thin air. White moonlight. Qin Xia was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized. Is it the one whose head was just beaten into a pig's head? Qin Chuan's lips twitched, and he almost couldn't help but say, what pig head? He has a name, Liu Beichun. Liu Beichun. Qin Xia pouted, looking disgusted. Your looks are so. Your piano playing is just average, and your martial arts skills are extremely poor. You can't compare to you at all, brother. Don't flatter me. Qin Chuan tidied up the fruit peels on the table and said calmly, Liu Beichun comes from a prestigious family with a deep fortune. He graduated from a top university and now owns his own company. He's a true tall, rich, and handsome guy. How could I possibly try to frame him? He's just from a good family. What's so great about that? Qin Xia remained unconvinced. Besides, love is a feeling, not something money can buy. I think Miss Su's feelings for you. All right. Qin Chuan quickly interrupted his sister. Don't try to play matchmaker. I want to live a few more years. He couldn't handle Su Muxue's arrogant and crazy personality. It's getting late, esteemed master of emotions. You should lie down and rest. Qin Chuan tidied up his sister's bed. Qin Xia said, oh, and obediently laid down on the bed, pulling the blanket up to her chin to reveal her big, beautiful eyes. Qin Chuan went over and turned off the main light, leaving only a small night light by the bedside. A warm yellow light bathed the quiet ward. Just as Qin Chuan was about to leave, Qin Xia suddenly spoke again. Elder brother. Dr. Lin or Miss Su, which one will you choose? Qin Xia poked her head out from under the covers, blinked her big eyes, and looked on with curiosity and anticipation. Sleep. Qin Chuan's expression hardened. Oh. Qin Xia pouted and obediently covered herself with the blanket. Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. The ward fell silent, with only the occasional sound of the wind coming from outside the window. Qin Xia stared at the ceiling for a while, then turned over and began to ponder. Dr. Lin is gentle, beautiful, and knows how to take care of people. She is very kind to her, and would be a good match to be her sister-in-law. But thinking about it carefully, Sister Sue doesn't seem so bad. She's generous and rich. If her brother marries her, he won't have to suffer anymore. Which one should I choose? Oops. It's so hard to choose. Su Mushua walked out of the inpatient building, and the night wind blew in her face, carrying the coolness of early autumn. She adjusted the collar of her trench coat, but slowed her pace. She thought for a moment, then suddenly took out her phone, opened a search engine, and typed in pulmonary hypertension. The page redirected, and a dense stream of information appeared. She scrolled down line by line, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Rare disease. Progressive. It cannot be cured. Long-term medication is required. Average annual medical expenses. Her fingers stopped. The screen displayed a set of figures. Depending on the severity of the illness, the annual medical expenses range from approximately 500,000 to 1.5 million yuan. Su Mushua's pupils contracted slightly. She knew Qin Chuan was greedy for money. People are willing to lose their dignity for money. At first, she thought he was materialistic and vain. Sometimes, she would even despise him. But now, she suddenly understands why he is so greedy. It turns out that he has a sister who is seriously ill and needs to spend millions of yuan on medical expenses every year. For an ordinary person, this is an astronomical figure. But he silently shouldered this heavy burden. They never complained, never cried out that they were tired, and always faced life with a smile. So much so that after 3 years together, she didn't even know he had a younger sister. Holding her phone, Su Mushua stood under the streetlight, a complex and indescribable emotion welling up inside her. How did this guy manage to persevere? Shua, why are you walking so fast? I almost couldn't catch up with you. Wang Xiaoqian caught up from behind, panting heavily, bent over and holding her knees. Su Mushua put away her phone, took a deep breath, and suppressed the complex emotions in her heart. What's wrong? Are you still worried about young Master Lu? Wang Xiaoqian straightened up and looked at Su Mushua's face. Didn't the doctor say that it's nothing serious? She just needs to stay in the hospital for a few days? Su Mushua was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly asked, Xiaoqian, is your uncle a professor at Peking University Affiliated Hospital? Yes, what's wrong? Wang Xiaoqian asked, somewhat puzzled. Ask him if he knows any experts on pulmonary hypertension, Su Mushua said. Wang Xiaoqian blinked, then gave an exaggerated expression. Seriously? It's just a minor injury, and you're going to go all the way to Beijing to ask for help? Is it really necessary? Young Master Lu's injury will be fine after a few days of rest. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? I wasn't talking about Lu Beichun, Su Mushua interrupted her. Who was that? Wang Xiaoqian was taken aback. Qin Chuan's younger sister, Qin Xia, Su Mushua said calmly. Her illness is very serious and requires long-term treatment. Oh. Wang Xiaoqian stared wide-eyed at Su Mushua for several seconds, her mouth opening and closing repeatedly. Shua, why are you still worried about Qin Chuan? Young Master Lu is already back. He was just a substitute. Wang Xiaoqian's voice was filled with confusion and worry. She knew that Qin Chuan was outstanding and had excellent qualities in all aspects. But compared to Lu Beichun, her official boyfriend, she still falls short in many ways. Su Mushua turned her face away, her tone stiff. How could I care about him? I just feel sorry for his sister, who is suffering from illness at such a young age, and I can't bear it. Seeing that Wang Xiaoqian didn't react, Su Mushua said impatiently, are you going to help or not? If not, then forget it. Help. Wang Xiaoqian immediately raised her hands in surrender. I'll contact my uncle tomorrow and ask him if he knows any experts in this field. That's more like it. Su Mushua nodded in satisfaction. Let's go, take me home. The two walked side by side toward the parking lot. Wang Xiaoqian looked at her best friend's perfect profile and sighed inwardly. Shua, when will you get rid of this stubborn habit of yours? They clearly care about the other person, but they insist on saying it's because they can't bear to see them suffer. You'll suffer the consequences sooner or later if you keep doing this. Young Master Lu, you'd better hurry up, or your wife will be snatched away, Wang Xiaoqian muttered to herself. She could tell that her best friend still couldn't forget Qin Chuan. After 3 years, Lu Beichun, the so-called white moonlight, has lost much of his appeal. After all, few women can resist a top-tier succubus like Qin Chuan, who is tall, handsome, talented, and has a great presence. Crucially, the two had been together for 3 years. If it were her, she probably would have fallen for him long ago. White moonlight versus top-tier male succubus. That sounds pretty exciting. Chapter 45 Li Banxia's Gift. It was 6:30 a.m. at the Manor Villa. Qin Chuan tiptoed into the kitchen, tied on an apron, and began preparing breakfast. The refrigerator was still well stocked with ingredients. He glanced at it and already had a menu in mind. Vegetable and lean pork porridge, crystal shrimp dumplings, scallion pancakes, steamed eggs, blanched lettuce, and a creamy corn pancake. It all suits Li Bangxia's taste perfectly. He first rinsed the rice and cooked it into porridge, then sliced the lean meat into strips and simmered it over low heat. Then start making shrimp dumplings. Chop the shrimp into shrimp paste, add a little bit of diced fatty pork and diced bamboo shoots. Stir until it becomes elastic. Roll the wheat starch dough as thin as cicada wings. Wrap it into a crescent shape and steam it. Roll out the dough for scallion pancakes thinly. Sprinkle with chopped scallions and salt. Roll it up, flatten it, and fry it in a pan until golden brown on both sides. A delicious aroma gradually filled the kitchen. The porridge in the pot was bubbling and steaming, and the fresh aroma of shrimp dumplings mixed with the crispy aroma of scallion pancakes, making people's mouths water. Qin Chuan was preparing the egg mixture for steaming when he heard light footsteps behind him. "Good morning, Miss Li." Qin Chuan turned around and greeted him with a smile. Li Bangxia stood at the kitchen doorway, wearing a light gray loungewear dress, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, her face expressionless. She had insomnia again last night, tossing and turning until 4 in the morning before finally falling asleep. Her eyelids are still a little puffy, but her complexion was much better than yesterday. At least her dark circles weren't as bad. "Do you need any help?" Li Bangxia leaned against the door frame, her tone indifferent. Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Help? This young lady actually offered to help? Has the sun risen in the west?" "No need. No need. It'll be ready in a minute." Qin Chuan quickly waved his hand, his smile remaining gentle. Li Bangxia said, "Oh," and didn't insist. She turned around, walked into the restaurant, and sat down at the table. Instead of taking out her phone to read novels as usual, she rested her chin on her hand, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards the kitchen. The glass sliding door was half open, and Qin Chuan was busy at the stove, the lines of his profile particularly clear in the morning light. He wore that light blue apron, and his perfect figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist was pleasing to the eye. The spatula flew across the surface, the movements fluid and graceful, carrying a strange sense of rhythm. Li Bangxia stared at it for a few seconds, then suddenly realized she had been lost in thought. She quickly looked away, her ears burning slightly. What is she looking at? What's so interesting about a stinky man cooking? She took a deep breath and forced herself to focus her attention elsewhere. But my gaze keeps drifting uncontrollably toward the kitchen. Qin Chuan brought out the steamed egg, sprinkled it with a few goji berries and chopped green onions, and the smooth surface trembled slightly, like pudding. Next came scallion pancakes, crystal shrimp dumplings, blanched lettuce, and finally, a plate of golden, creamy corn fritters. The table was piled high with food, steaming hot and fragrant. "Miss Li, please enjoy your meal." Qin Chuan stood aside, waiting as usual. Li Bangxia picked up her chopsticks, took a crystal shrimp dumpling, and gently bit into it. The wheat starch skin is chewy and soft, the shrimp filling is fresh, sweet, and bouncy, and the crispness of the bamboo shoots and the richness of the fatty pork blend together in your mouth. One bite and your mouth is filled with fresh and delicious flavor. Strangeness. Why is it so delicious? The ingredients are all very simple. Li Bangxia picked up another piece of corn fritter, which was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, with a rich milky aroma and a sweet but not greasy taste. She chewed slowly, her gaze fixed on Qin Chuan's face. He stood by the dining table, his posture upright, his smile gentle, and his eyes as clear as a pool of water. There was no flattery, no fawning, and no hidden grievances. It was a very genuine smile. Thinking about what happened the night before last, Li Bangxia suddenly felt a little guilty. She clearly made things difficult for him several times. She clearly forced him to eat until he vomited. But he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he took even better care of her. His temper is just too good. Should she offer him a small apology? Li Bangxia hesitated for a moment, then put down her chopsticks, walked to the sofa, and picked up her designer handbag. She unzipped the box, rummaged around inside for a while, and pulled out an exquisite gift box. The dark green velvet box, tied with a beige ribbon, looked very valuable. Li Bangxia returned to the dining table and placed the gift box on it. "Qin Chuan, what are your instructions, Miss Li?" Qin Chuan replied immediately. Li Bangxia cleared her throat, trying to maintain a cold expression. I accidentally bought an extra watch while shopping yesterday. Take a look and see if it suits you. Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback. Did you buy too much? Can you buy an extra watch while shopping at a mall? That's such a flimsy excuse. But he didn't ask any more questions. He stepped forward, picked up the gift box, untied the ribbon, and opened the lid. A silver-white watch lay quietly on a black velvet cloth. The dial was simple and elegant, and the bezel was set with a circle of small diamonds, which reflected a soft light in the morning light. Qin Chuan's eyelid twitched. He recognized the brand. Swiss top-tier watches, even entry-level models, cost 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, and this diamond-encrusted one must cost at least 100,000 yuan. Miss Li, this is far too expensive. I can't accept it. Qin Chuan was secretly delighted, but on the surface he pretended to be troubled and put the box back. When receiving gifts, it's always good to exchange a few polite words, otherwise it's easy to offend people. Just wear it when I tell you to. Do you act like a man, being all fussy? Li Bangxia feigned displeasure. Although she wanted to apologize, she couldn't bring herself to say anything soft, so she could only express it in this way. Then, I shall respectfully accept your offer. Qin Chuan smiled and stopped refusing. If he doesn't accept the offer from such a generous sponsor, he'll seem ungrateful. He put the watch on his wrist. It was the perfect size, the strap fitting snugly, as if it had been tailor-made for him. Thank you, Ms. Li. You have excellent taste. I really like this watch. Qin Chuan added plenty of emotional support. Hee, another tens of thousands have arrived in my account. This grievance was well worth it. Don't overthink it. I'm just too lazy to return it, so I'll just give it to you. Li Bangxia glanced at the watch on Qin Chuan's wrist, her expression still indifferent, but a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction flashed in her eyes. I understand. Qin Chuan nodded with a smile. Although the person in front of me is somewhat unpredictable, his generosity is enough to make up for all his flaws. All right, let's eat. Li Bangxia picked up her chopsticks again and began to enjoy the delicious food. Just then, footsteps came from the stairs. Li Qin led the way from the second floor downstairs. She wore a white silk shirt and black wide-leg pants, her long hair loosely tied back, revealing a section of her fair and slender neck. Her makeup was light and elegant, her complexion was great, and she looked gentle and noble. Good morning, sis, Li Bangxia called out as she looked up. Good morning, Miss Li. Qin Chuan greeted her politely. Good morning. Li Qingdai nodded with a smile. His gaze lingered on Qin Chuan's face for a moment, then subtly shifted away. As she walked down the last step, her foot suddenly slipped. He lost his balance and fell forward violently. Chapter 46. Finally, we can be alone together. Ah, careful. Qin Chuan reacted quickly, rushing forward and reaching out to support Li Qingdai's shoulder. However, due to the great inertia, and because Qin Chuan was running too fast and lost his balance, he was also pulled off a stumble, and his knee hit the floor with a dull thud. Even so, Qin Chuan instinctively pulled Li Qingdai into his arms. In the end, the two fell together in a disheveled manner. Qin Chuan knelt on the ground, one arm around Li Qingdai's waist, the other supporting himself on the ground. Li Qingdai leaned against Qin Chuan's chest, her heart pounding like a drum. It wasn't a fright. Instead, it was joy. She could smell Qin Chuan's familiar scent and feel his strong, powerful arms. It is said that a person's first reaction is the most genuine. Qin Chuan's immediate act of protecting her despite his own safety is enough to prove that she has always been in his heart. This naturally surprised and delighted her. Sis, are you all right? Li Bangxia walked over quickly, her face full of tension. Fine. Li Qingdai steadied herself and tried to stand up. As soon as she put pressure on her ankle, a sharp pain shot through her, and she couldn't help but gasp, her brows furrowing slightly. What's wrong? Qin Chuan noticed her unusual behavior. It seems I twisted my ankle. Li Qingdai pursed her lips. Don't move. Qin Chuan carried Li Qingdai to the sofa and sat her down. Then he squatted down, gently lifted her left foot, and carefully took off her shoe. Li Qingdai's ankles were slightly red and showed signs of swelling. Qin Chuan's fingers gently pressed along Li Qingdai's ankle, as if testing something. Does it hurt here? A little. What about here? Fine. Here. Ouch, it hurts. Qin Chuan pressed several points to confirm there were no signs of fractures before he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Bangxia, could you please get the liniment? It's in the cabinet on the left side of the kitchen, Qin Chuan said, turning his head. Okay, Li Bangxia replied, and quickly ran towards the kitchen. Qin Chuan lowered his head to continue examining Li Qingdai's ankle, his fingers gently tracing the red and swollen area, his movements as tender as if he were handling a fragile piece of porcelain. Li Qingdai lowered her head, looking at Qin Chuan squatting in front of her, her gaze gradually softening. His profile was very handsome, with a straight nose, a sharp jawline, and thick, long eyelashes that cast a faint shadow under his eyes. The way he focuses is truly captivating. The liniment is here. Li Bangxia ran back and handed over a small bottle. Qin Chuan took the liniment, poured some into his palm, rubbed his hands together to warm them, and then gently applied it to Li Qingdai's ankle. Ankle. It might hurt a little, just bear with it, Qin Chuan reminded him. Li Qingdai nodded. Qin Chuan's thumb gently pushed and pressed along the meridians of his ankle, the force gradually increasing and the rhythm even. The liniment, warmed by the palm of the hand, releases a rich medicinal aroma and gradually seeps into the skin. Li Qingdai watched quietly, without saying a word. My ankle is sprained, so it's naturally a bit painful. But that little bit of pain was nothing compared to the feeling when Qin Chuan massaged her. Qin Chuan's fingers were warm and strong, each press precise and accurate, as if he were clearing Li Qingdai's blocked meridians. A warm current spread from my ankles, up my calves, and throughout my entire body. Li Qingdai's body gradually relaxed, and her brows unfurrowed. Looking at Qin Chuan's serious profile, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a smile, her eyes filled with tenderness. 6 years have passed, and her Achuan hasn't changed at all. He was still so gentle, still so considerate, and still so captivating. Qin Chuan pressed for a few minutes, then looked up to ask Li Qingdai how she felt. Then, their eyes met in midair. Before Li Qingdai could conceal the tenderness in her eyes, it met Qin Chuan's gaze directly. The air fell silent for a moment. Li Qingdai's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately lowered her eyes, pretending that nothing had happened. Her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her emotions at that moment. Does it still hurt? Qin Chuan asked casually. Much better. Li Qingdai's voice was calm, showing no sign of anything amiss. But the roots of her ears had already been subtly tinged with a light pink. Li Bangxia stood to the side, arms crossed, her gaze darting back and forth between her sister and Qin Chuan. She always felt that her sister's gaze towards Qin Chuan was a little too gentle. Could it be that my sister is interested in Qin Chuan? The thought had barely formed in his mind when Li Bangxia immediately shook his head. Impossible. Impossible. My sister already had someone she liked, and she had been waiting for him for 6 years. Although she didn't know who her sister's sweetheart was, based on her understanding of her sister, she was certain that her sister would never love another man in her life, except for that one she loved. The injury isn't serious. He should be fine after a few days of rest. Qin Chuan released his hand, wiped the liniment off his hands with a tissue, and instructed, don't engage in strenuous activity these days. Try to walk as little as possible, and applying ice will help reduce the swelling faster. Li Qingdai nodded and tried to move her ankle. The pain was indeed relieved a lot. Qin Chuan's technique was even better than that of professional massage therapists. Thank you, Mr. Qin, she said with a smile. You're welcome, it's my pleasure. Qin Chuan stood up, took a step back, and maintained a polite distance. After all, he was a former sugar daddy, so we can't act too intimately. Sister, don't go out today, just stay home and rest, Li Bangxia said from the side. No, I have an important client appointment today, and I have to go talk to them in person. Li Qingdai shook her head slightly. You're in this state. What business are you talking about? Li Bangxia said, somewhat displeased. You know I don't have a habit of breaking my promises, Li Qingdai said firmly. Li Bangxia opened her mouth, wanting to persuade her again, but seeing her sister's expression, she knew she couldn't change her mind. She thought for a moment, then suddenly turned to Qin Chuan and said, Qin Chuan, drive my sister there. Huh? Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback. What? Are you busy? Li Bangxia asked. No, it's just the film crew. Before Qin Chuan could finish speaking, Li Bangxia interrupted him. It doesn't matter to the production crew. I'll just ask for leave for you, and that'll be fine. Okay. Qin Chuan nodded. Since the sponsor has spoken, he naturally has no reason to refuse. Wouldn't this be too much trouble for Mr. Qin? Li Qingdai looked at the person in front of her, a hint of expectation flashing in her eyes. No trouble at all. I don't have anything else to do anyway. Qin Chuan smiled. Then it's settled. Li Bangxia made the final decision. She took out her phone and dialed Wang Yulong's number. Hello, Manager Wang. Qin Chuan has something to do today and needs to take a day off. Yes, the filming of Above the Clouds will be postponed. Okay, that's all. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Qin Chuan. I've taken leave. You'll be in charge of taking care of my sister today. No problem. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Li Qingdai sat on the sofa, her head slightly lowered, concealing the smile in her eyes. Today, I can finally spend time alone with H1. Chapter 47 Sexy Photos. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove smoothly along the city's main road. The car was so quiet that only the faint sound of the air conditioner could be heard. Li Qingdai sat in the back seat with a project document on her lap, but her gaze was not focused on the words. Instead, she was secretly observing the profile of the man in the driver's seat. The morning light shone through the car window, outlining that handsome profile. Compared to his youthful appearance 6 years ago, his face now exudes the charm of a mature man, making him captivating with every move. Seemingly noticing the gaze in the rearview mirror, Qin Chuan tilted his head and asked, Miss Li, is it too stuffy in the car? No. Li Qingdai immediately lowered her head, her gaze returning to the documents. Pretend nothing happened. Qin Chuan hummed in agreement, didn't ask any further questions, and turned down the volume of the music in the car. Soon, the car stopped in front of the headquarters of Qin Chuan Group. Qin Chuan got out of the car, went around to the back, opened the trunk, and took out a brand new wheelchair. Li Qingdai twisted her ankle and had difficulty walking, so he specially went to the supermarket to buy a wheelchair. As a professional stuntman, I have that much sense. Qin Chuan walked to the back door and gentlemanly opened it. Miss Li, do you need any help? Li Qingdai nodded gently. Qin Chuan leaned into the car, put one hand under Li Qingdai's knees, and the other hand firmly supported her back and easily lifted her up in a standard princess carry. Suddenly suspended in midair, Li Qingdai instinctively stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Qin Chuan's neck. A refreshing and pleasant scent lingered around her nose, causing her earrings to turn slightly red and her heart to pound uncontrollably. All right. Qin Chuan gently placed Li Qingdai into the wheelchair, his movements slow and gentle, a warm smile always on his face. He then pushed his wheelchair toward the entrance of the group's building. As the automatic glass doors slid open, the employees coming and going in the lobby stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with surprise at what they saw. That's the chairman? The chairman's leg seems to be injured, but why was it a man who pushed her? Yes, the chairman is always alone, and apart from Assistant Wong, no other woman has ever appeared by his side. What's going on today? Who is that handsome guy? He's so good-looking. That physique, that aura, wow. Wait, could he be the chairman's boyfriend? Whispers filled the lobby. All eyes were fixed on Qin Chuan like searchlights, filled with curiosity, speculation, and amazement. Hearing the indistinct murmurs around her, Li Qingdai showed no displeasure. Instead, a subtle, unnoticed smile curved her lips. Qin Chuan pushed Lu and I, escorting Li Qingdai all the way to the chairman's office on the top floor. After settling in, I withdrew from the scene. Mr. Qin, please wait in the lounge for a moment. Please call me if you need anything. Assistant Wang said respectfully. Although we don't know Qin Chuan's identity, the fact that he can come to the company with the chairman means he's definitely not a simple person. Good. Qin Chuan nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk into the lounge. Mr. Qin, your coffee. The receptionist quickly brought over a cup of coffee, but her gaze kept wandering over Qin Chuan, her eyes filled with amazement. Thanks. Qin Chuan smiled politely. It gave people a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze, which left the receptionist speechless. That's so cool. After the receptionist brought the coffee, she reluctantly left the lounge. As soon as she stepped out, she was pulled into a corner by several female colleagues. Xiaozhong, tell me quickly, who is that super handsome guy inside? Is he the new executive? My goodness, that guy's looks are just too good. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. He's even better looking than my Qin Chuan. What's the relationship between that handsome guy and Chairman Li? Tell us quickly. Inside the lounge, Qin Chuan was completely unaware of the discussions outside. He had just taken a sip of coffee when a new message popped up on his WeChat. It's Song Qingli. Upon opening, a photo immediately comes into view. In the photo, Song Qingli cosplayed as an elf archer from the game, wearing cool leather armor, revealing large expanses of snow-white skin and a pair of straight, slender, beautiful legs. She held a longbow, her eyes alluring yet dangerous. Song Qingli, is it good? Qin Chuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he silently zoomed in on the photo. Depend on, is this woman a succubus? How can she perfectly pull off every style? No. Stay calm. Women are all big pigs. Qin Chuan took a deep breath and immediately composed himself. As a professional, one naturally needs professional composure. Otherwise, it's easy to fall into trap. Miss Song, I already have a girlfriend. Qin Chuan typed a reply, trying to make the other party back down in this way. However, Song Qingli's reply made his eye twitch. You have a girlfriend? Does that conflict with me trying to seduce you? Qin Chuan was speechless. This lunatic, he really doesn't play by the rules. Are you free tomorrow? Come out with me. Song Qingli sent another message. I'm busy. Qin Chuan decisively refused. Why are you being so cold to me? You weren't like this before. What? You played me, and now you don't want to take responsibility. After sending the message, Song Qingli added a weak and aggrieved emoji. Qin Chuan's temples throbbed. This woman, she just spouts whatever comes to mind. Who's manipulating whom here? Miss Song, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When have I ever toyed with you? We just have a normal employer-employee relationship. Qin Chuan replied immediately. Yeah. Without wasting any words, Song Qingli directly sent over a photo. Upon seeing the photo, Qin Chuan's pupils constricted sharply, and he almost spat out his coffee. The background of the photo is a dimly lit basement. Song Qingli was dressed in a holy and sexy nun's habit, but she was tied to a cross in a very shameful way by rough red rope. He, on the other hand, wore a black devil horn headdress and had his muscular upper body bare. He grabbed Song Qingli's slender neck with one hand, a wicked and arrogant smile on his face. Grass. After seeing the photos, Qin Chuan stayed in Bengbu. Back when he was under contract, this crazy woman was obsessed with role-playing and forced him to put on a devil and nun act. He never expected that the other party would actually film the whole process. That's outrageous. Look, they have evidence. News of Song Qingli followed shortly after. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth and typed rapidly. You broke your promise that no photos were allowed. Really? I don't remember. Delete it immediately. How can I erase such wonderful memories? Unless you come out with me tomorrow. Our contract ended a long time ago. Qin Chuan typed a reminder. Of course, you can refuse. But I can't guarantee that this photo won't accidentally appear in Banksia's WeChat. Chapter 48 Block Toilet. Chapter 48. Qin Chuan was seething with hatred as he looked at the message sent by Song Qingli. This woman, when being gentle didn't work, resorted to force. Just imagine, how would Banksia react if she saw her best friend being bullied like this by you? Song Qingli continued to send messages to add insult to injury. A chill ran down Qin Chuan's spine. His contract with Li Banksia clearly stated that he must provide services that satisfy the client within 3 months in order to receive the final payment and bonus. If party A is not satisfied, not only will there be no bonus, but a full refund will also be required. Li Banksia has already admitted that she is a lesbian, and she most likely likes Song Qingli. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acted so outrageously before. If Li Banksia saw these embarrassing photos of him and Song Qingli, she would definitely fly into a rage on the spot and terminate the contract. At that point, he would truly be left with nothing. Song Qingli, are you crazy? Qin Chuan typed through gritted teeth. What good will it do you to send her the photo? Why are you being so fierce? She's just missing you. Li Banksia sent a wronged emoji, then typed. So, are you going to say yes or no? Qin Chuan stared at the screen and remained silent for a few seconds. Finally, he took a deep breath and typed out a few words with resignation. You win. Fine, I agree. That's a good girl. See you at the usual place tomorrow. Putting down his phone, Qin Chuan rubbed his temples in frustration. Having been targeted by such a crazy beauty as Song Qingli, his future days are likely to be anything but peaceful. We can only take it one step at a time and get through this 3-month contract period first. Qin Chuan picked up his coffee and took a sip, feeling quite agitated. A casual glance out of the corner of my eye made me suddenly pause. At the main entrance, a familiar, tall figure walked in, surrounded by a group of people. The black Chanel business suit accentuated her outstanding figure and gave her a cool and aloof demeanor. It was none other than Su Mushua. How did she get here? Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Could the important client that Li Qingdai is meeting today be Su Mushua? This world is so small. As Su Mushua and the others were about to pass through the lounge, Qin Chuan reacted almost instinctively, grabbing a financial magazine from the coffee table, opening it with a whoosh, and completely covering his face. Although he wasn't guilty, his intuition told him that he absolutely couldn't let Su Mushua see him here. Otherwise, Given that woman's thought process, who knows what kind of ridiculous drama she'll conjure up. If she goes crazy, my millions in outstanding payments might be lost. Su Muxue walked down the corridor in her high heels, her eyes fixed straight ahead. As she passed the door of the lounge, she seemed to sense something and glanced at it unintentionally. Inside the glass wall, a tall, well-built man sat on a sofa, holding a magazine in his hand, his posture somewhat deliberate. The figure looked somewhat familiar. Before she could take a closer look, her assistant, Wang, gestured for her to enter. President Su, this way please. The chairman is already waiting for you in his office. Su Muxue withdrew her gaze, stopped thinking about it, and followed Assistant Wang to the private elevator. Only after the crisp sound of high heels completely disappeared did Qin Chuan slowly put down the magazine and let out a long sigh of relief. He peered through the glass towards the elevator, muttering to himself. They really are here to discuss business. How come these two women are together? Two former financial backers met here. I have a bad feeling about this. Inside the chairman's office, unexpectedly, the negotiations between Li Qingdai and Su Muxue went exceptionally smoothly. Both sides are powerful businesswomen with a decisive and efficient style. After a brief discussion on a few core terms, they quickly reached a consensus. President Su, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Li Qingdai smiled and extended her hand. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Chairman Li. Su Muxue also gave a formulaic smile. After the signing was completed, Li Qingdai glanced at the time and said gently, to celebrate our cooperation, I have made a reservation at the Cloud Top restaurant. Would President Su do me the honor of joining us for lunch? Since Chairman Li has so kindly invited me, I won't stand on ceremony. Su Muxue readily agreed. Assistant Wang understood and immediately stepped forward to push Li Qingdai's wheelchair away. Oh right. Li Qingdai seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to ask Assistant Wang. Where is Mr. Qin? Is he still in the lounge? Yes, Chairman, Mr. Qin has been waiting for you. Li Qingdai nodded and casually instructed, go and invite Mr. Qin over. He brought me here today, so we should have lunch together. Okay. Assistant Wang accepted the order and quickly walked towards the lounge. Su Muxue stood to the side, and when she heard the words, Mr. Qin, her delicate eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. Inside the lounge, Qin Chuan was fidgeting when Assistant Wang pushed open the door and entered. Mr. Qin, the meeting between the chairman and President Su has ended. The chairman wants you to come over so we can have lunch together. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan subconsciously looked out through the glass. In the corridor, Li Qingdai and Su Muxue stood side by side, seemingly talking about something, and the atmosphere looked quite harmonious. Qin Chuan's scalp tingled instantly. Assistant Wang, is President Su coming along too? He asked, clinging to his last hope. Yes. Assistant Wang nodded. President Su is an important partner of ours this time, and the chairman specially hosted a banquet to entertain him. Qin Chuan felt a sudden headache. Just what I feared most has come to pass. If Su Muxue finds out that she has a connection with the chairman of Qin Chuan Group, given her jealous nature, she'll definitely go crazy. No, absolutely not. Qin Chuan, in a moment of inspiration, suddenly came up with a solution. He made a show of hissing, clutched his stomach, and furrowed his brow, putting on a pained expression. Mr. Qin, what's wrong with you? Assistant Wang quickly noticed something was wrong. No, I don't know. My stomach suddenly started hurting badly. It might be because I ate something unclean this morning. Qin Chuan hunched over slightly, his voice trembling weakly. Assistant Wang, go and tell Chairman Li that I am not feeling well and that she doesn't need to worry about me. Taking good care of President Su is the most important thing. Well, all right. Assistant Wang didn't dare to delay and immediately turned around to report. Watching Assistant Wang's departing figure, Qin Chuan felt somewhat relieved. However, he underestimated his own importance. When Assistant Wang informed Li Qingdai of Qin Chuan's stomachache, the smile on her face vanished instantly. Stomachache? Why would my stomach suddenly hurt? Li Qingdai frowned, somewhat worried. No, I have to go and see. Assistant Wang nodded and pushed Li Qingdai straight to the lounge. Inside the lounge, Qin Chuan kept a close eye on the commotion outside. Seeing that Li Qingdai was actually coming over in person, his eyelids twitched. If I were trapped in the room and bumped into Su Muxue, that would be troublesome. At the critical moment, Qin Chuan could no longer pretend. Clutching his stomach, he quickly walked out of the lounge. Since the exit was on the side where Su Muxue was standing, he couldn't just slip away and had to head towards the restroom. Qin Chuan walked very fast. When he left, He didn't even look around. He immediately turned his head and only showed the group his back. Huh. Su Muxue looked up and caught a glimpse of Qin Chuan's back as he disappeared around the corner. She had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the lounge before and hadn't paid it any mind, thinking she had just mistaken it for something else. But the figure that had just disappeared felt very familiar to her. The more I look at it, the more it resembles Qin Chuan. Could it be him? Su Muxue narrowed her eyes, looking somewhat surprised and uncertain. In the men's restroom stall, Qin Chuan leaned against the door, listening to the sounds outside, barely daring to breathe. Just in case, he stayed there for a full hour. From initial anxiety to later boredom, he even spent half a day scrolling through short videos on his phone. Judging by now, even if Li Qingdai and Su Muxue had plenty of patience, they should have left by now. He carefully opened the cubicle door and peered out cautiously. The restroom was empty. Safety. He breathed a sigh of relief, straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes, and strode out. However, as soon as he stepped out the door and turned around, his feet froze on the spot. A chill ran through my feet. Su Muxue was quietly leaning against the wall of the corridor outside the restroom. She crossed her arms over her chest, her gaze icy cold, staring straight at him as if she had been waiting for a very, very long time. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Qin Chuan froze, feeling a dryness in his throat. This woman hasn't left yet? Su Muxue slowly straightened up, her red lips parted slightly, her voice revealing neither joy nor anger, but carrying a chilling calmness. I thought I was seeing things, but it really is you. Tell me, why are you here? Chapter 49, Another Rival in Love. The air seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. Qin Chuan's mind raced, but a professional smile had already formed on his face. Mr. Su, what a coincidence. Qin Chuan spoke casually, as if it were just a chance encounter. I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you here to discuss business? Su Muxue did not respond directly. Her cold eyes swept over Qin Chuan from head to toe, as if inspecting some kind of merchandise. And you? Su Muxue finally spoke, her voice cold. Sneaking around like that, hiding from me whenever you see me. Have you been up to something shady? These words were barbed and utterly unkind. Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched, and he cursed inwardly. Who wouldn't avoid you, you lunatic? It's a pity I was lucky today, you caught me red-handed. Despite his complaints, Qin Chuan's expression remained as steady as a rock. How could that be? President Su, you've misunderstood. I had a terrible stomachache and was in the bathroom the whole time. I didn't see you outside at all. Really? Su Muxue looked her up and down, her suspicion in her eyes not diminishing in the slightest. Just as tensions were about to rise, a gentle voice broke the deadlock. Qin Chuan, are you all right? Li Qingdai, in a wheelchair, was pushed over by Assistant Wang. She looked at Qin Chuan with concern, a hint of worry in her eyes. Qin Chuan felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He immediately turned around and put on a weak yet respectful expression. Miss Li, I'm fine. I just had a bit of an upset stomach, but I'm much better now. That's good. Li Qingdai breathed a slight sigh of relief. She glanced at Qin Chuan, then at Su Muxue beside him, and keenly sensed something amiss. President Su, you two know each other? Su Muxue withdrew her scrutinizing gaze from Qin Chuan, and her face regained its businesslike smile. It's more than just knowing each other. Qin Chuan used to be my assistant, and he worked for me for 3 years. Assistant? Li Qingdai was somewhat surprised, then smiled gently and said, I see. What a small world. Since we're so destined to meet, why don't we have lunch together? Su Muxue glanced at Qin Chuan, nodded and smiled. Okay. Qin Chuan swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had a feeling that today's meal was probably not going to be good. Now, his only hope is that Su Muxue won't go crazy later. As Qin Chuan left the Qin Chuan Group building, he felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he saw Su Muxue sneering. Damn, it's kind of creepy. The Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in the square, and Qin Chuan, who was working part-time as a driver, immediately went forward and opened the car door. Sitting in her wheelchair, Li Qingdai looked at her feet, then looked up at Qin Chuan and said apologetically, Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to trouble you again. No trouble at all, it's nothing. Qin Chuan forced a smile, took a deep breath, and ignored Su Muxue's murderous glare. He walked up to Li Qingdai, bent down, reached out, and lifted her up steadily in a standard princess carry, placing her in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Throughout the entire process, he kept his eyes straight ahead. His movements were professional and swift, and he dared not hesitate in the slightest. standing to the side. Su Muxue watched this scene unfold, unconsciously clenching her fists until her knuckles turned white. She could even hear the crunching sound of her teeth clenching. That bastard. How dare he? How dare he hug another woman right in front of me? Get on the bus at Qin Chuan Group and get off at Yunding Restaurant. The same process was repeated once again. Qin Chuan gently placed Li Qingdai back into her wheelchair in a princess carry. Although they maintained a restrained demeanor, the intimate physical contact between the two made Su Muxue, who was standing to the side, look frosty and grit her teeth. Qin Chuan glanced at it secretly, then immediately looked away, pretending nothing had happened. Since things have already come to this, let's just take it one step at a time. Hentang Restaurant. As one of the city's top revolving restaurants, it boasts a tranquil environment and excellent privacy. When Qin Chuan pushed Li Qingdai's wheelchair and walked side by side with Su Muxue into the reserved private room, he felt that his back was already soaked with sweat. Having spent 3 years together, he knew Su Muxue's current state all too well. The calm was merely the stillness before the storm. The three of them sat down in a private room, where they enjoyed exquisite Cantonese dim sum and panoramic city views. The atmosphere, however, was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. After the waiters served the dishes, Su Muxue finally suppressed her coldness. She picked up her teacup and asked casually, "Chairman Li, may I ask how you and Qin Chuan met?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingdai glanced at Qin Chuan beside her and said gently, "Mr. Qin is my sister's boyfriend. I sprained my ankle today and no one was home, so I troubled him to bring me to the company." My sister's boyfriend? Su Muxue's hand, holding the teacup, froze slightly in midair. She slowly turned her head to look at Qin Chuan, her beautiful face bearing a smile as cold as ice. "Qin Chuan, you've moved pretty fast, haven't you? You've already found a new girlfriend?" Qin Chuan could only smile awkwardly, pick up his teacup and drink water, not daring to utter a sound. If it weren't for the 10-million-yuan final payment, why would he be so humble? What good would it do to just admit it frankly? Su Muxue seemed intrigued and turned her gaze back to Li Qingdai. "May I ask who Chairman Li's sister is?" "My younger sister's name is Li Bangxia. She's an actress and currently works at my entertainment company," Li Qingdai said frankly. "Li Bangxia?" Su Muxue was slightly taken aback. Her gaze instinctively fell on Qin Chuan, and a surge of anger suddenly welled up inside her. A few days ago, while having dinner at home, Qin Chuan repeatedly said that his relationship with Li Bangxia was only professional. She believed it at the time, never imagining that the two had already been having an affair. This scumbag actually dared to lie to her? That's incredibly audacious. Faced with Su Muxue's almost murderous gaze, Qin Chuan could only keep his eyes down and pretend he didn't see it. Even the sound of their breathing was lowered. "Qin Chuan, you are truly blessed." After staring intently for a few seconds, Su Muxue suddenly revealed a chilling smile. "You found a beautiful big star as your girlfriend, and you can even get in touch with Chairman Li because of it." "Of it? Tsk tisk. I'm almost envious of you." Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Qin Chuan stood frozen in place, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He could tell that Su Muxue was on the verge of exploding at the slightest provocation. If he says anything wrong, the other person will probably flip the table. Li Qingdai listened quietly without saying a word. She held her teacup, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Qin Chuan's tense profile and Su Muxue's aggressive expression. "Assistant? Would a boss say something like this to a former assistant who is leaving the company?" Her smile was gentle, but a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. The relationship between these two people is definitely not as simple as that between a boss and his assistant. If I'm not mistaken, she seems to have gained another rival in love. Chapter 50 Heart-Pounding. Just as Su Muxue was about to make a few more sarcastic remarks, the door to the private room was opened. Several waitresses dressed in cheongsams filed in, bringing one exquisite dish after another to the table. The signature dishes of Hentang Restaurant are displayed one by one in front of you. The rich aroma of the dishes finally dispelled the oppressive atmosphere in the private room. Qin Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the food has arrived. Having something to do is better than just sitting around doing nothing. As long as Su Muxue doesn't flip the table on the spot, this hurdle will be cleared for today. "Mr. Qin, thank you for your hard work today. Please try this." Li Qingdai used serving chopsticks to pick up a crystal-clear shrimp dumpling and placed it on the bone plate in front of Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was flattered and quickly thanked him, saying, "Chairman Li, you're too kind. This is what I should do." Sitting opposite her, Su Muxue tightened her grip on her teacup. How come she never noticed before that Qin Chuan, that bastard, was so good at charming women when he was an assistant? He's been with her for 3 years. When has he ever let another woman serve him food, except for work-related reasons? Now look what's happened. He's divorced, and his skills have only grown. Just then, a waiter pushed a food cart over and respectfully placed a delicate dish in a small white jade bowl in the center of the turntable. Distinguished guests, this is our restaurant's special Buddha jumps over the wall soup, which is only made once a day. Please enjoy. A rich and mellow aroma instantly filled the air. The aroma is rich but not cloying, with a complex umami flavor of rice wine, ham, and dried scallops, making one's mouth water. Qin Chuan couldn't help but take a deep breath, secretly marveling at how well-deserved the reputation of the signature dish at the Cloud Top restaurant was. Looking at the dish, Li Qingdai's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. It's been so long since I've had such authentic Buddha jumps over the wall. The last time was in Hong Kong, made by an old master chef. He retired after that, and I haven't tasted that flavor since. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan immediately switched on his professional instincts, picked up a soup spoon, and prepared to divide the food among Li Qingdai. Li Bangxia had given him a strict order that morning. He had to serve Li Qingdai well today. However, just as Qin Chuan extended his spoon, another clear, cold voice rang out. I really like this dish too. Su Muxue slowly put down her teacup, her gaze fixed on the Buddha jumps over the wall, but she spoke to the air. Qin Chuan froze in midair. The abalone in the spoon felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. To whom? If given to Li Qingdai, Su Muxue, that crazy woman, might really lose her temper. He knew Su Muxue too well. She appeared aloof and composed on the surface, but when her stubborn streak kicked in, she was capable of anything. Giving it to Su Muxue would be blatantly telling Li Qingdai that she still has ties with her former sugar daddy. If this gets back to Li Bangxia, it will be considered a breach of contract, and she will be fined. This is hardly Buddha jumps over the wall. This is clearly a death warrant. Li Qingdai remained as gentle as ever, smiling as she said to Su Muxue, President Su likes it too? That's perfect. This dish is all about fate. Su Muxue responded with a businesslike smile. Yes, everyone loves good things. It just depends on who gets them in the end. The two exchanged cryptic remarks, their words carrying hidden meanings. Each one smiled more politely than the last, and spoke more courteously than the last, yet sparks flew between their clashing eyes. Qin Chuan, caught in the middle, felt a chill run down his spine. He could feel Su Muxue's gaze was like a knife, and he could also feel that although Li Qingdai was smiling, the scrutiny in her eyes had not lessened at all. He gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. Fuck it. Qin Chuan decisively and cleanly put the abalone in the spoon directly into his mouth. Then, under the watchful eyes of the two men, he calmly finished the remaining half bowl of soup, leaving not a drop at the bottom. Yes, it tastes really good. Qin Chuan put down the soup bowl, gave a serious review, and even smacked his lips. The portion is a bit small, not enough to even fill a tooth gap. Rather than sharing with the two people next to me, I'd rather drink it myself. The main point is to show no favoritism towards anyone. The air was silent for 2 seconds. Li Qingdai was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, picked up her wine glass, took a sip, and said nothing. Su Muxue gave a soft snort and turned her head away. Although she didn't get to eat it, she could accept it as long as Qin Chuan didn't offer it to Li Qingdai on his own initiative. I can accept it, but I still feel a little uncomfortable. That bastard, why didn't he give it to her? Does he not value her as much as Li Qingdai? A war without gunfire has temporarily subsided, but Qin Chuan's back was already sweating. This meal was more tiring than filming a whole day on set. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and slid down his cheeks. Why are you sweating so much? Is the restaurant too hot? A soft, warm hand reached out. Li Qingdai had taken a tissue from her bag without her noticing and naturally placed it on his cheek, gently wiping away the sweat. Qin Chuan froze, caught off guard. No, you can say whatever you want. But why did you start hitting me? Can you please be mindful of your limits? Seeing this, Su Muxue's expression, which had just softened, turned cold again. She watched Li Qingdai's intimate gesture, her hand under the table clenched into a fist. It is a bit hot. Qin Chuan smiled awkwardly, subtly leaning back to avoid Li Qingdai's hand. You don't look too well. Li Qingdai withdrew her hand and asked with concern, Have you not been resting well lately? Or are you not used to the room? Would you like me to change your room? Upon hearing this, Su Mushue's nerves tensed up instantly as she keenly caught the key words in Li Qingdai's statement. She immediately looked up at Li Qingdai and tentatively asked, "Qin Chuan is staying at your house?" "Yes." Li Qingdai nodded, her tone as casual as if she were talking about a trivial matter. Banksia felt the house was too quiet, so she let Mr. Qin move in. It'll be more lively with more people around. It must be said that Mr. Qin's cooking skills are truly excellent. His dishes are incredibly delicious, and he is also diligent, keeping the house in perfect order. During the few days I was away on a business trip, Mr. Qin took care of Banksia entirely. Each word of praise was like a needle pricking Su Mushua's heart. Cook for her, and she keeps the house in perfect order? These, weren't they all exclusively hers before? That bastard, when he was with her, swore that his cooking skills were only for her. What about now? It's only been a short time since they broke up, and he's already running off to fawn over other women. Snap. A crisp sound. Su Mushue actually managed to snap one of the ivory chopsticks in her hand. She gritted her teeth, her chest heaving violently, wishing she could flip the table right now. Then grabbed Qin Chuan by the collar and asked this bastard what he takes her for. Chapter 51. Why did you lie to me? Snap. A soft but unusually jarring crack suddenly rang out in the deathly silent private room. Qin Chuan and Li Qingdai both turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. In Su Mushue's hand, a delicate ivory chopstick broke in half. Half of it fell onto the bone plate, making a crisp, clinking sound. Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched. Isn't this woman using a bit too much force? Mr. Su, are you all right? Li Qingdai spoke gently, her tone tinged with concern. Fine. Su Mushue forced a smile, released the half-broken chopstick from her hand, and said indifferently, "These chopsticks are of poor quality. They break with the slightest touch." She picked up a damp towel from the side, gently wiped her hands, and then stood up. "Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom." As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up, put on her high heels, and walked out of the private room without looking back. Only Qin Chuan and Li Qingdai remained in the private room. Li Qingdai slowly and deliberately used serving chopsticks to put another pastry on Qin Chuan's plate, as if nothing had happened, her voice still gentle. "Mr. Qin, please eat quickly. The food is getting cold." "Thanks." Qin Chuan forced a smile, looking at the pastries on the plate, but had no appetite at all. All he wanted to know now was whether that crazy woman, Su Mushue, would come out of the bathroom with a mop and start a full-blown brawl. He is, after all, the president of the Su Group, a prominent figure in Tianhai. It shouldn't be that bad, right? The bathroom lights were cold and glaring. Su Mushue braced her hands on the marble sink, staring intently at her reflection in the mirror. The woman in the mirror had reddened eyes, and her originally exquisite makeup looked somewhat glaring because of the anger she was forcibly suppressing. Those bright eyes burned with anger and resentment. "Asshole." She looked in the mirror and, in a voice only she could hear, squeezed out 2 words through her teeth. "Scumbag." She cursed, her chest heaving violently. Thinking of what Li Qingdai had just said, she began to imagine a scene in her mind. Wearing an apron and dressed like a perfect husband, Qin Chuan served delicious meals to the 2 sisters, Li Qingdai and Li Banksia, in the luxurious villa. Afterwards, she would give the 2 sisters a shoulder massage to help them relax. Thinking about this, Su Mushue became even angrier. On what grounds? That bastard. He's been following her for 3 years. For the past 3 years, every meal he cooked was for her alone. Every corner he cleaned was part of Su Mushue's home. His gentleness and consideration, his complete obedience, should belong only to her. How long has it been since the divorce? How dare he? How dare you give that special treatment, which was once reserved only for her, to another woman so quickly? Su Mushue grew angrier the more she thought about it, her heart feeling as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, aching and sore. No, wrong. She shook her head violently, trying to shake off these messy emotions. Su Mushue, wake up. Why are you angry? What's there to be angry about? He's nothing but a substitute you hired with money. Just a tool. You're already divorced. You signed a separation agreement. You're the one who doesn't want him anymore. Who he's with now, who he cooks for, who he takes care of. What business is it of yours? Even if he gets married and has children right away, it has absolutely nothing to do with you. Su Mushue. Su Mushue repeatedly reminded herself, as if she were chanting a spell. But the more this happened, the more intense the nameless anger in my heart burned. Reason told her she should not care, but her emotions were like a wild horse, completely out of control. She turned on the tap, and icy cold water gushed out. She scooped up a handful of water and splashed it hard on her face. The icy touch sent a shiver down her spine, and the fog in her mind seemed to clear a little. She looked up, water droplets dripping from her chin, wetting the expensive silk shirt on her chest. Looking at her disheveled reflection in the mirror, she tried to force a disdainful smile. But that smile was uglier than a cry. No, we can't let Li Qingdai look down on us. Su Muxue took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the surging emotions. She took out a cushioned foundation and lipstick from her bag and meticulously touched up her makeup in front of the mirror. The woman in the mirror had reverted to her aloof and powerful persona as the president of the Su Group. His eyes were cold, and his aura was powerful, as if the woman who had just lost her composure was just an illusion. After doing all this, she turned around and walked out of the restroom again. When Su Muxue returned to the private room, her face had returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The more this happened, the more uneasy Qin Chuan felt. The calm before the storm is often the most terrifying. He always felt that Su Muxue was holding back some big move. The atmosphere during the rest of the lunch break was extremely strange. None of the three initiated any conversation. The only sounds were the occasional clinking of cutlery. Qin Chuan felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and he ate his meal without tasting anything, as if he were chewing wax. Su Muxue and Li Qingdai each held a teacup, one watching the clouds drift by outside the window, the other slowly sipping her tea. When their eyes met, they both wore impeccable business smiles. The meal finally came to an end in an almost frozen silence. "Thank you for your hospitality, Chairman Li. I have other matters to attend to at my company, so I'll take my leave now." Su Muxue was the first to put down her cutlery, elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin, and stood up. "Take care, Mr. Su." Li Qingdai remained seated in her wheelchair, her smile gentle and refined. "Mr. Qin, I have difficulty walking. Could you please see President Su off for me?" This sentence made Qin Chuan's nerves, which had just relaxed, tense up again instantly. Deliver? Is this because they think he's not dying fast enough, and they're planning to send him on his way? Qin Chuan inwardly groaned, but dared not hesitate for a moment. He immediately stood up and forced out his signature smile. "Okay, Chairman Li." He turned to Su Muxue and raised his hand. "President Su, this way please." Su Muxue gave a faint hum and walked straight out of the private room without saying anything more. Su Muxue walked ahead in 7-centimeter high heels, her back view aloof and indifferent. Qin Chuan followed behind, keeping a distance of half a meter, not daring to breathe too loudly. The two of them walked into the elevator one after the other. The cramped space made the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Su Muxue stood facing the elevator door, expressionless, without saying a word. Qin Chuan kept his eyes straight ahead and avoided speaking if possible. Bite. The elevator doors opened, and we finally arrived at the lobby on the first floor. Qin Chuan walked quickly ahead and pushed open the revolving door of the restaurant for Su Muxue. "Then stand at the door and make a please gesture." Su Muxue walked out calmly, not even glancing at Qin Chuan, as if she treated him as a stranger. Seeing this, Qin Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this woman didn't go crazy today. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to handle the situation. Just as Qin Chuan was secretly rejoicing, Su Muxue, who had walked to the car door, suddenly stopped. She didn't turn around, but asked in an extremely cold voice, "Why did you lie to me?" Chapter 52. Actions speak louder than words. Oh. The sudden question startled Qin Chuan, who tentatively asked, "President Su, what did I lie to you about?" Su Muxue suddenly turned around, and the anger that had been suppressed all afternoon in her beautiful eyes finally came out and shot straight at Qin Chuan. "Are you still pretending with me?" Su Muxue's voice wasn't loud, but every word was icy. "What did you tell me at home before? You said you and Li Bangxia were just colleagues. But today, her sister said it herself, you're her sister's boyfriend. Qin Chuan, are you treating me like a fool?" So that's what it was about. The weight that had been hanging over Qin Chuan's heart finally lifted. If Su Muxue suddenly went crazy for no reason, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. In this situation, he is now able to explain calmly. "President Su, I didn't lie to you. Li Bangxia and I do have a working relationship," Qin Chuan replied. "Work relationship?" Su Muxue sneered. "Has a work relationship developed into a romantic one?" Qin Chuan continued, neither humble nor arrogant. "President Su, to be honest, Miss Li Bangxia is now my client. I signed a 3-month contract with her, in which I will pretend to be her boyfriend for these 3 months. Su Mushue's cold smile froze on her face. She froze, a look of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Client? She repeated the word unconsciously. Yes, customer. Qin Chuan nodded, his expression frank. The purpose of this contract is to deal with the urging and arrangements from her sister, Chairman Li. This is a trade secret and should not be leaked. But since you asked, President Su, I don't want to hide it from you. Faced with a woman like Su Mushue who has an extremely strong possessive desire, he knew how to go along with her. Pretending to be a boyfriend? Su Mushue stared straight at Qin Chuan, trying to read something from his face. However, his expression was unusually sincere, showing no sign of lying. So, he and Li Bangxia weren't really boyfriend and girlfriend? He lived in the Li family home and took care of the two sisters' daily lives, which was only part of his job. This thought, like a bolt of lightning, cleaved through the gloom that had been building up in her heart all morning. The stifling, bitter, and angry emotions seemed to find an outlet in that instant, and vanished in a flash. After all that fuss, it turned out she had misunderstood. She knew it. Qin Chuan, that bastard, clearly liked her so much, and even cried his eyes out when they broke up. How could he have fallen for someone else so quickly? Thinking of this, Su Mushue's mood suddenly lightened. Even the way she looked at Qin Chuan became much kinder. So, your relationship with Li Bangxia is just a contractual one? Su Mushue couldn't help but ask again to confirm. Certainly. Qin Chuan smiled slightly. I've only known Miss Li for a few days. How could things develop so quickly? But I hope you can keep this a secret for me, President Su. As you know, this is my job. Oh, Su Mushue responded calmly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. It turns out he didn't change his mind. He was just trying to make money. Humph. Considering he still cares about me, I'll let this frustrating meal go. Although Su Mushue's mood had improved considerably, she still maintained her aloof CEO demeanor. Can't you find another job? What future can you have if you keep being a substitute boyfriend? It's a job that only lasts a short time. How many years can you do that? Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan simply smiled helplessly. There's nothing I can do. Other industries don't make this much money. Besides, I don't think there's anything shameful about earning a living through your own abilities, without stealing or robbing. Are you that short of money? Su Mushue frowned. Of course we're short of money. Qin Chuan nodded, his expression becoming more serious. President Su, you are different from us. You come from a good family, have connections, and have capital. It's easy for you to succeed in whatever you want to do. But for kids from ordinary families like ours, without umbrellas, we have no choice but to run as fast as we can. This job may not sound glamorous, but it pays quickly and can solve my immediate financial problems. For me, it's the best option right now. His voice was calm, without any sobbing or whining, but it conveyed a sense of helplessness in the face of reality. Su Mushue opened her mouth, but for a moment, she couldn't find the words to refute it. She suddenly remembered that Qin Chuan had a younger sister who was hospitalized. She knew it was a bottomless pit. The annual medical and nursing expenses amount to millions. If Qin Chuan had followed the usual path and found an ordinary job, earning only 10,000 yuan a month, he probably wouldn't have been able to support himself, let alone pay for his sister's medical treatment. Thinking about it this way, her initial disdain for Qin Chuan's neglect of his duties instantly transformed into a complex emotion. There was heartache, pity, and a hint of admiration that she herself was unwilling to admit. At least, he is fulfilling the responsibilities of an older brother through his own abilities. This is already better than more than 90% of men. Thinking of this, Su Mushue's tone softened completely. If you really need money, you can come to me. After all, we've known each other for a while, and I won't just stand by and watch you die. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan simply shook his head, a gentle smile on his face. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Su. However, although I love money, I also hope to earn it through my own abilities. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. He didn't want to have any personal entanglements with these big spenders. It will be a tangled mess by then. This is the most taboo thing in this line of work. You're so stubborn. Seeing that Qin Chuan was unyielding, Su Mushue said irritably, Fine, I can't be bothered with you. Do whatever you want. She opened the door and prepared to get into the car. Just then, Qin Chuan suddenly called out, President Su. Su Mushue quickly turned around, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Is he trying to persuade me to stay? Or does he have something on his mind that he wants to tell me? President Su, it seems you forgot something important, Qin Chuan tentatively asked. Sister, it's the final payment of 10 million. Could you call me sooner? If you don't pay me soon, I'll be eating dirt next month. What's up? Su Muxue raised her eyebrows slightly, a little taken aback. Qin Chuan looked at the other person's somewhat arrogant face, and the words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't dare to say them. Forget it. The atmosphere today isn't suitable for collecting debts. If we anger this crazy woman, it will be a loss for us. He's a CEO with billions in assets. He wouldn't possibly renege on his debts. It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you to drive carefully on the road, Qin Chuan said gently. Su Muxue was taken aback, and something seemed to appear in her eyes. She looked at Qin Chuan's handsome face, the afternoon sun shining on him, giving him a soft golden edge. That damn smile was actually kind of charming. Baffling. Su Muxue gave a haughty snort and then got into the car. He stepped on the gas and sped away. The car hadn't gone far when the coldness on her face had completely melted away. Instead, there was a smile on their face and a sweet feeling in their heart. She held the steering wheel with one hand and couldn't help but touch her slightly flushed cheeks with the other. He actually told me to be careful? He really loves me. That bastard, though he doesn't say it. His actions speak louder than words. Snort. He has good taste. Chapter 53. One leaves, another arrives. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the tea room outside the general manager's office of the Su Group. Lin Mingming, the newly appointed president's assistant, was frantically applying concealer in front of the makeup mirror, trying to cover up the heavy dark circles under her eyes. If I keep going like this, I'll eventually have to ask the administration department to reimburse my hair transplant costs. While blending concealer with her fingertips, Lin Mingming poured out her grievances to several female employees from the planning department next to her. Who can argue with that? A short-haired girl, holding a coffee cup, said in a low voice. President Su's temper lately is like a walking volcano. Yesterday at the weekly meeting, she criticized the marketing department's PPT as worthless. When Director Zhou came out, his legs were practically spinning. Another long-haired girl sighed. Don't even mention it. Last week, I submitted a report and was scolded by General Manager Su for a full half hour because of a punctuation mistake. The group looked at each other, their faces full of worry. Lin Mingming stuffed the makeup mirror into her bag and rubbed her aching temples. I've only been filling in for Assistant Qin for a few days, and I'm so anxious that my period is delayed. I really don't know how Assistant Qin managed to persevere for those 3 years. Mentioning Qin Chuan immediately made the eyes of the female employees light up. The 7th day of missing Assistant Qin. The short-haired girl clasped her hands together in a prayer-like gesture. When Assistant Qin was around, President Su wasn't nearly as intimidating as she is now. Every time President Su was about to lose her temper, Assistant Qin could always put out the fire with just a few words. The long-haired girl nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Assistant Qin is practically President Su's personal emotional stabilizer. President Su never complains about the coffee he makes. President Su only glances at the documents he organizes. Now that someone else has taken over, President Su can't stand anyone. Hey, why do you think Assistant Qin resigned? President Su paid him quite a bit. Who knows? Let's not pry into what's going on at the top. Get to work. If Boss Su catches us slacking off, nobody's going to be leaving on time today. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of crisp footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. That was the sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor. The girls in the break room instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Like startled quails, they quickly grabbed their cups and scattered like birds, running faster than rabbits. Lin Mingming quickly stood up straight, pressed herself against the wall, and didn't dare to breathe. Su Muxue walked over gracefully, wearing limited edition high heels. She stopped as she passed the tea room. Lin Mingming forced a smile and stammered. Good afternoon, Mr. Su. Mr. Su. My mind started replaying everything frantically. Had I done anything wrong today? Had I missed a page in the report? Were there any scheduling conflicts? Su Muxue merely glanced at her, her tone surprisingly light. Go make a latte. Less sugar. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the president's office. Lin Mingming stood there, stunned, and rubbed her ears. Just now, when President Su turned around, the tune he was humming sounded so much like, "Today you're going to marry me." This is too bizarre. Inside the CEO's office, Mr. Zhang, the director of the planning department, was standing in front of his large desk, holding a new quarterly marketing plan. with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He revised the plan 3 times, but he was still unsure. In the past, in situations like this, the solution would most likely be thrown in your face, accompanied by a cold redo it. Su Muxue flipped through the documents in her hand, her fingertips tapping lightly on the table. Old Zhang held his breath, awaiting trial. Here. Su Muxue pointed her slender finger at a data chart on one of the pages. The conversion rate estimate is a bit conservative. Increase the online traffic acquisition budget by 15%. Also, refine the target audience positioning. Don't just focus on first and second-tier cities. We also need to consider the potential of lower-tier markets. Thank goodness for President Su. Old Zhang nodded repeatedly. Just these 2 places. Show them to me after you've fixed them. Them. Su Muxue closed the file and handed it back. No other questions. Old Zhang was slightly taken aback, unable to believe his ears. There was no harsh scolding. No documents were thrown on the ground. Just 2 sentences of minor revisions. What? Do you want me to find a few more mistakes for you? Su Muxue looked up at him, her tone calm. No. I'll change it according to your wishes right away. Old Zhang felt like he had been granted a pardon, and he slipped out of the office as fast as he could with the documents in his hand. After leaving the house, he secretly pinched his thigh. It really hurts. It's not a dream. Outside the door, Lin Mingming, carrying a freshly brewed low-sugar latte, knocked and went in after mentally preparing herself. Old Zhang had just left when she ran into him. As the 2 passed each other, Lin Mingming tripped over the edge of the carpet or something else and instantly lost her balance. The coffee cup in my hand suddenly wobbled, and the brown liquid spilled out. It landed precisely on Su Muxue's expensive white silk shirt, with just a few drops splashing onto it. We're doomed. Lin Mingming only had these 3 words left in her mind. Old Zhang stood at the door, gasped, and looked at Lin Mingming with pity. This shirt is a haute couture piece. President Su is usually very particular about cleanliness and cannot tolerate the slightest imperfection. Lin Mingming is going to be in serious trouble, if not dead. I'm so sorry, Miss Su. I didn't mean to. I'll take it to the dry cleaners right away. Lin Mingming was so frightened that her voice trembled with tears as she frantically grabbed tissues to wipe herself. All right. Su Muxue raised her hand to stop Lin Mingming's movements. Lin Mingming closed her eyes tightly, bracing herself for the storm. However, the expected thunderous wrath did not materialize. Su Muxue glanced down at the stain on her clothes, her brows furrowing slightly. Then she pulled out a few tissues and casually dabbed at the coffee stains. It's all right, go make another cup. Her tone was flat, revealing no emotional fluctuation. Lin Mingming suddenly opened her eyes and stared blankly at her boss. Old Zhang was also stunned at the door. Is this still the same short-tempered CEO Su? Did the sun rise in the west today? What are you still standing there for? Su Muxue raised an eyebrow. Yes, I'll go right away. Lin Mingming nodded hurriedly, holding the empty cup and preparing to leave. Wait a minute, Su Muxue called out to her. Lin Mingming's heart jumped into her throat again. Prepare a gift for me. Su Muxue leaned back in her chair, toying with a pen in her fingers. Tonight, I'm going to the first municipal hospital to visit a friend. I'll pick out some nutritional supplements suitable for young women with nice packaging. I'll also buy a fruit basket, choosing the freshest ones. Lin Mingming breathed a sigh of relief and replied quickly, Okay, President Su, I'll take care of it right away. Stepping out of the office, Lin Mingming and Lao Zhang looked at each other in bewilderment. Old Zhang lowered his voice. Did President Su take the wrong medicine today? Lin Mingming rolled her eyes at him. You're the one who's taken the wrong medicine. President Su is just in high spirits because of good news. He must have encountered something really great. Inside the office, Su Muxue twirled the pen in her hand, feeling quite pleased. Since Qin Chuan loves her so much, she can't be too indifferent. I'll go to the hospital to see Qin Xia tonight. Consider it a reward for him. As dusk fell, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the clouds on the horizon a large expanse of orange-red. The Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a smooth stop in front of the Leaf family villa. Qin Chuan skillfully got out of the car, went around to the trunk to take out the wheelchair, unfolded it, and then opened the back door. Miss Li, we're home. Qin Chuan bent down. Thank you for your hard work. Li Qingdai smiled gently and naturally stretched out her arms to wrap around Qin Chuan's neck. Qin Chuan slipped one hand under her knees and the other hand supported her back, lifting her steadily and placing her in the wheelchair. He has done this series of actions several times today, and he is very skilled at it, focusing on his expertise. Li Qingdai leaned back in her wheelchair, watching Qin Chuan push her into the house, pondering how to create some opportunities to be alone with him that evening. Su Mushua's appearance at noon today made her feel a sense of crisis. The way that woman looked at Qin Chuan was definitely not innocent. As the two entered the foyer, Qin Chuan was about to change his shoes when he heard a burst of cheerful laughter coming from the spacious living room. It's very familiar. It's so familiar that it's almost ingrained in my bones. Qin Chuan paused abruptly as he changed his shoes, feeling a chill run down his spine. He stiffly raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. On the huge leather sofa in the living room, Li Bangxia was watching a movie with a girl. The girl was wearing an extremely loose men's white shirt, the hem of which barely covered the top of her thighs, revealing two dazzlingly white long legs. Her long, slightly wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her neckline was slightly open, exuding a lazy yet deadly allure. It was none other than Song Qingli. Hearing the noise at the door, the two people on the sofa stopped what they were doing. Li Bangxia sat up straight on the sofa and tidied her slightly messy hair. Song Qingli turned her head, her gaze passing over Li Qingdai and landing directly on Qin Chuan. She leaned lazily against the sofa armrest, propped her chin up with one hand, and winked playfully at Qin Chuan with her right eye. Her red lips parted slightly. "Hi." That "hi" was uttered with a myriad of twists and turns, carrying an invisible allure that seemed capable of stealing one's soul. Qin Chuan stood there, feeling his head buzzing. I just saw off that arrogant and crazy Su Mushua at noon, and now another crazy person has arrived. I can't live like this anymore. Chapter 54 Teasing. Qin Chuan looked at the woman on the sofa, who was so languid to the bone, and his temples throbbed. What brings this lady to the Li family? But he quickly realized what was happening. Song Qingli and Li Bangxia are best friends, so it doesn't seem wrong for her to visit. The problem is, Song Qingli is no pushover. Given the other party's personality, it would be a miracle if they didn't cause some trouble. Although he had a bit of a headache, Qin Chuan still put on a gentle smile. "Teacher Song." "Teacher Qin, Bangxia said your cooking is especially delicious, so I shamelessly came to mooch a meal. You shouldn't mind, right?" Song Qingli tilted her head, her tone so sweet it could melt your heart. "Of course not." Qin Chuan's smile remained unchanged. Can he say he minds? In front of the sugar daddy, Li Qingdai sat in her wheelchair, her gaze lingering on Song Qingli for 2 seconds. During dinner the day before yesterday, she noticed that Song Qingli's gaze towards Qin Chuan was strange. This visit further confirmed her suspicions. Li Qingdai lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes concealing the emotions in them. Her face still wore that gentle and proper smile, showing no emotion whatsoever. "Sister Qingdai, I came uninvited this time. I hope I won't bother you?" Song Qingli's gaze turned to Li Qingdai again. "It's more lively with more people in the house," Li Qingdai said gently. "Hee, I think so too." Song Qingli smiled sweetly. Li Bangxia stood up from the sofa, stretched, and walked over to Qin Chuan. "All right, stop standing there. I'm starving. Hurry up and cook." "Okay." Qin Chuan nodded and walked straight to the kitchen. He's good at cooking. More importantly, kitchen safety. Qin Chuan rummaged through the refrigerator, pondering how to arrange dinner tonight. Li Qingdai likes Cantonese cuisine, Li Bangxia prefers Shandong cuisine, and as for Song Qingli, this woman likes Sichuan cuisine and can't live without spicy food. 3 women, 3 different tastes. An ordinary chef would have been completely stumped. Fortunately, Qin Chuan is no ordinary chef. He has studied various cuisines. 40 minutes later, the table was laden with dishes. Sweet and sour carp and braised pork intestines. These are Shandong dishes prepared for Li Bangxia. Boiled shrimp and steamed grouper were the Cantonese dishes prepared for Li Qingdai. Boiled beef and Sichuan-style chicken with chili sauce. These are the Sichuan dishes prepared for Song Qingli. There were also 2 cold dishes, a small plate of snacks, and a bottle of Bordeaux red wine. After the 3 women sat down, they looked at the dishes on the table and reacted in different ways. Li Qingdai glanced at the Cantonese restaurant, a faint warmth rising in her eyes, but she said nothing. Li Bangxia picked up a piece of braised pork intestines with her chopsticks, chewed it twice, and remained noncommittal, but her chopsticks moved very quickly. Song Qingli took a bite of the boiled beef, and her eyes lit up immediately. "Teacher Qin, your cooking skills are getting better and better. I'm glad you like it, Teacher Song." Qin Chuan smiled politely. "Cross." Li Qingdai keenly caught the key words in Song Qingli's words, raised her eyebrows slightly, but did not expose him. The 3 chatted and drank together. The atmosphere at the dinner table was fairly harmonious. Just then, Qin Chuan picked up his wine glass and took a sip when he suddenly felt something touch the outside of his right knee. It's soft, smooth, and has a great feel. He didn't pay attention at first, thinking it was just someone's leg that had been accidentally bumped. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Because the leg didn't retract, instead, it slowly moved upwards along his calf. Qin Chuan paused for a moment with his chopsticks. He looked up and gazed at the other side. Song Qingli was holding a glass of red wine, chatting happily with Li Bangxia next to her, with an innocent smile on her face. But her foot was on Qin Chuan's leg, and she gently hooked his trouser leg with her toes. Qin Chuan moved his leg to the side. That foot followed. Move it again. They followed again. Moreover, his movements became increasingly daring, with his toes sliding up Qin Chuan's calves, past his knees, and onto the inside of his thighs. Qin Chuan almost dropped his chopsticks. He glared fiercely at Song Qingli. Song Qingli pretended not to see it and continued to discuss the plot of the new drama with Li Bangxia. The movement of his feet showed no sign of stopping. In fact, it intensified, with the soles of his feet slowly pressing against the groin of his thighs, probing in a potentially fatal direction. Qin Chuan froze. Despite being a hot-blooded man, Qin Chuan couldn't help but react to such teasing. Just as Qin Chuan was about to move, the foot under the table stretched forward again and accurately covered Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan squeezed his legs together, almost spitting out the food in his mouth. He suddenly lowered his head, pretended to cough, and covered half of his face with his hand. "Mr. Qin, what's wrong?" Li Qingdai put down her chopsticks and looked over with concern. "No, it's nothing." Qin Chuan cleared his throat, trying to make his expression look normal. "I choked on the wine just now. If you don't drink alcohol, then drink less." Li Qingdai handed her a glass of warm water. "Thank you." Qin Chuan took the water glass and took a big gulp. While he was drinking water, Song Qingli across from him cast a seductive glance at him. Her lips curved into a smile, and her toes twitched. Qin Chuan almost choked again. "This woman is insane. There were 2 other people sitting next to me. Do they really consider this their home?" Qin Chuan kept giving Song Qingli meaningful glances, trying to stop her from going crazy. Song Qingli acted as if nothing had happened, turning her head to clink glasses with Li Bangxia. "Bangxia, who's the male lead in your new drama again? How's his acting?" "It's all right, not terrible." Li Bangxia took a sip of red wine. Song Qingli smiled, and, while Li Bangxia was looking down to pick up some food, winked playfully at Qin Chuan. Her eyes were both sweet and alluring. Most men simply couldn't resist them. Qin Chuan held on. It's not that he has great self-control, but rather that he simply doesn't have the mind to appreciate it right now. His entire attention was focused on the mischievous foot under the table. Fed up, Qin Chuan suddenly brought his knees together, trapping Song Qingli's calves. Song Qingli's smile froze slightly. Without changing his expression, Qin Chuan reached under the table with his left hand and gently traced a few lines on the sole of Song Qingli's foot with his index finger. But haha. Song Qingli was in the middle of a conversation with Li Bangxia when she suddenly burst out laughing. The laughter came out of nowhere and seemed completely inexplicable. Li Bangxia looked at her blankly. "I said the food on our set is bad. Is that so funny?" "Huh? Huh? No. Song Qingli suppressed a laugh and waved her hand. "You know I have a low threshold for laughter." Li Bangxia was skeptical. Qin Chuan scratched twice more. This time, the pressure was greater. The fingernail gently scraped across the most sensitive spot on the sole of the foot. "Ha ha ha." Song Qingli couldn't hold back any longer and leaned back, laughing so hard she was shaking. Li Bangxia put down her chopsticks and looked at her seriously. "Song Qingli, are you out of your mind today?" No, really no." Song Qingli laughed and shook her head frantically, tears welling up in her eyes. Under the table, she tried desperately to pull her feet back, but Qin Chuan's knees held them firmly in place. Left with no other choice, she could only cast a pleading look at Qin Chuan. She had only intended to tease Qin Chuan, but if the 2 people beside her caught her in the act, she would be at a loss. Chapter 55. Are you and my brother boyfriend and girlfriend? Qin Chuan lowered his head and focused on eating his rice, pretending nothing had happened. Song Qingli struggled slightly, only to find that she couldn't pull her foot back at all. At this moment, Li Bangxia also noticed something was wrong. She moved her chair back and looked down at the area under the table. Qin Chuan reacted quickly and immediately released Song Qingli's foot. Song Qingli's long legs whooshed back in. When Li Bangxia looked down, the space under the table was empty, with the three people's legs neatly arranged in their respective positions. "What are you looking at?" Song Qingli asked, tilting her head as if taking the initiative. "It's nothing." Li Bangxia looked away and picked up her wine glass. Taking the opportunity, Song Qingli pushed back her chair and stood up. "I'm going to wash my hands. I got chili oil on them." After saying that, she walked quickly towards the restroom, giving Qin Chuan a resentful glare as she passed by. Qin Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt somewhat helpless. This woman just can't seem to stop for a moment. After finishing dinner, Qin Chuan habitually started tidying up. The three women were sitting on the huge L-shaped sofa in the living room. Li Qingdai sat on the far right, covered with a thin blanket, her posture elegant. Li Bangxia leaned against the middle of the sofa, her legs curled up underneath her. Song Qingli was hugging a cushion, curled up on the far left, her white shirt hem all crumpled up. On the television screen, Li Bangxia's new drama had just premiered. It will be available simultaneously on major video platforms during prime time. Li Bangxia said she didn't want to watch her own performance, but her eyes were glued to the screen, and she would occasionally mutter a few comments. "The lighting in this shot isn't very good. This background music would be better if we changed it to another song." Song Qingli chimed in from the sidelines. All right. You're not the director. Why are you worrying so much? Come on, let's watch your scene with the male lead." "I thought it was explosive when I watched it being filmed on set." Li Qingdai remained silent, holding her teacup and quietly watching her sister's performance on the screen. While the three women were watching a show, Qin Chuan took out some fruit from the refrigerator, washed and cut it, and arranged it into a beautiful fruit platter. Strawberries, cherries, cantaloupes, and green grapes. The colors are beautifully combined. He placed the fruit platter on the coffee table and refilled the three people's glasses with water. "Thank you," Li Qingdai said politely as she took the water glass. Qin Chuan didn't pay attention and turned to hand Li Bangxia a plate of preserved plums that she liked. Li Bangxia took it, casually tore one open and threw it into her mouth, her eyes never leaving the TV screen. Song Qingli reached into the fruit plate, picked up a cherry, put it in her mouth, and winked playfully at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan pretended not to see anything, sat down on the single sofa, and started watching TV. It must be said that Li Bangxia's acting skills are indeed top-notch. She is completely different in front of the camera than in real life, and she has a great grasp of the power and rhythm of her emotions. At this moment, inside the city hospital, an elevator slowly opened its doors. Su Mushua walked in, carrying a beautifully packaged gift box in one hand and a fruit basket in the other, her high heels clicking on the floor. Just as she reached out to press the floor button, a crisp voice came from behind her. "Miss Su." Su Mushua turned around. A pretty young female doctor in a white coat walked in quickly. It was Lin Jingshu. "Dr. Lin." Su Mushua nodded politely. She didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that she would run into Lin Jingshu as soon as she arrived at the hospital. "Miss Su, are you here to see a friend?" Lin Jingshu asked with a smile. "Okay." Su Mushua responded and turned to face the elevator button panel. Both hands were extended at almost the same time. They're all heading towards the same button, the 7th floor. Su Mushua's fingers moved a beat faster, pressing down first. Lin Jingshu's hand hovered in midair for a moment before she withdrew it. She turned her head and glanced at Su Mushua. "Miss Su, I remember the friend you visited last time. They lived on the 12th floor, right?" His tone was very light, with a hint of nonchalance. Su Mushua remained expressionless. "I've come to see another friend." "Oh." Lin Jingshu smiled and didn't ask any further questions. The elevator ascended quietly. The two stood side by side, neither of them speaking again. But that subtle atmosphere quietly permeated the small space. "Bite. We've reached the 7th floor." The elevator doors opened, and Su Mushua stepped out first. Lin Jingshu followed behind, and the two walked along the corridor, one in front of the other, in the same direction. Su Mushua slowed her pace slightly. She didn't turn around, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that Lin Jingshu was walking in the exact same direction as her. They were all heading towards Qin Xia's VIP ward. Su Mushua stopped and turned around. Lin Jingshu also stopped. The two exchanged a glance. "Dr. Lin is here to visit a friend too?" Su Mushua asked. "I'm here to make rounds." Lin Jingshu waved the medical record folder in her hand, her smile gentle. Su Mushua withdrew her gaze and knocked on the door. "Please come in." A crisp voice came from the ward. Su Mushua pushed open the door and went in. Qin Xia was leaning against the headboard watching a tablet. She was wearing a light blue hospital gown and had her hair tied in a high ponytail. Although her face was a little pale, she seemed to be in good spirits. Qin Xia's eyes lit up when she saw Su Muxue and the bag she was carrying. Sister Su, I came to see you. Su Muxue placed the gift box and fruit basket on the bedside table and sat down on the chair next to the bed. Qin Xia leaned over, opened the gift box, and saw that it contained bird's nest, fish maw, cordyceps, and several boxes of imported nuts and snacks. The packaging looked expensive. Wow, so many good things. Sister Su, you're too kind, Qin Xia said, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she held the gift box. Looking at the adorable little girl in front of her, Su Muxue couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips into a smile. Lin Jingshu stood at the door for 2 seconds, then knocked on the door frame. Xia, I'm here to take your blood pressure. Dr. Lin. Qin Xia waved to her. Lin Jingshu walked to the bedside, skillfully tied the sleeves on Qin Xia's arm, and began to take measurements. Su Muxue sat on the other side, waiting quietly. Your blood pressure is normal. All your indicators are good today. Lin Jingshu removed the cuff, made a few notes on the medical record, and gave a few more instructions. You two chat, I won't disturb you. Lin Jingshu glanced at Su Muxue, then turned and left without lingering. Qin Xia didn't notice anything amiss, and chatted with Su Muxue while unpacking snacks. Sister Su, how did you know I like to eat these? She asked with a smile. Just a guess. Really? You know me so well. Qin Xia opened a bag of snacks and handed it to Su Muxue first. After seeing the other girl shake her head, she happily started eating it herself. Sister Su, I want to ask you a question. As if she had thought of something, Qin Xia suddenly spoke up. You and my brother, your relationship can't be more than just that of boss and employee, right? Didn't your brother tell you? Su Muxue asked back. My brother never mentions work-related matters. Qin Xia shook her head and added. He doesn't tell me anything and treats me like a child, but I'll be 18 next year. Su Muxue smiled slightly. Your brother must have his reasons for not saying anything. Qin Xia puffed out her cheeks, then suddenly leaned closer and asked in a low voice. Sister Su, tell me honestly, are you and my brother boyfriend and girlfriend? Su Muxue was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, Yes. Sister Su, I wish you were really my brother's girlfriend. You're so beautiful and so gentle and considerate. If my brother had a girlfriend like you, he'd be laughing in his sleep. Qin Xia didn't hold back her praise. Giggle. Su Muxue was overwhelmed by the girl's flattery and said with a smile, Your mouth is even sweeter than your brother's. That's right. Our Qin family has good genes. Qin Xia puffed out her chest proudly. When it comes to speaking skills, her brother still has a lot to learn from her. Chapter 56 Meow. By the way, didn't your brother come today? Su Muxue suddenly asked. He's probably busy with work. I'll give him a call and ask. Qin Xia picked up her phone from the bedside table, found Qin Chuan's WeChat, and made a video call. In the villa's living room, the TV series was showing a captivating scene between the male and female leads, and the 3 women were watching intently. Qin Chuan's phone suddenly vibrated a few times. He looked down and saw it was a video call from Qin Xia. Qin Chuan quietly got up, went to the corner of the living room by the window, and swiped to answer the call. Brother. Qin Xia's smiling face filled the entire screen. Did you take your medicine? Qin Chuan leaned against the window frame, a doting smile on his face. I've eaten. That's always the first thing you say. Isn't it annoying? Qin Xia rolled her eyes, then held up her phone and turned it around. Look who's here. The camera panned across the ward and focused on Su Muxue, who was sitting by the bed. Qin Chuan's smile froze for a moment. Su Muxue? Why did she go to the hospital to see Xia? However, he reacted quickly, regaining his smiling expression in a second. Hello, Mr. Su. On the screen, Su Muxue nodded slightly to the camera as a greeting. As arrogant as ever. Qin Xia turned the camera back, her face flushed with excitement. Brother, Sister Su brought me so many good things today. Bird's nest, fish maw, and imported snacks. Sister Su is so good to me. Yeah. Qin Chuan smiled and said gently. Then please thank President Su for me. But don't put everything in your mouth. You should ask Dr. Lin about what you can and cannot eat based on your health condition. Okay, you can chat with Sister Su. Qin Xia handed her phone to Su Muxue and happily ate her snacks. Mr. Su, thank you for your trouble making this special trip. Qin Chuan said politely. What's the trouble? I just came to take a look. Su Muxue said in a lecturing tone. Xia must be so bored all alone in the hospital. As her older brother, You should spend more time with her, understand? Yes, yes, yes. Qin Chuan was too lazy to argue and simply nodded. Sister Su, don't blame my brother. He's just busy with work. Qin Xia made an excuse for her brother very sensibly. No matter how busy I am, you are more important than me. How can I leave you alone in the hospital all the time? Su Mushua said sternly. President Su is right. I will definitely make time to spend more time with Xia in the future. Qin Chuan. That's more like it. After demonstrating her authority as a leader, Su Mushua returned the phone to Qin Xia. When facing Qin Chuan, she had an arrogant and cold expression. When facing Qin Xia, she had a smile in her eyes. Brother, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I'm going to watch my new drama. Today is the premiere of my goddess's new drama, and I have to support her properly. Qin Xia had clearly lost interest in chatting. Watching dramas is fine, but don't stay up too late. You must be asleep before 11 p.m., Qin Chuan instructed. Okay, I got it, bye-bye. Qin Xia waved and hung up the video call. Qin Chuan turned off his phone screen and let out a long sigh. Su Mushua went to see Xia. This matter was neither a big deal nor a small one. She was a little confused about what her former sugar daddy was up to. Was it out of sympathy? Or was there another motive? Who should we call? A crisp voice suddenly rang out from behind. Qin Chuan suddenly turned around. Song Qingli had somehow moved to stand half a meter behind him, tilting her head and smiling. When did you get here? Qin Chuan took a half step back. Just. Song Qingli put her hands behind her back, took a step forward, and made up for the distance Qin Chuan had retreated. Who are you video chatting with? You're laughing so happily. Teacher Song. This is my private matter, and I cannot disclose it. Qin Chuan stepped aside and walked towards the sofa. Song Qingli pouted from behind. If you don't want to tell me, then don't. You're so stingy. The latest 2 episodes of the TV series have finished airing. Li Bangxia stretched and commented, the editing is all right. The pacing is faster than I expected. You did a good job filming the car chase scene with the male lead in the rain. Li Qingdai put down her teacup. I had to do 6 takes for that scene, Li Bangxia said expressionlessly. Song Qingli jumped up from the sofa. Wow. I finished watching it. It was so exciting. Bangxia, it's too late today. I don't want to go back. Can I stay at your place for the night? Of course. Li Bangxia smiled. There are empty rooms upstairs. Yay. Song Qingli cheered, taking Li Bangxia's arm. Come on, let's go up and have a look. The two went upstairs. Li Qingdai sat on the sofa, watching their departing figures without moving. Qin Chuan stepped forward and asked, Miss Li, would you like me to escort you back to your room? Thank you for your trouble. Li Qingdai nodded slightly. It's no trouble at all. Qin Chuan smiled politely, then carried Li Qingdai upstairs and escorted her to her room. Miss Li, please feel free to call me anytime if you need any help. Qin Chuan placed Li Qingdai on the bed, politely said goodnight, and then returned to his own guest room. Li Qingdai twisted her ankle, and Li Bangxia was disabled in daily life. He estimates that he will have to settle here again soon. Back in his room, a slightly tired Qin Chuan took a long, hot shower. I had just put on my clothes and stepped out of the bathroom when there was a knock on the door. The door. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Chuan glanced at the time. It's already 10 o'clock. Who is it? He walked over, opened the door, and found that Song Qingli was standing outside. She changed into a looser nightgown. The material was so thin that, under the hallway lights, one could vaguely see the outline of what was underneath. Her hair, freshly washed and still damp, hung loosely on her shoulders. Qin Chuan subconsciously looked away and looked at her face. What's wrong? Teacher Qin, there's a stray cat in my room. Song Qingli's voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of coquettishness at the end. Wildcat. Yes, a little stray cat. Could you go and check on it for me? I'm scared. Song Qingli twisted her hands together, trying to appear weak. Qin Chuan leaned against the door frame and sized her up for 2 seconds. It's just a cat. What's there to be afraid of? They're just timid. Song Qingli stamped her foot, her voice softening further. Please, just take a look for me, and come back after you've done. Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. It's not a big deal anyway. Just chase the stray cats away. Let's go. Qin Chuan followed Song Qingli to the other end of the corridor. The guest room door was ajar. Qin Chuan pushed open the door and went in, glancing at the windowsill first. The windows were tightly shut and the curtains were drawn. Not even a mosquito could get in, let alone a cat. He looked down again at the underside of the bed, the corner of the wardrobe, and behind the curtains. It was spotless, with nothing at all. Where's the cat? Qin Chuan straightened up and turned to Song Qingli. A crisp click came from behind. Song Qingli leaned against the newly closed door, one hand on the lock, tilting her head to look at Qin Chuan. The corridor lights were shut out from the door, leaving only the warm yellow lamp by the bedside in the room. The dim light outlined her features in a soft and sensual way. She bent down, placed her hands on her knees, and gave Qin Chuan a charming smile. Meow? She opened her mouth, her voice soft and sweet, with a rising tone at the end, carrying a tingling, numbing sensation. Qin Chuan stood in the middle of the room, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 57: A Killing Intent. Song Qingli's meow echoed in the dimly lit room with a long, trailing sound. Qin Chuan stood there stunned, his mind racing for a moment before he finally came to his senses. What stray cat? It's clearly herself. Good grief, they're playing tricks here. I trusted you so much, and you pulled this stunt. Song Qingli walked over from the door, step by step, the hem of her nightgown swaying gently with her movements. She walked up to Qin Chuan, reached out and tugged at his collar, and smiled charmingly. Qin Chuan subconsciously took a step back. He knew very well that this crazy woman was capable of anything. Song Qingli tilted her head, her eyes curving into crescents. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. Teacher Song, please have some self-respect, Qin Chuan said solemnly. Oh, so much for self-respect, huh? Song Qingli drew out her words, her smile deepening. Back when you were whipping me with that little leather whip, you never mentioned those two words to me. Now you turn your back on me and refuse to acknowledge me. Qin Chuan choked a little. He really didn't want to recall those things from back then. 5 years ago, Song Qingli had not yet entered the entertainment industry. She was just a nobody who liked acting. At that time, she had already begun to show her crazy and eccentric nature. Other clients want romance, companionship, and emotional value. But Song Qingli is different. She wants role-playing. Moreover, they have a wide variety of styles, especially enjoying SM, and have a certain degree of masochistic tendencies. I did all those things to cater to your peculiar fetishes, Qin Chuan said, forcing a smile. But you're smiling so happily, Song Qingli said, her eyes full of allure. I didn't, Qin Chuan said seriously. You have it. Song Qingli leaned closer, her voice lowered, and it had a sticky quality to it. Stop pretending, Xiao Chuan Chuan. We're kindred spirits, we can't live without each other. You've misunderstood. I'm not like you, Qin Chuan tried to explain. Yeah. Song Qingli smiled, said nothing, and walked to the bedside, bending down to rummage through the bag she had brought. As Qin Chuan watched her movements, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Really, when Song Qingli straightened up, she held a small black leather whip in her hand. It's not long, about 30 centimeters, and has a small red tassel at the end. She lightly tapped her palm with the leather whip, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Little Chuan Chuan, this is a testament to our love. How about playing with your sister again tonight? Song Qingli said with a smile. Qin Chuan's eye twitched. This crazy woman. She actually carries this thing with her when she goes out? That's outrageous. Impossible. Qin Chuan refused decisively. Come on. Song Qingli shook the leather whip. I'm not coming. Qin Chuan stepped back. Come on, come on, come on. Song Qingli dragged her feet and took 2 more steps closer. Qin Chuan moved to the side, around the foot of the bed, and faced her across the bed. The scene was quite comical at one point. A female celebrity wearing a thin nightgown chases someone with a small leather whip. A tall man, over 1.8 meters, was running around the bed. Song Qingli calmed down. Qin Chuan called her by her full name directly. Upon hearing this, Song Qingli not only didn't restrain herself, but became even more excited. She suddenly lunged at us from the foot of the bed. Qin Chuan dodged to the side. Song Qingli missed her target, tripped, and fell forward with a thud. Wah! Song Qingli lay on the ground and cried in grievance. Qin Chuan was startled and quickly stepped forward to help Song Qingli up. Are you all right? Where did you hurt yourself? As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, Song Qingli suddenly flipped over, hooked her arms around his neck, and pressed her entire weight down on him. Qin Chuan lost his balance and fell backward, his back hitting the carpet with a thud. Song Qingli took the opportunity to flip over and straddle Qin Chuan's waist, clamping her legs together. She looked down at him, a small leather whip resting on his chest, a smile playing on her lips, her eyes alluring. There wasn't a trace of crying on her face. Humph, let's see how you escape now. Song Qingli's eyes sparkled, curving into 2 beautiful arcs, and she was extremely proud of herself. If you don't like her, why would you be so nervous about her? Humph. What a hypocrite. Looking at the alluring woman before him, Qin Chuan felt a headache coming on. Unexpectedly, his momentary leniency led him to fall into the other party's trap. At this moment, in the master suite on the second floor, Li Qingdai sat on the edge of the bed, holding a tablet computer in her hand. The screen was divided into several views, each corresponding to a different area of the villa's surveillance camera. Living room, kitchen, hallway, stairwell. Several other images show hidden cameras inside the guest rooms. These cameras were unknown not only to Qin Chuan, but even to Li Bangxia. Li Qingdai was used to being in control of everything. In her own territory, every inch of space had to be within her sight. She originally just wanted to see what Qin Chuan was doing in the room, because only at moments like these can she openly and honestly look at Chuan. This has become an essential part of her nightly routine before bed. But today, things seem a little different. Because she saw Song Qingli and saw her knock on Chuan's door, Li Qingdai's fingers stopped at the edge of the screen, and her brows furrowed slightly. She watched as the two exchanged a few words and then walked together into another guest room. She realized something was wrong and immediately switched to the camera in that guest room. The scene shifts to Song Qingli closing the door, locking it, and then meowing at Qin Chuan like a cat. Li Qingdai's brows furrowed even deeper. She saw Song Qingli take a small leather whip out of her bag. She saw Song Qingli pressing closer and closer, while Qin Chuan retreated step by step. She saw Song Qingli pounce on Qin Chuan, straddle his waist, and look down at him with a smug expression. Li Qingdai tightened her grip on the tablet. That vixen. How dare someone seduce her man in her own home? That's incredibly audacious. Li Qingdai was furious. She put the tablet aside, threw back the covers, and got out of bed. The ankle I twisted earlier no longer hurts. She walked quickly to an oil painting on the bedroom wall and pressed the lower right corner of the frame. Click! The oil painting popped open, revealing an embedded hidden compartment. Inside the hidden compartment, rows of various items were neatly hung. 2 pistols, 1 silenced and 1 not. 3 knives, arranged from smallest to largest, their blades gleaming coldly under the dim light in the hidden compartment. There were 2 hand grenades and a box of ammunition stacked in the corner. Li Qingdai's gaze swept around the hidden compartment. She first picked up a dagger and weighed it in her hand. No, it's too small. He doesn't feel satisfied when he's chopping people up. She put down the dagger and picked up the long knife next to her. The blade is about 40 centimeters long, and it feels heavy and comfortable in the hand. That's it. Li Qingdai gripped the knife and quickly walked towards the door. Her mind was filled with that image from just now. Song Qingli sat on Qin Chuan's waist, laughing so blatantly and unrestrainedly. You vixen, I'll chop you up and feed you to the sharks. Li Qingdai's pretty face turned cold, her eyes surging with murderous intent, no longer displaying her usual gentleness. She flung open the door and strode out with a menacing air. Chapter 58. What is your relationship with Song Qingli? Click. The moment the door opened, a gentle breeze wafted in. Li Qingdai took 2 steps outside and then suddenly stopped. No. Stay calm. I can't let Chuan see my irritable side. If I scare Chuan away, I'll never see him again. Calm down. You must calm down. Li Qingdai stood at the door, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart. Rushing over there like that is clearly inappropriate. If Chuan saw her rush into the room with a knife, his impression of her would definitely be greatly diminished. A gentle and intellectual young lady, wielding a knife and attacking people in the middle of the night? No one could accept that. What to do? What method should we use to rescue Chuan from that vixen's clutches? Li Qingdai frowned and paced back and forth at the door. As she walked, a sudden inspiration struck her. Got it. Li Qingdai went back to her room, picked up her phone from the bedside table, and dialed her sister's number. Hey, Bangxia, I just heard something coming from Miss Song's room. Could you go check it out? Okay. Li Qingdai hung up the phone, sat back on the bed, picked up the tablet again, and pulled up the surveillance footage of Song Qingli's room. On the screen, Song Qingli was still riding on Qin Chuan's waist, her small leather whip drawing circles on his chest. Li Qingdai's gaze turned cold. Vixen, you'd better not do anything outrageous, or I'll definitely throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. In the guest room, Song Qingli placed the leather whip on Qin Chuan's collarbone and gently flicked his chin with the tip of the whip. Satiate me. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. His eyes burned with undisguised intensity. Qin Chuan lay on the carpet, looking at the overly exquisite face above him. His heart skipped a few beats. It must be admitted that Song Qingli is absolutely a rare beauty. Absolutely stunning face, a sexy figure, and an incredibly alluring charm. Even within the entertainment industry, she would be considered top-tier beauty. Such a stunning succubus is irresistible to almost any normal man. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, braced himself with his hands on the ground, and used his waist and abdomen to flip himself over. Song Qingli felt dizzy and screamed, "Ah!" before her back hit the carpet. Qin Chuan braced himself with one hand on her ear and used the other to hold her wrist, which was gripping the whip, and pressed her down beneath him. The distance between the two was no more than 10 centimeters. Song Qingli's eyelashes trembled, and Qin Chuan's face was reflected in her pupils. Her heart raced, and a smile spread across her lips. Here it comes. She knew it. Men, they may say no, but their bodies tell a different story. Song Qingli obediently released the whip, hooked her legs around his waist, and squinted her eyes, waiting for the next development of the plot. However, Qin Chuan glanced down at her, reached out, and pried her legs off his waist, and stood up decisively. Song Qingli's smile froze on her face. "Teacher Song, please show some respect." Qin Chuan took 2 steps back and tugged at his wrinkled collar. "Our relationship ended 5 years ago." Song Qingli lay on the carpet, remaining silent for a long time. Qin Chuan turned his face away, no longer looking at her. "You should get some rest." Qin Chuan turned and walked towards the door, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. This woman is fucking deadly. For a split second just now, he almost couldn't hold back. When those legs hooked up, his mind went blank, and he almost lost his composure. Fortunately, the lure of money awakened his reason. If something happens between him and Song Qingli here, and Li Bangxia finds out, he will not only have to pack his bags and get out, but also pay compensation according to the contract. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a huge loss. "You don't even want what's offered to you? Are you even a man?" Song Qingli's plaintive voice rang out from behind. Qin Chuan didn't turn around and quickened his pace. He turned the lock and opened the door. Just as I was about to walk out, I suddenly paused. He discovered that there was a person standing in the hallway outside the door. It was none other than Li Bangxia. She was wearing a black silk robe. Her hair was loose, her arms were crossed over her chest, and her face was expressionless. Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched twice, and he felt inexplicably uneasy. He didn't know how long Li Bangxia had been standing at the door, or whether the other party had heard anything. If the sound insulation is too poor, then things will go wrong. "What are you doing in Qingli's room?" Li Bangxia's voice was cold, and her gaze gradually shifted from Qin Chuan's face to the room behind him. Qin Chuan opened his mouth, but before he could organize his thoughts, he was speechless. A series of light footsteps came from behind. Song Qingli had gotten up from the floor at some point, straightened her nightgown, and walked quickly to Qin Chuan's side, smiling as she said, "Bangxia, you're still awake? I'm asking you a question." Li Bangxia didn't respond, her face remaining cold. "Well, I just saw a cockroach in my room, a really big one. It scared me to death. I was scared, so I went to call Teacher Qin to come and take a look." Song Qingli said naturally. He showed no signs of nervousness about being caught. On the contrary, he remained remarkably calm. Qin Chuan immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, there are cockroaches in the room." Li Bangxia's gaze swept back and forth across the two faces before she asked, "Where's the cockroach?" "I flushed it down the toilet," Song Qingli replied flawlessly. Li Bangxia didn't speak. After a couple of seconds of silence, she looked away from Qin Chuan and said coldly, "Come to my room. I have something to say to you." After saying that, she turned and left, not giving Qin Chuan a chance to ask any questions. Qin Chuan stood still, turned around, and glared at Song Qingli. "It's all your fault." Song Qingli clasped her hands in front of her, winked playfully, and chuckled softly. "Little Chuan, good luck to you." Qin Chuan took a deep breath and resignedly followed Li Bangxia's footsteps. The corridor was quiet, with only the echoing footsteps of two people. The people in front walk fast, and the people behind follow closely. Qin Chuan watched Li Bangxia's retreating figure, pondering how to explain things later. Can the story about cockroaches be reconciled? In the middle of the night, a grown man went into a female celebrity's room to catch cockroaches. The door was still locked, and I couldn't catch the cockroaches after trying for ages. It all sounds like a lie. At the end of the corridor, Li Bangxia pushed open the door to her room and went inside. Qin Chuan followed to the door and stopped, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Come in." Li Bangxia's voice came from inside, indifferent and unreadable. Qin Chuan quickly composed himself, stepped inside, and closed the door behind him. Li Bangxia was already sitting on the single sofa by the bed, her legs crossed, the ties of her bathrobe loosely tied. She raised her eyes, looking at Qin Chuan with a scrutinizing gaze. "Speak. What did you say?" Qin Chuan was taken aback. Li Bangxia cut to the chase. "What exactly is your relationship with Song Qingli?" Chapter 59 Thoughtful Service. Qin Chuan was momentarily speechless at this question. He stood in the center of the room, while Li Bangxia sat on the sofa. The two were 2 or 3 meters apart, but the atmosphere was even more oppressive than it had been in Song Qingli's room. Qin Chuan forced a smile. "Ms. Li, it's written in black and white in our contract that neither party will interfere in the other's private life. The contract also states that you have to follow my instructions." Li Bangxia crossed her legs and said in a calm and unhurried tone, "If your performance does not satisfy me, I have the right to unilaterally terminate the agreement." She paused, looked up at him, and said indifferently, "Right now, your performance is making me very dissatisfied." Qin Chuan's smile froze for a moment. These words left him speechless. A contract is a contract. Once it's signed, he can't go back on his word, otherwise he wouldn't earn a single penny. "Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Tell me, what exactly is going on between you and Song Qingli?" Li Bangxia's tone didn't show much anger, but that calm coldness was more like the prelude to an impending storm. Qin Chuan hesitated for 2 seconds before finally speaking resignedly. 5 years ago, I spent some time with her." "What do you mean?" Li Bangxia raised an eyebrow slightly. "She is my client." Qin Chuan no longer hid the truth. "Client?" Li Bangxia crossed her long legs and leaned forward. "Just like the two of us right now?" "Yes." Qin Chuan nodded. "He's a stand-in boyfriend, purely a business collaboration." Li Bangxia stared at Qin Chuan for a few seconds, then asked, "You two haven't had sex?" "No." Qin Chuan answered decisively. "I have a strong sense of professional ethics and never have any contact with clients outside of work." That statement is not entirely untrue. What happened with Song Qingli back then was at most skirting the line. It didn't really cross any boundaries. Upon hearing this, Li Bangxia's expression softened slightly, but her voice was still cold. "Regardless of your relationship before, you are now my boyfriend in name only, so stay away from Song Qingli from now on, understand?" "Understood." Qin Chuan nodded. He was cursing under his breath. "I want to stay away from that crazy woman, but she insists on sticking to me. What can I do? You can't exactly beat her up, can you? All right, you can go now." Li Bangxia waved her hand, as if shooing away a fly. Qin Chuan felt as if he had been granted a pardon and turned to walk towards the door. "Wait a moment." Li Bangxia called out again. Qin Chuan stopped in his tracks and turned around. "Miss Li, is there anything else you need?" Li Bangxia sat on the sofa, her gaze shifting elsewhere. She paused for several seconds before speaking, her voice much softer than before. "I've been having trouble sleeping lately." Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment. "What does this have to do with me? Shall I heat up a glass of milk for you?" Qin Chuan asked considerately. "Milk is useless." Li Bangxia frowned. "How about I go out and buy you a box of melatonin?" Qin Chuan asked again. "That's not what I want." Li Bangxia's tone was a little impatient. Qin Chuan was completely baffled, so he could only patiently ask, "What would you like?" Li Bangxia lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twirling the belt of her bathrobe, and stammered. "Your massage technique before was quite effective." Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized what was happening. "So after all that fuss, it turns out it's just about soaking your feet and getting a massage. Why didn't you say so earlier?" This person is usually so argumentative, but when it comes to such trivial matters, he becomes hesitant and timid. "Understood. Please wait a moment, I'll go prepare." Qin Chuan turned and left. He went downstairs, boiled a kettle of water, found a clean wooden basin, and took out a mugwort foot bath sachet from the cabinet. He adjusted the water temperature and brought it upstairs. When she returned to the room, Li Bangxia had already changed her position and was sitting on the edge of the bed. Qin Chuan placed the wooden basin beside her feet, squatted down, and first tested the water temperature with the back of his hand. "Not too hot, just right. Put your feet in," Qin Chuan said, looking up and smiling. Li Bangxia hesitated for a moment before slowly putting her feet into the hot water. The moment the water touched her skin, her toes involuntarily curled up, then relaxed again. Qin Chuan held her in step with his palm and slowly poured hot water over it, from her ankle to her toes, repeating this several times to allow her skin to gradually adapt to the temperature. "Is the water temperature okay?" Qin Chuan asked. Li Bangxia gave a faint reply, glanced away, and didn't look at Qin Chuan. Although she felt ashamed to have a stinky man touch her feet, she simply couldn't resist the comfort she felt after the massage. She, who often suffers from insomnia, has become addicted to the feeling of sleeping soundly until dawn. A few minutes later, Qin Chuan lifted Li Bangxia's feet, carefully dried them, then applied massage cream and began to knead them gently. His technique is very professional. Starting with the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of the foot, use your thumb to massage in a circular motion with moderate force. Then, move upwards along the arch of the foot and press the Taishi and Kunlun acupoints in sequence. Li Bangxia's body visibly relaxed. She leaned against the headboard, her originally taut shoulders slowly slumping, and the vertical line between her eyebrows gradually faded. Qin Chuan switched feet and repeated the same technique. With the heel of the palm against the sole of the foot, push from the forefoot to the heel with moderate force and a steady rhythm. Soon, Li Bangxia's eyelids began to droop. A powerful wave of sleepiness washed over me. She struggled to open her eyes twice, but ultimately couldn't hold on any longer. His breathing became light and slow, his head tilted to one side, his lips slightly parted, and he fell asleep. She was a far cry from her usual aloofness during the day. A smile played on her lips as she slept soundly. Qin Chuan didn't stop immediately. He massaged her for a few more minutes to make sure Li Bangxia was completely asleep before gently placing her on the bed. He then brought a thin blanket and covered Li Bangxia's chest and abdomen. As a Chinese person, no matter how hot the weather is, I must cover my stomach when I sleep. After Qin Chuan finished serving Li Bangxia, he picked up the wooden basin and prepared to leave quietly. At this moment, inside the master suite, Li Qingdai sat cross-legged on the bed, staring at the tablet screen. When she saw Qin Chuan walk out of Song Qingli's room, she finally felt relieved. Fine. Nothing happened. But then, Qin Chuan was called into the room by his younger sister, Li Bangxia. Li Qingdai adjusted the camera angle. The view only showed the hallway outside her sister's room. Once the door was closed, nothing was known about what was happening inside. She did not install surveillance cameras in her sister's room. Although she has some unusual quirks, she tries her best to respect her younger sister. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes have passed. Qin Chuan did not come out. Li Qingdai flipped the tablet over, then flipped it back over, feeling a little uneasy. Perhaps they were discussing work? After all, Qin Chuan is Bangxia's boyfriend, so it's perfectly normal for the two of them to talk in private. 20 minutes. Li Qingdai began to get restless. She got up to pour herself a glass of water, took a sip, and sat back down to continue reading. On the screen, the door to Li Bangxia's room remained tightly closed. 30 minutes. Li Qingdai tightened her grip on the water glass. What are they doing in there? Can they really chat for that long? In the middle of the night, a man and a woman were alone in a room for more than half an hour. Is this normal? She took a deep breath and told herself to stay calm. If it were Song Qingli or any other woman, she would have rushed over without saying a word. You don't even need a knife. You can solve it with your bare hands. But that was Penelia Tornada. Her younger sister, whom she raised single-handedly, is the closest person to her in this world. She had no position, nor any reason. Moreover, the two are in a romantic relationship. It's perfectly natural for a boyfriend to stay in his girlfriend's room. Li Qingdai put down the water glass, picked it up again, and put it down again. This was repeated 3 or 4 times. She leaned against the headboard, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. It felt like a stone was pressing on her chest, making it hard to breathe, yet she couldn't confide in anyone. 40 minutes. Li Qingdai finally couldn't sit still any longer. She grabbed a coat, put it on, opened the door, and went out. Chapter 60, Another Collectible. The corridor was dark, with only the faint light from the night lights in the corners. Li Qingdai stopped in front of Li Bangxia's room. He raised his hand and hovered it in front of the door. To knock or not to knock? What should she say if she knocks on the door? After a 3-second pause, the door suddenly clicked open from the inside. Qin Chuan, who was carrying a wooden basin, almost bumped into her. Miss Li. Qin Chuan was taken aback and took half a step back. What are you doing here? Li Qingdai's gaze swept quickly across the room behind him. The lights were off, leaving only a small night light by the bedside. Li Bangxia lay on the bed, covered with a blanket, and appeared to be asleep. What about Penelia? Li Qingdai asked. I just fell asleep, Qin Chuan replied softly. He carefully closed the door, afraid of waking the person inside. Li Qingdai was a little surprised. Going to bed so early? Isn't she a night owl? She used to stay up until 2 or 3 in the morning. She said she's been having trouble sleeping lately, so I gave her a foot bath and massaged her feet for a while, and she fell asleep. Qin Chuan shook the wooden basin in his hand. Li Qingdai's heart returned to where it was. Soaking your feet. Foot massage. It wasn't what she thought. She smiled slightly and glanced at Qin Chuan, tilting her head slightly. I didn't expect you to have this skill. I learned it later. Qin Chuan smiled. Those of us in this line of work have to know a little bit of everything. After saying that, he looked down at Li Qingdai's feet. The opponent's ankle area was still somewhat swollen. Miss Li, how is your foot? Is it feeling better? Would you like me to get some liniment and massage it for you again? Qin Chuan casually said a polite remark. It was already 11 p.m., and after dealing with Song Qingli and then Li Bangxia, he was quite tired. It was just a matter of professional etiquette, a few polite words out of habit. But to everyone's surprise, Li Qingdai actually nodded. Good. Just one word. Decisive and efficient, without hesitation. Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment. You actually agreed in the middle of the night? Don't you think it's a little strange for a man and a woman to be alone in a room together? I'm your sister's boyfriend. You can complain in your heart, but once you've said it, you can't take it back. Then you go back to your room and wait. I'll go get the liniment. Qin Chuan carried the basin downstairs, poured out the water, rummaged through the storage cabinet on the first floor, and found the bottle of liniment, then went back upstairs. When I pushed open the door to Li Qingdai's room, she was already sitting on a chair by the bed, her injured right foot resting on a low stool, revealing her delicate jade-like foot. There are still some bruises on my ankle, but they are much better than yesterday. Qin Chuan moved a small stool and sat opposite her, unscrewed the cap of the liniment bottle, poured some into his palm, rubbed it to warm it, and then applied it to her ankle. Li Qingdai's feet were very cold. She had a slender frame, fair skin, and faint blue veins on the instep of her feet. When Qin Chuan's palm touched her, Li Qingdai's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Qin Chuan didn't notice this detail, focusing only on massaging the area. With my thumb, I slowly pushed along the bruise on the outside of my ankle in a spiral motion, controlling the force very precisely. It can penetrate deep into the muscles without pressing on the injured area. Tell me if it hurts, Qin Chuan reminded him. It doesn't hurt, Li Qingdai said softly. Her gaze fell on Qin Chuan's face, and seeing his serious expression, a soft light shone in her eyes. How wonderful it would be if the two of us could spend every day together like this. I wish time could stand still at this moment. Continue massaging. Qin Chuan changed his angle, pressed the heel of his palm against her arch, and pushed upwards twice. Is this area uncomfortable? No. Li Qingdai withdrew her gaze and lowered her eyes, afraid that if she stared for too long, she might reveal an expression she shouldn't have. Qin Chuan massaged for about 20 more minutes. He didn't stop until the liniment had completely penetrated his skin and his palms were starting to ache. All right, try to move around as little as possible these next 2 days. You should be almost recovered in a couple more days. Qin Chuan screwed the bottle cap on and stood up to stretch his wrists. Thank you, Li Qingdai said calmly. You're welcome. Qin Chuan wiped his hands with a wet tissue, his spirits already somewhat low. I haven't had much rest since this morning. I'm so tired. Mr. Qin, please stop working and go get some rest, Li Qingdai said softly. Good. Qin Chuan didn't think much of it, said goodnight, and turned to leave. As he reached the stairwell, he suddenly remembered something. He hadn't taken the liniment. Never mind, let's talk about it tomorrow. It wouldn't be appropriate to knock on the door again. Li Qingdai sat in the chair and looked down at her ankle. The lingering warmth in my palm hadn't dissipated yet. She waited for about 5 minutes to make sure Qin Chuan had returned to his room before slowly standing up. She walked to the wardrobe and opened the right-hand door. At the end of the wardrobe is a wooden wall panel, which is no different from the back panel of an ordinary wardrobe. Li Qingdai reached out and pressed a spot on the lower right corner of the wall panel. Click! The wall panel slid inward silently, revealing a narrow doorway. There was a metal panel embedded in the door with a keypad on it. Li Qingdai entered a string of numbers. Beep, beep, beep. The door opened. Inside was a small room of about 10 square meters. The lights turned on automatically, casting a warm, soft white glow that illuminated the entire space. The 3 walls are lined with neatly arranged glass display cases. Each cabinet contains different items. In the first cabinet on the left, there is a white t-shirt. It was folded neatly, with a tiny crease at the collar, a mark of having been worn. In the cabinet next to it was a scarf folded into a square, placed in the very center of the cabinet. Beyond that was a book, its cover facing up, with a note tucked between its pages. A used mug. 2 movie ticket stubs, a pen, and a set of pajamas. Everything belongs to Qin Chuan. Some were left over from 6 years ago, while others were secretly collected recently. Every item was carefully preserved, with desiccants and insect repellents even placed in the glass cabinets. Several photos of Qin Chuan were also posted on the wall. Some are frontal shots, some are side shots, and a few are candid shots taken from a distance. The photo was meticulously cropped with neat edges and pinned to the wall in a transparent frame. Li Qingdai walked through the small collection room and stood in front of the innermost set of display cases. 2 rows of shelves in this cabinet are empty, waiting to be filled. Li Qingdai picked up the liniment Qin Chuan had just used, opened the glass door of one of the empty cabinets, and carefully placed it inside. Straighten it. Let's adjust the angle again. Make sure to maintain the same spacing as the exhibits next to it. She took a step back and examined it for a few seconds. A satisfied smile curved his lips. Another one more. She spoke softly, her voice carrying a strange pleasure. The light shone on her face, making her look gentle, serene, and peaceful. No one would have guessed that the woman standing in the secret storage room, smiling at a bottle of liniment, was the leader of the Zhangtian Society, a powerful organization that struck fear into the hearts of the entire Southeast Asian underworld. Li Qingdai closed the cabinet door, turned around, and glanced at the collection covering the wall. Her gaze lingered on the white t-shirt for a moment. Good night, Chuan. She turned off the light, walked out of the collection room, and closed the wardrobe. Then go to bed, cover yourself with the blanket, close your eyes, and go to sleep. A happy smile always graced his lips.